Prologue. Daily Quest has arrived. A distinct voice of young women. It's not about playing games. Of course not dreaming. The voice clearly resonated in my head. In the air there is a floating quest window. Surely. Today, I open the info window carefully with prayer. Banding. 0-100. 100 times. Incomplete. 0-100. Squat 100 times. Incomplete. 0-100. Running 10 kilometers. Incomplete. 0-100. Squat 100 times. Incomplete. 0-100. Running 10. A note: if the daily quest is incomplete, you will receive a corresponding penalty. As soon as I checked out the contents, the bathrobe came out reflexively. Oh, this is already a few days. Chapter 1, Prologue. Part 0, Prologue. Daily quest is now available. An articulate voice of a young female. This was definitely not a game. Of course, it wasn't a dream, either. But, her voice definitely resounded within my head. Hell, I could even see the quest window floating in midair, too. Could it be? Even today, while fervently praying in my head, I cautiously opened the information window. Tiring. Daily quest. Preparations to become strong. Press up 100 times. Incomplete. 0-100. Sit up 100 times. Incomplete. 0-100. Squat 100 times. Incomplete. 0-100. Running 10 kilometers. Incomplete. 0-10. Warning: incompletion of daily quests will result in appropriate levels of punishment. As soon as I got to confirm the contents of the daily quest, I began cussing out reflexively. Oh, just how many days has it been already? Part 1, Ranky Hunter. Ranky Hunter, Sung Jin-woo. No matter where he went, this title always followed him around. Jin-woo's overall strength was almost the same as a regular human being, with the exception of being a bit stronger and his wounds healing slightly faster. Jin-woo was about the same as regular people in every other aspect. It was par for the course then, that he'd always end up getting injured. He nearly died several times, too. Of course, it wasn't as if Sung Jin-woo liked being a hunter. The work was dangerous, others made fun of him, and to confound the matters even further, the pay was pretty pathetic, as well. If it weren't for the medical aid paid out by the Hunter Association to the hunters in their payroll, he'd have turned in his hunter license and quit by now, and live his life like a regular person. Unfortunately, someone like Sung Jin-woo, in his mid-20s and lacking in any tangible job skills, there was no other way but to remain as a hunter if he wanted to pay for his mother's hospital fee of millions of won every month. Should one say that he had no choice in the matter? That was why, even though he didn't want to, he simply had to participate in the raids supervised by the association. Hunters operating within the same area tended to know each other pretty well. In the event of a gate opening up, all the hunters in that district would be asked to come. That's why the hunters who had arrived early sipped on the cups of coffee handed out by the association's employee and shared cordial greetings with each other. "Oh, hey, Mr. Kim, over here." "Here." "Oh, Mr. Park, what are you doing here? I thought you were giving up on being a hunter." "Well, my wife is pregnant with our second child." "Ha ha ha ha, is that so?" "Yeah, for a hunter to earn big in one go, participating in a raid is the best, isn't it?" Mr. Kim jovially burst out in laughter. Mr. Park followed suit with a sheepish chuckle, before asking Kim, "By the way, why do I feel like that the association is calling on us less and less nowadays? Did the number of gates decrease or something?" Of course not. That's only because the guilds are getting all worked up over clearing the gates. It's got nothing to do with the association. I hear that various guilds are jumping in with both feet since there is big profit involved in this whole thing." "Well, in that case, since this raid is being supervised by the association, it should be safe?" "No." Mr. Park took a glance around as if he was getting nervous. If a guild was not involved today, that meant there wasn't enough profit to be had, and if there wasn't enough profit to be had, then that could only mean that this particular gate's difficulty would be low. Of course, nothing in this world was 100% absolute. It wasn't just Mr. Park, Other hunters were nervously glancing around as well. I wonder. Mr. Kim finished the rest of his coffee while avoiding answering his friend, before spotting a certain someone and raised his hand in happiness. He's here. Hey, Mr. Sung. Mr. Sung. Other hunters also displayed joy at discovering that young man. Hello. It was none other than Sung Jinwoo. Jinwoo performed a simple nod of the head at the joyous Mr. Kim and walked by. After making sure Jinwoo was well out of earshot, Mr. Kim began sniggering while confidently speaking up. So, Jinwoo showed up, then it's going to okay today, too. Mr. Park's eyes widened up and he hurriedly asked Kim, what was that? Is that Hunter Sung Jinwoo really strong? Right. Of course. You wouldn't know who he is. He's a hunter who started working shortly after you left, you see. However, every hunter here knows who that kid is by now. He's really that strong? Wait, why is he working for the association? Then, why not for a guild or as a freelancer? Kim sniggered some more before narrowing his eyes. You know what that guy's nickname is? How should I know that? Come on, man, just tell me already. Humanity's weakest weapon. Weakest? Not something like the ultimate weapon? Dude, that's the nickname for the rank S hunter Choi Jong-in. That kid is the weakest weapon. I'm pretty sure he's the weakest hunter in the Republic of Korea. Really? Park began frowning deeply. Why would other hunters greet this Sung Jinwoo if he was really that weak? After all, didn't they need someone to trust their backs if things went south? Park couldn't really understand the reactions of other hunters. When Park's head tilted this way and that, Kim chuckled and poked the side of Park with his elbow. The raid Sung Jinwoo participates in will only have low difficulty because he's so weak. The association would never entrust him with a tough job. Don't you get that? They don't want to see him get killed. Right? Only then did Park's expression brighten up. Alright. Yeah, his wife was deeply worried about him since this would be his first raid in quite a while. Honestly, even he himself was worried, too. However, now that he listened to Kim's words, he felt like a weight was lifted off his mind. Kim continued on. That guy, there was a rumor not too long ago that said he got injured participating in a raid of a Ranky Gate and spent a week in the hospital. A hunter got injured by a Ranky Gate? That's right. No one expected to see a hunter getting injured during a Ranky Gate raid, so they didn't even bring along a healer, apparently. That's why he spent a week in a hospital? Poo-ha-ha-ha. When Park began guffawing too loudly, Kim hurriedly hushed him. Stop it. Man, Mr. Sung might hear you. I didn't think of that. Park cautiously checked Jinwoo's reactions as he continued to giggle. Thankfully, the distance was far enough and the youth didn't seem to have heard them. Of course, they were mistaken. I can hear everything, you geezers. A bitter smile formed on Jinwoo as he tried hard to ignore them. At times like today, he couldn't help but blame his unusually acute sense of hearing. It seemed that he arrived too early and the raid was yet to commence. Did I arrive too early? Jinwoo looked around to while away the waiting time, spotted the association employee handing out warm coffee, and walked closer. Can I get a cup of coffee as well? Oh, Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nem, I'm really sorry, but we ran out of coffee just now. The cold winter breeze brushed past the tip of his nose. Jinwoo quietly wiped his nose with his index finger. What a sad day it was, for the coffee to run out as soon as it was his turn to get one. Why do you persist on being a hunter, Mr. Sung Jinwoo? I'm sorry. Jinwoo lowered his head and apologized. The young, beautiful girl using healing magic in front of Jinwoo, Yi Juhua showed how unhappy she was with a pouting expression. I'm not trying to get you to apologize, you know. I'm only worried about you. If you continue fighting this way, sooner or later you'll be faced with a truly dangerous situation. Jinwoo glanced past Yi Juhua's shoulders and took a look at other hunters fighting over yonder. When one entered through the gate, one would arrive at a place called dungeon. The rank of this particular dungeon should be around D. A dozen plus hunters were taking care of the monsters inside this dungeon without so much as breaking a sweat. Unfortunately, for a rank E, such a feat was nearly impossible. Normally, the job of healing the injured hunters from the back fell on the healers. Since he always got injured during raids, Jinwoo was rather well known among the healers. Yi Juhua cautiously asked him, perchance, is there a reason why you can't give up being a hunter? Jinwoo resolutely shook his head. He didn't want to reveal anything personal to other people. I'm only doing this as a hobby. If I don't do this, I'll probably die of boredom. Actually, Yi Juhua pouted even more. If you continue on with this hobby of yours, soon you'd be raiding a dungeon in the netherworld, you know. Jinwoo was taken off guard from her remark and ended up chuckling out loudly. Thanks to that, Yi Juhua's nagging intensified. Don't laugh, don't. Your injuries might get worse. Jinwoo giggled before asking her, where did you even learn to say stuff like that? What do you mean? Where? It's from Mr. Kim Hwa over there. Aigu, that Otoshi really went and did it, didn't he? As they chatted and laughed, his treatment was almost over. It was already too late by then, though. It seemed that the raid was pretty much over now. Jinwoo's expression hardened. I only killed a single monster today, a Ranky creature, no less. Song Jinwoo began fidgeting with the Ranky magic crystal in his hand. The lowest grade magic crystal from a Ranky monster fetched less than 100,000 won. For something he bet his life to earn, it was a pathetically small amount. Just over $88. A magic crystal from a rank C monster can sell for over 10 million won, though. $88.30 plus. Too bad. A rank E hunter such as himself couldn't even attempt to kill a monster with a rank as high as C. Out of the blue, someone shouted out, hey, there's another entrance over here. The nearby hunters rushed over there. It's true. There really is another path. Just as that hunter said, there was an entrance hidden within the dungeon itself. A dual dungeon, is it? So, such a thing actually exists for real. Mr. Song, possessing over 10 years' experience as a hunter, looked into the hidden entrance and displayed how surprised he was. The interior of the hidden, cave-like passage was dark and nothing could be seen. Mr. Song activated his speciality, flame magic, and tossed it further forward into the passage. The flame flew forward and illuminated the interior. The passageway seemed to go on forever. Soon enough, the flame lost its forward momentum, fell to the ground and smoldered for a bit before flickering out of existence. The passage was shrouded in darkness once more. Everyone, gather around. Let's have a meeting. The unspoken leader of this raid, Mr. Song, called for other hunters to gather around. Jinwoo's treatment was over by then, so he and Yi Juhua also joined in. Song spoke up while sweeping his gaze over the gathered hunters. As you know very well, a gate will not close unless the dungeon's boss is killed. Since the gate itself is still intact even though we took care of all the monsters here, that can only mean that the boss is beyond that passageway. Song pointed towards the hidden entrance. Hunters exchanged meaningful glances and nodded their heads. No one could disagree with that notion. Song continued on. Now normally, we're supposed to relay this information back to the association and wait for their decision first, but, if we do that, we might end up handing over the task of killing the boss to other hunters, and our takings for today's raid would decrease by a lot. The expressions of the hunters crumpled. Park's face hardened more than anyone else since he needed a lot of cash for his wife's pregnancy. Postnatal care eats up so much cash nowadays, you know. At this rate, there'd be no meaning behind him risking his life to participate in this raid. That's why I'd prefer if we took care of the boss before leaving this dungeon. So, what do you all think? Hunters fell into a deep contemplation. The truth was, no one here could figure out the current situation and so, their safety could not be guaranteed. However, the difficulty of this particular dungeon proved to be very low, so, the hidden dungeon within it couldn't have been that difficult, either. Song coughed to draw everyone's attention to himself. Since we have 17 people here, let's put this to a vote, shall we? Once the decision has been made, no one complains. So, how about it? Others nodded their heads after hearing Song's suggestion. No one was disagreeing with him. I vote for going ahead. Song raised his hand, and then, other hunters began raising their hands one by one. Me too. Count me in as well. Park was the first to raise his hand, followed shortly after by Kim and a few other hunters. Of course, Those disagreeing were plentiful, too. Let's go back. I feel that it'd be better to wait for the association's decision. The two opposing camps were neck and neck, and eventually, the final votes came down to Jinwoo and Yi Juhua. I'm sorry. Yi Juhua bowed to Song and added her vote to retreat camp, and so, the vote count for go-ahead and retreat was at 8-8, a deadlock. Song asked the hesitant Sung Jinwoo next. And you, Mr. Sung? Less than Chapter 1 greater than Fin. Chapter 2. Everything now depended on Sung Jinwoo's decision. Jinwoo's fingers grasped tight the Ranky magic crystal in his hand as he took a glance next to him. Yi Juhua was shaking her head at him. It looked like she was deeply worried. Actually, Jinwoo was worried inwardly as well. Now normally, he would never try to take on any unnecessary risk. Not only did he lack the abilities to do so, but he was also not brave enough, to. However, Jinwoo had a younger sister who was about to become a university student in the coming months. I've no money saved up. Currently, Jinwoo was 24 years old. He was at an age where he should be concentrating on his academic pursuits, but he gave up on that dream because, well, he had no money. He sure as hell didn't want his little sister to go through the same sacrifice, the same pain as he did. Right now, every cent was precious to him. It wasn't only Mr. Park who needed a big score today. Jinwoo raised his hand up high. I vote for going ahead. It was then he heard a soft sigh of resignation coming from his side. Part 2. The Dual Dungeon. The passageway went on and on forever. In front, Mr. Song and other strong hunters had taken the lead. Song had summoned a small flame on top of his palm to illuminate the way forward. Mr. Kim asked him as he walked alongside Song. We've walked really far, haven't we? Shouldn't we consider the time we need to escape from here as well? How long have we been walking? Kim looked at his wristwatch. Around 40 minutes. A gate shuts down completely 1 hour after the boss is killed. So we have a window of 20 minutes left or so. If we can't see the boss in the next 20 minutes, I suggest that we should just give up. I guess so. Song nodded his head for a while, before pointing to his back with his thumb. Mr. Kim, it's dark out in front, so why don't you position yourself behind me? Kim stared at Song's flames for a second or two, before he wordlessly pulled out his smartphone and switched on the screen, and then the passageway got illuminated rather brightly. Song alternated his gaze between his flame and the smartphone, before he too wordlessly began searching for his own phone. The very back of the group was the spot reserved for Sung Jinwoo, who was injured pretty badly not too long ago, and Yi Juhua, who didn't possess any combat skills whatsoever. Jinwoo scratched the back of his neck. Pardon me. I'm really sorry. About what? About, dragging you here against her wishes. I'm fine with it, so you don't need to mind me. Jinwoo cautiously studied Juhua's expression. She definitely did not look fine at all. Jinwoo tilted his head this way and that while trying to read her mood better, before he asked her again, even more cautious than before. Are you really fine? That prompted Juhua to shift her gaze towards him. Of course I'm not. Are you of a sane mind? If you were stabbed a couple of inches higher, you'd have a hole in your heart by now. And what about those injuries on your arms and legs? I worked so hard to heal you somehow, yet you wish to throw yourself into yet another dungeon? Plus, you don't even know where we're going. She spoke so quickly that Jinwoo felt like his mind was getting numb from hearing her. However, she was right about everything. If it weren't for the presence of the outstanding healer ranked B, Yi Juhua, Jinwoo wouldn't have been able to carry on living unaffected, never mind working as a hunter. It was a small wonder why such high-ranked and hard-to-find healers were valued so greatly within the halls of the association. Wait, now that I think about it, I owe Miss Juhua a lot, don't I? Juhua was a healer-type hunter, a rarest of the rare breeds. Not only that, she was a genius ranked at B as well. The association always asked her to heal the injured hunters whenever a gate opened up, and whenever Jinwoo participated in a raid, he'd almost always end up sitting down next to her. Are you in pain? Please hold on for a little while longer. Haven't I seen you before? By any chance, are you the person from the last time? You're injured again? It's like We're running into each other quite often nowadays, isn't it? You said that your name is Mr. Jinwoo? Well, is it going to be alright? Maybe. This life of a hunter doesn't really suit you. You're here again. Show me your arm. No, not that one. Use bandages on that arm. I meant the other one with the bone fracture. At the moment, it was way past the point of Jinwoo feeling grateful for everything she had done, and firmly into the territory of him being apologetic for inconveniencing her. When Jinwoo looked dispirited, Juhu also felt a bit bad about scolding him just now, and her attitude softened up considerably. You're really sorry? Yes, I am. Juhu fell into a deep contemplation for a bit, before she began gazing at him with the corner of her eyes and her lips slowly arched up. If you're really sorry, then how about you buy me dinner sometime? Now that was a totally unexpected offer. Jinwoo looked at her with an expression of surprise and found a teasing smile etched on her face like a teenage girl. A teen girl, huh? The truth was, Juhu was still a young girl who had barely entered her 20s. Didn't she say that she'd be 21 next year? If her long hair was replaced with something shorter, and her current attire was swapped out for a school uniform, she'd completely look like high school senior. His wandering mind pictured the image of Juhu in a school uniform and his face reddened up somewhat. When Jinwoo hesitated with his answer, Juhu's cheeks began puffing up like a balloon. What the? You don't want to buy me dinner? It happened, right then. Suddenly, it became quite hectic out in front. We found it. It's the boss chamber. Jinwoo and Juhu's gazes automatically shifted to the front, and they saw a huge stone door blocking the passage. Hunters immediately surrounded this door. What is this? Why is there a door at the end of the cavern? Have we ever encountered a boss chamber with a door before? This is definitely the first time. I'm sure of it. Doesn't this feel strangely dangerous? Hunters began to express their doubts and fears one at a time. Since their own lives were on the line here, they had to be cautious and meticulous. However, if one were to become too cautious, one would end up failing to grasp the heaven-sent opportunity in the first place. Mr. Song figured this was one such case. Are you all planning to return empty-handed after coming this far? Song placed his hands on the door. If that's what you want, knock yourselves out. I'm pushing ahead, even if it means I'll be going alone. Song was a rank C hunter with 10 years of experience. If it weren't for his age, which was over 60, he'd be making a killing in a big guild by now thanks to his excellent skills. And when a hunter like that voiced his opinion with such confidence, others began to feel less anxious than before. Wait a minute. A couple of hunters began recalling rumors of dual dungeons. I heard that there are incredible treasures hidden within dual dungeons. Yeah, I heard that a certain small to medium guild found a dual dungeon and grew into a large guild almost overnight. Monsters inside a dungeon always possess roughly the similar ranks no matter where they are located, so the hunt itself should not be too difficult. What if there were incredible treasures hidden with the dual dungeon just as the rumors said, and the monsters beyond this door were about the same difficulty as the rank D, E creatures they fought until now? I can't let that old man monopolize all the treasure. No freaking way. Postnatal care, the school fee for the firstborn kid, and let's not forget, this month's rent is almost due, too. The opinions of the hunters were now on the same page. Jinwoo, too, steeled himself. I can't return home with just a single rank E magic crystal. At a bare minimum, I gotta kill a rank D, no, one more rank E monster. It didn't even have to be a monster, too. If it's treasure instead. Treasures or rare loot found in a dungeon would normally be divided equally among all the participants in a raid. It was quite a different way of sharing the rewards where one could only take possession of magic crystals one procured by themselves. If we score big today, then things might improve at home for a while. Jinwoo nervously swallowed down his saliva. Juhu saw his determined expression and asked him, is that how the expression of someone who's a hunter as a hobby looks like? Jinwoo shrugged his shoulders. Who'd bet their lives in their main line of profession nowadays? Unless it's a hobby, obviously. Just as a dumbfounded expression formed on Juhu's face, Song pushed the dungeon's door and it creaked open. There must have been some sort of mechanism installed on the heavy-looking door, since the physical strength of a 60-year-old man was enough to easily open it. Slam! Now that the door was wide open, the huge open interior revealed itself. Hunters hurriedly rushed in. "Let's go in as well." Jinwoo feared that he'd fall behind, so he grasped Juhua's hand and took the lead. Juhua's face reddened slightly as she followed after him. As soon as hunters set foot inside, flames erupted on the numerous torches packed tightly on the walls all at the same time. Thanks to that, the interior brightened up considerably. "What's the heck?" The lights came on by themselves. First time seeing a dungeon like this one. Something's different about this place. Hunters cautiously studied their surroundings. The overall atmosphere of the place was similar to that of an ancient temple. Not only that, an old and somewhat decrepit temple, something that might be buried and hidden beneath the ground. Moss and weed could be seen sporadically on the floor, walls and the ceiling. Several hunters shrunk back and shuddered slightly. "It's a bit creepy in here, isn't it? Doesn't it feel like we're being watched by someone?" Leaving behind the scared hunters, the 3-4 strongest of the group went in deeper. "TSK, don't say something that might jinx us, will ya? Let's end this quickly and go home." The interior was nonsensically huge. The chamber was shaped like a giant dome. It was as large as several Olympic stadiums. The one found in Seoul were put together. No, maybe it was even bigger than that. However, one couldn't help but feel that it was still inadequate. The reason for that was rather obvious. That thing over there. And no freaking way that thing's the boss, right? In the deepest part of the dome, something so logic-defyingly humongous sat on a throne just as big as itself. It was none other than a huge stone statue of a god. "Oh my god." "Wow!" Shocked gasps leaked out from the hunters. The first image popping up in Jinwoo's head was of the Statue of Liberty in New York. If that statue sat down on a chair, wouldn't it be as big as that statue of the unknown god? Well, Liberty was a woman, while the one sitting on the throne was a dude, though. No, hang on, maybe it's even bigger than that. Hunters began nervously swallowing their saliva near the foot of the god statue. The taut and heavy apprehension and anxiety were clear to see on their faces as they worried about this statue being the dungeon's boss. However, the statue did not budge an inch. What a fortunate thing that was. Phew. Even Song spat out a sigh of relief. "Okay, everyone, spread out." Now that they found some leeway, hunters split among themselves and began searching around the vicinity. "I don't think there's a single monster in here." "You think so, too?" "Never mind a monster, I can't even see a single bug, too." The chamber of the stone god statue might have been massive, yet its actual inner structure was on the simpler side. On the walls, countless torches could be found there, and in front of these walls, more stone statues, slightly taller than a human being, stood tall and unmoving. There were lots of them here as well, found at a certain distance from one another. "They are all rather beautiful, aren't they?" "It's like they are works of art." No. Objects held by each of the stone statues were varied and different. Some held weapons, there was one with a book, some carried musical instruments, and even torches. "It's as if they are like statues of a holy temple or something." Song finished what Kim wanted to say. Then, Song found something beneath his feet. Isn't this a magic formation?" He found a magic formation that he had never seen before located in the middle of this temple. It was then, "Excuse me, Mr. Song, see, something's written here. Can you come over here and take a look?" One of the hunters discovered a statue that was different from others and called out to Song. Song stopped studying the magic formation and got up from the floor. Other hunters all gathered around the statue Song was headed off to. Only this statue featured a pair of wings and carried a stone slate. What the hunters focused on was the letters carved into this slate. Song took a sweeping look at the slate and muttered to no one in particular. "It's rune alphabet." The rune alphabet, words that could not be found anywhere on Earth, and found only within dungeons. Only the hunters who had awakened the magic-related professions could decipher them. The laws of the Karutanon Temple. Song read the very first verse. With a deeply nervous face, Jinwoo listened to the contents of the slate, as read out by Mr. Song. However, someone suddenly tugged at his arm. When he looked back, he spotted Juhu and her deathly pale complexion. Chapter 3. Juhu's complexion was incredibly poor. Song Jinwoo was deeply taken aback by this sight. "What's wrong? Are you ill somewhere?" There, over there." Jinwoo's eyes followed Juhu's trembling pointing finger. She was pointing at the giant god statue. More specifically, she was pointing at the god statue's face. Jinwoo could only tilt his head in confusion because it looked pretty much the same as before. Juhu stuttered some words out. The eyes of the god statue moved towards us, just now." "Pardon me?" Jinwoo looked again several times, but nothing seemed to have changed. There was no visible change to the god statue. I'm sure you've made a mistake." However, it seemed like Juhu didn't hear him. Her head stayed lowered, and as she held on to Jinwoo's arm, her entire body trembled even harder. "Hang on a second here." Even Jinwoo picked up on this strange but ominous sensation now. The world was eerily quiet. So much so, it felt just too bizarre. No sounds. Even the sounds of the flames burning on the torches could not be heard anymore. First law. In the meantime, Song's voice continued on as he read the contents of the slate. "Worship the god. Second law, exalt the god. Third law, prove your piety. Those who do not keep to these laws shall not leave this place alive." It was then, slam. Everyone was jolted back to their senses at the sudden explosion of noise. What was that? Where did that sudden noise come from? The first person to notice the change in the situation was none other than Jinwoo. Because his senses were running at full tilt already, he could tell where the noise was coming from right away. The door is closed." As soon as Jinwoo shouted out, everyone shifted their gazes towards the doorway. The door they left open was now firmly shut close. "God damn it, I can't stand this." The hunter who was the first to oppose the idea of continued exploration of the dungeon began spitting out gases as he took large strides towards the door. "I'm going home, so you all can have fun with the boss or treasures or whatever." That hunter glared at Song with an expression that contained all of his dissatisfaction before he spun his head around and angrily grabbed the door handle. It happened. Then, Song's eyes grew extra large. No. Splash. The area above the hunter's neck suddenly vanished. The headless body powerlessly collapsed to the ground. Kyak, Uak. Hunters began screaming their heads off. The stone statue that smashed a human's head apart with a steel mace returned to its original spot next to the door, as if nothing important had happened, its body completely covered in fresh blood. That thing can move? What the hell? Does that mean every statue in here can move, too? We gotta fight against these things? I couldn't even see that DMN thing swing the mace, so how can I? Unlike others here, though, Jinwoo knew the truth. Their troubles only had just begun. Didn't Juhu say it earlier? The eyes of the god statue moved towards us, just now. If what she said is true, a chill rapidly ran down his spine. Jinwoo forced his stiff neck to turn around so he could look behind him. SHT. The stone statue of the god was looking down at him. Part 3. Commencement of the attack. It was then. The god statue's two black eyes changed to red. Was this the instincts of a hunter? No, the instincts of a living being were sending out urgent warning signals. Something was coming, something none of them could contend with. Jinwoo turned towards the other hunters and cried out as loudly as he could. "Get down!" Almost at the same time, red beams of light shot out from the eyes of the god statue. Jinwoo hugged Juhu and threw their bodies to the floor. Buzz. The beam shot right by the spot Jinwoo had been standing. 1/10 of a second. No, he survived by 1/100th of a second. That was definitely too close for comfort. Unfortunately, not everyone was as lucky as Jinwoo. Uak. Those who were swallowed up by the red light evaporated where they stood. Only the ashes of what used to be human hunters remained where the beam flew past. The screams came not from the dead hunters, but those who witnessed their final moments from the sidelines. Actually, what the FCK was that? How? How can such a thing even be? The remaining hunters began freaking out. Out of the 17 hunters, only 11 survived. Not one of them had ever experienced such a powerful attack before in their lives. I barely made it because he told me to get down. If it wasn't for Mr. Sung's shouts, hunters stared at Jinwoo while nervously swallowing their saliva. Jinwoo turned out to be their unlikely savior. Without his timely warning, they could only imagine what would have happened to them, and that thought sent chills down their spines. While still lying prostrate on the ground, Jinwoo glared at the god statue. Its eyes were still glowing in red, but it did not attack again. Is the attack over? Jinwoo looked underneath him. The scared silly Yijuhua was trembling in his arms. This was the reason why she worked for the association and not for a big guild, and participated in simple raids like this one, even though she was nominally an excellent hunter with a rank as high as B. Juhua's breathing was getting rougher by the second. He couldn't let her be like this. He had to do something. Jinwoo was about to raise his body up, thinking that he gotta do something here, but then, someone grabbed his shoulders and pushed him back down, hard. Don't get up. It was Mr. Song, somehow next to the youth before anyone had noticed it. Jinwoo was flustered, but still did as he was told. Song then shouted at the other hunters, "Nobody move. Stay exactly where you are." Song looked around before focusing on Jinwoo. Only those that moved got killed. Those who listened to you and got down survived. It seems that way. Song tilted his head slightly. I thought you warned us because you figured something out? No, well, I just felt something dangerous was coming. So, a flash of light brushed past Song's eyes just then. His instincts are pretty good. In other words, he is a ranky hunter. If only his abilities were a bit higher. Just as Song stared at Jinwoo with a rueful expression, Jinwoo too found a little bit of leeway to check out the older hunter's condition. And the youth's eyes opened up wider after finding something pretty terrible. Ayajisi, your arm? This is nothing. I can still hold on. But, still. Jinwoo swallowed down his saliva. Song's other hand that wasn't pressing down on Jinwoo's shoulder, his left arm, was gone. Song studied Juhua's conditions for a bit, before he took off the t-shirt he was wearing, and while not even showing the enormous amount of pain he must be feeling, he wrapped up what was left of his left arm. Help me tie up the end, please. It's difficult to sew with only one hand. Jinwoo could only nod his head then. They were able to somehow stop the bleeding for now. Rather than a scream or a pain moan, Song let out a long sigh. It was a sigh containing 10 years' worth of experience as a hunter. Phew. Now that the first aid was over, Song's gaze became a level sharper as he studied his surroundings. Although the god statues stopped attacking them, their situation hadn't improved in the slightest. And like so, seconds continued to tick by. Sob. Just why do we have to suffer like this? A few hunters even began shedding tears now. We can't stay like this forever. The patience of the other hunters was running out as well. Jinwoo agreed with that sentiment, though. Right, we can't stay here forever. But, what could he possibly do here? If Song's suspicion was correct, then the moment they moved, they'd get attacked. And, even if they got lucky and managed to evade the beams and reach the door, there were the 2 stone statues guarding the doorway to worry about, as well. They were a big problem too. Actually, the movements of the doorkeepers were so fast that he couldn't see it with his eyes. Could he or anyone else open the door and escape before those statues attacked them? It sounded completely impossible, which meant that the annihilation of the hunters was just a matter of time. Wait, a matter of time? When his thoughts arrived there, a strong sense of disharmony filled him up. An event that couldn't have happened. But it happened anyway. But no one else seemed to have picked up on it yet. We missed something here. Without a doubt, the answer to their salvation hid in that something. It was then. Don't move, Song shouted at Mr. Ju, who was at the far end of the group. Shut up, who knows when that thing will start attacking us again. But you want me to stay here and wait? Mr. Ju was a close combat type hunter. These types of hunters possessed far superior physical abilities than regular human beings. On top of this, Ju was about to sign up with a big guild after his skills were acknowledged by them not too long ago as well. I'll not die here today. While keeping low to the ground, Ju put all his strength down to his legs. His aim was at the doorway. The muscles on his legs were swelling up fast. "Damn it," Song could only mutter out to himself. Right then, Ju kicked the ground and exploded forward. Meanwhile, Jinwoo hurriedly turned his head to look at the god statue. Just as he suspected, the eyes of the statue were fixed on the back of Mr. Ju. And then, the chilling red ray shot out from those eyes. Buzz! The beam slammed on the back of Mr. Ju. Kai-ah! The female hunter screamed at the top of her lungs. She must have developed a leak, because a puddle of yellow liquid formed where she was squatting on the ground. The expressions of the hunters froze hard. Oh my god! Mr. Ju no longer stood where the red beam flew past. Only the pair of ownerless ankles could be seen now. One of the men with a weaker constitution began emptying the contents of his stomach. Be blurg. Jinwoo's expression also crumpled as well. As expected, the god statue could easily finish them off if it felt like it. It'd be easier than stepping on squirming bugs. Actually, if that's the case, then why hadn't it? It could kill them. Yet it hadn't done that. This was a completely different pattern of behavior compared to the monsters that attacked as soon as spotting human hunters in their vicinity. These statues only moved if certain conditions were met, the doorkeepers that only attacked if someone approached the door, the eyes of the god statue firing that red beam if someone moved. It was like a game with a set regulation. Hang on. Could there be some kind of rules in this chamber? It was here that a piece of puzzle found its place in Jinwoo's head. He began recalling the contents of the stone slate Song was reading not too long ago. That was why. The laws of the Karutanon Temple, was it? Regulation was rules, and rules could be laws as well. The key to their safe escape from this chamber had to be buried within those warnings found on the stone slate. Worship the god. That was the first law. Did you just say something? Song shifted his gaze back to Jinwoo. Instead of a reply, Jinwoo simply placed his index finger on his lips. It was a sign asking for a bit of time to think. If my thoughts are right. Jinwoo slowly rose up. Song hurriedly tried to stop the youth, but Jinwoo shook his head while carrying a determined expression. Doesn't look like he gave up on living. Song nodded his head. Jinwoo kept his eyes trained squarely at the god statue and carefully stood up. Almost right away, the eyes of the statue were fixed on Jinwoo. Buzz! And as expected, the red beam was fired in his direction. If he got down to the ground a moment slower, it'd be his face melting away, instead of a few strands of hair on top of his head. Lying face down on the ground, Jinwoo breathed in and out quite heavily. Hawk, 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 hawk. He nearly died just then. The moment the statue's eyes met his, he thought he was going to die for sure. He somehow did dodge it, but his legs wouldn't stop shaking from the fear. Still, he learned something important just now. It's not attacking someone who's moving around. As long as he was squatting low to the ground, he could go anywhere he wanted to and the statue's eyes would remain still. However, if one stood up, then the red beam would be fired without hesitation. The DMN thing only attacks if we breach a certain height. That was why Jinwoo bet his life on proving this theory right just now. And now, he was sure of it. The meaning behind the first law, that was, Chapter 4, Part 4, The Three Laws. Jinwoo shouted out towards the rest of the hunters. Everyone, their attention shifted towards him in an instant. Jinwoo spoke as he met their gazes. You must kowtow towards the god statue. Hunters began tilting their heads after hearing him. Kowtow. You want us to kowtow to that statue? Hunters exchanged glances with each other, before loudly cussing out at Jinwoo. FCKU. What bullshit are you spewing here? What the hell? How can you say something like that under the current circumstances? Have you lost your mind? Sung Jinwoo. Kim's face became boiling red as he began snorting like a bull. I had no idea you, Mr. Sung, would be like this. If I could move, then I'd have punched you in the face already. Jinwoo bit on his lower lip. 6 of their comrades were killed by the god statue, so, It was rather obvious that the surviving hunters would cuss him out when he told them to kowtow towards that abominable thing. It wasn't hard to understand what these hunters were feeling at the moment, and the most important thing was, he had no logical evidence to back his theory up. He only had his gut feelings. Indeed, that was the only way to describe it. However, "I'll do as you say." That voice came from Jinwoo's back. Everyone's eyes immediately shifted there. It was Mr. Song, effectively the leader of this group. "Mr. Song Agency, you are going to kowtow to that effing statue?" Just as other hunters began to freak out, Song looked straight at Jinwoo. "Young man, you've discovered something, haven't you?" Jinwoo resolutely nodded his head. "Is it your instinct again?" Yes. For the time being. "I see. Just now, 11 people survived thanks to Jinwoo's instincts. Well, with the death of Mr. Ju, there were 10 now, but still, if it was Jinwoo's instincts, then wouldn't it be worth believing it at least once more?" That's what Song thought. When Song knelt down and kowtowed towards the god statue, the mood had become solemn and silent. He's really doing it. Seizing upon this opportunity, Jinwoo shouted out once more, "Everyone, I beg of you, please kneel before the god statue. We might be able to get out of here alive. Might be able to get out alive." The impact those simple words carried was quite explosive. "We might live? We can get out of here?" With just one kowtow, the hesitant hunters began to plop down to the ground, as if they were really kowtowing. The number of them performing the act gradually increased. In the end, even the complaining Kim bowed his head towards the statue. However, there was no visible change to the god statue. Indeed, those chilling red lights still shone from the eyes of the statue. Jinwoo felt his heart go cold. Was I wrong? It was here that his gaze shifted to Juhua next to him. No matter how generous one was, it was difficult to describe her posture of squatting on the ground shivering, while holding her head in her hands as her kowtowing. What if? Jinwoo carefully grasped Juhua's wrist. She raised her head like a scared cat. Seeing her, Jinwoo wordlessly nodded his head. Only then did she relax her muscle somewhat. With that, Jinwoo was able to slowly change her posture. Done. There was only one person remaining now, and that would be him. Jinwoo knelt down towards the god statue, placed his hands on the ground, and slowly lowered his head. Finally, something began to change. Hunters who had noticed the change first raised their voices. "The god statue. Look at the statue." Its eyes, the red light buzzing in its eyes, was gradually weakening. "What the hell? Is this really going to work?" Eventually, the red light completely vanished. Oh, hunters began rejoicing loudly. "The red light is gone. We made it." The excited hunters began standing up one at a time. Even then, the statue didn't fire the red beam. Jinwoo belatedly raised his head and spat out a sigh of relief. Phew. Just as he suspected, this chamber operated strictly within the set regulations. If that's the case, then, this game was far from over. 2 more laws still remained. The second law, exalt the god, and the third law, prove one's piety. It was then, rumble, accompanied by a goosebump-inducing noise. The entire chamber began to shake. Jinwoo's expression hardened immediately. As I thought, his suspicions proved to be correct once more. Things were only getting started. The humongous god statue was slowly rising up from the stone throne. Hunters were hugging each other while shedding tears of joy until then, but when they realized this turn of events, they all froze up like statues themselves. What the hell? It wasn't over yet. This can't be. None of them could articulate what they wanted to say. Despair rapidly dyed their expressions. Soon, the god statue completely stood up from the throne. The creature swept its gaze around once, and began walking towards the hunters. Thud. Every time the god statue stepped on the ground, the whole world seemed to shake. Thud. It was so tall that its head was almost scraping against the chamber's indescribably high ceiling. Thud. Even when the hunters were overwhelmed by the statue's sheer size, The thing was gradually closing its distance to them. Mr. Sung Jinwoo, what can we do? The hunters who were cussing at Jinwoo only a short while ago hurriedly began crowding around him. Is there a way out of this? Say something. All these adults were forming tearful expressions as if they'd start breaking down in sobs and wails very soon. Currently, Jinwoo was their only hope. Jinwoo helped the frozen stiff Juhu up from the ground and began talking about the second law, exalt the god. That's the key. Wait, isn't that? Kim suddenly butted in as if he knew something others didn't. Isn't that what's written on the slate? Correct. Worship the god, exalt the god, and finally, prove your piety. We need to satisfy all three laws. Jinwoo began speaking faster and faster. Why? The god statue was already a stone's throw away from them. Thud. Everyone's complexion paled as the gigantic shadow loomed over them. Let me try something. A young male hunter who usually kept to himself suddenly took a step forward. What are you trying to do? I've been in a church choir. I'm confident if it's about exalting something. The young hunter slowly stepped forward towards the statue while disregarding the dissuasion of Kim. He regulated his breathing while looking up at the god statue before he took a large gulp of air. I come to you, Lord. His clear voice began reverberating within the chamber. Renew my faith once more. Bless me with your grace, Lord. The statue stopped its march in front of the singing hunter. Oh. Hunters began gasping out in elation. The god statue didn't move from the spot as if it was absorbed by the singing. All the other noises in the room vanished. Only the young man's voice could be heard in the chamber's interior. The young hunter was encouraged by this and carried on. All the weakness found in me, through your love, I shall overcome. Among the hunters, only Jinwoo was shuddering from this ominous sensation filling him up. This is wrong. Jinwoo swallowed up his words several times. The chamber featured its own set of rules, but the young hunter was exalting the god statue with the rule of Christianity, not with the rules of this chamber. Thankfully, the statue wasn't moving, but could singing that hymn qualify as upholding the rules? Jinwoo shook his head. The only reason why he didn't say anything was solely because he couldn't think of a better way to stop the god statue himself. It was right then. Thud. The weighty noise reverberated throughout the chamber. The female hunter screamed at the top of her lungs. When the stone statue lifted its leg up, bloody mess of what used to be the young hunter could be found on the ground as well as on the bottom of its foot. Other hunters began screaming in panic and shock, too. The face of the statue, emotionless until then, was now crumpled in pure rage. It's angry. Run away. Hunters dispersed away from the statue in a hurry. Unfortunately for the female hunter, she lost her reasoning and stood on the spot while screaming loudly after personally witnessing the death of the young male hunter. Kayak. minute. Jinwoo was running away while carrying Juhu in his arms, but he turned around so he could go and help that woman out. But then, Song stopped the youth. It's too late. As if slapping a fly down, the god statue slammed its palm down at the female hunter. Slam. Cuck. Jinwoo inadvertently shifted his gaze away. It was a truly gruesome sight and he couldn't bear to watch it unfold. There is no time to waste like this. Are you planning to let this girl die, too? Song's words sobered Jinwoo up in an instant. It was as he said. Thud. Thud. Help me. The statue was not walking around anymore. No. It was actually running around and stepping on the humans it found nearby. Whenever the thing stepped on the ground, the entire chamber shook around. Hard. Thud. Jinwoo gritted his teeth and began running again. Juhua squeezed her eyes shut and held on to him for her dear life. Let's split up. Yes. Thinking that moving around together was dangerous, Jinwoo and Song ran in separate directions. Jinwoo made sure to run towards the furthest corner from the frenzied god statue. However, there was another hunter who had arrived there before he did. It was Mr. Park. Park was running with everything he had. Tears formed on the edges of his eyes when he recalled his family. Sob. Back home, a son who resembled him so much and a wife pregnant with their second child was waiting for him. He couldn't die here. Not like this. Perhaps because he ran with everything he had, He was able to run the furthest away from the statue out of everyone here. Pant, pant, as Park tried to control his heavy breathing in the corner. His friend Kim urgently shouted at him, "Mr. Park." Park raised his head after hearing the familiar voice. "Yeah?" Kim pointed at the spot behind Park and cried out, "You're back, look behind you." It was then, something sharp gleamed coldly behind Mr. Park. Slice. Park was sliced in half from the top of his head right down to his groin. His cleanly cut two halves fell to the ground. Park. The stone statue that killed Park with its great sword returned to its position as if nothing had happened, exactly like how the doorkeeper did before. Kim began tearing up after witnessing this scene. "You sons of beaches!" Thud, thud, behind him. The humongous god statue was stepping on and killing humans one at the time, and if you ran towards the corner in order to avoid it, then the stone statues located there would start attacking you. My arm. The interior of the chamber swiftly fell into chaos. Hawk. Cold sweat dripped down from Jinwoo's forehead. His legs were getting heavier. His breathing was getting rougher and rougher. However, his head was filled with only one chain of thought. Exalt the god, exalt the god, exalt the god. The words of the second law circulated in his brain non-stop. The key to unraveling this mystery definitely existed within this chamber. Something within this chamber that they could use. However, when the hunters first entered this place, they had searched every nook and cranny, but didn't find a single contraption nor things that might be some kind of tools. No. Back then or now, the only things here that can move are the stone statues. It was then, a thought raced past Jinwoo's brain just then. Only things moving in here are the statues? Minute. Jinwoo's eyes widened. Why haven't I thought of that before? If the only things that could move were the stone statues, then the only thing he could use had to be them, too. These statues activated when humans got near them, meaning he had to take advantage of this rule. What if, even though he was running short of breath, Jinwoo roared out loud enough to shake the entire chamber? Run towards the statues holding musical instruments. Chapter 5. All the hunters still alive heard Jinwoo's voice! Instruments? A ray of hope found its way into the eyes of the hunters, quite different to back when he told them to kowtow. Everyone moved unbelievably quickly. If Jinwoo was wrong about this, then as soon as arriving near one, they would be killed by the stone statues holding the musical instruments. However, no one here questioned Jinwoo's words. Song was the first one to arrive in front of a statue carrying a musical instrument. Song controlled his heavy breathing and raised his head to look at the statue, and as if it was a lie, the fingers of the statue moved and strummed on the harp. Cling, clang, a beautiful melody flowed out. "It's working." Hurry to the statues with instruments. Hunters ran towards the nearest correct statues in hurried footsteps. The statue with a trumpet began blowing it triumphantly. One with a flute began playing with it. The one holding the lyre strummed on its strings. Hawk. While sensing the approach of his physical limit, Kim somehow arrived in front of the statue that held a bazooka and plopped down to the ground. I don't know what this bazooka could be. Ed as is from the raw, Ed, probably either a bazooka or a bouzouki, both from the 1900s. Tiring. As soon as the statue began playing the instrument, the god statue stopped chasing after Kim. He must have been overcome with emotions, because Kim then began shedding tears while he stayed down on his knees. Sob. Meanwhile, the god statue turned around. The creature searched around and soon enough, found its next prey. God damn it! Jinwoo spat out a cuss as his gaze met the god statues. He then began running hard. So hard that his heart might explode. His back was already soaked through in sweat. Why isn't it working? Jinwoo's resentful glare landed on the stone statue in front of him. The statue holding a drum showed no signs of moving at all. Thud. The god statue closed in with frightening speed. He was practically on the other side of the chamber from the DMN thing. Yet the distance between the two shortened in no time at all. Jinwoo swallowed down his saliva. Could it be that the statue won't play because there are two people here? Me and Miss Juho. He couldn't think of anything else. Why? Because Other statues were playing music just fine as soon as Hunter stood in front of it. There is no time to think anymore. Jinwoo put Juhua down and got ready to run to somewhere else. Mr. Jinwoo, still terrified out of her mind. Juhua clung onto Jinwoo's sleeve. Jinwoo calmly whispered in her ear, "We'll both die if we stay together." Tears began forming on Juhua's eyes. Her fingers trembled as they held onto his clothes. Unfortunately, there was no time to explain to her in detail. Jinwoo carefully pried her hand away and began running in the opposite direction as hard as he could. Boom, boom, boom. When he glanced back, the statue behind Juhua began beating its drum in a slow but steady rhythm. What a relief. There was only one thing remaining now, to run to the other statue without getting killed. Only Jinwoo hadn't received the protection of the music-playing statues. Quite obviously, the rage of the god statue was solely directed to Jinwoo and him alone. Jinwoo did his best to avoid the foot of the thing that rivaled a building in size and crossed the room in a hurry. Thud, thud. He fell and rolled around, but still, he somehow managed to avoid getting flattened by the god statue's foot. Hawk. He might only have been a rank E, but he was still a close combat type hunter, so his physique came in handy in situations like this. Just a little bit further, a bit more. Jinwoo kept an eye out on the god statue's movements and ran even harder. His speed increased, and when the distance remaining between him and the stone statue was mere a dozen feet. "No, that's the wrong one." Mr. Song cried out to him. Jinwoo had been paying attention to the god statue only. He was stunned by the shout and hurriedly turned his head to take a look at his front. Ah, it's not a statue with an instrument? He belatedly realized that the thing that looked like a musical instrument from afar was actually a shield, instead, and sure enough, the statue mercilessly stabbed down with its shield. Hawk! Jinwoo hurriedly threw himself to the side. Juhua screamed. Jinwoo rolled on the ground, and when he came to a stop, he raised his head to see the god statue standing right in front of his nose. It's one thing after another. His forehead must have been torn from him rolling on the ground, because blood was flowing down and blurred his vision. His view was restricted and he couldn't look too far away. Jinwoo quickly searched around his vicinity. An instrument. However, no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't see a single statue holding an instrument nearby. Meanwhile, the god statue raised its leg over Jinwoo's position. Hawk! Thud! Jinwoo threw himself again and somehow avoided the foot of the statue again. But he had reached his limit. A powerful dizziness was assaulting him, and for some reason, he couldn't even balance himself. Please, if there was a real god, he thought that he'd start praying right about now. It was then Jinwoo spotted a stone statue that held neither a weapon or a musical instrument. Is that? Jinwoo decided to bet everything on that statue. He crawled on the ground and arrived in front of the statue in question. He then managed to flip his body around and lie down on the ground so he could see the god statue. He no longer had any energy to move. Pant. Jinwoo stared at the approaching god statue and continued to roughly breathe in and out. The expression of the god statue was far more contorted compared to before, as if it got infuriated further by Jinwoo's continued evasion. The god statue now stopped in front of Jinwoo. Seeing a creature as big as a high-rise blocking his entire view, Jinwoo felt like he couldn't breathe anymore. Pant. Did it think he was nothing more than a cornered rat? The god statue simply looked down at him and didn't do anything else. This is the end. Jinwoo sensed his own unavoidable death approaching closer after looking straight into the eyes of the god statue. However, woo, from somewhere behind him, a beautiful and otherworldly voice came out. Jinwoo turned his head around to see what was going on. Woo. The lips of the stone statue holding a book moved, and whenever they did, a divine song flowed out and filled the interior of the massive chamber. Woo. The crumpled expression of the god statue slowly reverted back to the emotionless state. Soon, all those horrifyingly contorted facial muscles of the statue smoothed out. When the song of the stone statues came to its eventual end, the god statue turned around. Then, just how other stone statues had done until now, it returned to its throne and settled down as if things that happened until now were nothing but a lie. thud, the noise of the god statue sitting down on the throne resounded throughout the chamber. Pant, barely, made it. A thin smile formed on Jinwoo's lips. Meanwhile, Juhui began running from her position at the far end of the chamber. Mr. Jinwoo. She ran with all her might and knelt down next to him as tears streamed down on her face. What can I do? What am I supposed to? She summoned all of her magical energy and activated her healing magic. However, nothing seemed to improve. The dispersed hunters gathered around Jinwoo one by one. Every single one of them carried a dark expression. What, Mr. Jinwoo? Even then, only Juhui was crying in sorrow. Why was everyone acting like this? Jinwoo's lips bubbled up and down. He wanted to ask what was going on, but he couldn't really summon forth his own voice. Sensing that he had no choice, he tried to prop himself up. Then, he noticed the pool of blood around his lower torso. Only then did he belatedly realize the change to his body. Below his right knee was gone. Jinwoo's eyes reflexively shifted toward the stone statue holding the shield. He then saw the trail of blood clearly visible on the end of the shield, and the rest of his right leg was just below that. Drip, drip, drops of blood started falling from Juhui's nose. That was the sign of her reaching the limits of her physical stamina. The healing magic from a rank B healer was unable to recover missing limbs. Meaning, what she was doing was basically pouring water into a broken jug. Her stamina rapidly bottomed out in the end. It's fine now, Miss Juhui. You can stop. I'm going to heal you. I'll fix you as good as new. Hunters stared at the two of them while forming miserable expressions. Out of the 17 who initially entered this chamber, only 6 remain now. And from this group of 6, 2 of them had suffered horrible, grievous wounds. Song had lost his arm, while Jinwoo lost his leg. They might have survived, but none of them felt like rejoicing at the moment. It was then, yet another strange noise rocked the chamber. Rumble, the middle of the temple, where that strange magic formation could be found, suddenly rose up above the ground. Jinwoo inwardly thought that it had finally come. Prove your piety, is it? He already had a rough idea as to what those words could mean. Part 5. Final trial. The circular magic formation in the center of the temple began rising up noisily and only stopped after reaching the height of a couple of steps. An altar. Hunters displayed alert reactions as soon as Jinwoo muttered out, "An altar." He just said it's an altar. The person who had rescued them from the 2 preceding crises was not some high-ranked hunter, but Ranky Jinwoo, who used to be the butt of their jokes most of the time. If it weren't for Mr. Sung, all of us would have been. Hunters were thinking this exact same thought. Under the current circumstances, Jinwoo's words were their lifeline. And now, that Jinwoo had muttered out a word altar, Kim always was quick on the uptake, and so, he caught on to the meaning first before anyone else had the chance to do so. I get it now. I see how it is. Kim then unsheathed the sword hanging on his hips. Now originally, this weapon would be used to cut various monsters down, but for now, it'd have to be utilized for a different purpose altogether. Even if I'm a dumb bastard, I can more or less get what you're trying to say here. Hunters nervously swallowed their saliva while looking at the sharp, coldly gleaming blade. Oya, Mr. Kim, why are you pulling your sword out like that? Why don't we talk about this first? Let's talk first. The highest ranked member among the group, Rank C Hunter Song, was heavily injured, meaning there was no one here that could potentially stop Kim, who boasted a pretty powerful set of skills himself even within the D rank. Kim pointed towards the altar with his sword. The final law, prove your piety, and there's an altar appearing out of nowhere in the middle of this place. Kim's gaze then shifted to Jinwoo. So, aren't we supposed to offer up a sacrifice, Mr. Sung? Jinwoo slowly nodded his head. That was what the youth thought as well. One of the surviving 6 had to act as a sacrifice. That's what the last law probably meant. Jinwoo came to this conclusion. He sensed more disturbance and raised his head, and realized that the eyes of Mr. Kim as he approached closer did not look friendly at all. A long sweat drop glided down Jinwoo's forehead. Ajasi, what? You, young man, don't say anything and be still. Kim angrily shouted out and pointed his sword at Mr. Song, who was squatting next to Jinwoo in order to check out the youth's condition. Just who was it that dragged us to this place? Wasn't it this guy? Yes, it was Mr. Song. So, don't you think it's only right for Mr. Song to take the ultimate responsibility? Jesse. Jinwoo tried to get up in a fit of anger, but then, Song's hand that resembled the bark of an aged tree stopped the youth. Jinwoo looked at Song in disbelief. Song wordlessly shook his head. His eyes were pleading with Jinwoo, asking the youth to not say anything else. Of course, Jinwoo had lots of things to say, but he kept them down for now. Song slowly raised his body up. What Mr. Kim said is right. I should take the blame for today. Old man, I guess we are now finally on the same page. Kim used the tip of his sword to point towards the altar. If you get it now, then let's get going already. Over 10 people died here because of you, old man. Chapter 6. One of the dead hunters today happened to be Mr. Park, a personal friend to Mr. Kim. Exploring the dual dungeon was decided with the vote involving everyone, but Kim had already erased that memory off his head after losing much of his reasoning. Mr. Song spoke to Kim. I'd like to walk on my own volition, so can you put the sword away? Of course. Kim refused right away. How can I trust you, old man? Stop wasting time and start moving already. Song sighed softly under his breath and walked towards the altar. Kim pointed his sword at the older man's back and followed on afterwards. Jinwoo bit his lower lip while watching the two men walk away. This isn't the fault of Mr. Song. More than half of the group agreed to do it together. Just because things had gone south, blaming Song for everything was simply too cowardly, he thought. But Jinwoo unfortunately did not possess enough strength to stop Kim here. Kim, thought to be one of the best among the rank D, and Sung Jinwoo, easily the worst of the rank E. The difference in their strengths was all too clear for him to see. Not only that, Jinwoo had even lost a leg. If he tried to confront Kim as he was now, there was a chance that him and even Juhua, who had been focusing solely on healing him, could meet with disaster. Jinwoo squeezed his eyes shut. He never hated his own powerlessness as much as he did today. In the meantime, Song had stepped up on the raised altar. Suddenly, a red flame lit up near the outer perimeter of the altar. As soon as he did, everyone nervously swallowed their saliva and observed the unfolding situation carefully. However, nothing else happened. Just a single flame came to life, and that was it. They waited for a while, but there was no visible change at all. Not only Kim, but everyone else got flustered by this situation. Kim quickly turned his head and spoke to Jinwoo. Look here, Mr. Sung. This wasn't it. Jinwoo also shook his head. Even he too thought that once a person chosen as the sacrifice stepped up on the altar, the third law of prove one's piety would be completed. It's not about offering up a sacrifice. If so, then it was not necessarily bad news. If the law was not about sacrifices, then it meant Mr. Song could still saved. Jinwoo's expression brightened somewhat. He sweated bucket loads as he tried to stand up, and two hunters nearby quickly lent their assistance. Please take me closer to the altar so I can study it. Mr. Jinwoo, your injuries are. Juhu also got up from her spot to follow after Jinwoo. Her complexion was rather pale after expending too much of her magical energy, but because she had worked so hard, Jinwoo's blood loss had been temporarily halted and the pain he felt was reduced to a barely noticeable degree. I gotta hurry up. The current condition of Juhua, Kim's boiling rage, Song's injuries, and the frightened hunters, he didn't have a lot of time here. Jinwoo eventually arrived at the altar with the help from other hunters. Let's climb up on the altar. The two hunters flinched from his statement, but they trusted Jinwoo and stepped up. Then, 3 more flames lit up. Right away, Jinwoo's eyes gleamed brightly. It's the same number as the people on the altar. Mr. Song and Jinwoo, plus 2 others who helped the youth. Indeed, the flames lit up to match the number of people standing on the altar. And it kind of looked like that these 4 flames were drawing a circle outside the altar. If I take into consideration the space between the flames, 2 more will complete the circle. It seemed that all the remaining people had to climb up on the altar for something, anything, To get started, Jinwoo turned his head to ask Song, "If we wait here, do you think other hunters will come to rescue us?" Song shook his head. "Today is the 7th day since the gate showed up. These things will start moving first before the help arrives. Because it's a gate ranked D, I see that it's been left alone for far too long." Well, that's how the association operates, isn't it? A gate would open up fully after the 7th day. The real meaning of a raid was to kill the dungeon's boss monster and therefore close the gate before that happened. When failing to do so, the monsters trapped in the dungeons would be set free from the dungeon and they would be able to roam the outside world. Jinwoo looked behind him. The giant god statue was still looking down on them with an overbearing, arrogant expression from its throne. If that thing manages to go outside, then the ensuing chaos would be unimaginable. Of course, before that happened, hunters coming to this chamber to rescue them would all be killed by the statues first. He was now sure of the fact that they could not wait here forever. Jinwoo called out to Juhu and Kim, "Both of you, climb up." Juhu stepped up on the altar first. The hesitant Kim also followed suit soon afterwards. 2 more flames lit up and the circle was now complete. And then, hunters were grandly stunned by what happened next. What the hell? What's going on here? As Jinwoo had suspected, yet another change took place. It's coming. From the outermost edge of the altar, small blue flames floated upwards and began drawing a circle of their own as well. There looked to be at least 30 of these blue flames, placed real tightly next to each other. 34. 35. 36. Jinwoo quickly counted them all as the blue flames completed the circle and he realized that there were 36 of them. The 6 red flames that lit up to match the number of people, and the 36 blue flames that appeared outside them. What could be the significance behind that number? It was then, clang, without a warning, the resolutely shut door suddenly opened up wide. Hunters reflexively flinched. They all wanted so bad to run towards the wide open doorway. But having seen the final moments of the choir boy hunter, they found it hard to take the first step. If one tried to be the first, just who knew what might happen to them? Everyone's gaze fixed on Jinwoo as if to demand an answer from him. However, Jinwoo's lips remained tightly shut. He couldn't come up with a guess at the moment. He didn't know whether the open door was a trap, or they were now allowed to go out after they upheld the final law successfully. Too bad for him. Just as everyone was looking at Jinwoo, a horrifying noise filled up the entire chamber. Creak, creak. The heads of all 6 hunters quickly snapped around to look. What was that? It's coming closer. Those DMN things are all moving now. Hunters' breathing quickened in an instant. The stone statues that had only moved when a person got near were now several steps closer to the group. Jinwoo only needed a short moment to figure out what happened. Of course, no. The statues didn't move. It's the plinths below them that moved. That horrifying screech from earlier on most likely came from the plinths beneath the statues grating against the stone floor. They are not moving anymore? Kim wiped the droplets of sweat on his forehead as he spoke. While everyone was still staring at the statues, Jinwoo's focus was on the blue flames. They had been going out one by one, and 3 of them had flickered out of existence already. Kriak. Hearing that screech, someone cried out. What was that? Where did it come from? Jinwoo quickly raised his head. The noise had come from his general direction. The stone statues facing him had moved a little bit closer. Why only my side? Was it because he looked at somewhere else briefly? In order to confirm, Jinwoo closed his eyes. The noise resounded out again. Kriak. As soon as he opened his eyes, the noise stopped. What the FCK is going on here? What are we supposed to do about this? Jinwoo quickly shouted at others. Don't take your eyes off the statues, no matter what. When he thought about it, he realized that the statues first began moving closer to the group when others were busy looking at him. They creep closer when we are not looking at them. It was right then, another blue flame disappeared. However, there was still no discernible change to either the group or the statues. Could it be? Cautiously raising his arm, Jinwoo did his best not to take his eyes off the statues while checking the time with his wristwatch. As I thought, at an interval of 1 minute, A blue flame was being extinguished. The blue flames are the timer. It was quite likely that one of the main points of the third law was to stay within the altar until all 36 blue flames died out. In other words, as long as everyone was keeping close watch on the statues, they'd be safe. It was quite possible that no one had to die at this final huddle. Wanting to be more accurate about the remaining time, Jinwoo began recounting the number of blue flames once more. There are 30 remaining. They only needed to endure 30 more minutes. Unfortunately, Jinwoo made a huge mistake. Just then, while he was counting the number of blue flames, his eyes wandered away for a brief moment, and that resulted in the statues creeping closer. Creak, the man standing on the opposite side screamed and ran towards the door. He simply couldn't hold on any longer as the horrifying screeching noise coming from his back frightened him so much. As soon as he left the altar, one of the red flames disappeared. No, Jinwoo cried out urgently. However, the man running as if he had gone crazy escaped through the open doorway without meeting a grisly fate, which took everyone by surprise. What the hell? Mr. Sung, what's going on? That guy made it out alive, Kim shouted out, flustered. Jinwoo was standing with his back to the doorway so he couldn't really tell what was going on. Did something change? The door has closed just a little. The door's closing? No, number. After that guy left, the door moved a little bit, but then stopped. Jinwoo then recalled one of the red flames disappearing as soon as that man left the altar. God damn it! He immediately felt his heart go cold. One of the questions that he couldn't quite figure out until now as he stood on top of this altar finally had an answer. How could standing on an altar be a proof of one's piety? Indeed, he now had the answer to this quandary, and that answer was probably the worst one for Jinwoo, who had only one leg now and needed others' help just to keep his balance. That open doorway was a trap, a false hope right in front of one's eyes. If people saw the open door and climbed off the altar at the same time, the red flames would have gone out and the doorway would be closed shut again. And then, the banquet of raining blood and screams would inevitably follow next. On the other hand, the altar was the proverbial promised land. If each one did what they had to do in their positions until the timer ran out, then their survival would be guaranteed. So, it was between the false hope right in front of one's eyes, or the unseen promise of salvation. The third law was a test to see if one could defend one's position without falling into the sweet temptation over yonder while constantly being under the encroaching threat of death. However, two flies in the ointment happened in this situation. The first one was Jinwoo. Originally, the remaining group of people would have ran straight for the open door, but they stopped first to listen to what Jinwoo had to say, and that helped them avoid the trap being sprung in the first place. We got lucky there. Indeed, that had to be the only explanation. Such a thing was only possible because Jinwoo managed to figure out the first two laws all by himself and earned the trust of others. Unfortunately for him, the second fly also happened, something he didn't foresee. A deserter had appeared among their midst. How would human beings react when there was a hope of survival right in front of their eyes? It was way too obvious. The man helping Jinwoo up abandoned the youth and bolted as well. Song hurriedly reached out and propped Jinwoo up from his back. Poof! When that man left the altar, yet another red flame disappeared, and as expected, the door closed a little bit more. Creak. Huh? Kim dazedly pointed at the second deserter. But just like the first person to abandon them, he too safely escaped past the doorway. Jinwoo confirmed the number of remaining red flames and shouted out, "We must not move any more than this, then it'll be the end." Chapter 7. Front, back, left, and right. In order to secure all four directions, 4 people were the bare minimum required: Jinwoo himself, Juhua, Mr. Song, and finally, Mr. Kim. A single person leaving now would result in a gap within the field of vision. Kim wiped the sweat off his forehead and asked urgently, "Mr. Sung, just what is going on here? Explain it to me properly." "We'll make it as long as we wait here, only until all the blue flames are extinguished." Jinwoo spat out everything he had deduced so far. Kim nodded his head as his ears perked up. Jinwoo quickly ended his explanation and added one more thing at the end. "Remember, Everyone here can get out of here alive. The laws of this chamber always left open a path for one's survival. The final law would not deviate from that. Jinwoo was certain of no one else needing to die as long as the remaining people trusted each other. Too bad. Kim's thoughts were quite different from the youth's. The older hunter asked hesitantly, "Look here, Mr. Sung. You could be right on this one, but could the door close shut instead when the timer runs out?" Jinwoo couldn't answer that one. He came to his conclusion after considering several variables, but until the result was in, he couldn't be 100% certain of anything. However, what Kim wanted was a definite assurance, rather than an uncertain promise of everyone's survival. The definite survival of his own self had proved to be far more alluring in the end. "I'm sorry about this, but I don't think I can stay here anymore." Sorry. With that parting word, Kim stepped down from the altar. He then ignored Jinwoo's urgent calling and ran towards the door. He stopped and looked for a brief moment just outside the door, but Kim did not step back inside the chamber again. Jinwoo gritted his teeth. God damn it. He had saved the lives of others, but what he got in return was definitely not something like gratefulness or friendship. His entire body shuddered from the pain of betrayal. Just as he suspected, as soon as Kim had abandoned them, a gap within the surveillance had been created. It was impossible for 3 people to guard all 4 directions, and so the statues positioned in the blind spots began creeping closer to the altar. Creak, creak. The encirclement of the stone statue was gradually tightening. Song took a look around and then spoke to Jinwoo and Juhua. "Both of you, you should leave now." His voice was full of resignation. Jinwoo looked at the old man. "But, just as Kim had said, I was the one who dragged us all in here. If someone has to remain behind, then it'd be only right that I'm the one. But, still, you two with a better future ahead of you should be the ones to survive today." Song began smiling. Then, he was thinking of these 2 young people's hearts as they would have to abandon him here. Jinwoo helplessly nodded his head. He was uncomfortable about this whole thing, but there was no time left to argue back and forth who should remain in here. Song then tried to ask Juhua to take care of Jinwoo. "Miss Juhua, can you help out Mr. Sung here for a bit?" "Why yes." However, just as she was about to prop him up, Juhua plopped down to the floor. Juhua tried to get up, but then, tears began forming around the edges of her eyes. "My legs. I can't move my legs." Both the expressions of Jinwoo and Mr. Song hardened in an instant. Juhua's current physical condition did look terrible even from a casual glance. Her lips were in the shade of pale blue, while her entire body continued to tremble ever so imperceptibly. She was suffering from the side effects of overusing her magic energy when she was already at her physical limit. "Because she tried to heal my leg." Jinwoo felt his chest tighten and couldn't say anything. However, they really didn't have any time left now. Creak. The stone statues were relentlessly approaching them without a moment of rest even now. Jinwoo shoved Song's hand away and plopped down to the ground himself. Seeing this, Song's eyes grew wider. "Why, young man?" Jinwoo spoke up with a determined expression on his face. Please take Juhua and get out of this place." "I told you, I'll be the one staying behind." "In that case, who's going to help Juhua?" It was pretty much impossible for him to take Juhua, who couldn't even stand properly, and leave through the door within the time limit. Of course, there was the other choice of abandoning Juhua behind, as well. However, Juhua had saved his life several times already, and the only reason why she was in this state was because she tried to help him with all her might. He definitely did not want to suffer the guilty conscience of abandoning such a person behind in this god-forsaken place. "There is no time left. Please leave now." Song's expression remained hardened as he helped Juhua up. She shook her head desperately while tears streamed down on her face. "No, you can't. Mr. Jinwoo can still survive, you know. Let me." "I promised to buy you a dinner, didn't I?" Jinwoo pulled out the Ranki magic crystal from his pocket and placed it in her hand. "Please, use this and enjoy one on me. When I get out of here, I'll be coming around to collect the change." You see, a smile formed on Jinwoo's face. prompting Juhua to cry out in anger. "How can you crack a joke in this situation, Mr. Jinwoo?" It was at this moment that Jinwoo signaled to Mr. Song with a nod. The older man then lightly chopped on the back of Juhua's neck. With that, Juhua lost her consciousness. Song picked up the unconscious girl and placed her over his shoulder. "I'm really sorry about this. This is my choice, so it's fine." Mr. Song bowed his head to Jinwoo. With that goodbye, Song quickly left the altar. During the time the three of them were chatting, the statues had arrived at the proverbial stone's throw away. Jinwoo got on his knees and took several deep breaths. Phew-woo, phew-woo. He spotted the sword Kim had left behind next to him, so he reached out and picked it up. Now that it had come down to this, I'll take at least one down with me. When he looked behind him, Jinwoo saw Mr. Song safely leaving through the doorway with unconscious Juhua still perched upon his shoulder. What a relief that was. Only I'll die here now. He wasn't doing this because of some noble determination to sacrifice himself or anything like that. No, there certainly was an element of him calculating the best possible outcome in his decision. Even if he survived and got out of here today, he would have to live as a cripple for the rest of his life. Obviously, carrying on as a hunter would be impossible then, and it was also questionable whether he'd be able to live normally as well. He was only a high school graduate, and since he didn't have any discernible job skills, he simply didn't have too many options left to put food on the table. Mom's hospital fees. And my sister's school fees, too. If that were the case, then he might as well make sure his family would receive a better compensation from the association, even if it was just a single cent more. Was the compensation paid out to the family members 300 million won or 400, when one dies during a raid? TL, between $267,000 and $356,000. That was a huge amount for a worthless life of a ranky hunter. Creak, clang. Finally, the statues arrived. The first one to arrive climbed up on the altar. Jinwoo glared at it and lifted the sword up. Unfortunately, the expected attack didn't come from the front, but his back. Stab. A long spear penetrated into Jinwoo's back and exited out of his chest. Cock. Jinwoo spat out a mouthful of blood. An unimaginable amount of pain rushed in like a tsunami wave. If you were stabbed a couple of inches higher, you'd have a hole in your heart by now. Juhua's nagging he heard only a few hours ago slipped past his mind like a scene from a revolving lantern. The stone statue lifted up the spear. Jinwoo was lifted up along into the air, still pierced through by that spear. He only got to struggle for a brief moment, though, because the statue slammed him down on the altar. Slam. Cock. Sounds of bones breaking could be heard from all corners of his body. He shrunk away from the intense pain. As he began trembling, the stone statues slowly surrounded him. They formed a encirclement around him. Jinwoo raised his head and glared at them, his entire being shuddering non-stop. I don't want to die like this. Now that he was facing his final moments, tears pooled on his eyes. He recalled the faces of his family. He even recalled the face of Juhua, her face full of anxiety and worry for his safety. I don't want to die. He didn't want to end his short 24 years of life in this place. Step. The stone statue wielding a sword took a step closer without a hint of emotion. Then, it raised its sword up high. Even though he was shaking hard, Jinwoo did not avert his gaze away from this beast. Finally, the statue's sword slashed down. Swish. Only if I had one more chance. Jinwoo's eyes shot open wider. It happened then, as effects for the statue's movements suddenly stopping. As if someone had pressed the pause button, the scarily fast-moving sword suddenly stopped in midair. No, that wasn't actually correct. It hadn't stopped at all. It simply had slowed down so much that he ended up thinking that way. 1 millimeter in 1 minute? It was very slow, but the sword was still definitely coming down. What's going on here? Jinwoo couldn't hide his astonishment. It was then, a voice of a female he had never heard of before resounded within his head. Completion requirements for the secret quest. The courage of the powerless has been met. Secret quest completion requirements were met. Jinwoo couldn't understand any of that. No, hang on a minute. Besides all that, where did that voice come from? Too bad for him. The voice ignored Jinwoo's questions and continued on regardless. You have acquired the rights to become a player. Will you accept? He had acquired the right? Accept what? Exactly? Sounds like I'll be given something. He grew up dirt poor since his childhood, so he had never refused freebies until now. However, that was a story for when he was still alive. What use was there for free stuff when he was dead? When Jinwoo hesitated and didn't answer, the voice in his head asked again as if to urge him on. There is not enough time left for you to make your decision. Your heart will cease functioning precisely 0.02 seconds after you refuse to accept. Will you accept? He couldn't tell whether he was hallucinating or not, but he still got to figure out that he was only a moment away from dying for good. He finally spotted countless other weapons headed in his direction, beside that DMN sword. That was how. Now that the things had devolved to such a degree, he might as well. If you're giving it to me, then just give it to me already. There was no need to utter anything out at all. He simply thought about it in his head. Even then, the voice of the female replied to him immediately. Congratulations on becoming a player. Flash. A blinding light suddenly wrapped around Jinwoo's body, and at the same time, he lost his consciousness. Part 6. Penalty. He opened his eyes. He saw a white ceiling, and his nose stung from the odor of disinfectants. He also felt the sensation of a hard mattress against his back. Jinwoo immediately recognized where he was. A hospital. Ever since he met the rank B healer, Juhua, the frequency of him staying in one had decreased somewhat, but still, hospitals were familiar places for Jinwoo, just as he'd be with a local convenience store. So much so that he even heard a rumor of there being a special seat reserved for himself at the Hunter's Hospital, too. Jinwoo raised his upper torso up. He then placed his hand on his chest and felt the vibrations coming from there. His heart was beating without a problem. I survived? It wasn't only that, though. Unlike before, his entire being felt light and airy. He'd be feeling heavy-headed and fatigued whenever he woke up from a hospital bed. But it was a different story now. No, it was as if he had woken up in his own bed after a night of a good rest. What's going on? This shouldn't have been possible when he thought back to the moments before he lost his consciousness. A sword was falling on his head right before his eyes. Even if he got lucky and the sword missed, he was still surrounded by countless scary enemies. Those DMN things were strong enough to give the assault team formed solely from the rank A, no, rank S hunters a genuinely hard time. But I came out of that situation alive? Was he dreaming things, then? Fortunately, there was a good way of confirming it for himself. Jinwoo pulled away the blanket covering him. If that situation had been real, then his leg would still be gone, and if he had been dreaming, then his leg would be. You've finally woken up. Chapter 8. Jinwoo was surprised by the weighty voice coming from the corner of the hospital room, and hurriedly turned his head to look. I apologize if we took you by surprise. Unfortunately, we are unable to wait any longer. Two men kitted out in black business suits approached Jinwoo's bed. The youth tilted his head and asked them, "Who are you?" He had never seen these two's faces before. One of them with the close-cropped hair like a soldier and wearing a pair of sunglasses presented him with a business card. "This is who we are." Jinwoo received the business card and read what was written on it. Woo Jin Kial, the section chief of the Monitoring Division, the Korean Hunters Association. The Monitoring Division was the only department in the Hunters Association with many strong hunters in their payroll. Well, since this department was tasked with managing the country's hunters, so, quite obviously, they would employ many high-class hunters to facilitate that purpose. "What does the Monitoring Division want from me?" Woo Jin-kial dragged a chair closer to the bed and sat down. The other man, who must have been his subordinate, stood behind him. The unspoken pressure emanating from the two buff guys staring down in close vicinity was quite heavy. The story they conveyed was rather surprising, though. "I was unconscious for 4 days. By any chance, do you remember what happened before you blacked out?" "Yes, I do. Please tell us everything you can remember. Jinwoo told them everything truthfully, minus the strange hallucinatory words he heard before he lost his consciousness. And that's when you lost your consciousness. Is that all? Yes, I open my eyes next, and I'm in a hospital. Woo Jinkiol and his lackey exchanged meaningful glances. For some reason, they seemed to be troubled by Jinwoo's lack of knowledge. Actually, Jinwoo was the one who wanted to find out what happened the most in this room. Just how did I get to this hospital? Did a large guild participate and kill those DMN things? Well, actually, Woo Jinkiol awkwardly opened his mouth. By the time the agents of the Monitoring Division and the White Tiger Guild arrived at the scene after being briefed by the survivors, the White Tiger Guild was a supermassive guild and also one of the top 5 in the country. The association had recognized the danger, hence they requested the aid of such a huge guild as the White Tiger Guild in the first place. Just what did happen back there? Jinwoo nervously swallowed a dry spit. By the time, everything was gone. The only thing to be found within that open space was you, Mr. Sung Jinwoo. There was not one trace of the god statue nor the stone statues. Come again? Jinwoo displayed a shocked, disbelieving face. It's hard for us to believe it as well. If there had been any inconsistencies in the testimonies of the survivors, or if we had failed to find the remains of the victims in the chamber, we might have suspected something fishy was going on. Woo Jinkiol scratched his chin. It had been 6 years since he got ranked as an A and started working for the Monitoring Division. He could confidently say that he had witnessed and experienced pretty much everything during his tenure. However, this kind of situation was a first even for him. He had asked other guilds as well as the associations in other countries, but the end result was nothing worthy to speak about. That was why. So, this is what we've been thinking. Woo Jinkiol carefully opened his mouth. There were powerful creatures in that chamber, without a doubt. But, they were taken care of by an unknown group, or an unknown person, because no other worldly beings escaped from the gate before it was closed. You see, they had to consider all the possibilities. Even if the odds were low, they had to confirm them all. The head honkos of the association deliberated, and then deliberated for some more, and finally came up with a theory. Woo Jinkiol carefully studied Jinwoo's reactions as he continued on. We suspect that Hunter Sung Jinwoo might have gone through another awakening. Another awakening. Jinwoo's eyes shot open wide. Although extremely rare, there had been instances of a human who had awakened his or her abilities as a hunter going through yet another awakening. Often referred to as reawakening, those who undergo this process would normally become extremely powerful compared to before. Originally, once a hunter's rank was assigned at the beginning, it rarely changed. A hunter's abilities were determined the moment one went through an awakening. That was why. However, it was a different story for those going through the reawakening process, jumping past their own limitations to rise up from, say, rank C to, or even from B to S. Such things had happened before. Woo Jinkiol nervously swallowed his saliva. Sung Jinwoo, if he went through a reawakening and became a rank S, no, maybe even exceeding that, then it's possible for him to kill those monsters all by himself. The god statue was said to have melted rank C hunters with nothing but its eyes, according to the survivors. If one were able to kill such a creature even while unconscious, just how powerful one could possibly be? To prepare for this unlikeliest possibility, Woo Jinkiol labeled this incident as top secret and made sure everyone involved would keep their mouths shut. This was also the reason why Sung Jinwoo found himself in a hospital room all alone, as well as being looked after by some of the finest medical practitioners in the nation. Woo Jinkiol's chest began beating real fast. Could Korea finally have a hunter on the level of an international powerhouse? There were less than 10 people in the entire world that could truly be described as a global powerhouse. But, what if Korea were to possess a powerhouse that were said to rival a nuclear warhead in terms of pure firepower? Of course, confirming the truth of the reawakening wasn't difficult at all. Didn't the wise elders once say to make hay while the sun still shines? Woo Jinkiol signaled to his lackey, "Bring it here." Then, The lackey went to the corner of the room and began rummaging through a briefcase placed there. That is, before Jinwoo could finish his question, Wu Zhenqiao explained first. It's the device to measure your magic energy. He added that, although this device had been miniaturized, its efficiency or accuracy did not fall short of the actual full-size measuring device located in the Hunters Association. All you have to do is to place your hand on this magic crystal over here. On top of a circular plate, there was a fist-sized magic crystal embedded in the middle. Its color was pitch black, as if it was a black hole that wanted to suck him in. It was one of the highest quality magic crystals that cost as much as 1,000,000,000 won. Not to mention that could only be found in monsters ranked A or higher. TL. Almost $900,000. When Jinwoo stared at the magic crystal without saying anything, Wu Zhenqiao formed a dignified, serious expression and spoke up. This is a necessary step during our investigation, so please, cooperate with us. Jinwoo nodded his head. If he indeed had undergone a reawakening, then his life would do a 180 in an instant, and they were going to test it out for him for free. So who was he to refuse? Jinwoo placed his hand on top of the black crystal and soon enough, warm rays of light oozed out from it. Cold sweat drops formed on the foreheads of Wu Zhenqiao and his lackey. SFX for a beam of light dissipating. Not too long after then, the light surrounding the crystal dissipated. Wu Zhenqiao hurriedly took off his sunglasses and confirmed the numbers. Right away, a small earthquake rocked Wu Zhenqiao's eyes. How can this be? He rechecked the numbers, but it remained the same. How could a person holding a hunter license possess the magic energy value of only 10? When considering the fact that the lowest average value for rank E, the bottom rank, was around 70 to 100, Sung Jinwoo was no different from a regular person. Is it really a reawakening? If it is, what could be my new rank now? Jinwoo's hands were soaked in the sweat of anticipation. Seeing the suspicious reactions of the two monitoring division agents, the result must have been somewhat beyond their expectations. Meanwhile, Wu Zhenqiao was comparing the existing data on Jinwoo with the new measurement. His first measurement returned a value of 12. 4 years later, it's 10. It has decreased by 2, but it is within the margin of error. In other words, the magic energy measuring device was working fine. Instead, it was Sung Jinwoo's magic energy that happened to be just illogically, nonsensically low. It was a miracle that he had survived until now. Wu Zhenqiao rapidly realized that being here was a waste of time, so he got up from his seat. Let's go. Yes, sir. Wu Zhenqiao and his lackey quickly packed up to leave. Excuse me. Can you tell me what is? Just as Jinwoo was about to ask, Wu Zhenqiao bowed his head slightly. Thank you for your cooperation. If you remember anything else, please give us a call anytime. As if their rear ends were on fire, two men in black rapidly left the room as soon as they put away the device. The hospital room that felt rather small suddenly became quiet and lonely. Jinwoo scratched the back of his neck. I guess that was a no, then. Well, if he thought about it, besides him feeling refreshed, there didn't seem to be any change to him at all. Even if he did go through a reawakening, it'd still be difficult for him to kill all those statue beastards. Anyways, maybe, you might have a chance against them if you were either the ultimate weapon, Hunter Choi Jong-in, or the rank SS Hunter Go Gun-hua. Of course, him speculating like this was meaningless, since he had never seen them in action before. There was always a thick veil of secrecy draped over the hunters' rank tests. They were more like clouds in the sky to him, actually. He thought up to here and inadvertently raised his head up, and that's when he saw it. He looked up without thinking, and then saw words floating in the air. You have several unread messages. He closed his eyes and opened them again. You have several unread messages. The words remained floating up there without a single change. He shook his head hard a few times and even rubbed his eyes, but they were still there. Jinwoo massaged his aching forehead and lowered his head. It hadn't been a long time since I started hearing weird things, but now, I'm even seeing them, too. Could something in his head really be broken? There was a condition called PTSD. After all, people who experienced a huge accident or a traumatic event usually suffered from this condition. It was only a few days ago since he witnessed the deaths of many of his comrades, not to mention he himself nearly died as well, so it would not be so strange to hear or see weird things as a possible side effect. However, there were a couple of things that prevented him from dismissing this out of hand. Jinwoo's sight lowered to his leg. The leg that got cut in half by the shield of the stone statue was now all fine and dandy. The voice he heard out of the blue inside the underground temple hidden within the depths of the dual dungeon, his completely cured leg. And now, those words floating in front of his eyes. Too many weird things were happening all at once. What if there was a chance that all these things were not isolated events but linked to one another? When his thoughts arrived here, his aching head felt just a bit clearer. Okay, fine. Jinwoo slowly raised his head. Once the confusion in his heart died down and he felt calmer, he became quite curious about the contents of those so-called unread messages. There might be answers to his questions found within those messages. After all, in order to confirm the messages, he reached out towards the words, and his hand simply went past them. It's not touch-operated. It seemed that he got way too used to how a smartphone worked. He couldn't think of any other way to access the messages other than tapping on the icon, though. While he was deliberating on the means to access the messages, he recalled the memories from the moments before he blacked out. Right, that happened. Back then, he could only get his intentions across to that unknown voice by talking to it. Just like back then, I should either form the words in my head or speak it out loud. Thinking that this must be the case, Jinwoo then began to mutter the potential combination of words one by one. Confirm messages, check messages, reading. I want to read. I want to look. Hey, show me already, will ya? It was then, just what is it that you wish to see that bad? He felt a cold, probing stare coming from the side, so he turned his head to look, and spotted his little sister in her school uniform looking at him from the gap of the half-open door. Jinwoo became speechless. Her appa, busy glaring at the ceiling while demanding someone to show something to him. He simply didn't know how to explain this one to her. Chapter 9. Maybe you hurt your head really bad. The younger sister stood at a distance away and asked Jinwoo, prompting him to shake his head vigorously. No, that's not it. Even though he denied it, Jinwoo's younger sibling, Sung Jina's eyes remained suspicious. Are you really okay? Yes, I'm telling you the truth. Jina blankly swept her gaze all over Jinwoo, before she came closer while her breathing became uneven, angry. And then, as soon as Jinwoo assumed a defensive posture, she began punching him in all the unguarded parts. I told you to stop getting hurt. You have any idea how worried I was? I'm sorry. Other people walk away fine, but how come it's only you who gets hurt all the time? Sorry. The strength behind Jina's punches gradually seeped away. She soon stopped, and as her head fell, began crying. Jinwoo slowly patted the back of his sobbing sister. His own nostrils stung quite a bit then. I was thinking of leaving behind this kid alone and dying, wasn't I? What a relief that he made it out alive. When he looked back, there had been way too many brushes with death for comfort back then. It was as if he had experienced one hell of a terrifying nightmare. Jinwoo's gaze shifted ever so slightly towards the words floating in the air. You have several unread messages. It still feels like I haven't completely woken up from that nightmare just yet, doesn't it? There were so many things he couldn't understand. But, so what? The most important thing was that he came back alive. And he got to see his little sister again. Sniff. Thankfully, his strong-willed sister stopped crying after a short while. Unfortunately for him, though, her nagging continued on for over 1 hour afterwards. Do you hear me? If you get hurt one more time, I'm going to give up on studying, find a job, and make sure you don't work as a hunter ever again. Jina's sharp glare didn't really suit her pretty face, but that was a biological trait she had shared with her older brother. Okay, I hear you. Jinwoo nodded his head as if he'd given up. Only after she was able to extract his assurance several times more did she display a hint of satisfaction, and stood up from the seat. You going somewhere? Yeah, to school. I got permission to leave so I could check up on you. So I got to go back. Jinwoo nodded his head. Right. The university entrance exams are next year. She might never have received a private tutoring, nor did she ever attend extra classes, but she always got ranked within the top 10 in her school until now. Jinna dreamed of becoming a doctor. Only until a few years ago, she just loved to waste time on video games and stuff like that. But then, after their mother fell ill, she swore to become a doctor and never stopped studying since. Jinwoo dearly wished to make her dream come true, no matter what. Hang on a minute. Playing video games? Suddenly, Jinwoo's eyes gleamed a bit dangerously. Okay, I'm going now. Just as Jinna was leaving his room, Jinwoo urgently called out to her. Hey, Jinna. Yeah, when you are playing video games. Jinna smirked softly. I don't play games anymore. The third year of high school is only a few days away. You know. I know. There's something I want to ask you, though. Oh, really? Like, I didn't know Appa played video games, though. Jinna suddenly displayed an intense interest as a subject she was deeply intimate with once upon a time was brought up. Jinwoo sneaked a glance at the still floating message in the air and asked her, when there are unread messages in a game, what should I do to access them? You gotta open the mailbox first. I gotta open the mailbox. Tearing. As soon as Jinwoo said the word open, a clear beep entered his head and the hidden messages revealed themselves. There are 2 unread messages. Congratulations on becoming a player. Unread. Daily quest, preparations to become strong, is now available. Unread. Jinwoo smiled brightly. Finally, seeing her older brother's complexion suddenly brighten like that, Jinna felt something was wrong and quickly asked him, "What's up? What game is it? You need my help?" Jinwoo firmly shook his head. Nope, no need. I'll do it alone. How would his younger sibling react if he told her what had been happening to him right now? I really don't want to be labeled as a loon by her. Jinwoo swallowed back the things he wanted to say for the time being. While pretending to see her out, Jinwoo confirmed her getting on the elevator, and quickly returned to his room. I can't repeat the same mistake again. Click. To prevent high witnesses intruding on him, he even locked the door. Finishing with his preparations, Jinwoo sat on the bed and read the titles of the messages available to read. Congratulations on becoming a player. Unread. Daily quest, preparations to become strong, is now available. Unread. He thought that the first message sounded familiar, as if he heard it before from somewhere. Where have I heard it from? I know I have. So, the first message, then. Congratulations on becoming a player. Unread. Confirm. Tearing. This system will support the growth of the player. Failing to comply with the system's instructions will result in potential penalties. Your rewards have been delivered. Ah, he belatedly remembered this. He heard those words just before he lost his consciousness. Back then, it was talking about a player this and that. No, of course, back then or even now, he still couldn't really understand what on earth was going here. The system, growth, penalties, and finally, rewards. The words with unknown meanings fell on his lap one after the other. Just what will it help grow, and what will it reward me with? Seeing the words that could only be found in a video game appearing before his eyes without any prior explanations, only served to confound him even further. He decided to worry about the confusing words later and calmly opened the next message. Daily quest, preparations to become strong, is now available. Unread. Gulp. Jinwoo unconsciously swallowed his saliva after reading that rather suggestive title. His heart began to beat faster in anticipation. Confirm. Tearing. Daily quest, preparations to become stronger. Press up, 100 times. Incomplete. 0-100. Sit up, 100 times. Incomplete. 0-100. Squat, 100 times. Incomplete. 0-100. Running, 10 kilometers. Incomplete. 0-10. Warning. Incompletion of daily quests will result in appropriate levels of punishment. Jinwoo reflexively spat out a dumbfounded chuckle after confirming the contents of the message. Ha ha. Seriously, man. Should this be the feelings of disappointment? To think, What the grand-sounding daily quest, the one titled Preparations to Become Strong, was nothing more than a list of physical exercises to train his body. Well, for sure, if he did as the quest said, then his body might get a bit tougher. Was this what that growth and reward thing the system was talking about? Now that I think about it, he recalled reading a quote of a person with an inner problem should pay attention to the inner voice from some book in the past. In other words, one would see what they wanted to see, eventually. Just how desperately did he want to become stronger that he ended up seeing this stupid hallucination? Although it was funny, he also felt a bit lonely inside. If anyone could become stronger by doing these exercises, who would be willing to go through that much hardship? Then, Jinwoo shook his head. He suddenly thought that he was a fool for searching for answers to his many questions from a DMN hallucination. Ugh, I don't care anymore. Jinwoo lied down spread-eagled on the bed. He wordlessly stared at the ceiling. He wasn't doing anything important. Yet the time continued to tick by. Just as he began to feel the weight of the stillness filling up his hospital room, Jinwoo abruptly raised his torso off the bed. But, what if something could change? As his thoughts were filled half with the uncertain expectation and the other half by unconvinced curiosity, he began wondering whether he should at least give it a shot. Well, I've got nothing to lose, anyways. There would be no reason not to try it out. If he treated as a light workout to stretch his muscles or something. No, he made up his mind. Fine, let's try it. Jinwoo climbed off the bed and stretched himself for a bit, before leaning against the corner of the bed and slowly performed the press-up. 1, 2, 3. The count started from 1 and quickly climbed upwards. 97, 98, 99, 100. Since he started this thing, he decided to do all 100, but quite different from his expectation. Nothing happened when he was finished. Other than his arms aching just a little. That was just what the hell am I doing? Jinwoo smirked helplessly and stood straight up. Congratulations on becoming a player. Read. Daily quest, Preparations to Become Strong, is now available. Read. The messages were now marked as read. There were no more words of unread messages popping up in his view, and he also didn't feel like humoring this hallucination anymore, either. He had enough of this. In other words, Jinwoo closed the mailbox without regret. Yawn. Jinwoo yawned out at length and climbed back up on the bed. He felt sleepy as if he had pushed himself too hard. The sky outside the window was already dyed in the colors of the sunset. It's already this late. The monitoring division agents said earlier that his hospital fees would be taken care of by the association. He figured that it wouldn't be too late to leave after receiving a thorough examination of his body and get the all clear from the doctors first. Jinwoo laid down comfortably while thinking as such. I'm sure these hallucinations and weird things I hear will eventually go away with time. His eyelids slowly closed shut, and Jinwoo drifted away into a deep slumber. Tick. Tock. Even when Jinwoo was softly snoring to himself, the needles of the clock hanging by the wall continued to tick away. The needles spun and spun around until they indicated 11:59 and 57 seconds p.m. Tick, tock, tick, 58, 59, 60. The needles stopped moving precisely as they touched 12 o'clock. Tearing. You've failed to complete the daily quest. You'll be transferred to the penalty zone for a set period of time. Rumble. Jinwoo's eyes shot right open from the violent tremor that shook his entire body. An earthquake. Jinwoo sat right up and grabbed the edges of the bed. The shaking was so bad that he couldn't maintain his balance. Rumble. The shaking got progressively worse as the seconds ticked by. It happened then. SFX for things turning into powder and falling to the floor. One of the steel bars on the bed he held on for dear life suddenly broke. No, it didn't break per se, but simply disappeared. Jinwoo hurriedly looked at his palm. No steel bar there. Just grains of sand. Sand? SFX for things turning into powder and falling to the floor. The other steel bar also transformed into sand as well. Meanwhile, the earthquake became even more violent. Ryua umble. Yuok. In the end, Jinwoo was thrown off from the bed. He bounced around all over the hospital room and screamed out. Even when that was happening, items within the room was turning into sand one at the time. Plop. Jinwoo was flung away and got deposited rather unceremoniously. He felt something soft against his fingertips. They happened to be ultrafine grains of sand, and the accursed earthquake had stopped. Jinwoo spat out the sand in his mouth and hurriedly raised his head up. His eyes caught the sight on an endless plain of nothing but sand. Jinwoo frowned heavily and got up. All the sand that found its way inside his clothes poured out. He dusted the sand caked on his chest while taking a look around him. Indeed, all he could see was sand, and more sand, a desert. This couldn't be real. Until a few moments ago, he was sleeping on a bed inside a hospital located in the middle of Seoul. But now, as soon as he opened his eyes, he was in the middle of a massive desert. Jinwoo scooped up a handful of sand, and let it slip through his fingers. The fine grains fell straight down to the ground. There is not a single breeze here. It wasn't just the breeze, though. When he raised his head up to look, the sky didn't have a sun, a moon, or any stars for that matter. It was an empty sky, as if it was filled up with black ink and nothing else. However, for some reason, he had no trouble seeing at all. Just where is this place? Chapter 10. It happened then. Suddenly, the sandy ground next to him caved in and a deep pit formed there. Jinwoo desperately ran away so he could avoid getting sucked in down there. The sandy pit grew wider and wider, and eventually, Jinwoo had to crawl on all fours just to pull himself out. Pant. He plopped down on his butt, panted heavily and stared at the bottom of the pit. Quite bizarrely, he could see that the sand at the bottom was boiling. Realizing that just one misstep would have resulted in him falling in there sent shivers down his spine. Hang on a minute. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed in suspicion. It's not actually boiling, is it? When he took a closer look, he spotted something pretty big wiggling down there. Jinwoo instinctively forced himself up. He was getting a really bad premonition right about now. Sure enough, just as Jinwoo took a step back, the sand within the pit suddenly exploded upwards. Fushu! The falling sand emitted the roar of a waterfall. Jinwoo's eyes went extra round in the meantime. An insect? The identity of the thing that exploded out from the sand was a giant centipede. When fully revealed, the DMN thing's head almost reached the height equaling that of a 5-story building. Jinwoo anxiously swallowed his saliva. This is unreal. For sure, the beast-ard was unrealistically huge. He had never heard of a centipede this big existing in the world before. But the size of the centipede wasn't the only thing that shocked Jinwoo. Why is there a name floating on top of that monster? Was he dreaming again? Jinwoo closed and opened his eyes again. Yet nothing had changed. Even now, there were 5 red words floating on top of the monster's head. Just like a monster from a video game might have. The poison fanged giant desert centipede. Just like its horrendous and bizarre appearance, its name too was something he'd like to avoid at all cost. What drew his attention the most was the 2 letters poison and fanged. He spotted a pair of fangs as large as a child jutting out just below the beast-ard's jaw. It didn't take a genius to figure out what might happen if he got stabbed by those fangs simply from its name alone. Seeing those large fangs and its jaw constantly opening and closing, it was as if it's busy licking its lips, right? It was then the sound went off in his head again. Tearing. Penalty quest. Survival. Goal. Please survive until the end of the time limit. Time limit, 4 hours. Remaining time, 4 hours 0 minutes 0 seconds. Are you kidding me? However, as soon as the remaining time changed to 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds, the centipede parted sand and rushed towards him as if it couldn't wait any longer. SFX for sand parting ways. What the hell? Jinwoo hurriedly spun around and ran for his life. There was no time to deliberate on things. If he wanted to live, then he had to run. That was the only thought racing in his head. However, even before he had taken several steps, Another pillar of sand exploded upwards not too far from his position. Boom! Yuck! Jinwoo fell on his rear from the powerful shock wave. He rolled on the sandy ground before urgently getting back up. He swiped the sand off his face before his eyes shot open even wider. This time, it wasn't just one or two of them. Boom! Boom! Before he had even noticed it, there were 7 sand centipedes jutting out from the sand and they were all glaring at him. Kai-eek, kai-eek. As the centipedes issued shrill cries, Jinwoo's complexion changed for the worse. A lot worse. God damn it. Jinwoo reappeared in the hospital room exactly 4 hours later. Plop. Jinwoo keeled over on the floor and painfully wheezed out. Cough, cough. Two. His mouth felt full with this coarse, grainy taste. His eyes stung badly too, seemingly like sand particles got in there. Jinwoo whimpered and groaned for a long time, before powerlessly falling flat on his back. He didn't have any energy left to lift even a finger. Pant, just. What was that? Jinwoo continued to pant heavily when a new message appeared before him. Tearing. You've completed the penalty quest. Jinwoo's expression crumpled into something unsightly. A penalty quest? Did he do something worthy of being punished? Jinwoo carefully retreaded his memories until he recalled the daily quest he abandoned midway yesterday. Could it be? Now that he thought about it, it definitely said that if the quest was not completed, he'd be hit with a corresponding penalty. Pant. That was not a hallucination? Indeed, it was not a hallucination nor was it a dream. There was no need to pinch his cheeks to confirm whether this was a dream or reality. When he was running around, the shortness of breath felt so suffocatingly harsh, and the pain he felt when he got grazed by the centipede's leg still felt fresh in his mind. Everything happened for real. He nearly died back there. This is way too much. Pant. The so-called penalty turned out to be him being thrown into a demon execution ground. At the same time, another ominous premonition rushed into his mind. If this event was indeed caused by the daily quest thing, then without a doubt, this would not be the last time. Sure enough, he got to hear yet another mechanical beep going off in his head. Tearing. He flinched in surprise, but thankfully, it was not about another quest or anything like that. Rewards for completing the penalty quest is now available. Would you like to confirm the rewards? Y/N. Rewards. The word rewards jumped right out. Too bad. The problem was, he currently didn't have any energy left whatsoever to confirm this and that. His situation simply didn't allow that. Never mind giving me rewards or not. Let me take a break first. His sights gradually blurred. Soon, Jinwoo fell into a deep slumber akin to a blackout. Oh my gosh, what happened in here? Next morning, a nurse entered Jinwoo's room, only for her eyes to open up wide in surprise. The patient was lying sprawled on the floor, while sand was everywhere as far as she could see. Not only that, the patient too was full of sand as well. She threw the medical chart on the bed and urgently pressed the emergency buzzer. Please, someone get over here right away. Soon, the doctor in charge rushed into the room. What happened? What's the matter with Mr. Sung Jinwoo? I don't know. Everything was fine until last night, yet this morning. For now, let's relocate him back on the bed. 2 people lifted Jinwoo off the floor and placed him back on the bed. During the process, the back of Jinwoo's hand got scratched by the edge of the medical chart left on the bed and his skin tore just a little, but no one noticed that. Let's take a look. The doctor then carefully examined Jinwoo's condition. However, he couldn't find anything wrong with the youth. What the heck? Isn't he just in a deep sleep? The doctor spat out a sigh of relief. The Hunters Association had requested the hospital to pay a special attention to this particular patient. Understandably, the doctor was scared almost out of his wits while thinking that something bad had happened here. For now, let's let him be. Looks like he's in a really deep slumber at the moment. The doctor in charge spoke to the nurse and was about to leave. But then, he took a look around the room and scratched the side of his head. By the way, this room might need a thorough cleaning. Miss Ura, please take care of tidying this place up. Yes, I shall, doctor. The doctor left the room and the nurse, Choi Ura, patted her chest down. What a relief that it turned out to be nothing to worry about. Sure, They might not be the patient or the relatives of one themselves, but you wouldn't find a doctor or a nurse who wished ill on those they were in charge of. The Hunter's hospital especially saw many heavily injured patients every day. At the bare minimum, she'd like to never see another one of patients she was looking after get worse under her care. Phew. She had calmed down a little now, and began worrying about where should she start tidying this room up, but then, her eyes spotted drops of blood on the floor. Oh my! The blood droplets were coming from the tip of patient's hands that fell outside the bed. She got stunned by this and hurriedly searched for the wound on Jinwoo's hand, before flipping it around. What's going on here? There definitely was a trace of flowing blood, but she could not find a single wound. She wiped the blood clean, yet the expected wound was not there. Wait, could his injury heal in that short time? Yura's heart began beating faster as she cautiously studied Jinwoo's complexion. He was still submerged in a deep, deep sleep even now. Part 7, Daily Quest. Tearing. Daily Quest is now available. Jinwoo's eyes shot right open. He quickly raised himself up and the first thing he did was to check the time. The needles of the clock just went past 16:30, meaning there was the leeway of 7 hours and 30 minutes before midnight. Good. Jinwoo opened the mailbox. Tearing. Daily Quest. Preparations to become strong. Press up, 100 times. Incomplete. 0-100. Sit up, 100 times. Incomplete. 0-100. Squat, 100 times. Incomplete. 0-100. Running, 10 kilometers. Incomplete. 0-10. Warning. Incompletion of daily quests will result in appropriate levels of punishment. It's the same thing. Again, he groaned out almost reflexively. No, perhaps this was for the better. Rather than a quest with impossible or hard to understand goals, this was far more preferable. Instead, well, as long as he had enough time, he'd be able to complete this quest after all. Although his body might suffer for a bit. Jinwoo got down to the floor this time and began the press-up. 1. Obviously, he was not planning on being dragged to yet another suspicious place and get almost killed there. 2. He got lucky the previous night and survived, but there was no guarantee that would happen tonight as well. 3. He raised his head a little and confirmed the contents of the quest, and noticed that every time he performed a press-up, it was being recorded in real time as well. Tearing. You've completed 1 press-up. Press up 100 times. Incomplete. 7/100ths. Tearing. You've completed 1 press-up. Press up 100 times. Incomplete. 8/100ths. He wanted to make sure, so he only went down halfway and got back up, but as expected, that didn't count. Now he finally realized why the so-called press-ups of yesterday didn't count. He had to perform the proper press-ups or it wouldn't be counted at all. Huh, gimme a break. Jinwoo was dumbfounded, but didn't stop the exercise. He still had 50 more press-ups to go. After that, sit-ups, squats and running were waiting for him. And 3 hours later, press up 100 times, complete. 100/100ths. Sit up 100 times, complete. 100/100ths. Squat 100 times, complete. 100/100ths. Running 10 kilometers, incomplete. 9/10ths. Pant. Jinwoo lapped the outer perimeter of the hospital once and arrived back in front of his room. He was currently bent over and panting out heavily. His heart felt like it might explode at any second, but he couldn't give up yet. I worked so crazy hard until now, so no way I would. He somehow managed to open the door and took a step forward. When he did that, tearing. Total distance ran, 10 kilometers. You've completed running. 10 kilometers. It was finally over. Pant. Jinwoo fell down to his knees. His breath reeked of something sweet and bitter. His face and back were soaked in sweat. Pant. As Jinwoo tried to regulate his heavy, rough breathing while thick sweat drops continuously dripped down, a familiar message popped up in front of his eyes. Tearing. You've completed daily quest. Preparations to become strong. Completion rewards have arrived. Would you like to confirm? Y/N. Jinwoo momentarily thought about forgetting about everything and simply laying down in defeat, but quickly changed his mind. At least for now, He wanted to confirm what these reward things could actually be with his own eyes first. Confirm. Tearing. The following rewards are available. Reward 1. Full recovery of the current physical condition. Reward 2. 3 additional stat points. Reward 3. 1 random box. Would you like to collect them all? Why are there so many of them? That was the first thought to enter his dazed mind after he took a gander at the contents of his rewards. But, when he thought about it a little deeper, one of those rewards seemed rather useful right now, and there was also one that made him curious about what it could actually mean. For now, he urgently needed the first reward available. He was on the brink of collapsing here. Since there really was a penalty for failure, the odds of completion rewards being real were pretty damn high as well. Well, trying wouldn't hurt anyways, right? Seriously. This thing wouldn't throw him back into the penalty zone again after it said it'd give him the rewards, now would it? Chapter 11. As soon as he muttered that out, a gentle blue aura enveloped him. Isn't his sensation? That, right away, he recalled Yijuhua's face. When he was getting healed by her, he felt the sensation similar to what he was feeling right now. If he were to put this feeling into words, then it'd be like a refreshing blast of air entering his lungs before leaving again, something like that. Shoo. He felt the blue aura slowly dissipating. For some reason, he kinda felt a bit rueful. Jinwoo got up from the floor and lightly jumped up and down on the spot and stretched his body this way and that. How can this be? His heart that felt like it might explode was beating calmly now, and his rough breathing had stabilized as well. He didn't even feel a speck of fatigue. His body that was on the brink of collapsing felt refreshed as if he just got up from a night of good rest. The effect, in other words, was top-notch. Isn't this really amazing? Jinwoo's eyes now resembled circles. He wasn't sure whether this was some kind of magic or not, but this phenomenon could change him in the most astonishing way, without a doubt. In that case, would those stat points be the same? When Jinwoo shifted his gaze around, he spotted a small box resting on top of the bed as well as his own stat window floating in the air. I guess that thing over there is the random box. The important thing was his stat window, though. This window displayed simple information about himself. Name, Sung Jinwoo. Level, 1. Class, None. Title, None. HP, 100. MP, 10. Tiredness, 0. Stat, Strength, 10. Stamina, 10. Agility, 10. Intelligence, 10. Perception, 10. Available points to distribute, 3. Skills. Passive skills. Unknown, LV. Max. Tenacity LV. 1. Active skills, -LV. 1. The stat he saw was quite similar to a starting character from an online game he used to play many moons ago. Is this my current stat value? His current level was 1. All of his stats were also at the bottom of the heap. 2. If he thought about the current reality of what he was like, the one where he was ranked as the weakest even among the ranky hunters, then there was nothing to be surprised about there. What he paid attention to was the skills column, a passive skill called Tenacity and an active one called Dash. For some reason, he felt rather familiar with them. I remember now. Yesterday, or to be more precise, back in the early dawn of this morning, he remembered hearing those words while being chased around by the centipedes in the penalty zone. It happened probably after 3 hours of him constantly running for his dear life. He was suddenly greeted by a couple of new messages. Skill, -LV. 1 has been learned. Skill, Tenacity LV. 1 has been learned. Back then, he was far too busy running to think about what they could mean, but it was a different story now. Jinwoo confirmed the explanations available for the skills. Skill, -LV. 1. Active skill, mono required to activate. 5. The constant running fortified your legs. When this skill is activated, your movement speed will increase by 30%. During its activation, 1 mana will be spent every minute. Skill, Tenacity LV. 1. Passive skill, mono required to activate. None. You possess untiring tenacity. When your stamina drops below 30%, This skill will automatically activate and reduce all damage received by 50%. Did I learn dash and tenacity because I stubbornly ran around like there's no tomorrow? That seemed to be about right. In other words, if he kept on repeating a certain action over and over again, and happened to meet the requirement conditions, he would be able to learn new skills. Holy cow, wasn't this an incredible advantage? The thing was, the skills individual hunters used were acquired when they went through the awakening process, or learned through the items called rune stones that dropped very rarely from monsters ranked A and above. Understandably, the prices of these rune stones would start from the lowest of several 100,000 won to dozens of billion wons at the top end. At the last auction, the most expensive runestone was sold for around 70 billion South Korean won (TL), over $62 million. Apparently, this runestone contained a skill that could revert many injured people back to their original conditions in one go, and it was snapped up by an anonymous overseas rank S healer who had reputedly emptied out his entire life savings. Jinwoo's heart began beating faster, a skill that increased his movement speed, as well as another that decreased the amount of damage received. Sure, they weren't as good as those skills that sold for billions of won, but they were still amazing to him regardless, and he got to learn those for free, too. His overall magic energy value was too low, so it'd be hard to use them properly, but still, it was better than not knowing them, wasn't it? Besides, the tenacity skill doesn't even need mana to activate, too. It seemed that this mana thing was his magic energy. If that was the case, then even though he didn't have a lot of magic energy, he'd be able to freely use the tenacity skill. That alone was a huge gain. By the way, what could this unknown thing be? Skills, passive skills? Unknown, LV, max. The unknown that occupied one whole slot of the passive skills column. Since it was located in the passive column, that meant it activated automatically, but there was not one explanation or any information on it. Not even a single clue. The amount of information he could learn was just too limited. Even if he burst his brain trying to figure it out, he knew there wouldn't be any answers. So, Jinwoo shifted his gaze to elsewhere. Stat points. Is it? 3 additional stat points he got as a reward remain there, still to be distributed. Stat: Strength, 10, Stamina, 10, Agility, 10, Intelligence, 10, Perception, 10, available points to distribute, 3. I'm sure this means I can increase any one of my stats by 3 points, right? There were 5 categories in the list of stats. Maybe because he was a mere level 1, the values of each stat were simple, to say the least. However, if he considered how reality operated, he couldn't take these stats lightly at all. If his abilities changed for real with a moment's decision, then who in this world would be able to casually make such choices? Jinwoo's expression became serious. Strength is no doubt talking about my physical power. He could more or less figure out what strength, stamina and agility could mean. After all, those were the kind of stats one would often encounter in video games. The question was with the last 2 stats, intelligence and perception, then. And just like before, the unfriendly system didn't provide any answers whatsoever. If he increased intelligence, would he get actually smarter, for instance? And, if he increased perception, then would he become more sensitive? Whatever the case may have been, he felt that those 2 stats didn't really seem all that useful to him right now. He was a melee-type hunter, to begin with. What he needed was power, speed, or even stamina. If you were to ask me to choose between the 3, I'd inevitably go with strength. If he got physically stronger, many things would become that much easier for him. Also, he wanted to find out what kind of change would take place with his body once the stat values had been increased. Since he thought that this change would be much more prominent with the increase in the strength stat, he ended up investing all 3 points on it. All 3 points to the strength stat. Tearing stat: Strength, 13, Stamina, 10, Agility, 10, Intelligence, 10, Perception, 10, available points to distribute, 0. Is that all? Indeed, It looked like it. The only change he could tell was the strength stat value floating in front of his eyes like hologram projection changing from 10 to 13. Unlike how it was in cartoons or movies, his body didn't feel like it was overflowing with uncontrollable power or anything like that. Did anything actually change or not? He decided to use his muscles to find out. Jinwoo stood next to the bed and lifted it. He felt a bit of weight, but he was able to pick it up easier than he thought. However, he found it impossible to tell whether this was because of the bed being light, or his strength having been improved. I should have lifted the bed first before spending the DMN points. Since he had already spent all the points before confirming, it was hard to tell the difference between before and after. Only if I had some more points to spend. Jinwoo licked his lips in regret only for a certain memory to jump out at him. The rewards from the penalty quest. Today wasn't the only time he got to complete the daily quests. He might have nearly died, but he sure as hell did complete the penalty quest, and he remembered seeing the message about the rewards being available as well. Jinwoo hurriedly opened the mailbox. Rewards for completing the penalty quest is now available. Would you like to confirm the rewards? Y/N. I knew it. Jinwoo clenched his fists tightly. Of course, it's a resounding yes. The following rewards are available. Reward 1, 3 additional stat points. Reward 2, 1 random box. Would you like to collect them all? Unlike the daily quest rewards, the option of the full status recovery was absent, but well, what he needed right now was the additional stat points anyways. He was momentarily worried about there being a huge difference in rewards since they were from a penalty quest and all, but he was relieved to find 3 points waiting for him. Jinwoo hummed joyously to himself. Add all 3 points to the strength stat. Tearing stat, strength, 16, stamina, 10, agility, 10, intelligence, 10, perception, 10, available points to distribute, 0. His strength jumped up from 13 to 16. Jinwoo stood next to the bed again and put some strength in his arms, and he was able to lift up the bed a lot easier than before. He could definitely tell the difference now. It's for real. His physical strength had really improved. If he were to consider the change purely through the stats alone, then the starting value of 10 had increased by 60%, so how could he fail to notice the improvement? Now feeling completely elated, he went around the room and began picking up not just the bed, but everything he could lay his hands on, and generally made a mess of things inside. Only after the chief nurse passing by heard the commotion and scolded him did he stop his tomfoolery. I'm very sorry. As soon as the chief nurse left his room, Jinwoo spat out a sigh of relief. Phew. However, he couldn't calm down at all. His heart was beating like crazy. Thud, 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 thud. As a matter of fact, his chest actually hurt. The daily quest that would continue to show up every day, and the stat points as the reward. As long as this unexplainable phenomenon didn't come to a sudden end, he'd be able to live a completely different life to the one he'd been leading until now. This was an unbelievable opportunity for him. Besides that, the stat window also showed his level. Does this mean I can also increase my level, too? Eventually, though, Jinwoo shook his head. There's no way. Now that would be too good to be true. He wasn't hoping that far. Anyway, the rewards from the quests alone were plenty enough for him. He'd use the stat points to increase his abilities. Every day he'd grow to be stronger. Compared to yesterday, he'd be stronger today. Compared to today, he'd be stronger tomorrow. Me, getting stronger? The rank he hunter, and also, always mocked as the weakest weapon? He didn't even think about climbing up as far as the rank S or A. Even the notion of getting to rank C or D, like those hunters he'd been working with, would surely be seen as a laughable one. Indeed, they'd disparagingly point their fingers at him and guffaw their heads off. Sung Jinwoo was getting stronger? That Sung Jinwoo, the one and only on this planet? However, he didn't care if they laughed at him. No, he was already used to being the butt of many jokes. He was just happy that an opportunity had fallen on his lap, that was all. Suddenly, a question mark floated over his head. Could this be the process of my reawakening? Although extremely rare, The cases of bottom-tier hunters climbing up to the top through reawakening had happened before, for sure. If so, then could those hunters who got stronger through reawakening experience a similar sort of situation as he was in? Let's find out. Feeling genuinely curious now, Jinwoo settled down in front of a computer located at the corner of the hospital room. Since he was staying in a VIP room provided free of charge by the Hunters Association, this computer wasn't the only item of convenience found here. Tap 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 tap. Jinwoo's fingers typed rapidly on the keyboard. Searching, searching, and then, more searching. He visited countless websites. He even entered those websites that one couldn't even get anywhere near without a hunter's license. He even resorted to paying for information and continued to rummage through every document and article he found. However, rather than finding similar events as his, he couldn't even find a single mention of a precedence, either. It's different. His reawakening was completely different from the normal ones. As it turned out, most other hunters who underwent reawakening process gained their newfound strength through roughly the similar process as their first awakening as a hunter. Not one of them had experienced hearing weird voices at the brink of death, nor did they get to increase their strength through stat values and such. Chapter 12. Still, I can't be certain, so, to be 100% sure, Song Jinwoo anonymously opened a thread on the internet forum exclusive to licensed hunters. Title: Something weird has happened to me. Description: I can suddenly see my stats in numbers like in a video game, and I can even increase their values, too. Is there anyone who has experienced something similar to me? Below that OG post, comments figuratively exploded forth. Anon, LOL, why don't you stop effing around, dude? Anon, isn't he just a loon? Anon, lost his DMN mind. Anon, maybe you've played too many games. Anon, by any chance, are you a cartoonist? Anon, go visit the nearest hospital, K? Anon, I'd like to hear the details first. Anon, stop accepting all sorts of trash just because they hold the hunter license. This forum needs to go through a cleansing. Seriously now. TL. I removed all the pure Korean internet slangs, emojis from the raw. Learned my lesson from my previous novel. Dozens of comments all with roughly the similar contents flooded in. A few. Jinwoo spat out a groan. He had spent a long time looking around but he had nothing to show for his troubles. He got called a loon in the forum and people disparaged him. He did all this, yet seeing that there was no information together. I guess that my case is really a unique one. He was the only one under the heavens, the most unique hunter in the whole world. He still needed some time to figure out how much of a help this strange phenomenon would provide, and just how far he could actually grow through it, but at least, he got a good feeling about this whole thing. When he took a look outside, the night had deepened quite considerably. When did the time get so late? Jinwoo frowned deeply. His eyes ached a bit after staring into a computer monitor for so long. Jinwoo massaged his forehead and stood up from the chair to loosen his body with a bout of light stretching. He moved his body this way and that for a while. He bent his body 90 degrees and that's when he discovered two small boxes lying forgotten on the floor. The random boxes. Two boxes wrapped in the monotone gift wrappers and topped off with a ribbon, exactly like the ones in video games. They must have fallen off from the bed when I was making a mess of the room earlier. He had completely forgotten about them after receiving those as his rewards. Jinwoo picked up the closest box and opened its lid. A band-aid? He dumbfoundedly stared at the thing that looked exactly like the regular band-aid for a while, only for the information about it to float up above in green letters. Item: Band-aid. A regular band-aid, useful in patching up small wounds, can be stored inside your inventory. It is a band-aid. He was hopeful that this thing might possess some kind of a special attribute like the treasures found within the dungeons, but he wasn't so lucky today. Of course, I haven't heard of someone finding band-aids inside a dungeon, to begin with his mind half in disappointment and the other half in anticipation. He opened the remaining box, and he got himself a brand new ballpoint pen. He studied it from all sorts of angles and even clicked on the tip so the ballpoint would come out, but it was still your average pen. Item: Ballpoint pen. An average ballpoint pen can be stored inside your inventory. It was quite likely that, as its name implied, all sorts of random junk would come out from the random boxes. Well, it wasn't as if he was left empty-handed anyway. Sure, he didn't really have any needs for either the Band-Aid or the pen right now, but thanks to them, he got to learn about the existence of the thing called the inventory. Also, seeing that the information on other objects found in the room did not show up, he figured that only the info on the items from the random box could be read. Inventory. As soon as he called out for his inventory, a graphical representation of a storage unit with dozens of slots appeared in the air, as fitting the storage unit of a level 1 user. It was not as empty as he thought. He thought there would be nothing in there, but inside the first slot, he found a rather familiar object. Isn't that? Jinwoo took that out immediately. Tearing item. Kim Sang-6 steel longsword. Attack +10. It was precisely Mr. Kim's sword that Jinwoo picked up back in the underground temple. He assumed that it was left behind inside the gate, though. Hey, nice to see you, too. A smile formed on Jinwoo's face. He felt happy seeing this thing again, what with both of them having survived that hellish death trap. Besides, it was too wasteful to just be abandoned in a different dimension. Wasn't it? Didn't Mr. Kim Ajaci say he bought this for around 3 million South Korean won? TL. Over $2,600. The weapons of hunters outwardly looked rather plain, but the truth was anything but. Monsters couldn't be damaged with weapons that did not carry the wielder's magic energy. So, weapons crafted especially for the purpose of dealing with those beastards would always be quite pricey. Looks like I'll have to rely on this guy for a while. He had been fighting with his bare hands until now because he couldn't afford to buy a proper weapon. Although it was a cheap sword, he was still rather grateful for it. You're mine now. If Mr. Kim saw this sword in his hands in the future, he might start foaming at the mouth and angrily demand its return. Well, he was a selfish man who readily discarded the savior of his life, so it was rather a good possibility. However, both this sword and this opportunity were given to him in return for sacrificing his life. So, he wasn't planning to give it back that easily. Jinwoo's eyes sharpened considerably. He had learned 2 things about reality back in that temple. Firstly, he needed to become far stronger. He was weak and almost died several times as a result. That wasn't all. He knew what the results would be, yet he couldn't stop that choir boy hunter from stepping forward. And also, he knew Mr. Kim was in the wrong, but he could not help Mr. Song at all. Because he wanted to survive, he turned his gaze away even though he knew what was right. If he didn't want to be ashamed of himself again, then he simply had to become stronger. And finally, there is no room for unnecessary kindness. What he got after his acts of kindness was the betrayal of his comrades. 3 of them abandoned him, who couldn't even move properly, and ran away. He desperately called out to them but none returned to help him. None of them could remember just who had saved their lives only a few moments ago. Give and take. He swore not to take on any unnecessary risk out of some unconditional act of kindness. The most important thing at the end of the day was his own life. After all, those were 2 important life lessons Jinwoo got to engrave in his heart after experiencing a near-death event: to become stronger than before, and to become more selfish than before. I can do this. Jinwoo was one of those types of people who would never forget what he had been taught. Inside a certain Pojangmuka TL, the Korean-style covered street stall, the nurse Choi Yura was busy chatting to a friend she hadn't seen in a long time as the night wore on. I almost forgot. Yura belatedly recalled that her friend was an employee of the Hunters Association. The reason for her finding work in the Hunters Hospital was in no small part due to this friend. You know a lot about hunters, right? Well, more than most people. Sure. What's up? Is there a hunter with an ability to heal their own wounds really quickly? Aren't those healer-type hunters? 1 healing spell later, every wound goes bye-bye. No, not like magic and stuff. I mean, like, unconsciously. Like, unconsciously? For example, when the person has lost consciousness, or when He's in the middle of sleep. Yura's friend shook her head. There's no way. That'd be something like regeneration, and that's an incredible ability, you know. That's a unique trait only the rarest of all top-tier monsters exceeding the ranks of a possess. There's no human who possesses it, though. I've never heard of a hunter who has such an ability. Really? Could she have made a mistake? Then, Yura slowly nodded her head. It was at this point that her friend spoke again. But, then again, I don't know. Maybe it's possible if you're talking about S-ranked hunters. Hearing her friend's words, Yura raised her head. S-ranks? There are plenty of freakish monsters within the S-ranked hunters, and also, not much is known about them, right? What were they saying? Right. The hunter Baekhyun-ho from the White Tiger Guild can apparently morph into a real monster. However, Sung Jin-woo is supposedly a hunter rank T. The ranks of the hunters were publicly viewable on the association's website, so if anyone were interested, they could take a look. Yura became curious from the morning's incident and she searched for Sung Jin-woo's information. His rank is too low for him to possess such a unique ability. The reawakening of a hunter. She then remembered hearing hushed whispers of reawakening coming from Jin-woo's room when she was walking past it yesterday. Could it be that he had gone through a reawakening? For most regular people, it was truly impossible to befriend an S-ranked hunter. Never mind encountering one. Not only were there too few of them, but they also happened to be crazy busy most of the time as well. So, just what kind of a situation was this? Someone as amazing as that was a patient she was looking after. A guy who just entered the S rank having moved up from the lowly E. If there are only a few people who realize his true value, then, if she scored some points with him now, wouldn't it be more likely that she'd be awarded more opportunities later down the line? A chance to become acquaintances with a rank S hunter didn't happen every day. After all, they were an existence that people couldn't easily meet even if they were prepared to shell out lots of money. As her imagination took flight, a bright smile slowly bloomed on Yura's face. Oh my gosh, you girl, did something nice happen? Why are you suddenly grinning like that out of the blue? It's nothing, you know. Nothing much. Yura continued to shake her head, but the smile on her lips didn't want to go away that easily. Part 8. Level up. Oh my goodness, look at that guy's physique. Was that patient's body that good before? Two young female nurses walking in the corridor whispered to each other as soon as they spotted Sung Jin-woo. He pretended to have not heard them and quietly returned to his room. It had been a week since he started taking on the daily quests. Several changes took place during this time. One of them happened to be the transformation of his body. Jin-woo stood before the mirror mounted on the hospital room's wall by the corner. He checked out his entire body in front of this full-length mirror. He got a bit embarrassed by doing something that a female university student would more likely end up doing, and only after clearing his throat twice was he able to stare straight at the mirror. The thing was, though, he had definitely changed. His body was in the middle of a transformation. I've got muscles now. The most eye-catching change was the drastic increase of his muscles. The normal-looking flabby flesh was gradually disappearing, only to be replaced by hard muscles. Thanks to that, his shoulders had widened more and his overall frame had grown bigger as well. Even then, doesn't seem heavy and slow, only the necessary amount of muscles in the necessary places. If he were to describe the overall impression his body gave off, then would it be kinda like looking swift and athletic? He was a guy and even he found this rather appealing, so it wasn't such a strange thing for young nurses to whisper about him. And it's all due to this guy over here. Jin-woo summoned his stat window. Tearing. Name: Sung Jin-woo. Level: 1. Class: None. Title: None. HP: 100. MP: 10. Tiredness: 0. Stat: Strength: 31. Stamina: 10. Agility: 10. Intelligence: 10. Perception: 10. Available points to distribute: 0. Skills: Passive skills: Unknown, LV. Max: Tenacity LV. 1. Active skills: -LV. 1. His strength stat had gone past 30 already. Since he thought that it'd be hard to tell the kind of effects the increases in other stats would bring, he ended up investing all the points he earned on the strength stat, which seemed to be the easiest way to feel the change taking place within. Besides, strength played a key role when fighting monsters, so that was like killing two birds with one stone. My body wouldn't have transformed by this much just because I exercised for a few days. In that case, there could be only one explanation. With his strength value continuously rising up, the muscles were changing their shapes in order to display the maximum amount of effect. 2. He couldn't think of any other reason besides that one. He was inwardly worried about investing too many points to the strength stat, but after seeing his transformed body, he became rather happy and all the worries in his mind were forgotten for now. However, it is way too eye-catching, isn't it? The number of times he was mentioned by the nurses was constantly on the rise. It was quite likely that, since their job involved looking after human bodies, their levels of discernment could have been higher than most. Jinwoo possessed quite a keen sense of hearing, so whenever his name was mentioned in the vicinity, he took note of it. I guess it's time for me to leave this hospital. No. Chapter 13. It was not good to be the center of attention. Not only would he feel uncomfortable being placed under the spotlight, but he also didn't want to let others know of this strange phenomenon. Didn't the old saying go something like, scratching unnecessarily results in more flakes to clean up, or something like that? He wanted to increase his stat points as quietly as possible, and it shouldn't be a problem for me to leave the hospital now, too. Thankfully, tests had shown that he was normal and healthy, meaning, he could leave at any time he wanted. No, hang on a minute, it kinda felt like that both the hospital and the association wanted him to leave in the first place. Well, it'd be a waste to spend that much money as hospital fee on a measly rankie like him. One of the special privileges the S-ranked hunters enjoyed was the government paying for all of their health-related expenses. Of course, that was a story happening in another cosmos as far as Jinwoo was concerned. So, he figured that it wouldn't be such a bad idea to leave this hospital right about now. And there was something he wanted to confirm as well. Now, where did I put it? Jinwoo rummaged around his pockets and brought something out. It was a key gleaming in a golden hue. It featured such a simple design that it could be passed off as an accessory at a casual glance. Jinwoo observed the key for a long time before he secured it back inside his pocket. While he was in the middle of being discharged, a certain young female nurse hurriedly ran to where he was. Pant, Mr. Sung Jinwoo, are you getting ready to be discharged today? Pardon? Ah, yes, I am. She was the nurse in charge of his care, Choi Yu-ra. Yu-ra formed a rueful expression when she heard his affirmation. Jinwoo didn't know why, so he could only stand there looking rather confused. He wondered if he had made a mistake somewhere, but he couldn't think of anything. Yu-ra hesitated slightly, before pulling out a small memo pad. Will be okay if you give me your contact numbers? My contact numbers? Yes, only if you're okay with it. Could there be some test results that needed to be sent at a later date or something? Jinwoo didn't think too much about it and took the memo pad. However, all he got from her was just that, a memo pad and nothing else. When Jinwoo stared at her, her face reddened. What's the matter? Well, about a pen. Please wait. She must have forgotten in her rush to get here. Yu-ra became flustered and hurriedly turned around. Hang on a minute. A pen, is it? He didn't have to think for long. Before anyone noticed it, he was already holding a pen. The moment he thought about the pen nestled quietly within his inventory, it automatically appeared in his hand. Once an item was placed within the inventory, he could retrieve it freely with his thoughts alone. What a convenient feature of the inventory that was. Confirming the pen in his hand, Jinwoo called out to Yu-ra. Wait. I looked and luckily enough, I had a pen on me. Oh, really? Phew. What a relief. Yu-ra placed a hand on her chest and sighed out in relief. Jinwoo smiled at that and he jotted down his phone number. This happened all the time now. The items that came out of the random box always saw some sort of usage pretty soon after he got them. When a raincoat came out, rain fell the next day. He got a cup the day before the hospital inexplicably ran out of paper cups. Of course, stuff like a band-aid with no clear uses sometimes popped out, but most of the time, They did come in handy. Here it is. Yura received the memo pad back from Jinwoo with an elated expression etched on her face. She then bowed her head as well. Please take care of me from now on. Oh, sure thing. Me too. Yura spun around and hurriedly disappeared to somewhere. Jinwoo looked at her departing back and tilted his head this way and that. By the way, how does she expect me to take care of her? She was such a cute nurse, to begin with. Yet she was even courteous as well. Jinwoo thought as such and left the hospital with a refreshed, airy mind. The first place he visited was the HQ of the Hunters Association, located in the district of Guro in Seoul. The smartphones used by the hunters were designed with special components, so, in order to get one, he had to apply for it at the association. The association employee spoke while looking at the computer monitor. Looks like your phone will become available only after 2 weeks. Hunter Nem. Pardon me? Why so long? Jinwoo's eyes opened up wider. His old phone was smashed to bits when he was getting chased around by the god statue. However, he now had to wait for 2 weeks for a new phone to arrive. If you need a phone right away, we can loan you one on a temporary basis. But the fee for each usage is 50,000 South Korean won (TL), just over $44. 50,000 won. He wasn't even buying one, just renting it for a little while, yet it cost that much? If he thought about his current financial status, that was way too big an expense. Well, it's not like someone will contact me. Anyway, if the association failed to get a hold of someone on his or her smartphone, they'd call the house instead. So, there was no real reason for him to spend money and get himself a temp phone right now. Jinwoo shook his head. I'll just wait. I understand. As soon as your replacement phone arrives, we will send it straight to your residence. Thank you. Jinwoo got up to leave. His business was done here. He had already completed the daily quest that never failed to show up every day, and the application for the new phone at the association also ended faster than he expected. Jinwoo exited from the association building and pulled the golden key out again. Is it now time to check this little guy out? Then, the information on the key floated up in green letters. Item, dungeon key, rarity, E, ed, also reflects the difficulty in acquiring the item. Type, key, a key that transfers you to an instant dungeon, can be used at the third exit of the Hapjeong subway station. He found this key inside one of the random boxes he got as the daily quest rewards. At first, he wondered why a key would come out from there, but once he saw the rarity category, he immediately realized that this was no ordinary item. This was one of the reasons prompting him to get discharged from the hospital as well. An entrance key to the instant dungeon. Whether it was called instant or not, a dungeon was a dungeon. If it was about dungeons, then he had plenty of painful memories regarding those. This one time, he participated in a raid rank T and ended up getting wounded so badly that he had to stay in the hospital for over a week. Back then, he was able to survive because of the comrades that went with him. But, if he used this key to enter a dungeon, then it meant that he had to enter it all alone. He deliberated for a long time, before making up his mind. I'm sure there will be no problems as long as I just take a quick peek inside. If things looked bad, all he had to do was run away. After all, he'd been running 10 kilometers every day for a while now, so he was pretty confident of running away, actually. And it was his mistake for taking it too lightly. Slam, slam. Is there a wall blocking me? He pounded on the invisible wall and shouted at the outside, but no one replied back. People continued to carry on with their own lives, that was all. Sometimes, someone approached the Hapjeong station, but they simply vanished as soon as coming in contact with this invisible wall. It was quite likely that the place he was in and the outside world were two separate dimensions. Jinwoo tried his hardest to force his way out of this place, which prompted a new alert message to pop up. Tearing, you cannot exit the dungeon. Please defeat the boss first or find the return crystal. It was the same message as before. The key in his possession disappeared as soon as he set foot inside the third exit of the subway station, and, by the time Jinwoo realized things had gone rather awry and hurriedly turned around to leave, it was already too late. He was thinking of finding a hidden gate or some kind of a doorway within the third exit that would transport him to a dungeon, but his expectation was completely off the mark, and quite different from the regular dungeons. He couldn't even leave as he pleased. 2. It's different from other dungeons. Jinwoo spat out a long groan and looked behind him. What he could see now was the interior of the subway station that had transformed into a jungle. Walls were thick with twisting vines, and rancid odor akin to rotting corpses assaulted his senses. Hell, he even heard the cries of what sounded like wild beasts from afar every now and then. 2. It wasn't that there was a hidden entrance somewhere near the entrance of the Hapjeong station, but the entire station had become a dungeon. Instead, Jinwoo pulled the steel longsword out from his inventory. Tearing item: Kim Sang 6 steel longsword. Attack +10. His back was blocked off, and he had no method of contacting outside, so the only option left was to go forward. Jinwoo nervously swallowed his saliva and slowly descended the steps. He held his breath and surveyed his surroundings, but he couldn't sense anything particular. However, it was truly forbidden to underestimate the dangers in a dungeon. Among the low-ranked monsters, there were quite a few that knew how to mask and hide their presence very well. No, maybe because they were so low-ranked that they had no choice but to hide and wait to ambush their prey. Past the toilets, he entered deeper and encountered the underground shopping center. Shops were worn down and in complete disarray, looking more like a ruin than anything else. Seeing the humanless ruined shells of the shops dimly illuminated by the flickering overhead lamps, something felt rather ominously creepy and sinister. Flicker, flicker. A few of the lamps continued to flicker as if their life was nearing the end. Jinwoo carefully stepped on the overgrown weeds jutting out from between the cracked floor tiles and continued on forward, but he picked up on a general aura of unease and scanned his surroundings. Everything seemed so quiet and still, but he did sense a gaze of something. And then, there was this smell. 2. A seriously rotten odor of an animal carcass with flies buzzing around was coming from somewhere. For Jinwoo, who had frequently entered dungeons, this was a rather familiar smell. This smell, an animal-type monster. However, he still couldn't find its whereabouts at all, just like how a predator would stalk its prey. Oh, so you want to remain hidden and wait for your chance, is that it? In that case, he should give it one. Jinwoo deliberately turned around and presented his back, and very slowly, retread the path he had taken until now. An animal would try pounce on the prey as soon as its back was shown. An animal-type monster would be no different. And so, it happened when he took his third step. Smash! The shop window of a clothing store behind him shattered into pieces and something jumped out. And this something, as soon as it landed on the ground, leapt towards Jinwoo's exposed neck in one go. Roar! Jinwoo had been getting ready for a sneak attack like this one, so almost immediately, he swung the sword in the direction of the sound. It was a perfectly executed instinctive counter. Swish! The sharp edge of the blade sliced open the creature's maw. The monster spat out a pained cry as it flew away from Jinwoo and crashed on the ground, rolling around in a heap. SFX for a dog-type whimpering. Repeated. It was a huge wolf with a reddish coat of fur. The wolf with its maw sliced away wiggled around and threw a seizure-like fit as if it was under a great deal of pain. When he took a closer look, its name also appeared on top of its head, just like the centipedes from the penalty zone. Iron-fanged lichen. However, unlike before, its name was in white letters, not red. There is no time to waste here. This was the perfect opportunity while the monster could not move from its wound. Jinwoo threw his body forward. He ran hard and fast, and chopped down with his sword, separating the creature's head from its body. Roar! Lichen spat out the final roar and stopped breathing afterwards. You've killed an iron-fanged lichen. Good. However, the joy of victory was temporary. Two more lichens jumped out from their hiding place from behind the shop's darkness. DM in it. It was in a pack. Jinwoo's eyes grew wider. They bared their big fangs and closed the distance in an instant. Jinwoo's expression crumpled dismally. He must have chopped down too hard from all the excitement, because the sword was lodged on the ground too deep and it stubbornly refused to come out. It's stuck somewhere. It was at this moment that one of the Lycans aimed for his face and leapt up. D-minute. Jinwoo ducked low. The Lycan flew over his head and landed face first on the ground after failing to stop in time. Stab. When its fangs stabbed into the stone floor, cracks instantly formed on the hard surface. I guess it's not called iron-fanged for nothing. Huh. Of course. He didn't have the leeway to stay there and admire this scene. One more monster was still running towards his front at the moment. 2. His sword showed no signs of coming free from its earthly prison for the time being. Screw this. Jinwoo had no choice but to give up on the sword for now and threw a hard punch at the Lycan closing in. Whoosh, accompanied by a bone-chilling sound of wind parting ways. His fist flew straight forward. Pow! It took just one hit and the head of the Lycan simply exploded. The corpse of the now headless Lycan slammed into the ceiling above and then, powerlessly fell down to the ground. Thud. Jinwoo's eyes opened up very wide and he stared dumbfoundedly at his own fist. What an unexpected destructive power that was. Chapter 14. The sole surviving Lycan, the one that flew over Jinwoo's head just now, lowered its tail after seeing this scene and began taking faltering steps backwards. Huh? Was this the result from him raising his strength stat? The utterly stunned Sung Jinwoo couldn't close his slack jaw as the headless Lycan's legs shook like a leaf, before its movement stopped for good. That was when he heard the familiar mechanical beep going off again. Tearing. You've killed an iron-fanged Lycan. Level up. My level rose up. To make sure that he didn't mishear that, Jinwoo hurriedly accessed his status window. Name: Sung Jinwoo. Level 2. Class: None. Title: None. HP: 205. MP: 22. Tiredness: 0. Stat: Strength: 32. Stamina: 11. Agility: 11. Intelligence: 11. Perception: 11. Available points to distribute: 0. Skills: Passive skills: Unknown, LV. Max: Tenacity LV. 1. Active skills: -LV. 1. His level really did go up, and when a level went up, a single point was added to all of his stats. As it turned out, it wasn't only the quest rewards that could impact the values of his stats. It was also possible to improve his stats through leveling up, too. To think, I can actually level up. He only carried a vague expectation, but it actually became reality. His heart began to beat faster and faster. On top of that, I get more additional points from leveling up. The stat points he got from the quest rewards were 3. Meanwhile, he got 5 from leveling up once, although he didn't like the fact that he couldn't freely distribute those points the way he liked to, but still, his growth through leveling up was much greater. Also, there was the thing about quests only being available once per day, but there was a good chance that leveling up wouldn't suffer from such restrictions. I only killed 2, but my level rose up. This was the same as in video games. When his level was low, he could raise it up by a lot during a short space of time, and currently, Jinwoo was only a level 2. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was right at the bottom of the pile. However, he was not what one would call a normal low-level player, either. His strength stat already exceeded 30. If the strength stat rose up by 1 point every time one leveled up, then the stat value of Jinwoo's strength was equivalent to level 20 or higher. What if a user possessing level 20's worth of strength stat hunted in the level 1 beginner's hunting area? In other words, explosive leveling up. As if to prove his guess, the destructive might behind that punch easily exceeded his own expectations. The strength stat might have been multiplied by just over 3 times, but the difference in actual, physical strength was well beyond that. Jinwoo's original strength value was 10. There was the difference of 3 times the value between the strength stat of 10 and 30, but the difference between the actual forces produced was well beyond that. Could it be? What if, as the stats value rose up, the weight was also added as well? If that was the case, then such a destructive power output could easily be explained away. Besides that, his movement speed had increased as well. If it was in the past, there was no way he'd be able to lightly evade the all-out attack of an animal, nor could his punch move fast enough to produce the sound of the air splitting apart. Right, The physical strength in my muscles has increased, so obviously my speed would have increased along the way, too. Simply by raising his strength stat higher, both his power and speed had gone up. The battle against the Lycans proved this. So, what would happen if he increased his agility? Instead, his curiosity was at its peak, but he didn't have any method to find out at the moment. If he wanted to satisfy his burning curiosity, then he simply had to increase his stats ASAP. Even still, he couldn't help but think that investing points he got as quest rewards in the agility stat kinda felt a bit wasteful. If he shored up his strength stat, both his power and speed would go up anyway, so what was the point of investing in the agility stat? Since his thoughts were as such, there was only one way to go forward here. I gotta level up lots of times, really fast. Indeed, he'd raise the agility stat through leveling up. Every little cent saved would eventually net him a buck later down the line. If he increased the values 1 point at a time, he'd feel the difference sooner or later. Jinwoo pried loose the sword off the ground. In that case, shall I get started for real? Then, there was one more monster he needed to kill. After all, by the way, where did it disappear to? The Lycan that was definitely somewhere nearby had gone with the wind before he had noticed it. Jinwoo hurriedly scanned his surroundings, but he couldn't find a single trace of the creature. Quite likely, it had turned tail and ran away while he was immersed in the status windows. Well, he should have known something was up when it lowered its tail and cautiously studied his mood. TSK, Jinwoo smacked his lips, realizing that a bundle of experience points had just escaped from his grasp. Hang on, do these things give away things like magic crystals, too? The sudden thought popping up in his head stopped him in his tracks. Monsters appearing within the gates all possessed one, or sometimes, several, magic crystals in them. If one got lucky, a runestone might drop. 2. Magic crystals could be used for a variety of purposes and they alone exchanged hands for princely sums. No need to even mention the runestones, which could be used by hunters to learn brand new skills. It was not an exaggeration to say that the reasons why hunters participated in raids was not just because of the promised payment from the related organizations, but also these magic crystals, as well. Jinwoo was also a hunter. He was successful in killing these monsters, so not being rewarded for his work kind of felt a bit like he was wronged somehow. Feeling a little rueful, he sliced open the Lycan's stomach, but it turned out to be a waste of time. It seemed that these creatures were fundamentally different from the regular monsters. The thing was, he had entered quite a few different dungeons in his career so far, but he had never seen these wolf-like monsters before. Jinwoo dusted his hands and was about to stand back up, but then, he spotted something glittering within the dead Lycan's mouth. So, he opened the creature's maws. One of the Lycan's fangs was emitting a beam of light. When Jinwoo reached out, a new message popped up before him. You found the item, the canine of a Lycan. Take it? Sure thing. Item, the canine of a Lycan. Rarity, none. Type, miscellaneous. A large and sharp canine of a Lycan, can be stored in the inventory or can be sold at the store. Jinwoo got flustered a bit while staring at the canine tooth. There was a store, too? Where would you find a system less friendly than the one he was saddled with? To think, it was designed in such a way that the end user had to personally experience it with his own body before learning about any of its functions. Hell, he wasn't given much of an explanation during the penalty quest and he almost died as a result back then. Jinwoo gnashed his teeth and tried to summon this store thing. Store. He couldn't help but feel his anticipation build up, wondering if a shop with a signboard declaring store and manned by an NPC merchant, kinda like from video games, might really appear before him. However, what appeared instead was a bunch of green letters floating in the air like hologram projections, just like when he accessed his mailbox. And there were only 2 words there, to buy and sell. What a simple tastic store this was. Jinwoo selected buy. He didn't have a single cent in his pockets, but he was still curious about the stuff available within the store. Unfortunately for him, the store turned out to be one cold customer. Your level is too low to access the buy function. He was already familiar with the cold shoulder treatment from the places that required him to pay up, so this was fine. Sure. Jinwoo didn't think too much about it and shifted his gaze away to sell. Will you sell item? The canine of a lichen? Yup. With the clinging sounds of coins, his inventory appeared next. Right at the bottom of the display, in the column saying gold, he could see the number 20 appearing there. That space had been empty yesterday. 20 gold. He couldn't really use that money in real life, and he couldn't even use the store properly yet, so he had no idea just how much this 20 gold was actually worth. Oh well, a creature from the rank He dungeon wouldn't have given me any decent loot, to begin with. Even if there was a difference between the dungeons found beyond the gates and this so-called instant dungeon, it would be the same difference at the end of the day. Still, Jinwoo wanted to make sure, so he was about to collect the canine from the other dead lichen, but he ended up doing a facepalm, instead. I blew away its entire head, didn't I? Jinwoo felt bitter as he turned around to go somewhere else. 20 gold and its unknown worth were calling back to him, but he couldn't waste time searching for a single canine that could have flown to pretty much anywhere under this dim lighting. However, as soon as he turned around, the feelings of bitterness dissipated in an instant. Growl, grrr, growl, grrr. Well now, the lichen he thought had ran away actually came back with a bunch of its friends. A wonderfully bright smile bloomed on Jinwoo's face. Even at a casual glance, there must be over 20 of them here. Eureka! Hang on a minute. Was that the right word to use in this sort of situation? Whatever. It was definitely a word to express one's joy. Anyway, Jinwoo tightly grasped the sword and spoke up. With the exception of your canines, I'm gonna massacre all of you. When the chilling glare of a man who was obsessed about making money landed on the lichens, they became intimidated and shuddered slightly. It was at this point that Jinwoo pounced on them without mercy. Level up, level up, level up. As he expected, his levels rose up quite quickly. Simply from searching every nook and cranny of the first floor and killing all the lichens he could find, Jinwoo's level shot right up to 7. He had jumped up 5 flights of stairs, in other words, whimper. When he caught up and killed the very last monster running desperately away from him, a strange message popped up into his view. Tearing, you have acquired the title, Slaughterer of Wolves. A title? Slaughterer of Wolves, a title given to a hunter skilled in hunting wolves. When facing animal-type monsters, all of your stats will increase by 40%. TL, the hunter is a lowercase here, because that's what's in the raw. The hunters until now had been written in English. Actually, when he opened his status window to take a look, the title column indeed had been updated. Name, Sung Jinwoo. Level, 7. Class, None. Title, Slaughterer of Wolves. HP, 766. MP, 81. Tiredness, 3. Stat, Strength, 37. Stamina, 16. Agility, 16. Intelligence, 16. Perception, 16. Available points to distribute, 0. Skills. Passive skills. Unknown, LV. Max. Tenacity LV. 1. Active skills, -LV. 1. A bonus boost to his stats when fighting against animal-type monsters. Although the effect was a bit restricted, still, having his stats increase by 40%, now that didn't sound too bad at all. There are plenty of animal-type monsters out there, so would this apply to them as well? TL. The author had been using the Hanja word for monsters to describe those found in the Gates dungeons until now, but the creatures found in the instant dungeon are written in the English word, monster. That's why we get this line. If that was the case, then he'd be able to easily kill monsters when participating in the future raids. However, he still earned big time even when disregarding his new title: 34 wolf canines, 2 rusted daggers, a set of traveler's clothes, and 1 return crystal. While killing these wolves, he learned that he could sometimes find loot from their bellies. Of course, none of them was all that useful. The rusted daggers possessed lower attack power bonus compared to the sword he'd been using until now, and the traveler's clothes were not something he could actually wear, but just some random japtum, vendor trash, essentially, that he could hawk off to the store. When he sold them all off, He earned just over 1,000 gold. Current gold, 1,060. Even then, I can't really celebrate, can I? Well, no matter how much he hoarded this gold thing, he couldn't use them anyways, at least not for now. The only thing remaining, besides the gold, was the return crystal. When he was trying desperately to escape from the dungeon back then, the message said he'd need a return crystal if he wanted to leave. And now, if he wanted to, he could escape at any time. He found himself on a crossroads. In front, the stairs leading down to the second floor, and in his hand, a single return crystal grasped tightly. Do I continue on, or do I back out? If it was in the past, he'd not hesitate and choose the latter. That was how he managed to survive all those raids with his pathetic stats. Everyone said that him surviving until now was a miracle, but well, he was trying to be smart about his choices, actually. However, the story was different now. He didn't want to retreat here. He felt that, if he turned away to leave now, then he'd never be able to take another step forward in his life. I've retreated enough times already, right? Wouldn't it be okay for him to jump in headlong, at least once in his life? Jinwoo pocketed the return crystal. His steps climbing down the steps to the second floor was light. Chapter 15. Level up, level up. Unlike the dungeons of the gates, there was a thing called respawned within the instant dungeon. While he was sweeping away every single monster found on the second floor, all the monsters on the first respawned. While he went back upstairs to deal with them, monsters on the second floor respawned. So on and so forth. Level up, level up. Jinwoo hopped between the first and second floor and killed monsters until his level no longer rose up. Who knows when I'll ever run into another opportunity like this one. Along the way, he got so used to this place that he was able to predict from where and how the monsters would try to attack him. A monkey falling from the ceiling. He lightly evaded the claws of the monkey-type monster falling from the ceiling and stabbed it in the chest with his sword. And then, Kaik, ... one cat each from left and right, ... and then, he orderly sliced the necks of the Black Panther-like creatures jumping at him from his sides. Kaik, you've killed the Blade Claw Briga, you've killed the Black Shadow Risen, you've killed the Black Shadow Risen. And with these three, he had arrived at the end of the second floor. He had cleared out the second floor once more. However, his level hadn't been moving from 15 for a long time now. It seemed that reaching that high was the limit for the first two floors. Stats: Strength, 45, Stamina, 24, Agility, 24, Intelligence, 24, Perception, 24, Available points to distribute, 0. With him being level 15, his stats had risen up by quite a lot. His agility was now almost at 25. He finally got to feel the difference between the agility and the strength stat when the former hit the value of 20. The agility did not increase his speed, but rather, it was as if the opponent's movement had become far slower in his perception, instead. Exactly like watching a slow-motion video. The scenes of the monkey falling from the ceiling and panthers pouncing on him played out in slow motion. Should he describe it as him being able to manipulate the time flow as he wished? It became easier to evade enemies' attacks, and it also became easier to hit them as well. As the word implied, he had indeed become more agile. The so-called speed was wholly dependent on who was looking at it. The higher his agility stat, the bigger the difference between him and his enemies would become. From their perspective, he'd look as if he was moving at an unbelievably quick speed. If both the strength and agility increase concurrently, their synergy should be pretty incredible. That was his final assessment of the agility stat. Besides all that, Jinwoo shifted his gaze away. What should I do now? He was looking at the stairs leading down to the third floor. There was a reason why he continued to hunt in the first two floors even though there was a way to go even lower. It's giving me the creeps. With his perception stat so much higher, he could sense the aura of something ominous lurking down there far better than before. Without a doubt, Something really strong was hiding somewhere down below. He didn't have to see it to know. Jinwoo recalled the message he saw back by the entrance of this instant dungeon. You cannot exit the dungeon. Please defeat the boss first or find the return crystal. The existence of the boss. Jinwoo had been roaming the first 2 floors in order to raise his levels until he couldn't anymore, all for the purpose of fighting this boss. He had prepared himself as much as he could, but when the time to actually go down there came, he was getting all sweaty and nervous. Jinwoo lightly slapped both of his cheeks. I mean, I've entered a dungeon, so I can't just leave without taking a look at what this boss looks like. Now can I? A certain amount of tension was a must in order to maintain the peak condition, and this amount was just about right for him. Jinwoo gripped the sword tightly with both of his hands, slowly descended the steps. Could he have been mistaken when the steps felt unusually longer than before? He swallowed dried saliva down. The lighting was worse than the first 2 floors, but there was no problem with seeing where he was going. Is it because of my perceptions that? He couldn't help but feel that his eyesight had improved greatly. He cautiously climbed lower until eventually spotting the railway tunnel used by the subway trains. No, he saw where the railway used to be. The tunnel that should have been used by trains was now filled with jet black liquid. Instead, what is this? Rather than a subway tunnel, it was more like a lake or a river now. Just as Jinwoo took one more step forward to take a closer look, a long log-like object shot out from the surface of the black water. Swish! It's fast. The thing that arrived in front of his nose in the blink of an eye was not a log, but a snake with a thickness rivaling one. Actually, hop! Taken by surprise, Jinwoo could only swing the sword and strike the head of the snake away from him. Clang! Jinwoo's eyes opened wider. What the hell? He did succeed in deviating that direction of the lunging snake, but his trusty steel longsword ended up breaking apart from the impact. Jinwoo looked back in surprise. The snake must have been surprised by his counterattack as well, because it didn't try to follow up right away, but instead chose to simply glare at him while coiling itself up a distance away. The ruler of the swamp, Poison-Fanged Blue Kasaka. Jinwoo could clearly see the orange-colored name of the monster. It was a creature incomparably faster and hardier than those with their names written in white. Even then, for a sword reinforced with magic energy to break like that, Jinwoo swallowed nervously and cautiously studied the boss monster called Kasaka. Blue scales covering its entire body gleamed in an oily manner, as if it had draped itself with thick armor. Those scales had no gaps to speak of. Sword strikes wouldn't have worked in the first place. It'd be the same story for punches, too. When Jinwoo's thoughts arrived there, the Kasaka must have finished its own analysis on its prey, because it finally lunged at him once more. No matter how one looked at it, it was a frightening turn of speed, that's for sure. Swish! Jinwoo narrowed his eyes. It's coming. When he concentrated hard, he could now clearly see the attack of the Kasaka, which was something he couldn't even properly decipher in the beginning. This was all due to the increased agility stat. Just before the Kasaka opened its maws wide and tried to swallow him, Jinwoo swiftly sidestepped and let the attack brush past him. At the same time, he wrapped his arms around the creature and caught it in a headlock. He then tightened his grip. SFX for bones breaking. Jinwoo's strength stat was almost at 50. An unbelievably powerful pressure tightened around the snake's main artery. The snake could not escape from his grip and thrashed around as if it was in pain. Jinwoo gritted his teeth and strengthened his arms even more. Slam! Boom! Jinwoo's body slammed against the walls and on the floor, but he never released his arms. If I didn't raise my levels as high as I could before coming here, there was literally no end to wondering about what ifs and what could have beens. However, all kinds of thoughts still swirled in Jinwoo's head. If he didn't raise his level to the limit, if his strength stat wasn't so illogically high, then he'd have gone through incredible hell in order to kill the Kasaka. No, he might even have died here. So, his decision not to come down right away proved to be the smart one. His choice was indeed the right one. Crack! Accompanied by a rather awful noise, the skull of Kasaka gave in and cracked apart. You have killed the ruler of the swamp, Poison-fanged blue Kasaka, level up, as expected of a boss mob. His level rose up by 2 after killing the Kasaka. Jinwoo tightly clenched his fists. The level that had been stagnating at 15 had jumped up to 17. In just a single day, he crazily raised his level from 1 all the way up to 17. However, no one hunted boss mobs for experience points. Indeed, if it was a boss mob, then it'd be all about the loot drops. When he started checking out the dead snake, 2 spots of light began gleaming from somewhere within its limp body. 2 items. Because it was a boss, his expression one of elation. Jinwoo reached out towards the spots of light. Tearing. You have discovered item. Poison Fang of Kasaka. Take it. You have discovered item. Poison Sac of Kasaka. Take it. Take them all. As soon as he said those words, a dagger made out of a bone and a small pouch with liquid in it appeared on his palms. Item. Poison Fang of Kasaka. Rarity. C. Type. Dagger. Attack plus 25. A dagger fashioned from the poison fang of the Kasaka. There are traces of the Kasaka's poison on it, so when attacking, it will cause paralysis and bleeding. Status effects can be stored in the inventory, or can be sold at the store. Status effect paralysis. The target will be unable to move. Success rate is fixed. Status effect bleeding. The target's stamina will be reduced by 1% per second. Jinwoo nodded his head. A dagger made not out of bone, but from the fang. Huh, it's not a bad item with those options, yeah? Next up was the pouch. Item. Poison Sac of Kasaka. Rarity. A. Type. Medicine. A pouch containing the refined poison of the Kasaka can be found very rarely when hunting Kasakas. Drinking this poison will give you strong skin, but the toxicity will permanently damage your muscles. Affect the iron scales of Kasaka. 20% reduction in physical damage. Side effect damaged muscles. Strength minus 35. Jinwoo's expression alternated between joy and anguish. The poison fang of Kasaka was a good weapon to replace the broken longsword. Not only did it possess over twice the attack power, but he really liked the 2 status effects of paralysis and bleeding, too. However, this poison sac is a bit. Initially, he was really pleased to find an item with the rarity rating, but when reading the description, he realized this was not something he could feel completely chuffed about. Of course, that effect of reducing all physical damage taken by 20% was a great option befitting an A-rank item. However, it also carried a fatal penalty of decreasing his strength stat by 35. It'd be a really painful loss for him, especially when he invested all of his points on increasing his strength stat. Was this the famed double-edged sword? Then, no. The expression of chicken ribs suited this item far better. Instead, TL, a Korean idiom. It means something like people not giving up on chicken ribs even though there isn't all that much meat around there. Maybe, he might be able to use this thing only when his strength stat had risen so high that the loss of 35 points wouldn't affect him in the slightest, which should be in the distant future. It was impossible to drink it right now. For the time being, I should just hold on to it. With a rueful expression, he stored both inside his inventory. Maybe, if an A-rank dagger and a C-rank medicine came out, then he might have felt not as bad as he did now. Well, he'd have just gotten rid of the C-rank medicine if it was useless. After all, it was then. A new message popped up. With the death of the boss, the interior of the dungeon will revert back to its original state. Suddenly, his sights blurred for a bit, and then, they were restored back to normal, along with a slight bit of dizziness assaulting his senses. When he took a look around, he found himself inside a normal subway station. The lights overhead shone brightly, and the black liquid filling up the tunnel was all gone, too. But where is everyone? Not just people, but even trains were strangely absent. He even checked the time while thinking that the trains had stopped running for the day because it was so late already, but the clock was indicating 10 p.m. He entered the Hapjeong station around the lunch hour, so he had spent over 9 hours inside that dungeon. I was in there for a long time, wasn't I? If it weren't for his tiredness stat being refreshed every time he leveled up, he'd have keeled over from the accumulated fatigue several times by now. Anyway, isn't it still too early for the trains to stop running? Jinwoo tilted his head as not one train showed up. No matter how long he stood there waiting, he decided to leave the station for the time being. While he was trudging towards the exit, he couldn't spot a single person, but, as he climbed up the steps to get to the surface, someone shouted at Jinwoo from above, "Who goes there?" Who knew that the voice of another person would sound this welcoming? Jinwoo quickly raised his head. He saw a soldier wielding a rifle. "Who are you? Why are you coming out from there? Haven't you heard the broadcasts?" The expression of the soldier was so serious that even Jinwoo's own expression hardened in an instant. "Did something happen? What the? How can you even say that?" The soldier approached closer, but then, he spotted the broken sword in Jinwoo's hand. After it broke, it could no longer be stored in the inventory, and Jinwoo didn't feel like leaving it behind, so he just carried it outside like this. Seeing that, the light within the soldier's eyes changed rapidly. He then carefully studied Jinwoo's current appearance. Now that this soldier had taken a closer look, Jinwoo's clothes displayed various hints of the youth participating in many fierce battles recently. The crumpled expression of the soldier lightened up in an instant. "Are you a hunter by any chance?" Chapter 16. "Yes, I am one, but, please forgive me. This way, please. Let me guide you there." Sure." Sensing that his troubles might get more complicated if he said there's been a misunderstanding here, Sung Jinwoo decided to quietly follow the soldier's guidance for now. Jinwoo then swept his gaze around his vicinity. "Now that I see, the surrounding atmosphere felt rather suspicious. The streets were totally deserted. The only people he could see were the soldiers and the members of the police. Also, corpses belonging to monsters, destroyed cars, and buildings with cracks running up their walls." Jinwoo realized what had happened here. A gate must have opened up nearby. Something like that almost never happened nowadays with the well-established hunter system in place, but sometimes, a gate would appear in a remote area, and it'd go unnoticed for a while. As a result, no one would come around to close it in time. When such an event unfolded, soldiers from the nearby bases were dispatched in order to buy some time until hunters could arrive on the scene. Of course, the weapons of soldiers didn't work against the monsters. However, in order to facilitate the evacuation of civilians, someone had to be offered up as sacrifices. In other words, they were to become cannon fodder. A role someone had no choice but to perform had been saddled on the shoulders of this nation's youths. "Thank you." The soldier walking up ahead thanked Jinwoo out of the blue. "Pardon me?" "Well, because hunters such as yourself fight hard, we are able to go home at the end of the day, you see." He said thanks. That was something Jinwoo wanted to say to the soldier. Instead, soldiers to the hunters, and hunters to soldiers, as befitting those fighting to protect someone, or even something, they were expressing their gratitude against each other. Beep. The soldier's expression brightened after he received the radio transmission. "I've received a word that the monsters in the vicinity have been dealt with, and only the biggest one remains." Jinwoo nodded his head. He didn't need to hear the soldier's explanation to know. He could actually sense the presence of a powerful life form nearby, and he could even sense several auras of hunters surrounding it. 2. The enhanced perception stat was transmitting crucial information in the form of sensations and feelings, and that's how Jinwoo got to figure it out almost immediately. That thing is the boss. Soon enough, the creature could be seen in the distance. In the empty, open space not too far from him, a dozen or so hunters were surrounding a giant made out of rock. It was as tall as a telephone pole. It was a golem-type monster. Hawk. The soldier spat out a gasp of fear as he took a step backwards. Perhaps it was his first time seeing one. Since the moment he saw it, his entire body had stiffened noticeably. But then again, most people would react in a similar fashion. The difference between seeing a monster for real and seeing it on a TV or a computer monitor was like heaven and earth. After all, unlike him, Jinwoo remained calm and observed the unfolding situation. "Healers, concentrate your healing on the tanker. We're also doing our best." "Why isn't it dying already? What are the damage dealers doing?" "It's not even remotely close enough to dying. is it? The monster's defenses are too strong, and we just don't have enough magic-type hunters in our group, because they had been summoned out here in haste. None of them seemed to be high-ranked hunters. Both their defenses and attacks didn't look that effective at all. Because of that, hunters couldn't avoid being embroiled in the protracted battle of attrition. Boom! When the golem slammed its massive stone fist downward, the hunter acting as the tanker had no choice but to kneel down just for a brief second. Keohawk, the tanker vomited out a mouthful of blood. And no, the tanker might die at this rate. What do you want me to do? My magic energy reserve is completely empty, you know. Hasn't the support from high-ranked hunters arrived yet? These hunters looked like they had reached their limit. Jinwoo's gaze, as he took all of these in, gleamed quite sharply. If it's only that much, I can do this. Jinwoo slowly took several steps back. This golem-type boss might possess the high defense, but its rank was probably lower than its scary outer appearance might suggest. Just from the aura it emitted, it was definitely weaker than the boss of the instant dungeon, the poison-fanged blue whatever. So, if I could just render its high defenses to nothing. What's needed right now was a powerful strike that could penetrate past that dumb rock giant's defenses. Jinwoo got to enough distance away and took a position of throwing something. The muscles in the arm holding the broken sword began swelling up quite violently out of the blue. Thick, pulsing veins even popped up on the back of his hand, too. All of his physical strength was concentrated in his right arm. A short while after that, the arm pulled back taut like the string of a bow was shot forward at the speed of sound. Go! The view of the rank D hunter, Lee Hansu, was turning dark. He couldn't continue on anymore. His prized shield had begun developing cracks as well. As if their magic energy had been depleted, the amount of healing magic hitting him from the healers had decreased quite noticeably. At this rate, every single one of them would die for sure. Lee Hansu had to make a decision. Now, the only feasible plan here was for him to buy enough time so the other hunters could safely escape from here. And at a later time, hunters with higher ranks show up to kill this golem, or we all die together here. Cold sweat drops formed on Lee Hansu's forehead. He finally firmed up his resolve. Lee Hansu shouted out while looking back, "Leave this to me and you all gotta." It was at this moment that Lee Hansu saw it. Something flew towards here as it gleamed coldly in the night air. Actually, he could only sense that he had seen something, but his eyes couldn't really pick up on anything tangible. It was that fast. Kwahang! That something slammed into the golem's head and it grandly exploded. What the hell? Lee Hansu's eyes opened up super wide. The headless golem began tottering dangerously. The hunters began roaring out in elation. Only then, they focused their attacks once more. It's working. Our attacks are working. It's falling. A little bit more. Just a bit more and we'll win. It seemed that none of them had noticed the object flying in from somewhere, because they were too focused on attacking the monster, with the sole exception of Lee Hansu standing right in front of the golem. That was Ru'ar. In the end, the golem toppled over. Thud. The heavy body fell down to the ground and kicked up a mighty dust storm. Wow! Hunters all cried out in elation and celebrated their victory. We did it. We killed it. Only Lee Hansu had seen everything unfold, and he slowly shook his head. No. Our attacks didn't even work on this guy. Lee Hansu hurriedly searched around the vicinity of the fallen golem. Just what did destroy the head of this rock giant? Lee Hansu thought out aloud and searched around. Eventually, he discovered the remnants of a broken sword. Although there were some traces of magic energy within it, it was basically a cheap, plain steel sword. What? Someone threw something this worthless and destroyed a boss-level golem capable of brushing off the combined attacks of 10+ hunters? Suddenly, he forgot what he wanted to say. Lee Hansu silently alternated his gaze between the corpse of the golem and the broken sword, before he ran past the cheering hunters and in the direction the sword flew in from. "Excuse me." He found a dazed soldier standing there. "Pardon? You talking to me?" "That's right, you." When a hunter with a hulking physique hurriedly rushed towards him, the soldier couldn't help but swallow nervously with a stiff face. That was how great the pressure a hunter gave off to regular people. Lee Hansu displayed the broken sword and asked, "Did you throw this?" "Oh, that. It's actually." The soldier looked behind him. only for his eyes to go round in surprise. But there was a hunter standing right behind me, though, of course, there was no one there now. While the flustered soldier was looking around the vicinity, Li Hansu scratched the back of his neck and stared at the broken sword. That power, that destructive power. Could it have been a high-rank hunter? He'd never know, since the protagonist had disappeared already. Around the same time, Jinwoo was on his way home. He turned around to leave as soon as the golem began teetering about. Indeed, he was the one who brought down the golem. He was well aware of this fact. Now originally, the loot and the profit arising from a dead monster belonged solely to the hunter who managed to kill it. If he wanted to, he could contest for the rights to the golem. However, it had become problematic when trying to prove that I am capable of bringing down a golem like that. Who would believe the notion of a giant golem crashing down because of an attack from a measly little rank E? He didn't even have a proper evidence to back him up. 2. Jinwoo figured that neither the broken sword or the soldier standing beside him would be of a great help in that endeavor. And that would not be all. More importantly, he'd have to reveal the reason how his abilities had increased by so much that he could fell a golem like that. The harder he thought about it, he had more to lose than to gain. The one and only ability in the entire world to level up. He couldn't afford to slip up and reveal the existence of this unprecedented ability just for the sake of claiming the remains of a single golem. It's a bit of a waste, but can't be helped. Still, it wasn't as if he walked away completely empty-handed. Anyway, no. Rather than that, he earned pretty big, actually. The message he heard the moment that giant golem fell down: level up. His level rose up by 1 because he had killed the golem. Indeed, my levels will rise if I hunt the monsters from the normal dungeons. He had learned some valuable information. That alone was worth it. An old and decrepit apartment located on the outskirts of the city. Jinwoo's home was on the 8th floor of this building. I use the Commonwealth way of counting floors, so for all those who don't, it'd be the 9th floor for you. He found the key and entered the premises. It was dark inside. Jin's still studying hard. It was quite likely that his little sister was still in the library, studying. He found a bowl of rice and some soup on the dining table. Mom was in the hospital for a number of years now, and these dishes were from his little sister. The piece of paper, a memo from her, contained a bunch of cutely written words. Don't starve yourself. I'ma check later if you ate them all. She must have prepared them even though she was busy as a bee. After he told her of his plans to leave the hospital earlier today, Jinwoo grinned softly and settled down to eat. However, there was something he wanted to confirm first before doing that. Status window. Name: Sung Jinwoo. Level: 18. Class: None. Title: Slaughterer of Wolves. HP: 2220. MP: 350. Tiredness: 2. Stat: Strength: 48. Stamina: 27. Agility: 27. Intelligence: 27. Perception: 27. Available points to distribute: 0. Skills: Passive skills: Unknown, LV. Max: Tenacity LV. 1. Active skills: -LV. 1. He thought that today had been a long one, and thanks to this long day, he was now level 18. His strength was approaching 50, and other stats also had increased significantly as well. He even figured out what the agility and perception stats did, too. On top of this, add to the fact that I found a very useful dagger with good options and all that gold that I don't know how to use just yet, then, even if he disregarded the special medicine he got, his conquest of the instant dungeon was a resounding success. Part 9. Geckos. A person stepping outside the house in the early hours of dawn would inevitably be cautious in their movements. Well, they might end up accidentally waking up their family members. After all, that was why Sung Jin-ah was silently closing the front door to her home, so that her brother wouldn't wake up from his sleep, as she was about to leave for school. But, then, you going to school now, eh? She was taken by surprise when a voice came from near her, and she quickly turned around to look, and she saw Jinwoo jogging towards her. He was kitted out in tracksuit and sneakers. He had pulled the hood up high and looked as if he'd been on an early morning jog. Jin's eyes opened up real wide in shock. "What the heck, Appa? You were up already?" "Yup, been a while since I was up, you know." "Hey, have fun today and be careful on the road." Sure." Jinna watched her brother's back as he entered the apartment and tilted her head. "Now that is so strange. Appa actually woke up before I did." One would never call Jinwoo a lazy type, but Jinna was always the first one to start the day until now simply because she was unusually industrious, which was quite unfitting for her age group. Now that I think about it, her older brother's back seemed broader than before. For some reason. No way that's true. A human's body wasn't made out of some rubber band, so how could it make any sense for him to expand and contract in a space of a few days? I've probably made a mistake. Chapter 17. Just as Jinna shook her head, Jinwoo suddenly pushed forward an umbrella to her. "Why an umbrella?" Jinna received it and took a look at the sky. As it was still early dawn, the sky remained dark, but it seemed to be more or less clear and cloudless. "But, it doesn't look like it's going to rain, though." "Take it anyway." "But, it's heavy, you know." "Take it with you regardless. Besides, it's a folding type umbrella so it doesn't even weigh anything." "Stop exaggerating, will ya?" Slam. Jinwoo then closed the door. Che, acting as he feels like. Jinna lightly kicked the door a couple of times to express her disgruntlement, folded the umbrella and shoved it inside the empty space in her school bag, and turned around to leave. Hang on. Her steps came to an abrupt halt after she remembered the difference in the eye levels between her and her brother. Something was rather odd. His eye level had definitely risen up higher compared to before. Do guys continue to grow taller even in their 20s? There was no way that could be true. Jinna shook her head again and hurriedly walked towards her school. Click. Jinwoo locked the door and summoned his inventory. Storage. Inventory. He discovered it through various experimentation and learned that the word used didn't matter as long they meant the same thing. It was the same story when accessing the mailbox. As long as the word spoken meant open, the desired effect took place without fail. TL. The author wrote open 3 times in Korean and in English in this sentence, thus I had to change it somewhat. Jinwoo then shoved the umbrella he just got from the random box inside the digital storage in front of his eyes. TL. This is the direct translation from the raw. I didn't make a mistake. This is what it really said. "It's no good today again." 4 days had passed by since he cleared that instant dungeon. He always remained hopeful whenever he got to open up a random box, praying for another dungeon key to pop out, but unfortunately, he hadn't been lucky so far. It must have been a pretty rare item if it was this hard to get. Well, that's that. But now, Jinwoo entered his room and sat on the edge of his bed. There was a matter he had resolved right away. Stats. Strength 48, Stamina 27, Agility 27, Intelligence 27, Perception 27, Available points to distribute 12. He had been saving up the stat points earned from the quests of the past 4 days. He made sure to complete the daily quest every day. Of course, he also didn't forget to always check his rewards, too. However, he hadn't distributed the points until now. The issue was, this is tough. Indeed, he found it rather difficult to come to a decision. The strength stat. It was a wonderful stat, that's for sure. He hadn't regretted it once, investing all of his points into this one back when he started this thing. Agility. This was also a pretty darn good stat, too. Against weak enemies, it only helped a little. But as the levels of his opponents rose up in the future, no doubt he'd be relying on this stat more and more. Well, the speed was a relative thing, after all. And then, stamina and perception. It'd be great if his stamina was high, obviously. And this perception turned out to be very useful as well. Finally, intelligence. This was the problem child. He hadn't been able to figure out this stat's uses yet. His level had increased by quite a lot, but he didn't feel any smarter than before. His memories didn't seem to have improved, nor did his ability to calculate quickly. either. I think it has to be related to magic. This stat might be something he didn't really need for the time being, which left strength, stamina, agility and perception. Even then, this is really tough. Although he now had one less stat to choose from, he was still in a dilemma here. He didn't feel too confident at all. At least he understood that the synergy between strength and agility was very good. Even if he could deal big damage, it would be meaningless if he couldn't hit his target. On the flip side, even if he could hit accurately all the time, as long he could not deal enough damage, it'd be a waste of time, too. In that regard, one could say that strength and agility formed a set. Since my strength stat is so high, I should raise agility up to match it. If he decided to raise his agility stat, then he had to delay raising stamina instead. Well, the synergy between agility and stamina wasn't so good. After all, the thing was, when agility was raised, the odds of getting struck by the enemy would decrease. But on the other hand, stamina was a stat that only displayed its true worth when the opponent actually damaged him. Of course, I do need at least the bare minimum of stamina, but raising both agility and stamina at the same time was a rather inefficient method, at least from his perspective. After a lengthy deliberation, he decided on the order of priority. The first one was agility, the second, perception. Finally, stamina. His strength was plenty high enough so he'd defer it for now, and as he was planning to raise his agility, perception took priority over stamina. After deciding so, Jinwoo spent 2 points on strength. Tearing stat: strength 50, stamina 27, agility 27, intelligence 27, perception 27. Available points to distribute 10. Well, he wanted to raise strength to the round and even 50 for the time being. That was how normal human beings behaved. No. Then, he spent 8 points on agility. Stat: strength 50, stamina 27, agility 35, intelligence 27, perception 27. Available points to distribute 2. The reason for that was also not that special. He just wanted the last number to be a 5. It's far more preferable to see the numbers ending in increments of 5. Strength 50, and agility 35. Seeing them end in the multiples of 5, he suddenly felt rather pleased with himself for no reason whatsoever. And as for the last 2 points, Jinwoo invested them on perception next. With this, the points distribution had came to an end. Stat: strength 50, stamina 27, agility 35, intelligence 27, perception 29. Available points to distribute 0. The only sticking point would be the fact that he couldn't quite bring perception up to 30. Well, I don't have any more points left, so it can't be helped, I guess. Other than that, everything was okay. He figured that it'd be fine to raise stamina and agility through leveling up. So then, I guess that's it. No matter who you were, you would be hard-pressed to feel 100% satisfied with everything. Since he had thought about his choices for a long while, he was more or less happy with them like this. It was then, he could hear the telephone ringing from the living room. Ring. Is the association calling me? In the past, he didn't want to participate in the raid, so he did his best to ignore the calls until the last possible moment, but right now, he was raring to go and test out his raised abilities against various monsters. Jinwoo quickly snatched up the receiver. This is the Hunter Sung. Jinwoo. Aigu, you finally picked up the phone. Too bad, it wasn't a call from the association. A rueful sigh leaked out of his mouth. Learner Jinwoo, why is it so difficult to get in touch with you lately? The voice coming from the speaker was a familiar one. It had been 4 years already since he graduated from high school and therefore stopped being a learner, but the owner of the building always attached that prefix in front of Jinwoo's name ever since taking in both the Sung siblings when they were still young kids. I'm really sorry about that. I was admitted to the hospital because of an incident a few days ago. TSK. So that's what happened. I should have known. Well, there's that, and, learner Jinwoo, the rent for this month hadn't come in yet, so. What should I do? If it's a bit too tough for you, should I delay it for a month or two? Oh, number. It's fine. I'll send the money in a bit later. Okay. But, don't force yourself, you hear? Trying to look after your mom and your younger sister. You're going through so much hardship there. I know money is important, but don't forget to take care of your body, too. Thank you. I won't forget that. The call ended there. Jinwoo pulled out the bank balance book from one of the drawers. The remaining amount in the account was only around 800,000 South Korean won, TL. Just over $700. Phew. A groan leaked out from his mouth. After paying the rent of 500,000 South Korean won, he'd have 300,000 South Korean won left for the month's living expenses. And the rent could be that low only because the apartment building was located on the remote outskirts of the city, as well as it being old and decrepit, plus the owner of the building taking into consideration Jinwoo's troubles and not raising the amount for the last couple of years. There was no way anyone would be able to find an apartment to rent for 500 grand per month nowadays, and trying to survive on 300 grand for the whole month was even tougher. I gotta make some money first. Jinwoo decided to take care of the urgent matters first. He was no longer the same guy from a few days ago who couldn't even kill a singly ranked monster and shiver in fear. How did hunters make money? The best way was to kill monsters. Hunters ranked tests, or he could get sponsorships, shoot commercials, make appearances in TV shows and the like to hoover up a lot of money, as much as some chabols made, but their number was exceedingly few. TL. Chabols equals owners of big corporations basically. Indeed, there were too few of them. Excluding those too few ones at the top, the majority of the hunters had to go to a dungeon in order to make money. The higher the rank, the greater the experience. The earnings would be decided by each individual's own capabilities. For someone like Jinwoo, who was rank T, worked only for the association, and had no experience in dungeons rated higher than C, such a condition was an incredibly tough one to overcome. Jinwoo's expression scrunched up into something unsightly. Disregarding the conditions, for now, if I could just enter an assault team, now that would be great. He took a look at the job postings on the Hunter website's bulletin boards and called a few numbers, but all of them turned out to be a waste of time. No one wanted to work with a Hunter rank T. Those hunters seeking outside help via job postings were freelancers almost all of the time, which meant that they were responsible for preserving their own necks, so understandably, they paid close attention when forming a raid team or letting someone into theirs. These people didn't possess enough abilities to enter big guilds, but their ranks were too high to work for the association. They were all kind of stuck in between a rock and a hard place, but unable to go either way. Even then, these hunters still earn more than 10 million South Korean won a month, as far as I know. TL. Around $8,830. It was the case of high risk, high reward. Since they put their lives on the line, the profit they earned was just as big at the end of the day. It wasn't for nothing that hunters were the targets of envy from the general populace. From Jinwoo's perspective, he could only get impatient, though. Should I just take the rank reassignment test and increase my rank right away? Eventually, Jinwoo shook his head. He knew that was a stupid thing to do. No matter how hard he thought about it, a hunter rank T suddenly became a high-ranked one. Whether that was A or B, or maybe even C, it didn't matter. The reawakening would always become a hot topic of conversation. The masses loved nothing more than a good gossip, and hunters just so happened to be a good subject to chew on. The old saying went that, if there were 5 mouths, then there would be 10 eyes. Meaning, the more people talked about you, the more eyes would be focused on you. His stats would continue to rise up in the future, so it'd be only a matter of time before his special constitution was discovered by the others. A hunter who can raise his abilities up higher, he becomes stronger as time goes by. Who is this hunter? How can he do something like that? What should we do to become like him? Without a doubt, many people would express their interest. After all, there hadn't been a hunter like him before, and among those expressing interest, there would be those who try to use him, or reveal their hostile intentions towards him as well. If just one of those possesses incredible power, Then, just imagining it gave him the chills. He was far too weak as he was now, until he possessed enough power to protect himself. He didn't want the world to know of his existence. Meaning, taking the test to reassign his ranks was out of the question. But, I still need to make money here. However, that didn't mean he could go out and get a part-time job, either. He didn't know when the association would call him for a raid. By raiding a dungeon, he'd get to earn both money and experience, so how could he blow that important chance just to scrounge up a few bucks by working in a local store? While he was seriously deliberating on what he needed to do, he spotted something in the bulletin board that caught his attention. Emergency. Searching for a single hunter, regardless of the rank, needs to come right away. Jinwoo's eyes shot right open. This posting had popped up literally a second ago. When he hurriedly checked the contents of the posting, it wasn't too far from his home, too. Jinwoo quickly picked the phone up. The other side must have been in a hurry as well because he answered the call even before the first ringtone. Hello? Jinwoo stated his reasons for calling as precisely as possible and calmly waited for the answer. Oh. You are in E rank? The response from the other side was better than expected. It's fine. We just need someone to show up and fill up the headcount, that is all. However, it's a gate ranked C, so it'd be hard for you to hunt there. So, we'll just split the profits among ourselves and we just give you 2 million South Korean won in cash. How about it? Can you come right away? 2 million South Korean won for a day's work. TL. Around $1,765. It was a lot of money for simply being there to make up the numbers. A rather tempting offer this was. It was regrettable that he couldn't get to share the dungeon's loot, but he might end up losing out on making 2 million just by trying to be too greedy. For now, let's put out the urgent fires first. Such an opportunity wouldn't come around every day. After all, 2 million was enough for him and his sister's monthly living expenses. Jinwoo said yes to the offer. I'll be there in less than 15 minutes. Chapter 18. Jinwoo only needed 1 minute to get ready, quickly grabbed himself a taxi, and headed off to the meeting point. 9 people were already there, waiting for his arrival. The man who looked like the leader of the group waved his hand at Jinwoo. Hey, over here. It was a bearded man with a fairly big physique. He smiled softly and walked closer while speaking to Jinwoo. Are you Mr. Sung Jinwoo? That's correct. Aigu, it's a relief that you found the right place so quickly. I guess this is fate. So how about we greet each other before we get started? The bearded man briefly introduced the members of his team. The 8 of them including himself were regular teammates that worked together all the time, while the remaining guy was someone who also came here to make up the numbers, just like Jinwoo. Jinwoo greeted other team members and studied their countenance carefully. Thanks to his enhanced perception stat, he was able to more or less sense everyone's capabilities. 5 with a similar rank, 4 with a slightly lower rank than them, 5 rank Cs and around 4 with D or lower. There was a regulation when attempting to clear a gate rated C. The minimum number of a party had to be 10 hunters, and more than half had to be at least ranked C or higher. Only then did the association issue a permit. It seemed that them claiming to do all the hunting and he only needed to be there to make up the numbers didn't sound like an empty boasting after all. Now we're done with introductions. Let me briefly explain the important points to remember. The bearded man introduced himself as Hwang Dong-sok, a tanker rated C. He displayed a relaxed atmosphere as if he possessed plenty of experience raiding dungeons. As he began describing the situations one had to keep an eye out for in the middle of a raid, someone came closer to Jinwoo. Excuse me, looks like we're both pieces of fluff in this party, huh? He was none other than the other hunter Hwang Dong-sok had brought along in order to fill up the numbers. He was a young man with a bright expression. However, unlike Jinwoo, he was actually going to participate in battles. He was ranked D, so he had the right to do so. His name was Yu Jin-ho, aged 22. Jinwoo lightly nodded his head as Yu Jin-ho greeted him, before shifting his gaze away. Yu Jin-ho seemingly wanted to carry on with the conversation, but ended up scratching the back of his head awkwardly. He soon returned to his spot. Hyungnim, let's stop here and go in already. TL, Hyungnim equals big brother. or a male addressing an older male, used more as an honorific by gangsters to address someone higher up in the hierarchy. Most of the time, anyways, we'll be the ones to kill them all, so what's the point of explaining it in detail like that, right? My ears might get blocked up with wax at this rate. When the original team members all raised their voices, Hwang Dong-seok laughed jovially and clapped his hands. Alright, then, enough with the explanations, let's get going. Everyone got ready to enter the gate. Before we enter, you two, take a look at these. Hwang Dong-seok pushed forward a page of a document to Jin-woo and Yoo Jin-ho each. It turned out to be a simple contract. Write your names on the bottom and sign it, and we're good to go. The contents said, he'd not participate in any hunting, he'd not participate in sharing of the loot, and when the raid was over, he'd be paid 2 million won right away. The terms were the same as what he heard over the phone. However, they were not the ones to catch his attention. I have to promise not to question them regardless of whatever incident happens inside the dungeon. Unlike the raids organized by the association, one would not be able to claim for compensation if something happened during a raid organized by the freelancers. One of the reasons why hunters couldn't get a life insurance, either. One had to look after one's own neck. In other words, only now did it feel real that Jin-woo had entered an assault team. While confirming the clauses, Jin-woo sneaked a glance at Yoo Jin-ho's contract. As expected, his was different. Besides the promised 2 million, he was also going to share in the loot, as well. Before signing the document, Jin-woo asked Hwang Dong-seok, "What am I supposed to do when we're inside?" "Nothing too particular, just follow us and help us carry the luggage. That's all." "Your luggage?" Hwang Dong-seok pointed at the huge backpack one of his dongzongs pulled out from the minivan. A dongzong is a gender-neutral term to denote a younger sibling. Can also be used as an honorific to denote a younger person. You'll be carrying around lunch boxes to eat when inside, several sets of clothing and equipment, first aid kits and some other stuff. Wait. First aid kits when entering a dungeon? Jin-woo couldn't help but question this. You are not entering with a healer? I'm sure you already know that it's not easy to hire a healer if you're running your own assault party. Well, we've been doing things this way until now, so it'll be fine. Hwang Dong-seok smiled awkwardly. To think, this team just barely met the required minimum number of hunters. One of the additional members mistook a raid as a blind date or something, and the composition of the assault team only happened to feature a tanker and damage dealers, and not one healer. Even after hearing that there was no healer present, that oblivious additional member didn't seem too bothered by the revelation. It was the sure proof that he was a newbie. Jin-woo smirked inwardly. They are a bunch of wannabes. However, he still signed on the contract, not because he needed that 2 million. But because he knew very well that he could protect himself now. Here it is, I'm done, too. Hwang Dong-seok confirmed the signatures of both men and shouted out in a loud voice as if he was feeling really pleased today. Okay, let's get going, everyone. The party headed straight to the location of the gate. It was in the middle of the halted construction site for an apartment complex. The economy nowadays isn't so good. But still, Hwang Dong-seok clicked his tongue. Like large tombstones, unfinished apartment buildings stood still sporadically, imparting a certain sense of foreboding to all who looked at them. Could a cemetery of giants feel this way to observers? Did you know? Yoo Jin-ho had walked closer to Jin-woo and whispered softly, "That, while the employees and the investors are going through hell at the moment, the CEO of the project ran off to overseas 2 months ago along with 900 billion South Korean won." Jin-woo gave the other guy plenty of hints, but it seemed like Yoo Jin-ho didn't want to leave his side at all. Well, with the exception of Jin-woo here, all 8 of them originally belonged to one team, so it'd be hard to get along with them that easily. "Hyung, are you always this quiet?" Hyung here is slightly different from Hyung Nim from earlier on. Still means older brother, but without the tough guy connotation. Before anyone had noticed it, the honorific had become Hyung. Jin-woo couldn't ignore this kid anymore. Don't you know how to take the hint? Well, I've never lived while worrying about taking hints, so, was this guy simply a good-natured, or just brainless? Jinwoo wordlessly scratched the side of his head as he stared at Yu Jinho and that bright smile of his. However, it was indeed true that Jinwoo would get unusually nervous when he got near a gate, but it was par for the course, really. To other hunters, raids might come across as a legitimate source of income, but to Jinwoo, each and every one he participated so far had been a desperate, bitter struggle to make ends meet. He'd get tense because of all the painful memories stuck forever in his head. It's over here. Hwang Dong-seok's steps came to an end. Oh, the hunters all let out a surprised gasp. Hwang Hyung, is this really a gate-rated sea? But isn't it too big? You think the association was lying to us? They said that investigators came around here twice already. A hole in the air, floating like a black hole. People took to calling it a gate. Its rank was assigned according to the waves of magical energy emission coming from inside. Folks from the association would stop by first to assign a rank to each one. After that, individuals or guilds wanting to clear the gate could follow the procedure and apply for a permit. Gates ranked A or B were, most of the time, left to the big guilds. Well, they were too difficult for freelancers to clear, after all, so assault parties formed by freelancers took care of the gates ranked lower than that, which meant that a gate ranked C was effectively the hardest one for hunters not affiliated with anyone to clear. Hwang Dong-seok stood in front of the gate and looked back at his team. I'll be entering first. Do your best to keep up, everyone. The tanker entered first, and the other hunters began entering one by one. You never know, so Jinwoo lightly stretched himself just in case. Next to him, Yu Jinho began pulling out his own equipment from his bag. The sword and the shield coming out from his bag gleamed attractively under the light. Even a casual glance could tell that they were very expensive. They were definitely not something a newbie hunter could organize on his own. Hang on, he said that he never had to take hints before, so does that mean he's from a well-to-do family? Jinwoo formed a surprised expression. Perhaps sensing Jinwoo's gaze on him, Yu Jinwoo confidently and bravely stood in front. Hyung, you said that you're rank T, right? Don't worry, I'll protect you. Just stick close by me. Jinwoo scratched the back of his head. Just who would protect who? Okay, thanks for the sentiment. Let's go in as well. Regardless of how Jinwoo felt, they still followed in afterwards and safely entered the gate. The interior of the dungeon was eerily quiet. Not only that, but it was also completely dark, too. Hwang Dong-seok issued his first order. Hey, Jihwan, I need a light. Alright. The magic-related hunter Zhou Jihwan created a ball of a light in midair. The surroundings became bright immediately. Hwang Dong-seok lowered his shield and tilted his head slightly. What the hell? Where are all the monsters? I wonder. There is no light in here, either. Now normally, there should have been luminous stones found here and there inside cave-like dungeons and emitted some light to illuminate the way forward. However, this dungeon didn't have those. Yu Jinho whispered to Jinwoo from the side. Hyung, could there be a dungeon without monsters in it? Shush. Jinwoo gestured the younger man to keep quiet. Because Jinwoo's ears were twitching, he could hear lots of footsteps coming from the distance. Jinwoo spoke up. It's not that there aren't any, they just haven't arrived yet. Yu Jinho swallowed nervously after hearing that. Rumble. Soon, the party could hear what Jinwoo had heard earlier on. Only then did Hwang Dong-seok realize something was amiss here. A dungeon with no luminous stones could mean what moves around in groups, lives in darkness, and rushes towards a source of light. Oh, crap. The complexions of Hwang Dong-seok and his Dongzongs became ashen all at the same time. It's bugs. Bugs are coming. FCK it. Man, why the hell did it have to be goddamn man bugs? Hwang Dong-seok cried out. Get into your positions. They are coming. In front, from the other side of this lone passage, some things were madly rushing towards them in a large group. Wait, could this be an anthill? Don't say something that might jinx us, okay? Out of all the monster types, insects were the most troublesome to deal with. Their shells were quite hardy. They always moved around in large groups, and each individual possessed pretty high combat potential, as well. and the worst of that lot just so happened to be the ant types. Countless hunters made a mistake and entered the anthills only to lose their lives very quickly. Rumble. Rumble. The sounds of the insect legs rustling on the ground noisily reverberated throughout the cave. It meant that they had come pretty close now. Huang Dongsok raised his shield right up below his chin. However, they couldn't see any insects even then. His Dongzongs began raising a fuss from behind him. What's going on here? Why can't I see them? But they are close by, though. Dongsok Hyung, can you see anything out in front? It was at this time that Jinwoo shouted out, above you. What? Huang Dongsok reflexively looked up. Rumble. Huge insects were running towards them on the ceiling. If they were discovered late even for a single second, those things would have jumped down on top of their heads. When fighting against monsters such as these insect types that formed large groups, the breaking down of the team's formation would mean death for everyone involved. If those were discovered too late, then Huang Dongsok felt a chill run down his spine. The silver lining here was that he couldn't spot a single ant-like creature among the various insects. He raised his voice and shouted out, fire, fire, and bring them down. Once they are on the ground, I'll attract the aggro. Swish, pow, boom, kai-ee, kai-ee. When a few monsters fell down after getting struck by the attacks of the hunters, the rest of them followed suit and landed back on the ground. Without a doubt, they were planning to engage the hunters. From here onwards, the capability of the tanker would prove to be crucial. Huang Dongsok activated his provocation skill to attract the gazes of all the monsters to himself, and as if they had a prior agreement, monsters all turned their heads to glare at Huang Dongsok at the same time. I'm over here. UDMN bugs. Kai-ee. Dozens upon dozens of monsters rushed towards Huang Dongsok's position. Slam, clang, clan, cling, clang. His shield managed to defend against the attacks of the bugs without fail. The strong jaws and claws couldn't tear the shield in half. The tanker Huang Dongsok defended commendably well from the front, all stable and unmoving. Stand by, get in position, and get ready. Huang Dongsok waited for the right timing. Chapter 19. Even when the bugs chomped and bit at him with terrifying intensity, Huang Dongsok remained steadfast and waited for the chance to counterattack. To make sure that the aggro wouldn't deviate from him even if the damage dealers landed a crippling blow to the enemies. This should be enough. With that thought, the real hunt had finally begun. To hunt. The real reason why the hunters were called hunters in the first place. Huang Dongsok roared out, attack! Along with that short but manly shout, all the accumulated firepower of the team poured out on the marauding insect horde. Kai-ee, kai-ee. The pained screams of the monsters rose up from here, there, and everywhere. Jinwoo stood at the back and observed this situation as it unfolded. That was the contractual obligation he had to adhere to for this raid. He inwardly simulated how he'd fight alone as his eyes continued to take in the battle happening in front. How frustrating. Jinwoo had to suppress his urges to rush out there several times already. He could see so many open gaps within the ranks of the monsters, and he also spotted the hunters missing those gaps and continued to commit simple errors. So, how could he not feel frustrated when he was not allowed to do anything and simply had to stand around? Even then, the damage to Huang Dongsok's team proved to be surprisingly non-existent. It was all because their teamwork was rather excellent. It seemed that the relaxed demeanor of Huang Dongsok before the raid began was not just for a show. After all, Jin Sok 11 o'clock. Hyung, they are coming from your right. 2. Juntae, Sok minutes. Jihuan, take care of the right. Okay. Kial Jin, your wrists swollen up. Retreat to the rear. Huang Hyung, this ain't much to fret about. You wanna go back only after sweeping clean the entrance? We don't know how long this raid will take, so stop being hasty from the get-go. Control your pace. Got that? Roger that. Perhaps because they've been working together for so long, they were able to communicate quite smoothly. Being able to communicate quickly like this would inevitably result in an excellent teamwork as well. It was a world apart from the ragtag bunch of hunters brought together by the association. What's more surprising is that this kid turns out to be pretty handy, too. Jinwoo's gaze shifted over to Yu Jinho next. When a monster bit into his shield, He kicked it away and swung his sword quickly at it. The expensive sword easily separated the monster's head from its body. For a newbie rank D hunter, he was defending himself admirably well. His kick-ass scare is filling up the hole left behind by his lack of skills and experience. Indeed, it was not for nothing that pretty much all hunters struggled hard to get themselves good equipment. When their gazes briefly met, Yu Jinho quickly raised his thumb up. Because of his expressions that looked as if he was desperately pleading for a positive response, Jinwoo was left with no choice but to reciprocate the same gesture as well. Looking rather satisfied now, Yu Jinwoo turned around. Whatever the case may have been, the end of the battle was drawing nearer. Once the coast was more or less clear, Huang Dongsok issued another order to his Dongzhengs. Don't forget the magic crystals. We split them exactly 9 ways. Yep, this is my favorite part of the raid. Me too. Huang Dongsok confirmed his giggling Dongzhengs collecting the loot, and walked closer to Jinwoo. Aigu, we survived all thanks to you. Excuse me? Well, you were the first one to alert us about the monsters coming up from above, weren't you? How did you know, though? It was a gut feeling. Jinwoo came up with a half-cooked story on the spot. Quite obviously, he couldn't come out and say that his perception stat was high. Now could he? Oh, really? A gut feeling, huh? Well, we got lucky today. I don't even want to imagine what might have happened if we didn't discover them in time. Phew. Huang Dongsok patted his chest while speaking up. It was then, one of the hunters rummaging through the carcass of the insect gestured at Huang Dongsok to come closer. Huang Hyung, please come over here for a second. The Dongzhengs had all gathered in one spot, so Huang Dongsok went there to join them as well. Something's a bit off about these crawlies. The hunters parted ways when Huang Dongsok arrived, allowing the bearded man to squat down and take a look at the surroundings. He couldn't spot anything out of the ordinary, though. No matter where he looked, all he could see was the dead insects. What's off about these? Huang Dongsok tilted his head. One of the Dongzhengs pointed at the leg of the insect monster closest to him. I'm pretty sure that wound didn't come from us. Huang Dongsok's expression crumpled slightly. He took a closer look before raising his voice. Looks like something took a big bite out of it, doesn't it? Right? That's not the only one with wounds like that. You see, looky here. This one, that one over there, and over there, too. Looks like that one's missing a pair of wings as well. Could these creepy crawlies have been beaten down already before fighting us? Huang Dongsok's expression hardened even more. Now he realized why the battle went off so smoothly when compared to the number of the monsters they had to fight. Could it be that these things were fighting against something else? It was then, although it had been for the briefest of all brief moments, Jinwoo still sensed the gazes of the several members of this team landing on him. Their eyes shifted away as soon as Jinwoo displayed a hint of sensing them. With this, he was certain now, as I thought. His initial suspicions proved to be correct. Seeing that their teamwork was so good, they must have been fighting together for a long time already, and without anyone dying, too. However, would such a thing be possible without a healer backing them up? No matter how good hunters were, they were still humans at the end of the day. Inevitably, they would slip up sooner or later. Well, only a short while ago, didn't their formation nearly break apart from the attacks of the bugs? A bigger picture finally formed inside Jinwoo's head and a subtle smile formed on his lips. Maybe I can use them to my advantage. As long as they acted within his calculations, that was. Huang Dongsok smiled and stood back up. Well, now, why don't we go in a little bit deeper? We might be able to clear this dungeon rather quickly if this keeps up. Huang Dongsok deliberately spoke up with a loud voice. He didn't do that for the sake of his Dongzhengs. Well, the original members of the team were already surrounding him, to begin with. In the meantime, Yu Jinho smiled brightly and approached closer to Jinwoo. Hyung, did you see it? You saw it, right? With this, I kicked some serious monsters today, didn't I? Yu Jinho swung the sword around in the air. Seeing this, Jinwoo quietly asked him, hey, that sword and the shield, they are really expensive, right? Pardon? When I told my dad that I'd be participating in my first raid, He got them for me. Well, in that case, I think you should keep your wits about you, too. Jinwoo lightly patted Yu Jinho on his shoulder and followed after the other hunters walking deeper inside the dungeon. What is he talking about now? Out of the blue, Yu Jinho tilted his head in confusion before chasing after the departing group. The cave seemed to go on forever. However, bizarrely enough, they hadn't come across a single monster as of yet. Since the dungeon was shaped like a long cavern, there was no way that they'd miss each other, too. Could it be that the crawlies at the entrance were everything? No way. Now that would be really strange. Still, there should be a boss at the end, right? Without one, why would a gate remain open? Then, the opinions of the hunters were shared among themselves as they roamed the expansive but empty interior of this big dungeon. Hold it. Hwang Dong-sok in the lead suddenly stopped walking. He stopped so abruptly that people behind him ran into his back. The hunter whose nose had slammed into the head of the guy in front asked with a sullen expression, "Ouch, what the heck?" "Hwang Hyung, what is it?" "Jihwan, I need a light over there." Zhou Jihwan controlled the ball of light floating up in the air and redirected it further up ahead, exactly where Hwang Dong-sok had been pointing at. Holy SHT, all the hunters spat out low groans. The torn wings, legs, torsos, and even heads of the bugs, remains of the various dead bugs, were strewn about everywhere as far as the light shone. The further into the cave the light got to, the greater the amount of the remains they could see, and also, a huge chamber located at the end of it all. "That's the boss's room," someone muttered out softly. Hwang Dong-sok nodded his head. "Everyone, get your equipment ready." The hunters quickly armed themselves. Nervousness was evident on the expressions of everyone present. With Hwang Dong-sok leading them in, the rest of the hunters cautiously and silently entered the boss's room. However, their silence only lasted for a few seconds afterwards. Jackpot! The hunter with a red nose cried out. He was none other than the guy whose nose slammed into someone's back of the head. Originally, it was forbidden to shout out too loudly inside a dungeon, because there was a possibility that a monster they didn't have to fight might hear the noise and run towards where the hunters were. However, none of the others scolded the red nose for his mistake. Wowzers, how much could all of these be? It is a real jackpot. Everyone was way too busy gasping out in admiration and happiness. That was why. Wait a second. When Zhou Jihwan fixed the beam of light high up in the middle of the air, the situation within the room became clear for all to see, as well as the jewel-like stones jutting out from one of the walls of the cave. They are mana stones. The entire wall is made up of them. These mana stones reflected the light attractively and caused the eyes of the hunters to sparkle brightly in greed as well. Mana stones. They were one of the treasures that could be found inside dungeons. Although each stone possessed a lower amount of magic energy compared to a magic crystal extracted from a monster, they almost always were found in large quantity, so if one were able to mine them, one could earn a substantial profit. Besides, the mana stone deposit they had discovered was incredibly large. The entire wall of the huge cave was actually filled up with these stones. Let's do a quick calculation. A hunter with a mathematical brain began moving his fingers in a hurry. If we can mine them all, we could be earning as much as 1 billion South Korean won. Even if we split 9 ways, we're looking at a payout of over 100 million South Korean won per head. Oh, smiles formed on the faces of the hunters. Yu Jinho had been staying at the back until then, and when he heard those words, he began poking Jinwoo's side with his elbow. "Hyung, show me your copy of the contract." "Why, just trust me on this one. I'm pretty knowledgeable when it comes to law. You see." Jinwoo shrugged his shoulders once and handed over the contract as requested. Yu Jinho walked over to Hwang Dong-sok while carrying that. "Excuse me, seniors, I wanna ask you about something." The eyes of the celebrating hunters immediately focused on Yu Jinho next. Yu Jinho flapped open Jinwoo's contract and showed it to them. "Mr. Leader, this is Jinwoo Hyung's contract. As you can see, There is no clause about splitting the treasure beside the magic crystals earned from the hunting itself. Everyone there caught on to what Yu Jinho was trying to say. It's customary to share the treasures or other rare items found in a dungeon equally among all the participants of the raid. The splitting of the profit, in this case, is different from monopolizing the magic crystals of the monsters one hunted themselves. In other words, the mana stones had to be split 10 ways, not 9. The light within the hunter's eyes changed grayly, but Huang Dongsok simply smiled and took a step forward. Of course, we'll be sharing them equally. I know the rules well. We still have some things to take care of before that, though. Huang Dongsok raised his index finger and pointed to his front. Yu Jinho grandly flinched from that. He thought that he was the one being pointed at. Actually, he shuddered slightly and turned his head around to take a look, and finally spotted a spider as huge as a house quietly squatting way over there. Hawk. Yu Jinho began taking hurried steps backwards and covered his mouth after seeing the spider's appearance. As if it was fast asleep, the huge spider didn't even budge an inch from the spot. Around the creature, there were empty shells of the dead insects piled up as high as a mountain. A fair few of them were half-eaten, and there were bodily fluids mixed in among them as well, basically resembling a trash pit full of food waste. That's the boss, huh? Did that thing eat the bugs inside the dungeon? Well, it sure did eat a lot, didn't it? Hunters glared at the spider and passed their opinions one at the time. Huang Dongsok called the others to gather around. Jinwu and Yu Jinho, too, stood in front of Huang Dongsok as well. As you all know very well, as soon as the boss is killed, the gate will start closing up. So, before we kill the spider, let's mine the mana stones first. Everyone nodded their heads. Qiao-jin, did you bring along the equipment for the job? The man named Li Qiao-jin shook his head. Who knew we'd find mana stones inside a C-ranked dungeon? All the mining equipment is back in the van. Oh, come on now, dude. Didn't this Hyung always tell you to keep it around just in case? My bad. I'm really sorry about this. Li Qiao-jin grinned brightly and began apologizing to Huang Dongsok, the rest of his teammates, and even to Jinwu. Huang Dongsok spoke up while scratching the back of his head. Aigu, what a bother this has become. In that case, why don't you two stay here and wait? We'll go outside and fetch the equipment in the meantime. Chapter 20. When the hunters tried to leave all at the same time, Yu Jinho formed a confused expression and quickly asked them, "Are you telling me and Jinwu Hyung to remain in the boss room?" Huang Dongsok smiled with his eyes and replied, "The beastard is yet to wake up even though we've been talking loudly for a while now, so, I'm sure nothing's going to happen here. Well, there are some things I wanna speak to my boys, too, so we'll take a short smoke break as well. But, don't worry. It won't take long." Jinwu listened to Huang Dongsok's rather detailed explanations and smirked inwardly. "You've finally revealed your true colors, huh? But all of you are leaving at the same time? Aren't you fools taking us way too lightly?" They were looking down on him because of his low rank, of course. As Jinwu expected him to, Huang Dongsok finally began to move. It was slightly different from the youth's expectation, though. It had been 4 years since he became a hunter. During that time, he had met many hunters. One of them was an Itachi named Mr. O. He had retired from the life of a freelancer, but still showed up now and then to help out with the association's work. "Be careful of geckos." Mr. O used to say that rather often. When one participated in raids, one would inevitably encounter a dangerous situation. When such an event happened, some crooked, immoral hunters would try to sacrifice someone who had been fighting alongside them until then, with some flimsy pretext of them not being in the same team, to begin with, or that the other party was simply weaker than they were. All just to buy themselves some time for their safe escape. It was exactly like a gecko cutting off its own tail and running away. Cutting its tail off. Mr. O took to calling those types of hunters geckos, and such actions as cutting off one's tail. The regulations stated that in order to enter a gate ranked C, the minimum number of participants had to be 10. Yet, Huang Dongsok's team only had 8 members. I'm sure you already know that it's not easy to hire a healer if you're running your own assault party. Well, we've been doing things this way until now, so it'll be fine." Indeed, he stuck to only 8 members, even though his team had entered countless gates ranked C, so much so that he could say this way until now. They obviously have no reason to fill the last 2 spots. They needed a tail that they could cut off at any given moment. After all, there was a reason why they were willing to accept anyone, whether it was a hunter ranked E or a newbie. And now, Hwang Dong-seok had decided to abandon both Sung Jin-woo and Yoo Jin-ho for a slightly different reason than usual. But it's a good thing for me. Jin-woo had figured out Hwang Dong-seok's intentions pretty early on, but chose to say nothing. This was what he wanted, actually. However, unlike Jin-woo, who was full of confidence, Yoo Jin-ho was quite different, as he only started his work as a hunter today. Yoo Jin-ho spoke with a voice full of worries. "No, wait a minute. That is just, why don't we leave together?" It was then Jin-woo spotted one of the hunters at the back raise his hand towards his hips. So, he placed his hand on Yoo Jin-ho's shoulder and spoke. "It'll be fine. We'll guard this place." The hunter's hand heading towards his waist stopped. "Hyung." Yoo Jin-ho was quite surprised and confused, but Jin-woo simply kept his mouth shut and lightly shook his head. Sure, the kid was noisy and got on his nerves just a tad, but Jin-woo isn't planning to let him die here. After all, didn't he try to get the fair share for Jin-woo just now? Although that would have ultimately put him in a disadvantageous position? Hwang Dong-seok formed a smile as he looked at the 2 youths. "Our van isn't parked too far, so it shouldn't take long." Well, then, Hwang Dong-seok and his lackeys quickly escaped from the boss room, and their footsteps rapidly got further and further away. Yoo Jin-ho turned around and demanded answers from Jin-woo. "How could you say those things, Hyung? What if that thing wakes up?" Without a doubt, he was quite scared of that spider. Looks like this kid hasn't grasped the situation quite yet. Jin-woo inwardly clicked his tongue. It was too much of a bother to explain everything, too. Instead of an answer, he began loosening his body once more. Around the same time, Hwang Dong-seok turned around towards the boss room. The hunters following him also came to a stop. They had arrived at a far enough spot from the boss room now. At this sort of distance, there was no danger of being overheard. Hwang Dong-seok smiled deeply and signaled to Jo Ji-hwan next to him with his chin. "Hey, Ji-hwan, block up the entrance to the boss room." "Should I blow it up?" "That's right. But don't block it up completely, okay? We gotta go in there a bit later, too." Lee Kyul-jin then asked him. "Hwang Hyung, is there a reason to beat around the bush like this? Why don't we just kill them now and get started right away?" Hwang Dong-seok's expression crumpled and glared at the other guy. There was no need for him to maintain the fake smile now. At least that was one less thing to worry about. My bad." Lee Kyul-jin averted his gaze in fear. Hwang Dong-seok tsk. "Sket, what if we start fighting there and the spider wakes up? How will you mine those mana stones and carry them out then?" "I'm sorry," Jo Ji-hwan butted in. "Hwang Hyung, since we are on that subject, wouldn't that thing wake up while we try to mine the mana stones? If so, we might end up losing big. You know, that creature was strong enough to prey on those already scary insect-type monsters. If the team got sneak attacked in the middle of the mining operation, the losses they incur would be enormous." "That is why." Hwang Dong-seok smirked deeply. "We're trying to offer those 2 up as food, aren't we?" Jo Ji-hwan nodded his head as if he had finally understood the plan. Right now, no one knew just when the spider would wake up. It could be 10 hours from now, maybe 1 hour, or it could be a minute later. That was why they had to wake the spider up now and feed it. No matter how dull that monster happened to be, it'd still wake up from the impact strong enough to cause the entrance to cave in. Hwang Dong-seok continued on. "We mine the mana stones when the spider goes back to sleep with a full belly. The permit they got from the association would last for 5 days. They still had over 4.5 days of leeway. In other words, they would wait, and if the spider didn't go back to sleep, they would simply dispose of it and mine as much as they could before the gate closed shut. They wouldn't be able to mine everything within the hour, but with Sung Jin-woo and Yoo Jin-ho no longer in the picture, they should be able to avoid losing out too much. Wouldn't that be far more preferable than working under the constant fear?" Their safety was the #1 priority. After all, of course, that's the worst possible scenario. If they were lucky, the profit would be divided 8 ways. They mine all the mana stones, and even monopolize the spider, too. As an added bonus, those expensive-looking equipment on Yu Jinho's body would become theirs, too. That sword and the shield, they have to be worth at least a few 100 million won. They had nothing to lose from this transaction at all. The corners of Huang Dongsok's lips arched up. Block up the entrance, so we can go and take a smoke break. Quick. Yes, Hyung, Zhou Jihuan replied as a blinding light began to gather on the tip of his fingers. Yu Jinho's gaze was fixed on the sleeping spider. Even his breathing was cautious. He then asked, his expression rigid with fear, "That spider be stirred? It's not gonna suddenly wake up on us, right?" "Who knows?" Jinwoo remained economical with his words. He had more or less figured out what would happen next, but if he said out aloud his thoughts in full, then Yu Jinho might faint from fear. Now that I think about it, those words were the first to come out from Yu Jinho's mouth in the past 5 minutes or so. It seemed that he was really scared right now, and he used to be so talkative, too. Then, it happened. Kaboom! With a loud explosion, the entrance of the boss room suddenly caved in. Yu Jinho hurriedly ran towards the entrance. Unfortunately for him, the entrance was completely blocked up by the fallen rocks. He pushed on with all his might, but not a single stone budged. Jinwoo slowly walked over there in the meantime. Groaned Hyung, help me push this. Yu Jinho was still giving his all to push the blockade of stones away. He said his name was Zhou Jihuan. Before the explosion, there was a flash of light. A sorcerer ranked C that controlled light. This was no doubt that beast Erd's handiwork. Jinwoo placed his hand on the fallen rocks. If I want to, I can get out of here at any time. He could sense the weight of the stones through his hands. They weren't as heavy as they looked. When he very slightly pushed, he felt the wall tremble gently. Of course, he wasn't thinking of leaving at all. Anyways, Yu Jinho stopped pushing at the stones and cried out as if he had finally figured out the truth. His face now reddened in fury. Yu Jinho shifted his gaze over to Jinwoo. Those sons of beaches are trying to kill us. They don't want to share the mana stones, so they blocked the exit and let the spider devour us. Wow, you figured that out so quickly, Sherlock. Jinwoo was rolling his eyes in his head, but still played along for the time being. Looks that way. This is troublesome. Suddenly, Yu Jinho's reddened complexion paled in an instant. Would that be the look of someone whose blood had gone cold? No need to ask him what happened. There, the silhouette of the giant monster was oh so clearly reflected in Yu Jinho's eyes. Jinwoo turned around. Kuryuk. The spider's sleep had been interrupted by that loud explosion and it was slowly raising its massive body up. The body the size of a house. Dozens upon dozens of eyes. That horrifying mouth. 8 long legs. Now that it had begun moving for real, it looked far more terrifying than when it was actually in a deep slumber. Yu Jinho leaked out a fearful gasp. His body had frozen stiff like a statue. On the other hand, Jinwoo kept his sight firmly locked on the spider as he calmly summoned the poison fang of Kasaka from his inventory. You're mine. This was the perfect opportunity to test out his enhanced stats. The poison fang of Kasaka appeared in his right hand. Swish. As if it had always been there. Jinwoo gripped the dagger's hilt tightly. The reason why a hunter was called a hunter, from this moment on, was when the true hunt would begin. Hang on a second, Hyung. However, Yu Jinho swiftly snatched up Jinwoo's sleeve just as the latter took a couple of steps towards the spider. What are you trying to do? Yu Jinho's hands were shaking pretty bad. Jinwoo used his left thumb to point over his shoulder. Obviously, I'm going to hunt that. Jinwoo had been following around Huang Dongsok's group until now for that purpose. In order to monopolize the remaining monsters in the dungeon as soon as Huang Dongsok cut the tail and ran away. This was a splendid opportunity to swallow whole all the experience points and magic crystals. Well, only if the boss hadn't devoured every monster in this dungeon, that is. If that hadn't been the case, then he would have profited a lot more. Though, what a missed opportunity that was. However, Yu Jinho's facial expression clearly displayed his disbelief, as he had no idea about Jinwoo's special constitution. What is this Hyung rambling on about? There was something he'd heard from someone somewhere before. A person would stop thinking rationally the moment he or she received a mental shock beyond their capability to deal with. The hunter ranked T standing right in front said that he'd hunt the boss of a C-rank dungeon. If this was not an act of irrationality, that what else could it be? Yu Jinho asked again, this time looking rather dumbfounded. Hyung, you want to hunt that thing? For real? Jinwoo scratched the top of his head, looking somewhat troubled, before replying back with a question of his own. What, you want to hunt it? Then, Part 10, Give and Take. Jinwoo turned around even before Yu Jinho had the chance to respond. There was no need to listen to his reply. Anyway, even now, Yu Jinho was barely managing to stand up straight as his legs continued to shudder. From the get-go, he didn't expect anything from Yu Jinho. Rather, he was relieved that the kid didn't follow after him while saying he'd lend his aid or some such. He'll just get in my way. Anyway, Jinwoo slowly approached the spider. The spider must have discovered the human's presence as well, as it was changing its direction towards them while shuffling on its 8 legs. It was coming closer, as if it found the never-before-seen prey rather strange. The spider didn't immediately rush out. Using its thick and long legs to push down on the ground, it inched closer and closer. Phew! As that giant monster slowly filled up his entire view, Jinwoo's breathing became heavy. His heart began thumping faster and faster, too. Thump thump. Thump thump. Jinwoo controlled his wayward breathing and did his absolute best to calm himself down. He had to remain focused and steady here. He recalled the exact feelings he felt when he stood at the end of the second floor of the Hapjeong Station's instant dungeon. He then recalled seeing the poison-fanged blue Kasaka for the first time. However, this giant spider in front of him didn't emit as much pressure as that snake did. Meaning, he could definitely do this. From the get-go, if he thought that this boss was impossible to clear alone, he wouldn't even have stayed here. Kyuruyuk. They had gotten close enough that his face was now reflecting rather clearly on those smooth, jet-black eyes of the spider. Jinwoo's own eyes narrowed to a slit. Chapter 21. The exoskeleton looks pretty tough. Can my dagger even damage it? Quite obviously, a dagger would have a shorter reach than a steel longsword Jinwoo used before. So, if he wanted to cause a deep wound, he needed to strengthen his attacks. Jinwoo held the dagger in the reverse grip. He figured that it'd be easier to hurt the monster by holding the blade in this fashion. Kyuruyuk. Finally, the spider stood before Jinwoo. Then, it raised its 2 front legs up and bent them at an angle. What is it trying to do? His curiosity lasted only for a brief moment. Jinwoo's eyes shot open wide next. Slam. If he didn't instinctively tilt his body out of the way, the spider's legs would have penetrated his chest just now. The spider's legs stabbed into the ground behind him before rising up in the air, its joints folding back up, and from the ends of its legs, pieces of the rocky ground fell. Jinwoo sneaked a glance behind him. The stone floor now had a pretty substantial hole in it. If I got hit by that, it wouldn't have ended with me feeling a bit of ache in my chest, huh? Jinwoo's glare sharpened even more. Now was the time he needed to concentrate even harder. It's coming. Swish. The spider's legs that initially resembled bullets being fired could now be captured in his eyes. Left. He ducked his head lower to evade the spider's left front leg. Right. He tilted his body back and let the spider's right leg brush past him. Before he took a step closer. Right. He evaded the spider's leg that took aim at his head once more, and took 2 steps forward this time. Left, right, right, left, right, 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 left, left, slam, boom, kwang, kaboom, slam, boom, kwang, kaboom. The spider's legs stabbed and destroyed the ground so loudly that his ears actually felt numb from the pain. Jinwoo evaded the spider's attacks one by one and got closer and closer to the monster. Meanwhile, Yu Jinho couldn't quite believe his own eyes. What the hell is up with this guy? Even though he was watching from afar, those attacks were so ferocious that all the hair on the back of his head was standing up. However, that man was evading them all while standing right in front of the monster. Not to mention he was actually getting closer too. Seeing that efficient and calm movement, Yu Jinwoo felt a chill run down his backside. And he's supposed to be an E rank? There was no freaking way. If it was him standing there and not Sung Jinwoo, then he'd be torn into a rag by now. He didn't have any confidence whatsoever to dodge those attacks even once. However, Jinwoo was evading them without making a single mistake. An E rank doing something that a D rank hunter such as himself couldn't even dream of doing. There could only be one explanation for this. He is a fake registrant. Yu Jinho's expression hardened. Out of those highly talented hunters, there were a few who could freely control his or her magical energy. If they felt like it, they could easily fake the results and get a lower ranking. Hunters who got assigned lower ranks than what they should have got in the first place simply by hiding a portion of their magic energy, such people were labeled as fake registrants. And perhaps more alarmingly, most of those fake registrants carried around rather sinister motives for doing so, such as that serial killer whose hobby was to enter low-ranked dungeons and murder all the other lower-ranked hunters. As only those who were present knew what happened inside a dungeon, there was no better place to commit crimes than the world behind the gates. Yu Jinho nervously swallowed his saliva. Suddenly, Jinwoo seemed far scarier than the spider. And just why did I have to insist on coming to this place? Yu Jinho felt like he'd break out in sobs at any moment now. Swish, swish, swish. In the meantime, the spider's attacks poured down without a break. Jinwoo dodged all of those attacks and grew confident of his victory. Having decreased the distance between them little by little, the head of the spider was almost within his reach now. The attack pattern of the spider was rather simple, so he could get close to it pretty easily. For now, I'll aim for its eyes. It was the basics of all basic rules to attack the monster's weak points. So, he decided to attack the eyes of the spider, which looked to be the weakest point in its defenses. As soon as I stabbed my dagger in those eyes, just as Jinwoo made up his mind, he suddenly sensed that the spider's attacks had slowed down for some reason. Swish, swish. Was it because his eyes had adjusted fully to the speed of its attacks? Boom, slam. No, that wasn't it. His eyes might have been misled, but his hearing could not be fooled. The loud noises coming from the exploding ground came to him a beat slower than before, since a few seconds ago Jinwoo was already pretty confident of his rather excellent sense of hearing, so he could feel this subtle change. It was then, a certain ominous premonition flickered past in his brain. When he took a closer look, the muscles around the vicinity of the spider's mouth were trembling quite imperceptibly. Why is it trying to open its mouth now? Jinwoo had been getting ready to jump up 3 meters and reach the head of the spider, but he sensed something ominous was about to happen. Jinwoo hurriedly changed the direction of his jump from forward to his rear, and then, splash, from the mouth of the spider, dirty and turbid liquid spewed out. Jinwoo rolled on the floor for a second before regaining his balance. He quickly took a look behind him. The spot on the floor he had been standing only until a second ago was now emitting smoke as it got scorched black. Sizzle. Stones on the floor melted away powerlessly. Jinwoo swallowed his saliva after seeing that. If I had jumped forward just now, it wouldn't have been only the floor that was melting right now. Perhaps sensing that Jinwoo had been distracted, the spider rushed towards him in no time. Rustle. Jinwoo raised his head. By then, the spider was already right in front of his eyes. Swish. Jinwoo jumped up to evade the giant spider's legs. Slam. The beast's attacks had recommenced. D-minute. After that, Jinwoo got near the monster's head several times more. Every time he did that, though, he had no choice but to retreat in order to evade that disgusting digestive juice. When the spider's attack pattern had become two, it became that much harder to deal with it. If he got closer after evading all those snapping legs, the digestive juice spewed out. Its legs attacked again once he had to retreat to a distance because of the juices. Feeling frustrated now, he decided to attack the legs with his dagger. Unfortunately, the legs were also covered in that thick exoskeleton, and no matter how many times he cut it, he couldn't even nick it once. Jinwoo bit his lower lip. This isn't going to work. The spider only needed its 2 front legs to attack him, but on the other hand, He needed to use his entire body to evade them. It was obvious who would tire out first here. Tiredness. 57, as he thought. His tiredness stat was rapidly rising up. When this stat hit 70, his speed would decrease, and when it reaches 90, his breathing would become too heavy and it'd become that much harder to freely move about. He was running out of time. If I want to get closer to it, then, speed. His speed was the issue. Boom, 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 boom. Wait, speed, is it? As Jinwoo continued to barely evade each of the legs raining down, a thought entered his head. Yeah, I had that, didn't I? He indeed possessed a single active skill. He had forgotten all about it because there was no need for him to use it, until now. You've activated skill. Your movement speed has increased by 30%. 1 mana will be spent every minute during its activation. Along with those messages, Jinwoo's body became even faster as if a booster had been activated. Evading the spider's legs had become even easier as a result. Swish, 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 boom, boom, boom. He swiftly evaded the spider legs, slamming down like lightning bolts, and in the blink of an eye, arrived before the monster. Taken by surprise, the spider hurriedly spewed out its digestive juice. However, thanks to the increase in his speed, his movement had now this certain composure to it. Jinwoo easily evaded the digestive juice and pounced towards the spider's head. Slash. His dagger slashed at the spider's eyes. Effect. Paralysis has been activated. The effect has been cancelled due to the high resistance of the target. Effect. Bleeding has been activated. The target's stamina will decrease by 1% per second. Yes, one of the two special effects the Poison Fang of Kasaka possessed had activated successfully. Rawr! The spider roared out and staggered about. Jinwoo didn't miss this opening. The moment his 2 feet landed back on the ground, he jumped up again and climbed on the spider's body to get to the top of its head. The spider went crazy and swung its legs all over the place. But Jinwoo wasn't going to let those blind attacks land on him. Slam, boom, kaboom. Holes continued to appear on the poor, blameless ground instead. Now standing on top of the spider's head, Jinwoo began stabbing the eyes of the spider with his dagger. Stab, 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 ruar, stab, stab, ruar! Exclamation mark. The spider rampaged around this way and that. But Jinwoo endured till the end and continued to shove his dagger into the head of the spider. Keruyuk. The spider began tottering about dangerously. It was obviously getting damaged now. Seeing this, Jinwoo's hands picked up speed, and eventually, the huge body of the spider finally tilted to the side. Thud. However, Jinwoo didn't stay his hand. No, he kept going at it until the spider was dead for sure. Stab, 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 Kuryuk, Kurararu. Along with the final gasps from the spider, several messages popped up in his view. You've killed the owner of this dungeon. Level up, level up, level up. I did it. While covered from head to toe in the spider blood, Jinwoo raised his hands up high. Maybe because it was a boss monster, his level jumped up by 3. Status window. Name, Sung Jinwoo. Level 21. Class, None. Title, None. HP, 2600. MP, 391. Tiredness, 0. Stat, Strength, 53. Stamina, 30. Agility, 38. Intelligence, 30. Perception, 32. Available points to distribute, 0. Skills. Passive skills, Unknown, LV. Max, Tenacity LV. 1. Active skills, -LV. 1. From level 18, he had jumped up to reach 21 in one go, and that wasn't even the end. Besides the level up messages, something else also popped up as well. Tearing. Store. Buy function is now available with your level having reached 20. Oh, so I can finally spend those gold things now, eh? That was a nice message, for sure. However, now wasn't the right time to relaxedly browse through the store. Rumble. The cave began to shake just a little. With the death of the dungeon's owner, the entrance of the dungeon will be destroyed in 1 hour. Remaining time, 59 minutes 58 seconds. Indeed, he had to get out of this place before the gate closed on him. After all, browsing through the store could be done once he was somewhere safe. Just as Jinwoo was about to climb down, he spotted something gleaming brightly in the middle of the spider's head. Is that an item? However, unlike the monsters from the instant dungeon, there was no message about recovered items, nor could he automatically claim them. What could it be, then? Jinwoo pondered briefly before realizing what it was. Ah, these things have magic crystals, don't they? No matter how busy he was, how could he forget something so valuable like that? Jinwoo extracted the magic crystal hidden deep inside the head of the dead spider. This was a C-rank magic crystal extracted from the boss monster, so it should at least go for around 10 million won, easy. As the trophy for his glamorous victory, this would do very nicely. Jinwoo lightly jumped down from the dead spider's head. Tap. He landed lightly on the ground and turned around, and well, he discovered more gleaming lights, this time coming from the spider's belly. Not only that, but several of them, even. Jinwoo was now feeling rather surprised. He heard stories of some monsters possessing 2, 3 magic crystals, but there were simply too many lights to say those could all be magic crystals. What could they be? Then, he used a dagger to slice open the belly and continued onto its stomach, which resulted in half-digested remains of the insect-type monsters to pour out to the ground, and the lights were coming from those. No way. Jinwoo rummaged through the dead insects one at the time, and just as he suspected, they all possessed their magic crystals. Sure, a few of them had melted down and become smaller than before, but quite a lot of them had survived and remained as good as new. When he collected the intact ones, he counted over 10. I really hit the jackpot this time. He came to earn this month's rent, but at this rate, he'd be earning way more than that. Hyungnim. When Jinwoo looked back, he saw Yu Jinho there. Please, put them in here. Yu Jinho then proceeded to carefully tuck in the magic crystals belonging to Jinwoo inside his equipment bag. Next, he reached inside the corner of the same bag and pulled out a thermos, before pouring the flask's content on its lid. Hyungnim, you must be feeling thirsty. Please, drink this. It's water. Indeed, it was a cold, refreshing cup of water, filled right up to the edge. Why is this kid doing something no one asked him to? Chapter 22. Since Jinwoo was feeling thirsty anyway, he took the thermos lid to drink the water. But, his head never stopped tilting in the meantime. Gulp. Gulp. The water slid down his throat and refreshed him quite nicely. Hyungnim, did you enjoy it? Before he had noticed it, the honorific had changed to Hyungnim, too. Yeah, it's refreshing. Jinwoo spoke his earnest opinion and handed the lid over to Yu Jinho. And, the things you saw in here. Even before Jinwoo could finish his sentence, Yu Jinho quickly cut in, as if to say that there's nothing to worry about. Of course, I won't say anything to anyone and take this secret with me to my grave. No, hang on. No need to take it to your grave. But, of course, I will. It'll be a promise between Hyungnim and I, after all. Well, in that case, okay. If you say so, you don't have to worry about a thing. Hyungnim. It wasn't as if anyone would believe the claim that a rank E solid the boss of a rank C gate anyway. Still, the kid was saying he'd voluntarily keep his mouth shut, and that would certainly make his life a bit easier. I thought he didn't know how to take a hint, but he's pretty quick on the uptake on things like this. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me, Hyungnim? No, not particularly. Well, that sounded a bit suspect. There. Jinwoo studied the overly polite mannerism of Yu Jinho and inwardly questioned his motives, before coming to a conclusion of his own. Well, yeah, from Yu Jinho's perspective, I did save his life and all. Wasn't it the most obvious thing in the world that you'd become really courteous and humble towards a person who saved your life? When looked at that way, his attitude made more sense. The reality of the situation was slightly different from that, though. Rumble. The dungeon shook around for a bit again before its tremors stopped. That tremor was the reminder that the gate would close in a little while. The tremors would progressively get worse as time went by, and just before the gate closed, it'd morph into a full-blown earthquake. Let's get out of here. Yes, Hyungnim. Jinwoo began walking towards the entrance. Before they reached it, though, there was a sudden flash of light, and the rocks blocking up the entrance collapsed. Boom. Afterwards, Huang Dong-sok and his goons rushed into the boss room. As soon as spotting the dead spider behind Jinwoo, their expressions became dumbfounded. What the hell? It's really dead? Did those two hunt it? That spider must have been nothing much, even with that big body and all. Well, if a rank D and a rank E managed to kill it, then, Huang Hyung, what should we do now? Huang Dong-sok scratched his chin while gazing at Jinwoo and Yu Jin-ho. With the spider dead, the gate would soon close. It'd be too late to start mining the mana stones now. They hadn't even finished getting ready, yet the remaining time was now less than an hour. It was time for the plan B. So, he loudly called out to Yu Jin-ho. Yu Jin-ho. Yu Jin-ho flinched and took a step back. His face was full of nervous tension. An oily smile floated up on Huang Dong-sok's face. I thought your gear looked real eye-catching, so we did a background check on ya. And it turns out that you're a son of a real big shot. The son of the Yujin Constructions owner, Yu Myung-han, no less. As so what? We'll give you a chance. I've got some stuff to discuss with your old man, you see. However, it'd get real troublesome for us if the matters of this place get out. So, if you wish to live, you better become our accomplice. An accomplice? Huang Dong-sok pointed at Jinwoo with his chin. Being on the receiving end of that disgusting stare, Jinwoo's forehead creased for a second. Kill Sung Jinwoo? What? Yu Jin-ho freaked out, and Huang Dong-sok chuckled as if he found that expression rather funny. The thing was, he used his phone to do an online search and found out that Yu Jin-ho's father was the owner of the top construction company in the country. Seeing that, a sinister scheme formed in his head. He'd film the scene of Yu Jin-ho killing Sung Jinwoo and then, under the pretext of keeping his mouth shut, blackmail Yu Myung-han. The known wealth of Yu Myung-han is supposedly around 10 trillion won, wasn't it? TL, almost $9 billion. He might be able to reel in several times more money than mining these mana stones if he played his cards right. That's the only way you'll leave this place alive. As long as you kill Sung Jinwoo with your own hands, we'll let you live. If not, we kill both of you. Huang Dong-sok's eyes became very hostile right away. What are you hesitating for? No one will know what happens inside a dungeon. Anyway, wait, could it be that you're scared of a rank E, even though you're a rank D? Yu Jin-ho turned his head to his side. Jinwoo shrugged his shoulders as his answer. He was implying that Yu Jin-ho should do whatever he felt like. With a determined expression, Yu Jin-ho unsheathed the sword on his hips. Finally, he made up his mind. A smile formed on Huang Dong-sok's mouth. Unfortunately for him, his expectation was not met. Still holding that sword, Yu Jin-ho stood alongside Jinwoo. Oh, so, you wanna team up with that guy and fight us, is that right? Huang Dong-sok muttered softly. A scion of a well-to-do family got lucky and killed the rank C boss, and it looked like his ego had become bloated somewhat as a result. Zhou Jihwan whispered from the side. Hyung, what should we do now? Huang Dong-sok lowered his voice so both Jinwoo and Yu Jin-ho wouldn't be able to hear him. For now, take care of Sung Jinwoo first. We gotta hold on to that potential money bag. Our losses today are pretty substantial after all. Okay, will do. Zhou Guihwan's hands began emitting bright light next. Seeing this, Jinwoo's eyes narrowed to a slit. In the end, they want to have a go. This would be his very first time fighting against other hunters. However, he wasn't planning to go easy on these beastards that have aimed for his life several times already. But then, this happened. Tearing. There was that mechanical beep again. An emergency quest has been generated. An emergency quest. Jinwoo raised his head. He didn't even say anything about wanting to look at the contents, yet the quest window spread out before his eyes without his consent. Now that was a first. Emergency quest. Kill all the enemies. There are life forms holding murderous intentions towards the player. Kill them all in order to secure your own safety. If you do not follow this instruction, a corresponding penalty will be given. The number of enemies left to kill, 8. The number of killed enemies, 0. Jinwoo's eyes opened wider. In order to complete the quest, Huang Dong-sok and his teammates must all die. It was then. A beam of light flashed right before his eyes. The light beams left Zhou Jihwan's hands and flew straight at Jinwoo. Boom! Flung away by the explosion, Jinwoo's figure flew at a frightening speed and slammed into the cave wall. Slam! A portion of the wall collapsed and fell on top of Jinwoo. Tumble! Hyungnim! Yu Jinho froze on the spot from surprise. Don't sweat over the dead guy, and why don't you come over here? Hwang Dong-sok beckoned with his fingers. Yu Jinho stared at the spot where Jinwoo was. Just like what Hwang Dong-sok had implied, Jinwoo wasn't moving an inch as he remained buried under the debris. You murderers! Tears pooled around Yu Jinho's eyes. Hwang Dong-sok and his Dongzang simply giggled at the label of murderers thrown at their way. Well, that was the truth, to begin with. Anyway, just how many died by their hands inside many other dungeons? While they were looking at Yu Jinho and continued to smile, Jinwoo was under the pile of rubble, doubting his own eyes at the moment. The contents of the quest were slowly changing. That was why. Emergency quest. Kill all the enemies. There are life forms holding murderous intentions towards the apostrophe and at hash. Kill them all in order to secure your own safety. If you do not follow this instruction, hash $% caret $, hash $% caret exclamation mark and hash $% caret $. The number of enemies left to kill, 8. The number of killed enemies, 0. A few words suddenly became illegible, before changing their shapes. Emergency quest. Kill all the enemies. There are life forms holding murderous intentions towards you. Kill them all in order to secure your own safety. If you do not follow this instruction, your heart will cease functioning. The number of enemies left to kill, 8. The number of killed enemies, 0. What a clear-cut threat that was. If he didn't finish the quest as intended, it would kill him. Instead, kill if I don't want to be killed. Is that it? The contents were pretty shocking, but Jinwoo's fluster didn't remain for long. No, his flustered mind rapidly morphed into one of relief. Even he found it hard to believe, but that was the truth. There was this fear that always lingered in his mind, starting from the day these quests popped up in front of his eyes alongside stat values and such. What would happen to me if this mysterious phenomenon suddenly stopped? What if all these things only happened as a coincidence, and they could end at any given moment? Such fear always accompanied him. However, through this emergency quest, the truth became clear. Things happening to him were not a coincidence, nor were they some weird goodwill from someone. If the quest was generated by something holding some form of goodwill, then it should have just said overcome this danger, and not threaten him to kill him as a penalty. The system had a clear purpose. It was either make Sung Jinwoo strong or need a strong Sung Jinwoo, and, depending on the situation, Mihu could kill other hunters at the drop of a hat. Even he could glean such intentions from the system now. Jinwoo felt reassured by that revelation. What a relief that. It was not a coincidence. It definitely had a goal. Whenever he found himself in danger, he yearned to be stronger. He so dearly wished to stop living the life where it was no different from dangling precariously on the edge of a cliff. But, on that fateful day, during the most dangerous moments of his life, his opportunity came. The goal of this system and Jinwoo's wishes lined up perfectly. The system is using me, and I'm using the system. That was all there was to it. As long as there was an end goal, a purpose, this phenomenon would never suddenly vanish from his eyes. Jinwoo slowly got up from the rubble. HP 1,362,600, as expected of a magic spell shot by a rank C hunter. It was only a single hit, yet his HP had almost halved. There was no more room left to take it easy now. Intense malice filled up Jinwoo's eyes. He began walking towards Hwang Dong-sok. What the heck? Hwang Dong-sok and his goons had been surrounding the scared Yu Jinho, so they ended up discovering Jinwoo rather belatedly. What's going on here? He's still alive. But, Ji-hwan Hyung looks like a dead fish. Though, what an embarrassment this is. He's a measly rank E, you know. Hwang Dong-sok scratched his chin. Hey, Ji-hwana, why didn't you finish him properly the first time? Ji-hwan's face reddened somewhat. Yeah, I should've. But, this wasn't right. He really did pour his all with that shot. He had spent over a third of his overall magical energy, yet how could this kid stand back up? Could the attack not connect properly? But then, There wouldn't have been such a loud explosion if that was the case. Lots of questions formed in his head, but there was no time to ask them because Jinwoo opened his mouth first. Since you're playing around with people's lives, the eyes of Hwang Dong-seok's group were now fixed to Jinwoo. He came to a stop in front of them. Yu Jinho flinched in surprise, but the reactions of other hunters were rather subdued. Some of them even began smirking in derision. Jinwoo spoke with a dry voice. You've all sufficiently resolved yourselves, right? Hwang Dong-seok let off a snort after hearing that. What the hell is this fool even saying? Hyungnim, let me handle this kid. A hunter with tiny little eyes approached Jinwoo and placed his arms around the latter's neck. It looks like you mister hasn't really figured the situation out yet. But the thing is, the expression of the tiny eyes became weirder and weirder as he strengthened his arms. What the hell? Why can't I pull him down? He tried to perform a headlock with his physical strength, but no matter how hard he pulled, Jinwoo's upper body showed no sign of budging. Wasn't this beast supposed to be only a Ranky? Cold sweat formed on the forehead of the tiny eyes. How could he be this strong? It happened then. Slice. The head of the tiny eyes fell to the ground. Thud. Juntae. Hwang Dong-seok's eyes trembled like an earthquake. What the hell? That knife. Just when did he? Where did he get that? Hwang Dong-seok and his goons quickly took several steps back and yanked their weapons out. Jinwoo's hand was already holding the poison fang of Kasaka. Blood dripped from the tip of the blade, tearing. The number of enemies left to kill, 7. The number of killed enemies, 1. 7 left. Chapter 23. Jinwoo swept his gaze at Hwang Dong-seok and his group like a predator eyeing his prey. Hwang Dong-seok swallowed his saliva. He was already pretty surprised by the dagger appearing in that man's hands, but more importantly, Park Juntae's death shook him to the core rather greatly. How did an E-rank hunter kill a D-rank in one hit? He had no idea what kind of a trick the other guy used, but from now on, underestimating his opponent was definitely forbidden. No, he had to be very meticulous here. Hwang Dong-seok gave a signal with his eyes to his side. Jihwana, hit him one more time. Jihwan lightly nodded his head. This time, he wouldn't make the same mistake again. Jihwan told himself such as lights began gathering in his hands again. But, even before the arrows of light could leave his fingertips, Jinwoo appeared right in front of Jihwan first. Jihwan's jaw hit the floor. The light in Jinwoo's eyes gleamed coldly. You first. The magic-type hunter who possesses strong firepower but a weak body. Jinwoo had finished his calculations already. The dagger stabbed straight through Jihwan's neck. Stab. Kyohawk. Jihwan tried to cover the hole in his neck and collapsed to the floor. Plop. Kill him. With that as a signal, the hunters around him rushed towards Jinwoo at once. Jinwoo raised all his senses to the maximum and calmly focused on the movements of his enemies. All sounds disappeared and time slowed down. The agility stat and its 38 points had begun displaying its worth. He then blocked or evaded swords, spears and arrows being thrust at him from the very short distance. The eyes of the hunters became incredibly large. How can an E-rank move like this? Too fast. I can't hit him at all. The complexions of the hunters became ashen. Indeed, speed was a subjective thing. To their eyes, Jinwoo's movement was absurdly fast. Meanwhile, Jinwoo waded in among the hunters and calmly cut into their vital spots, one at a time. Effect. Paralysis has been activated. Effect. Bleeding has been activated. Effect. Paralysis has been activated. The special effects of the poison fang of Kasaka continued to activate and the hunters all fell into a quagmire of confusion. I can't move my body. Magic? Was that magic? Exclamation mark. You son of a BTCH. Effect. Bleeding has been activated. Effect. Paralysis has been activated. Effect. Paralysis has been activated. Cock. What the hell is this guy's real identity? Screams resounded out without a break from here and there. 5 hunters surrounding Jinwoo all crumpled down to the floor in no time at all. Plop, plop, tearing. The number of enemies left to kill, 1. The number of killed enemies, 7. Jinwoo shifted his gaze over to the last remaining survivor, and that was none other the big bearded man, Huang Dong-sok. He discarded his shield as an expression of determination formed on his face. He then loudly roared out, "You Huang Dong-sok kicked the ground and rushed forward. Thump, 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 thump. His mind raced as he ran forward. He was a tanker, and was considered one of the top even within the C rank. His opponent most likely was a damage dealer. Although that man seemed to be very agile, judged from his quick movements, there was no way he'd possess enough power to penetrate past Huang Dong-sok's reinforcement skill. You can't fatally wound me with a measly little dagger. The one to be crushed when they collide would be Sung Jin-woo. Instead, their distance closed up in the blink of an eye, and Huang Dong-sok tackled with his shoulder reinforcement. But then, his entire world seemed to spin around, and before he realized how, he was staring at the ceiling of the dungeon. Slam! His brain shook hard and a strong impact force was transmitted into his entire body. He wanted to get up, but his body didn't listen to his commands. Huang Dong-sok tried very hard, but eventually gave up and lay sprawled on the ground. Cough. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. Did he throw me down to the floor? Did Huang Dong-sok really lose in the contest of strength, in a battle of physical strength? How can a measly rank E? He was now so sure that something had gone terribly awry somewhere. 5 rank Cs and 3 rank Ds were knocked down in the blink of an eye. There was no way this beast was a rank E. Jin-woo stood next to Huang Dong-sok. The bearded man couldn't even properly move his body. His fate was quite obvious now. If this was a sports match or a spar, then this battle would have ended right here. Too bad for the bearded man, though. Jin-woo wasn't planning to stop there. Wait a minute. Huang Dong-sok raised his hand first. Let me go. If you want him money, I'll give it to ya, as long as you spare me. 3 times. Jin-woo's voice remained cold. Aren't you a bit shameless, asking to be spared by someone you tried to kill 3 times already? First, by blocking the exit of the boss room. Second, ordering Yu Jin-ho to kill him. And finally, Zhou Jihuan's magic. Huang Dong-sok tried to kill Jin-woo these 3 times, even after excluding the battle just now. Give and take. When he returned alive from the underground temple, Jin-woo resolved himself to return as much as he had received. Whether it was kindness or hostility, he'd repay the acts of ill intents with an equal amount of malice. There would be no room for negotiation. Realizing that begging for his life wouldn't work, Huang Dong-sok's eyes shot wide open and foam bubbled around his mouth. You think you'll be okay after you laid your hands on me like this? Do you have any idea who my younger brother is? Shatter. Huang Dong-sok could no longer continue with his words after his neck was broken. Cock. The whites of the bearded man's eyes were showing now. Tearing. The number of enemies left to kill, 0. The number of killed enemies, 8. Finally, this quest had came to an end. Phew. Jin-woo spat out a long sigh containing a myriad of emotions and lifted his hand away from Huang Dong-sok's head. His gaze then stopped on his hands. He might have one-sidedly bulldozed past his opponents, but for someone who had fought to the death against 8 other people, his hands remained remarkably steady. Is it okay to be like this? Jin-woo placed his hand on his chest and felt for his beating heart. Thump, thump. Thump. His heart was beating as calmly as if he had been taking a stroll. What if, for the first time ever, he began to think that, seeing the system wasn't the only change taking place within him after he returned alive from the underground temple. However, his musings had to be kept brief. Soon, the familiar beep entered his head. Tearing. You have completed emergency quest. Kill all the enemies. Completion rewards are now available. Would you like to confirm the rewards? Y/N. He was half expecting this to happen, and sure enough, he now had received rewards. Jin-woo didn't even hesitate and chose yes, confirm. Tearing. The following rewards are available. Reward 1, full recovery of the current physical condition. Reward 2, 10 additional stat points. Reward 3, skill, intimidation. Not only 10 points, but even a skill. 2. Jin-woo's eyes widened from the huge amount of available rewards. All those stat points were one thing, But this new skill stole away almost all of his attention. If I didn't possess the dash skill when fighting that spider, the only reason why he managed to hunt the boss down was because of dash. There was no need to mention how important a skill was during a battle. It was not for nothing that a rune stone, with which a person could learn a brand new skill, cost several hundreds of millions of won. Jinwoo immediately checked this skill called Intimidation out. Show me the third reward. Tearing skill, Intimidation LV. 1. Active skill, mana required to activate, 100. Can render a designated target in a state of fear for 1 minute by using your powerful aura. Multiple targets can be selected. Effect fear. All stats minus 50%. Although it was only active for a short time, it was still a rare skill that could decrease the opponent's stats by a substantial amount. Of course, exactly like other effects, if the opponent's resistance was high enough it would fail to activate, but, if it did work, then Jinwoo thought that taking care of his enemies, regardless of who it was, would become as easy as pie. And since it could be used against multiple opponents, the scope of this skill's usefulness seemed limitless. 2. It's really good, isn't it? The rewards were just as good as the potential penalty was as bad. Hang on a second. Now that I think about it, it's not like that, is it? After all, his life was at stake here. And, was that all? Jinwoo took a look around him. He frowned deeply after taking in the gruesome sight. He had witnessed enough deaths of other hunters, but even then, he'd never really get used to looking at the corpses of other people. This was what this quest asked of him, though. But, for a quest that asked for many lives as its completion requirement, the rewards handed out felt rather cheap and not quite enough. Well, even if it weren't for the quest, he'd still have to fight against Hwang Dong-seok and his crew in the end, but still. And they say, a man's greed knows no bounds. Jinwoo shook his head wryly. It was then, the cave shook around once more. Rumble. The tremor had become stronger than before. It was now the time to get out of the dungeon. But, before he could do that, there was something else he needed to take care of first. And that happened to be Yu Jin-ho. Jinwoo's gaze drifted toward him. Yu Jin-ho had been pitifully frozen solid in his spot until then, and flinched rather grandly before hurriedly lowering his gaze to the ground. Now, what should I do with this kid? Of course, he wasn't thinking of harming Yu Jin-ho. There was no need to, nor was there a reason to do so, either. However, if the events of this place got leaked out to the rest of the world, then there was a good chance that his life would become inconvenienced in a variety of ways. So, I guess I should make sure he doesn't talk, huh? Just as he thought that course of action would be for the best, Yu Jin-ho rapidly ran towards him, knelt down, and bowed his head. Hyungnim, please spare me. Suddenly, Jinwoo felt that the following conversation should unfold a lot more smoothly than his initial expectation. Yu Jin-ho was shaking like a wet dog. His complexion was pale, as well. Well, 8 people died in the blink of an eye right in front of his face, so that was par for the course, really. One of the most important tools in dealing with people was this, the fear. So, Jinwoo decided to use this situation to his advantage. Why should I? Hyuk. Jinwoo thought that he heard the sound of Yu Jin-ho's heart falling to the floor just now. His guilty conscience that asked, was that too much? Only lasted for a second, though. If you want money, I can speak to my father. And, who do you think I am? Jinwoo's expression crumpled unpleasantly. Sure, he did grow up impoverished, but that didn't mean he was corrupt enough to hold a person's life hostage and extort money that way. Wouldn't he be no different from Hwang Dong-seok if he did that? I'm truly sorry. If it weren't for Yu Jin-ho's current state being absolutely terrified, Jinwoo would have smacked the back of the kid's head or something by now. He was holding back only because it looked like Yu Jin-ho might keel over from a heart attack if he really did that. Confirming how displeased Jinwoo's expression was, Yu Jin-ho nervously swallowed some dried saliva. Now that I think about it, even back when Hwang Dong-seok offered him money, could he have abandoned all material desires and now only walks the path of bloodshed and murder? Jinwoo's image inside Yu Jin-ho's head was being solidified in an even weirder direction. However, it was too early to draw a conclusion yet. If that was the case, Then why did Hyungnim extract those magic crystals? Not too long ago, Jinwoo personally went and extracted all those magic stones, even going so far to dig through the spider's entrails. Sure, it was used in a variety of ways, such as a source of high-density energy, as a raw material in manufacturing magic tools, etc. But, to a hunter, a magic crystal was simply another word for money. Yoo Jin-ho's mind spun at a quicker pace. So, that's how it was. Those crystals were the prize of blood. They were the deserved prize he earned through staining his hands with blood, and that was why he didn't mind digging through the stomach of a dead monster. He'd not show a hint of mercy to those enemies who tried to harm him, but he was also the practitioner of the way of the blood, meaning, he did not want anything to do with the monetary gain that he hadn't earned with his own hands. And I tried to buy his benevolence with money, so of course, he'd get pissed off at me. In that case, what Yoo Jin-ho needed here wasn't father's money, but the deserved profit that could be earned if he managed to walk out of here alive. When he sneaked a glance, Jinwoo's expression was still distorted somewhat. Yoo Jin-ho quickly continued on with his words. Hyungnim, if you spare me, then I'll hand over all the profit earned in this dungeon to you. As expected, Jinwoo immediately displayed his interest. Please, think about it, Hyungnim. If you monopolize the profit meant for 10 people after 9 others are killed, others would definitely start questioning you. From Yoo Jin-ho's perspective, Jinwoo was, without a doubt, a fake registrant. Not only that, a highly skilled fake registrant who enjoyed murdering people. Obviously, he'd not want the attention of other folks landing on him. So what? On the flip side, if we both walk out of here alive, then according to the contract, all the magic crystals from this dungeon belongs to me. Even if all the other teammates had died, since you don't get a share in the first place, no one would suspect you. Of course, theirs was no way that Yoo Jin-ho would be suspected of foul play here. Well, his father owned one of the country's top-ranked companies. After all, the potential profit he'd earn from selling off the magic crystals would be like a pocket change to him. This money is something Hyungnim totally deserves. I mean, this is your deserved reward for saving me and getting rid of Hwang Dong-sok and his lackeys. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 24. Yoo Jin-ho empathized the words deserved reward for some reason. Yeah, for sure. Certainly, that method was the safest way to dispose of the magic crystals. These crystals no longer had any owners. No matter how avaricious Hwang Dong-sok was, he still couldn't take them to his grave. That left just one person, Yoo Jin-ho, as the sole claimant to the rights of these crystals. However, such a guy was saying that he'd voluntarily offer them up. Jinwoo didn't want anything to do with them if they were to be taken away forcibly, but, there's no reason for me to refuse things that are willingly entering my pockets. No. Without his help, Yoo Jin-ho would either have been killed by now, or get dragged around as a hostage. Instead, when looked at that way, the claims of them being deserved reward made some sense. Seeing that Jinwoo's expression lighten up, Yoo Jin-ho was now sure of his guesses being on the money. As I thought, the magic crystals are the deserved reward of blood for hunting down Hwang Dong-sok and his gang, so he's not going to say no here. The meaning of the word deserved as imagined by these two men had what you'd call a significant difference, but they had no way of knowing that. Okay. As soon as Jinwoo agreed, Yoo Jin-ho's face brightened up in an instant. Hell, Yoo Jin-ho was even feeling a bit awestruck by how steadfast Jinwoo was with his personal beliefs. However, Jinwoo's face became emotionless next. However, how do I trust you? Jinwoo had recalled his initial goal once more. He wasn't trying to scare the kid so he could line his pockets in the first place. No, he started this intimidation antics so he could avoid being inconvenienced later down the line. How can I betray you, Hyungnim, who saved my neck multiple times already? You could ignore our promise and just yap onto anyone you meet. No, actually, it wouldn't be too big of a hassle if the kid did that. Killing Hwang Dong-sok and his goons were 100% acts of self-defense. After all, there were 8 of them, not to mention they were fully armed as well. Heck, they even attacked first with a powerful magic spell. 2. Laws had changed ever since the emergence of the hunters, so Jinwoo knew that he'd walk away scot-free only with that much justification. Jinwoo wanted to let things die down quietly in this manner, and Yu Jinho's help would be needed to facilitate that. There might be a slight problem with how he went about asking for that help, but as far as the end result was concerned, this was the best method available. So, speak up. Jinwoo stared at the other guy with eyes that demanded answers. Yu Jinho formed a determined, dignified expression. I will never do something so cowardly, Hyung-nim, especially for someone who has saved my life. Hang on a minute. Jinwoo thought that he had seen those determined eyes from somewhere, before realizing that they were rather similar to back when Yu Jinho refused the suggestion of Hwang Dong-sok to become their accomplice not too long ago. This kid, he is being serious. The give and take, when his life was hanging in the balance, Yu Jinho chose to stand with Jinwoo. He trusted Jinwoo and tried to go up against 8 other hunters. That was why Jinwoo decided to trust Yu Jinho, at least once. Of course, not right away, and not quite like this. Maybe, after planting the fear of God into the kid first. Jinwoo reached down and picked up Hwang Dong-sok's discarded shield. The back of my head is still aching from Hwang Dong-sok's sneak hit. You know. Jinwoo pretended to study the shield from this way and that, before powerfully flinging it towards the wall of the cave. Kaboom! More than half of the shield got buried deep inside that wall. Cold sweat drops dripped down Yu Jinho's face as he nervously swallowed his saliva. I hope that my Dongzing isn't going to disappoint me, too. But, of course, Hyung-nim. It happened then. The dungeon began shaking much harder this time. Rumbly. Their time was clearly running out. Jinwoo never held any thoughts of harming Yu Jinho from the get-go, so he figured that this much would be enough. So, he ordered Yu Jinho, collect all the magic crystals. We're leaving. Thank you very much, Hyung-nim. Yu Jinho stood back up and bowed his waist 90 degrees. A smile found its way back onto his face. While Yu Jinho went around to fill up the bag, Jinwoo began rummaging through Hwang Dong-sok's pockets. I gotta get paid what's mine, too. He was promised 2,000,000 won for the day's work, and he couldn't afford to let a single cent slip by. Hwang Dong-sok's wallet was filled with lots of 50,000 won bills. When he counted, there were 45 of them, just over 2,000,000. In other words, the bearded man promised to pay in cash as soon as the raid was over, so he must have had them ready, just in case. Because, well, he wouldn't have been able to cut the tail all the time. Thanks for the pay. Jinwoo said the words of thanks to no one in particular and left the boss room first. Yu Jinho was almost finished packing up the magic crystals, but then, belatedly noticed that Jinwoo had disappeared, and hurriedly began searching for him. Hyung-nim. All he found were the rapidly cooling corpses of the hunters that lost their lives to Jinwoo. Yu Jinho and his deathly pale complexion hurriedly chased after Jinwoo as if he was scared of being alone. The agent from the association's investigation department swiftly arrived at the location of the gate. The procedure to follow when there were casualties during a raid was rather simple. The remaining survivors only had to report the matter to the association and let the investigators do their job. That was all. The investigator for today was a strict-looking Andy. And your names are? It's Sung Jinwoo. My name is Yu Jinho, ma'am. Hunters dying inside dungeons happened pretty much every single day, so this procedure was more like a formality at this point. To be more precise, it was now more to do with record keeping. Actually, that was, if there were nothing to be suspicious about. So, every rank C hunter in the raid team was killed. Yet how did one rank D and one rank E manage to escape unhurt? The investigator questioned the duo while adjusting her glasses. Her glaring eyes narrowed to a slit. Now normally, it'd be the weakest hunter in the team to die first, most of the time. Yet, she intensely scrutinized the two men before discovering something particular and raised her voice. Oh my gosh. Her eyes began sparkling as she approached closer. Isn't this the longsword Kallian that's been launched recently by the Maya Company? Oh my gosh, isn't his one of the Royal Series shields crafted by the one and only master craftsman Greedos? Yu Jinho's face brightened immediately. You seem to be well versed in weapons, ma'am. It's nothing to feel proud about, really. No, It's only on the level of browsing through the catalogs every now and then. The price of the longsword was around 700 million South Korean won, while the shield was around 500 million South Korean won, TL, $620,000 and $443,000, respectively. These powerful armaments were crafted with magic crystals costing well over hundreds of millions of won, as well as other expensive materials, and they were capable of boosting the abilities of a rank D hunter past that of a rank C. With this revelation, the agent began imagining the events that had taken place inside the dungeon. With these types of armaments, a lone rank D hunter managing to hunt down the boss monster seemed rather feasible now, even when considering that all the rank C hunters had been annihilated along the way. And that rank he probably hid in a corner somewhere and barely saved his life. Of course, the reality was opposite of that, but, in any case, she came to a conclusion. The odds of a man with enough financial wherewithal to purchase such armaments stabbing his comrades in the back for a handful of magic crystals were low at best. On top of that, it was also impossible for a rank E to do anything to several rank C hunters too. So the deaths of Hwang Dong-sok and 7 others could only be chalked up to an unfortunate accident. I understand what happened now. The investigator closed the case file with a satisfied face. The investigation will conclude with this, so you may go home now. I'm sure it had been a difficult day so far, so thank you for taking the time out to aid us with the investigation. Thank you for your hard work. Jinwoo said goodbyes on behalf of both men. The investigator and her car left just as quickly as they had arrived. You also worked hard, Hyung-nam. Yoo Jin-ho bent his waist 90 degrees once more. Even after they had exited the gate, Yoo Jin-ho's overly polite attitude didn't change. He must have been pretty darn scared. Even now, Jinwoo inwardly clicked his tongue. Yeah, you too. Well, I haven't done much anyway. You did most of the work, Hyung-nam. Oh, here are your magic crystals. Yoo Jin-ho very courteously handed the bag over to Jinwoo with 2 hands. And indeed, the bag was filled to the brim with magic crystals. The highest price a magic crystal from a rank C gate could fetch was around 10 million won. Even the smallest ones fetched several millions. Jinwoo's eyes scanned the number of crystals and he inwardly cried out in elation. Just how much will these? He tried so hard to suppress a grin from breaking out on his face. It was then, a drop of water suddenly fell inside the bag. Splash! Splosh! Jinwoo raised his head. They were raindrops falling from the sky that had been gradually getting darker as the afternoon rolled by. It was a good thing. Sending her off with an umbrella, Jinwoo formed a subtle smile while thinking about his little sister. Later in the evening, Jinwoo summoned his status window as soon as he arrived back home. Stats, Strength, 53, Stamina, 30, Agility, 38, Intelligence, 30, Perception, 32, Available points to distribute, 10. The 10 points he got as a reward from the emergency quest still remained, waiting. His entire body was itching from the desire to spend them. If he wanted to earn them through daily quests, then he'd have to spend the next 3 days and still had to find 1 more point from somewhere, and if he wanted to earn them through leveling up, then he had to raise it by 2. The priority is with agility, then perception next. He spent 7 points on agility, and the rest 3 on perception. Stats, Strength, 53, Stamina, 30, Agility, 45, Intelligence, 30, Perception, 35, Available points to distribute, 0. Okay, his stat values looked more even now. Agility had almost caught up with Strength, and Perception was already at 35. Once Agility's values got closer to Strength, he was planning to increase Stamina next, leaving alone the stat of Intelligence and its unknown uses. For the time being, he wanted to raise all of his other stats as uniformly as possible. Should I check out today's results? Name, Sung Jinwoo. Level, 21. Class, None. Title, Slaughterer of Wolves. HP, 2600. MP, 390. Tiredness, 0. Stat, Strength, 53, Stamina, 30, Agility, 45, Intelligence, 30, Perception, 35. Available points to distribute, 0. Skills. Passive skills. Unknown, LV. Max. Tenacity LV. 1. Active skills, dash LV. 1. Intimidation LV. 1. The level that had risen up by 3 and the new skill Intimidation caught his attention the most. And his stats also had received a healthy boost from the 10 extra points. These alone would qualify today's earning as quite spectacular, but there were more, weren't there? 2,000,001 I got for today's work, and all those magic crystals filling up the bag, as well. Jinwoo counted the number of the crystals once more, 11 from the spider, and 38 from Huang Dongsok and his lackeys. In total, 49 of them. If he asked 5 million for each, he'd still earn well over 200 million won. 200 mil from a single day's hunt. The profit that should have been shared by 10 people, no, 9, had been swallowed up by him, so the amount had no choice but to balloon up. This was the same thing as the unexpected kiss of Lady Luck landing squarely on his cheeks. All I have to do now is to sell these things. Selling magic crystals wasn't difficult. Since the demand was so high, when he put them up for sale, they would all sell out pretty quickly. The question was, though, where he should sell these. There were several cases of a direct trading between individuals, and guilds and corporations also bought them in large quantities, as well. For his case, since there were so many of them, he figured that it'd be for the better to seek out the help of professionals, rather than try his hands on dealing with individuals or sell them online. Can't I just sell them to a store or something? It'd be so much more convenient for him if the store bought his crystals at their retail value, as it would with the Japdom. While thinking this and that, Jinwoo pushed the bag full of magic crystals to the corner of the room, and then, he abruptly recalled one last fruit of today's labor. Right, the system said that I can start buying stuff from the store. Jinwoo immediately summoned the store. Although it wasn't much, all the gold he had saved up from the Hapjeong Station's instant dungeon still waited for their turn inside his inventory until now. By tearing, accompanied by the familiar beep, the list of purchasable items popped up in his view, and they continued to do so quite literally without an end. Everything from cheap potions and trinkets, all the way up to absurdly expensive defensive items and eye-catching weapons could be found here. There were so many items that could be bought with gold. It was pretty obvious, but the more expensive an item was, the better its options got. One of the best items available even cost as much as 10 billion gold. Whoa. 10 billion, is it? His current gold was just over 112,000. It was way too short to buy anything truly useful. But there was no need for him to fret here. Why? Because he had plenty of time on hand. I can buy any of these, as long as I have enough gold, right? Jinwoo hummed to himself and continued to browse through the list of really expensive items. There was one more reason to seek out instant dungeons now. Already, he couldn't wait to receive the prize of the daily quest for tomorrow, the random box. Chapter 25, Part 11. Arrangement. 3 days passed by since the incident of the C-ranked gate. Jinna came home early from school as it was Saturday today. As soon as entering the apartment, she began sniffing the air and hurriedly removed her shoes. Appa, what's going on here? Did you order fried chicken? Yeah, I ordered some takeaway to make sure it'd get here just in time for you. Wow, really? Jinwoo beckoned her while sitting by the dining table, causing Jinna's eyes to open wider. She immediately ran towards him. Hiya Tilda, what's going on here? And you're a serial Scrooge, too. Did something good happen lately? Hey now, put down your school bag first, will you? Why is a girl so hot-headed? It's fine, this bag ain't that heavy, you know. And she was complaining not too long ago about her bag being too heavy and that she didn't want to carry an umbrella around. Jinwoo sket, but couldn't really hide the smile creeping up on his face. Asking me if there was anything good happening lately? Of course, there was. The family's bank balance had swelled up from 800,000 won all the way to 180,300,000 South Korean won earlier today. TL. Just under $160,000. 180 million was from the sale of the magic crystals, and 500 grand was used for the month's rent. Still, 180 million. Just one raid and he was able to get his hands on an absurd amount of money, totaling 180 million. He had been one for a while now, but this was the first time he felt like a real hunter. Well, this was the era where a casual mention of hunters instantly brought up the images of wealth, so that couldn't be helped. Also, the face of the employee at the Magic Crystal Exchange when Jinwoo went there with his stash was still so vivid in his memories, too. Did you hunt all these monsters? Things happened, and so, it's something like that. Holy moly. How incredible. 49 C-rank magic crystals. The initial estimated price for the whole lot was just over 300 million won, but who knew that taxation would be so heartless? I gotta pay 40% as tax? Yes, when an individual is selling the crystals, 40% is taken as tax. However, when a guild is selling them, it's only 10%. Is there a reason why there's a reduction in tax for the guilds? Well, unlike freelancers and their teams, guilds must cooperate without question when they are ordered to mobilize, you see. Indeed, when he searched through his memories, he remembered hearing about both the agents from the monitoring division of the association and the White Tiger Guild coming to the location of the dual dungeon incident. Because they were receiving special treatments, guilds had to cooperate with the government and the association when they asked for help. The high tax rates caused Jinwoo to ponder his choices for a little bit. Should I just hold on to the crystals and sell them off after I enter a guild? But he made up his mind soon afterwards. By the time he entered a guild and started working for them, the main objects of conquest would be gates rated A and B. The magic crystals coming out from those gates would incomparably be more valuable than those from a gate ranked C. And right now, he needed every cent he could get his hands. Besides, I can't just sign on with any all guild out there just to decrease tax, now can I? Okay, fine, I will sell them. That's how he got his hands on 180 million. Just as Jinna had implied with her question, the chicken and beer meal was to celebrate the big earnings sitting pretty in the family bank account right at this moment. Thank you for this meal. Jinna sneakily reached towards the beer can, but then, Jinwoo's finger powerfully flicked her forehead. Ouch, for you, this. He then placed a can of cola in front of her. Hi Ying. I was only joking, you know. Not minding Jinna and her hands busy rubbing her reddened forehead, Jinwoo popped the lid open on the refreshingly cold can of beer and poured the contents down his throat. But then, this happened. Tearing. Jinwoo couldn't help but react nervously when he heard the familiar beep. Why, a system message? All of a sudden, harmful substances have been detected. Effects of buff. Detox will now commence. 3, 2, 1. Detoxification has been completed. You detoxed harmful substances? Are you talking about alcohol? Jinwoo drank up the remaining beer in the can, and popped open another just to make sure. Gulp, gulp. Harmful substances have been detected. Effects of buff. Detox will now commence. 3, 2, 1. Detoxification has been completed, and the exact same messages appeared again. He had drank up 2 cans of beer in one go, but he couldn't feel one hint of drunkenness come over. Whatever this buff thing was, it was definitely working as intended. What's this? Jinwoo tilted his head. He had yet to meet a single hunter capable of throwing buffs around. Most of the hunters possessing such specialized skill sets all worked for large guilds. As he was affiliated with the association, there hadn't been a single opportunity for him to meet one so far. Even if someone sneaked a buff on me, surely the system would have notified me of it. In that case, there could only be 2 possibilities. Either he received the buff while he was unconscious, or got it before the system was active. Personally, he was more inclined towards the latter. Uppa, what's wrong? Is it indigestion? You should have been more careful, you know. When Jinwoo's expression became serious, Jin asked him with a worried voice. Nah, it's just that I remembered something pretty urgent. That's all. Eat without me while I take care of this, okay? Jinwoo headed back into his room. He then began rummaging through every nook and cranny of his memories, trying to figure out if he had missed anything, even if it was small. Suddenly, he recalled something. Every quest has rewards, even penalty quests. But, There was one quest that I never got around to confirming the rewards. No, Jinwoo hurriedly opened the mailbox. At the time, he had no clue what the system was nor what rewards could mean, so glossed over them, but he definitely remembered reading the message that said he had met the conditions to clear the quest. His heart began beating faster and faster. Jinwoo eventually discovered the messages sitting right at the bottom of the mailbox. "Congratulations on becoming a player. Read." Jinwoo's voice trembled as he spoke softly. "Confirm. Tearing. This system will support the growth of the player. Failing to comply with the system's instructions will result in potential penalties. Your rewards have been delivered." As he thought, there was the mention of rewards. The voice he heard back inside the underground temple clearly said these words: "Completion requirements for the secret quest. The courage of the powerless has been met." A secret quest or not, it was still a quest, wasn't it? However, he hadn't checked what kind of rewards he had received until now. Back then, he thought that it was all a hallucination, didn't he? Will result in potential penalties. Your rewards have been delivered. Would you like to confirm your rewards? Y/N. Yes. Tearing. Rewards for the secret quest. The courage of the powerless. The blessings from the Grand Sorcerer, Kandyaru. The Grand Sorcerer Kandyaru has been deeply moved by your courage, and has gifted you with a special spell. When accompanied by the blessings of Kandyaru, you'll get to enjoy a healthy and fulfilling life every day. Let there be a bright future laying in wait for the challenger. One-time effect will to recover. All your damaged body parts will be recovered to their original state. Continuous effect good health and long life. You'll be immune to all types of diseases, poisonous substances, as well as all forms of status debuffs. During sleep, your recovery rate will increase exponentially. Only now puzzle pieces fell to their places. That's why my leg was. It was all due to the quest reward that his sliced-off leg had reverted back to how it was before. Same thing for why he couldn't get drunk from a couple of cans of beer. Hang on, I'm immune to all types of poison, too? Jinwoo's eyes abruptly shot open real wide. If that was the case, then could it be? Jinwoo hurriedly extracted a certain item out from his inventory. Item: Poison Sac of Kasaka. Rarity: A. Type: Medicine. A pouch containing the refined poison of the Kasaka. Can be found very rarely when hunting Kasakas. Drinking this poison will give you strong skin, but the toxicity will permanently damage your muscles. Effect: the iron scales of Kasaka. 20% reduction in physical damage. Side effect: damaged muscles, strength -35. My muscles are supposed to get damaged because of the toxin, but wouldn't this detox buff resist that? There was only one way to find out. Jinwoo squeezed his eyes shut and drank the liquid contained within the pouch. Gulp, gulp. Sticky, yucky liquid slid down his throat. The taste was oily and terrible, but he endured it. And they say what's good for you usually tastes bitter. When he finished drinking all of the poisoned liquid, messages popped up in his view. Harmful substances have been detected. Effects of buff. Detox will now commence. 3, 2, 1. Detoxification has been completed. Side effect: damaged muscles has been nullified. Yes. Jinwoo clenched his fists real tightly. Still, he couldn't celebrate just yet, so he quickly summoned his status window. Stats: Strength 53, Stamina 30, Agility 53, Intelligence 30, Perception 36. Available points to distribute: 0. Reduction in physical damage 20%. As he expected, there was no decrease in his strength stat. It still remained as 53 points, and then he saw the new stat called reduction in physical damage. 2. Sure, it might be limited in the category, but it still was a marvelous stat that reduced all physical damage by 20%. Nice. Just as Jinwoo began celebrating the emergence of this new stat, Jinna called out to him from the living room. "Appa, you know a guy called Yu Jinho? He's looking for you." "No way. He can't be the same Yu Jinho." Jinwoo quickly went to the living room and snatched the phone's receiver off his little sister. "Hello, Hyungnim, it's me, Yu Jinho." "Really now?" The voice coming from the other side sounded way too familiar. How did you get this number?" "There was a person I know working for the association. You see, you didn't want to answer your smartphone, so I had no choice but to call you at home like this. Details only. Ah, oops, my bad, Hyungnim. But, it's not something we can discuss over the phone. May we meet up somewhere so I can tell you in person? Jinwoo tilted his head slightly. He still wants to meet me after going through such an ordeal? Hyungnim, I really gotta ask you for this favor. Please. What a weird kid this guy was. Jinwoo eventually agreed to spare 1 hour after Yoo Jin-ho earnestly pleaded with him. The meeting place was a franchise cafe located not too far from Jinwoo's home. Even though it was a weekday, there were quite a few people inside the cafe, perhaps because they chose to meet right after the lunch hour. Hyungnim, over here, Yoo Jin-ho greeted him rather enthusiastically. Before entering the cafe, Jinwoo focused his perception to the max, but he couldn't sense any other hunters inside the shop. At the bare minimum, this meeting wasn't for the purpose of revenge, it seemed. Although Jinwoo couldn't really remember doing anything that warranted such an ill will towards him and requiring a swift retribution. Jinwoo sat down on the other side of the table. Didn't think we'd meet again. There was a half-eaten ice cream on top of the table belonging to Yoo Jin-ho. Yoo Jin-ho spoke as he stood up. What would you like to order? Should I go and get you some coffee? No, it's fine. Yoo Jin-ho looked a bit crestfallen for some reason as he sat back down. Jinwoo opened his mouth first. So, what do you want? It was then, I'm telling you. This guy did it for real back then. It was so crazy, really. Jinwoo shifted his gaze over to his side. The table next to his was occupied by 3 burly students with rather thuggish faces hailing from some local athletic club or the other, and they were busy chatting to 3 girls. Jinwoo tried to get back to his own conversation. As I was saying, what do you, and when did I ever do that? Will you listen to this bastard? Busy inventing rubbish because we're in front of girls, want from me. But, you said it, didn't you? Wow, should I show you the pics, man? Should I release the evidence to the rest of the world or something? The voices of the male students got louder and louder, and the laughter of the girls was just as loud as well. When the noise became too loud to carry on his own conversation, Jinwoo was left with no choice but to stand up and silently walk over to the table next to his. The eyes of the male students all focused on Jinwoo. Will you please keep it down? There are other people in here, too. One of the male students scratched the back of his head and pretended to apologize a couple of times. Yes, we'll keep it down. Very sorry about this. Girls began giggling hoarsely from that sight. Jinwoo quietly stared at them for a while, before turning around. But when he did, something flew in and tapped him in the back of his head. A rolled-up paper serviette fell to the floor. Pew ha 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 ha. Kek. Hey, you shouldn't do that. Male students began guffawing real hard, while girls pretended to scold the boys, even though mocking grins formed on their faces. Witnessing this scene, Yoo Jin-ho's expression gradually froze up. Hyungnim. Jinwoo picked up one of the unused spoons next to Yoo Jin-woo's ice cream and walked over to the counter. Oh, look, he's going to tell on his mommy. Mommy, they are making noise. Stop them, please. Foot. In the meantime, those kids kept running their mouths off. Jinwoo asked the nervous-looking female employee behind the counter with a deadpan face. How much for this spoon? My apologies, dear customer. We don't sell spoons separately. You see, it's not more than 10,000 won. Yes. Pardon? I guess so. Jinwoo placed a 10,000 won bill on the counter and turned around. Dear customer? Excuse me. Customer? Jinwoo ignored the calls of the female employee and headed straight to the table where the male students from some athletic club were. When they noticed that Jinwoo was displaying a suspicious behavior, the 3 students slowly stood up from their seats. What you want now? What? The attention of everyone inside the cafe was now focused on this table. Jinwoo showed the students his spoon. Apostrophe. Just as question marks floated on the expressions of these hapless kids, Jinwoo began squashing the spoon in his hand, and the poor thing easily lost its shape right in front of their eyes. The complexions of the male students grew paler and paler. Jinwoo then placed the spoon on their table. But, What was left there could no longer be called a spoon anymore. No, it was just a piece of folded metal, roughly shaped like a ball. Hawk. The male students nervously swallowed their saliva. That's not a human strength. This guy, he's a hunter. The male students signaled to each other before the kid who threw the serviette at him bowed and apologized for real. I'm really sorry. The rest of his friends then started apologizing as well. I'm sorry. It was our fault. Forgive us. The male students bowed several times with pale complexions, before making their hasty retreat from the cafe while dragging the girls out as well. Hooray! The customers surrounding that noisy table sent gazes filled with appreciation towards Jinwoo. Meanwhile, Jinwoo returned to his seat and settled back down. Yoo Jin-ho's eyes sparkled as he spoke up. As expected of you, Hyung-nim. Enough. Jinwoo got back on topic at hand. Why did you ask me for a meeting? Well, Hyung-nim, I gave this matter a lot of thought. I mean, lots and lots of thought, you know. But, I think I really, seriously, must ask you. Jinwoo tilted his head. What are you talking about now? Hyung-nim, actually. Yoo Jin-ho's face reddened as if he was embarrassed about something, before he summoned up his courage and spoke up. Actually, I was thinking of forming my own tea. Jinwoo didn't even hesitate 1 second and replied, I'm not interested. Chapter 26 Part 1 Transaction. Yoo Jin-ho's expression became dumbfounded. Already, Hyung-nim? I don't need to hear the rest to figure it out. Jinwoo was quite decisive in saying number. This wasn't because he didn't like Yoo Jin-ho or something like that. Although he seemed a bit off in the head, his attitude remained courteous and he came across as someone who'd always keep his word. He was quite different from other scions of chaebols often seen in mass media. Chaebols, wealthy owners, families of corporations. However, Jinwoo was not interested in becoming a playmate of the son of a wealthy family during the boy's hunter phase. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Hyung-nim. Just as Jinwoo got up to leave, Yoo Jin-ho hurriedly reached out and held on to him. Hyung-nim, only for 20. No, wait. Please partner up with me for the next 19 times. For what? To clear dungeons? Yes, I'll definitely compensate you properly. Yoo Jin-ho's voice sounded rather desperate. Jinwoo tilted his head slightly. There were 2 reasons why people became hunters. Either it was for money, or for their sense of duty. But, Yoo Jin-ho didn't belong to either camp. Maybe it was possible that he thought of being a hunter was a slightly more dangerous form of extreme sports or some such. That was what Jinwoo had been believing until now. True, he was taken aback slightly when the kid declared that he wanted to form his own private trade team, even after going through that ordeal the last time. There are all sorts of people in this world, that's for sure. It wouldn't be too strange to find a scion of a wealthy family who had become numb to the safe environment he had grown up in. However, Yoo Jin-ho's expression seemed far too serious and determined at the moment for that kind of an explanation. Could there be a different reason? Rather than the promise of proper compensation, Jinwoo's curiosity was being tugged by the idea of raiding dungeons 19 more times. Jinwoo's brain quickly kicked into gear. Hang on, let's say that last time was his first raid. And when he completes 19 more raids, then, could this kid be aiming for? It didn't take long for Jinwoo to realize the truth. His expression became dumbfounded. Instead, are you perhaps thinking of getting the Guildmaster license? That's correct, Hyung-nim. What a smart decision it was not to order coffee. Otherwise, he might have sprayed the bitter liquid all over the table by now while trying to drink it. You wanna become a Guildmaster? Well, the story's a bit complicated there, Hyung-nim. Yoo Jin-ho's face reddened considerably compared to before as he spoke. Hyung-nim, please listen to my story. Jinwoo was in a slight dilemma, wondering what he should do now, but in the end, he was defeated by his curiosity, so he sat back down. Fine, I'll listen. Well, the promised hour had not ended yet, so there was that, too. It wouldn't be a problem to listen to the kid's story anyways. Yoo Jin-ho hurriedly parked his butt back down as well. As you've correctly guessed, I want to acquire the Guildmaster license. Acquiring that license was not that difficult, Actually, you had to be a hunter who participated in at least 20 raids. As long as you met this base requirement, all you had to do was to pass a written test and you'd get the license. Of course, nobody would join the guild created by a rubbish hunter, and if a guild failed to maintain the minimum number of members, it'd be disbanded as well. Yu Jinho continued on, it's not public knowledge yet, but actually, my father is trying to establish a guild of his own. A guild created by Yujin Construction? Yes, Yujin Construction was one of the biggest corporations in South Korea. It had expanded its business well beyond the fields of construction and into other sectors and had been making a killing there. Jinwoo had heard that recently. They reaped huge profit after jumping into the hunter-related businesses as well. And they want to form a guild of their own? When Jinwoo displayed a hint of interest, Yu Jinho became excited and added more explanations. He'd scout strong hunters and build a massive guild, and place all our hunter-related business interests under it. That's his plan. If a corporation wished to partake in hunter-related businesses, then it was a necessity to work together with a guild. Well, you'd need the strength of a large guild if you ever wanted to get your hands on magic crystals and remains of the monsters, or treasures such as monastones found in gates ranked A or B. And so, you wish to become a self-sustaining entity. Is that it? That is absolutely correct, Hyung-nim. With the financial wherewithal of Yujin Construction, creating a guild wouldn't even pose a problem. No. The real issue would be with just who gets to run it. My father is thinking of hiring an S-ranked hunter as the guild master and placing my older brother as the vice master, and run the guild that way. But Jinwoo immediately caught on to what Yu Jinwoo was implying here. If things were done that way, then a source of worry would be created along the way. The power of authority the guild master wielded was simply far too great. Even if it was the vice master who had hired the master, in case of a conflict arising between the two, there was a very good chance that the latter would end up completely overtaking the entire guild. In order to prevent that, there was only one way. All you had to do was to hire a master who'd never ever betray the one who hired him or her. For instance, brothers, or even a son. And the chairman of Yujin Construction, Yu Myung-hwan, had a son called Yu Jinho. However, my older brother's business experience is far too good for me to simply take over the position of the guild master. It was his idea to enter the field of hunter-related business. You see, we gained huge profit in that sector because of him. His older brother had become a successful entrepreneur by the age of 31. Compared to him, Yu Jinho was only a 22-year-old university student, even if he possessed a unique plus point of being a rank D hunter. Naturally, the chairman was thinking of entrusting the guild over to the eldest son. The eldest couldn't become a master since he was not a hunter, but he still knew a lot about the hunter-related businesses, and also managed to achieve great success in the sector, too. Meaning, even if there was an element of a risk, the chairman would still take the chance. And you wish to change your father's mind by acquiring the master license? Yeah, that's right, Hyung-nim. And so, Jinwoo figured out why Yu Jinho was here, trying desperately to reel him in. Even if the kid hired a high-ranked hunter and acquired the license that way, it'd be no different from buying it with cash. However, what if the kid succeeded in 20 raids with low-ranked hunters, such as Jinwoo, and acquired the license that way? Yu Jinho would be able to persuade his father. Simply him being able to lead a group of hunters would be enough to get his approval. That was what Yu Jinho was counting on. If Yu Jinho became the guild master, they would get an S rank as the vice master and scout all the talented hunters. Well, others would only feel secure and join them if one or both master and vice master spots were filled by someone with powerful abilities. If this plan were to come to fruition, then completing those 20 raids was an absolute must. Hyung-nim, please help me. I have no one but you. Hyung-nim. Yu Jinho bowed his head. If it weren't for Jinwoo, the kid would have died during his very first raid, by the giant spider, or at the hands of Hwang Dong-sok. 2 times, Yu Jinho needed a trustworthy ally here. I can definitely trust Hyung-nim. He might be a cold-hearted person who would not bat an eyelid when killing his enemies, but he also happened to be a righteous man who'd not treat lightly the lives of those weaker than him. And just as important, he didn't care about getting his hands on ill-gotten gains, as well. Jinwoo was the perfect candidate. However, Jinwoo didn't need Yu Jinho. That was why he asked the kid, "What would I get in return?" Then, Yu Jinho raised his head, his expression one of joy, as he quickly produced an envelope he had prepared earlier on, and a blueprint of a building came out from there. Jinwoo took a look at it. "This is the guild office building we're constructing at the moment. The expected retail price of the building is around 30 billion South Korean won, but it'll definitely rise up in the future." Although the association was doing their best to manage them, there would always be that fear of monsters escaping from the dungeons. That was why the land price near the association headquarters or around large guilds always rose up higher as time went by. Well, there would be no more precious wealth than one's own life. After all, even if it was a small guild, being near one almost guaranteed your safety. However, if it was a building occupied by a large guild, there was no need to mention it. "If I become the master, then for exactly 1 year, I'll use it until the guild has been stabilized, and then hand over the deeds to you, Hyungnim. Of course, I'll make sure all the paperwork are in order so there wouldn't be any unnecessary complications later down the line." A 30 billion building, for rating rank C gates 19 more times. Jinwoo smirked slightly. "As long as you become the master, it'll all be worth it, is that right?" "That's correct, Hyungnim." On that fateful day, Yu Jinho got to learn the valuable lesson of anything goes inside a dungeon. Hiring any hunters could lead to him getting killed. On the flip side, hiring famous hunters would mean Yu Jinho would lose the ability to persuade his father. However, Jinwoo was different. He was nominally a rank E hunter, yet he was strong enough to solo a C-ranked boss, as well as 8 C-ranked hunters without getting hurt. Hyungnim could be at least a B-ranked, or someone far stronger than that. With Jinwoo was around, rating 19 C-rank gates would not pose any problems at all. So, yes, if he could become the guild master, 30 billion sounded rather cheap in comparison. The only thing remaining was Jinwoo agreeing to do so. He wouldn't say no with this sort of terms on offer, right? Yu Jinho nervously studied Jinwoo's reactions. What should I do? In the meantime, Jinwoo was in a serious dilemma. 30 billion won. That was a huge amount of money. If one considered the fact that the winning prize of the local lottery was 1.5 billion won, he'd have to get lucky 20 times in a row to earn that amount. Not only that, the value of the building would only continue to rise up. If it were any other normal hunter, they would jump in with both feet and sign up right away. That's how tempting this offer was. However, Jinwoo was as far removed from being normal as anyone could ever hope to get. The one and only under the heavens, he was the only hunter who could grow stronger. If he continued on with quests and leveled up over and over again, he'd reach the S rank sooner or later, or even something surpassing that. If I can surpass the S rank, then 30 billion would be nothing. The contract fee for S-rank hunters went for several dozen billions already. No matter how famous a celebrity or a sports star was, they would never even come close to the worth of an S-ranked hunter. This was the era where the number of high-ranked hunters signified the strength of a nation. As a result, the treatment S ranks received exceeded one's imaginations. Considering that, what Jinwoo needed to prioritize here was not money, but his growth. And in order to grow, it'd be more convenient to be alone. Yeah, it'd be better to minimize the risks of unexpected events. If he hunted along with other people, the experience points received could decrease too, and because of all those eyes watching him, making a move would become rather cumbersome as well. Not to forget, in order to avoid anything troublesome happening down the line, he had to threaten Yu Jinho back then, something he didn't want to do in the first place. And finally, he'd have to match his schedule to that of the assault team from now on. The efficiency of his growth would only decrease, one way or the other. I can always make money later on. Although it was unfortunate, he had to decline this offer. Just as he thought like this, hang on a second apostrophe. Suddenly, he came up with a pretty good way to catch two birds called money and growth with a single stone. If it's in this manner. When he finally raised his head, he spotted Yu Jinho and his nervous face. Jinwoo slowly opened his mouth. "I only have one condition." Yu Jinho's expression brightened up instantly. "Whatever it is, please tell me." "Hyung-nim, I wonder, would you be able to smile even after I told you what it is?" Jinwoo smiled inwardly and spoke up. "You and I. Only two of us will enter the dungeons." "Pardon?" Yu Jinho gasped out in pure shock. Hyung-nim, if I didn't make a mistake here, then, are you saying that Hyung-nim and I, just us two, will clear C-rank gates?" "Only us two?" "You didn't make a mistake, then." Yu Jinho's face was drained of all color, just then. Chapter 27. Sure, Jinwoo was able to defeat the spider boss all by himself, so he'd be able to do something similar to other bosses as well. But, when imagining only the two of them against the horde of monsters, just like back in that dungeon's entrance with those insects, Yu Jinwoo suddenly found himself unable to breathe. Yu Jinho became completely speechless, while Jinwoo formed an expression that said, "I knew it." However, this is the best way. The best. In order to catch both birds, it'd be very hard to enter any freelancer-run raid teams as a hunter rank T. From the very first day he made up his mind to start making money in this profession, he was constantly reminded of this harsh reality. Either he had to give up entering dungeons with his qualifications, or he had to create his own raid team. However, this kid was volunteering to form one for him. Wasn't this a great opportunity? In other words, but, Hyung-nim, you need at least 10 people if we want to enter a C-Ra. I'm pretty sure you'd find plenty of willing people when you say you'd pay them just for showing up to fill up the head count. Time to put to good use what he had learned from Hwang Dong-sok. Then, if there were hunters who didn't want to fight with their lives on the line, but were in urgent need of cash, they would surely jump in with both feet at this golden opportunity. Yu Jinho's expression became one of a scared cat, though. "Wait. Surely, you are not suggesting that us two will kill every single monster inside a dungeon, all the way up to the boss, are you?" In truth, it'd be only one person doing that, though. You got it. With this arrangement, Jinwoo would be able to prevent the potential worst-case scenario of someone stealing his experience points, and the only person next to him would be Yu Jinho. So he wouldn't even need to worry about other people watching him all the time as well. If it's like that, then I'll get to enjoy some serious power leveling, won't I? On top of that, after all the raids were done and dusted, he'd get a nice little bonus of a wonderful building rolling right onto his lap. The only thing remaining now was him persuading Yu Jinho, and as expected, Yu Jinho was very scared at the moment. Isn't that way too dangerous, Hyung-nim? You're only looking at it from one way and not the other, eh? Jinwoo beckoned the kid to come closer, so Yu Jinho leaned forward. "If no one else participates in hunting besides us, doesn't that also mean no one will get hurt, as long as we're okay?" "Oh, of course. For the first raid, you were like a third wheel being dragged along, so you couldn't do anything about the incident that had happened. But think about for the moment the ramifications of your own raid team finishing up all 19 raids without a single casualty." Yu Jinho's eyes shot open right up. If that was the case, then persuading his father would become one level easier. Not only he'd be a D-rank hunter, but the record of being the leader of a team that successfully performed 19 raids without a single incident would be added on top as well. It'd be the definite proof of him being qualified to become the guildmaster. Nothing would be a better advertisement for himself than this, wouldn't it? Jinwoo studied Yu Jinho's expression and smiled in satisfaction. This kid, he's convinced now. From the word go, the person in need was Yu Jinho. As for Jinwoo, he didn't really need to go on a raid with Yu Jinho, but still could enter dungeons via the association giving him a call, or through the random boxes. Yu Jinho's was thinking now, although it was a bit scary, if he succeeded in pulling this off, then just as Jinwoo had implied, there would be so much he'd get in return. When recalling the sight of Jinwoo displaying his absolutely overwhelming might in battles from last time, Yu Jinwoo realized that maybe there wasn't much to fret over at all. Yu Jinho finally made his mind up. albeit after some serious internal struggle. We'll do it your way, Hyung-nim. In that case, I'll search for suitable teammates. Very good. Jinwoo nodded his head. They had come to an understanding. Since he was still in front of Jinwoo, Yoo Jin-ho stopped feeling nervous and tight-chested, and displayed a bright smile. I've managed to finally get Hyung-nim on my side. For some reason, he was not feeling too scared of the upcoming raids. A trustworthy comrade named Jinwoo had joined him, and it'd be a bit easier to form a raid team now, too. As Jinwoo had said, with the terms on offer, many would queue up in line just for a chance to participate. With this, I'm one step closer to becoming the master. Jinwoo also smiled brightly as well. Clean up as many C-ranked dungeons by myself, and level up as quickly as possible. The two men exited the cafe with satisfied expressions. After going their separate ways, Jinwoo ran back home. Well, he didn't know when the association would give him a call. After all, it had been over 10 days since he was discharged from the hospital, so it'd not be so strange to hear about a gate opening up in the vicinity. The association normally summoned hunters 2-3 times a month to clear dungeons that appeared within this area. One of the main reasons why he only gave 1 hour to Yoo Jin-ho was that the call from the association could come at any time. For the time being, I can't afford to miss even a ranky dungeon. He wanted to kill lots of monsters and raise his levels quickly. How inconvenient it was not to have his smartphone around. What a relief that the new one should arrive in a few days' time. Jinwoo pushed open the front door and entered. The apartment was quiet. It was in the middle of the week, so his little sister was still at school. After confirming that there was no one at home, Jinwoo opened the window displaying the daily quest. I should get today's rewards. Before he went out to meet up with Yoo Jin-ho, he had finished the day's daily quest already. But there were too many eyes watching, so he had no choice but to delay receiving his rewards. Well, he couldn't really show off the sight of a blue light wrapping around his body as well as a box suddenly popping out from nowhere in the middle of the street. Now could he? Tearing. Daily quest. Preparations to become strong. Press up, 100 times, complete, 100 100ths. Sit up, 100 times, complete, 100 100ths. Squat, 100 times, complete, 100 100ths. Running, 10 kilometers, complete, 11 tenths. You've completed daily quest. Preparations to become strong. Completion rewards have arrived. Would you like to confirm? Y/N. Yeah. Oh, hold up, wait. Just like usual, Jinwoo was about to receive his rewards, only to spot something strange and hurriedly stopped himself. His gaze stopped dead and remained fixed to the column of running. 10 kilometers, complete, 11 tenths. At first, he thought that he ran 1 kilometer more than necessary. However, the longer he thought about it, the stranger it seemed to him. I've filled up my quota. So why did it keep recording the extra distance? Jinwoo's gaze became sharper. Was this really nothing more than coincidence? Jinwoo got down to the floor and supported his weight on his arms. And then, his body rose up and down without a break. However, his sight was fixed to the seemingly empty air in front. Tearing. You've completed 1 press up. Press up 100 times. Complete. 111 100ths. Tearing. You've completed 1 press up. Press up 100 times. Complete. 112 100ths. As I thought, running wasn't the only category that reflected the extra number of exercises performed. The count for press up also kept climbing up. Suddenly, he became rather curious just how much higher the numbers would count to. Veins bulged on Jinwoo's arms. Thanks to his enhanced stats, he couldn't feel his weight. Actually, his body felt as light as fuzzy hair. Before long, the number hovering near the 100 mark climbed to 200. Tearing. You've completed 1 press up. Press up 100 times. Complete. 200 100ths. Tearing. You've completed 1 press up. Press up 100 times. Complete. 200 100ths. The count stopped for sure at the 200 mark. He performed a few more press-ups just in case, but it didn't want to go up any higher. Both the sit-up and the squat also stopped counting at the 200 mark. Press up, 100 times, complete, 200 100ths. Sit up, 100 times, complete, 200 100ths. Squat, 100 times, complete, 200 100ths. Running, 10 kilometers, complete, 11 tenths. 200, no more and no less. It wasn't just climbing up without an end, and no, it wasn't as if the 100 mark was the end. There definitely was something here. His gut feeling was declaring as such. What if there was another result waiting for him once he completed all the overcounting? Let's make sure. With much faster steps than usual, Jinwoo exited the apartment. The next 9 kilometers for the running column were filled up really quickly. When Jinwoo arrived before his home once more, a new message popped up in his view. Tearing, you've completed Hidden Quest. Preparations to become strong. Completion rewards have arrived. Would you like to confirm? Y/N. The title of the quest hadn't changed, but the type of the quest had changed to Hidden Quest now. His suspicion was proved to be correct. Jinwoo swallowed his saliva. Confirm. Tearing, the following rewards are available. Reward 1, full recovery of the current physical condition. Reward 2, all stats plus 3. Reward 3, 1, blessed random box, or 2, cursed random box. Would you like to collect them all? All stats raised by 3. His eyes shot open wide. The rewards from the Hidden Quest proved to be really exceptional, with all the stats getting a 3-point boost. It was the same thing as his level rising up by 3. No, wait, his stats might have risen, but since his level stayed the same, he had gained even more. Because, with higher stats, raising his level would become that much easier. But at the same time, he felt a bit fearful as well. On one hand, he couldn't help but hold a vague hope that, from today onwards, all the daily quest coming his way could be converted to hidden quests, instead. However, if the rewards are this big, then, the odds of the daily quests coming to an end were incredibly high as well. Also, if the hidden quest was something only available for just this once, then that meant he had to be extra careful when choosing the third reward. Reward 3, 1, blessed random box, or 2, cursed random box. This would be his first time having to choose his reward. If he chose one, then he'd lose the other one, so, I wouldn't be able to see one of the two forever. Is that about right? Just taking a single look at their names, it was rather obvious which one he needed to select, but, this also could be a trap, as well. Collect the third reward. Tearing, you must choose between one of the two available random boxes. Blessed random box presents the player with the item he wants. Cursed random box presents the player with the item he needs. Which one will you choose? Their explanations were exceedingly simple, and that made choosing even harder. If there were no explanations to begin with, he'd have chosen the blessed random box in a heartbeat. But now that he had read the dang explanations, it felt like he'd still end up missing out regardless of which one he chose. A thing that I want and a thing that I need. Just from those explanations, both of them sounded like a good deal. But, there's definitely a trap here. The thing he wanted would be something he wanted because he recognized its usefulness to his current situation. However, the thing he needed might not necessarily be like that. Something that he may need but didn't want could come out instead. For instance, when needing a powerful weapon, he might end up getting a horrifying bomb that could completely blow himself and all his teammates into smithereens in one go. That's why it's called the cursed random box, right? So, he'd go with the lower risk selection. In situations where the end results of a choice weren't known, this would be the wisest way to minimize the amount of regret felt later on. Jinwoo finally made his decision after a cool-headed weighing of pros and cons. Blessed random box. A small box slowly materialized in front of his feet. Jinwoo picked it up. Could it be? Chapter 28. His heart began beating faster and faster because the size of the box was rather familiar to him. His hands ripping open the box became far more urgent. As I thought, Jinwoo's eyes grew wider. There was a golden key inside the box. Indeed, it was the key to an instant dungeon, the one he'd been anxiously waiting for. The information on the key appeared soon afterwards. Tearing. Item: Key of the Demon's Castle. Rarity: S. Category: Key. A key that will let you enter the dungeon, Demon's Castle, can be used at the Dzun Tower located in Songpagu, Seoul. It's an S. Jinwoo raised his voice in surprise. Of course, there was no guarantee that the rarity ranking had any bearings on the difficulty of the dungeon, but he couldn't think of it any other way. The rarity E key opened a dungeon that was on par with a gate rank T. After all, what would he do if the difficulty of the instant dungeon turned out to be S? Then, even with a raid team consisting solely of S-ranked hunters, there was no definite guarantee that such a dungeon would be cleared. The odds were around 50 hours 50 minutes. The difficulty of a gate exploded upwards past the rank B, and even when looking through the entire world, there had been too few cases of S-rank gates opening up in the world. One of them appeared on Jeju Island, though. Afterwards, the island of Jeju became an abandoned hellhole where no humans could exist. Jinwoo stared at the key in his hand for a long while. This is what I really wanted. If there was one silver lining to be found here, then that would be the explanation saying he'd be able to enter the dungeon with this key, unlike the previous one which said he'd be transferred instead. The implication being that he could escape at any time if he felt like it. Even if the key suddenly vanished from him, he still had the return stone from the last dungeon waiting to be used inside his inventory as well. He was no longer worried about getting trapped behind an invisible wall like the last time. I've worked hard to earn this chance, so I can't throw it away like that now, can I? He simply had to confirm right away with his own two eyes whether this was what he really wanted or not. Part 2. Demon's Castle. In front of the Dzun Tower, a super tall skyscraper over 100 floors tall was standing straight as if to pierce the heavens above. Indeed, this was what the modern skyscraper should look like. Just looking up at it made him feel extremely dizzy. There were only a few people walking around as it was already late evening now. The streets with not one soul on it gave off an eerie vibe. Still, I can't be sure, so Jinwoo took a good look around him, before pulling up the hood attached to his top to hide his face. If someone saw a person disappearing and appearing again in thin air without a gate around, that might cause a bit of ruckus. Not only that, there were several CCTV cameras installed here and there in the near vicinity, so it wasn't such a bad idea to avoid being too conspicuous. Actually, there was someone busy eyeing Jinwoo right at that moment. Who could that kid be? To think, there would be a straggler wearing a hoodie busy loitering around the building at this time of the night. The security guard watching on from inside the building found Jinwoo's behavior rather suspicious and stood up from his chair. However, as this guard walked towards the door, he couldn't help but came to an abrupt stop and his eyes opened up real wider. What the heck? The security guard gasped out in a surprise and hurriedly ran outside. The man was definitely walking towards here. Yet he had vanished from the view, just like that, utterly without a trace. The security guard searched around his vicinity, but he couldn't even spot an ant here. He tilted his head this way and that, before turning around. Well, I'll be. What a baffling thing that was. The security guard was about to go back inside the building, but then, caught something in the corner of his eyes, and turned his head to see what it could be without thinking. What? He cried out in shock as he fell hard on his butt. What the heck is going on here? The security guard cried out with a pale face. A person's disembodied hand floating in the air then vanished once more. Jinwoo retracted his hand. It's connected to the outside world. Unlike the last time, there was no invisible wall blocking his exit. The key also didn't disappear and remain tucked inside his pocket. If he wanted to, he could get out of here at any time. In other words, now that I'm finished with confirming the escape route, since he didn't know whether the rarity of the key equated to the difficulty of the dungeon, he was far more cautious than usual. Jinwoo pulled the hood back and took a look behind him. It was a sight shocking enough to make him groan. Just now, when he was taking a few steps towards the Dzun Tower, the world in front of his eyes transformed in an instant. Could this place even be called a dungeon anymore? A completely different world was waiting for him. Instead of the vanished Dzun Tower, a massive tower-like structure stood there. Wait, is that really a tower, or should I call it a castle? Instead, a tower rising up high into the air without an end, wrapped in reddish-black flames. It was as if the tower wasn't burning, but it was spewing out billowing flames. Instead, a burning tower. Rather than the name of Demon's Castle, maybe that nickname suited it better. Jinwoo slowly walked towards this burning tower. Crackle, pop. The closer he got, the louder the noises of flames rampaging around grew. Can I even utter this thing in the first place? However, even if he did, there was yet another problem to consider. Just like the last instant dungeon that was based off on the subway station, there was a good chance that, since this dungeon was based off on the tower, he'd have to climb up 100 floors to clear it completely. He couldn't even begin to imagine just how long that would take. Jinwoo's steps came to a halt. He sensed a strong aura near the entrance. He slowly surveyed the surroundings and spotted a black life form the size of a bull huddled in slumber right in front of the doorway. Jinwoo carefully summoned the Poison Fang of Kasaka. Tearing item. Poison Fang of Kasaka. Rarity. C. Type. Dagger. Attack plus 25. A dagger fashioned from the poison fang of the Kasaka. There are traces of the Kasaka's poison on it, so when attacking, it will cause paralysis and bleeding. Status effects can be stored in the inventory, or can be sold at the store. Status effect paralysis. The target will be unable to move. Success rate is fixed. Status effect bleeding. The target's stamina will be reduced by 1% per second. Its attack power wasn't all that high, but the greatness of its added effects was proven in real battles time and time again. It'd be nice if the paralysis works and I get to kill it easily. Jinwoo walked as quietly as possible while approaching that creature. However, it was impossible to fool the olfactory senses of a monster. Soon enough, the creature sniffed the air and raised its body up. Che. Jinwoo clicked his tongue. The creature stood up completely and all three of its heads turned in Jinwoo's direction. Hell's Gatekeeper, Cerberus. It was a huge dog possessing 3 heads. The name written in red letters floating on top of its heads immediately drew his attention. It was proof that the monster's level was very high. Since it's red, does that mean it's around the same level as those centipedes from the penalty zone? Back then, he managed to barely run away from the centipedes. Well, he was only a level 1 back then, so it couldn't be helped. But, it's different this time. He had grown stronger quite quickly during the short space of time. Without a doubt, that black creature was strong, but still, it didn't come across as truly overwhelming. His enhanced, alert perception was telling him that he could do this. It wasn't for nothing that he raised his perception stat. He kept on investing points to this stat so he could easily tell whether he should fight or take flight in cases like this. Growl. The Cerberus sensed the enemy and bared its fangs to threaten him. Jinwoo's gaze then wandered off to the creature's tail. It kind of resembled a whip, and its end was enveloped in flames as well. Jinwoo's eyes sharpened in an instant. Fangs and a tail. At the bare minimum, 2 methods of attack. Jinwoo swallowed his dry saliva. The Cerberus slowly closed the distance before stopping right in front of him and began studying him for some reason. Is it looking for an opening? Just as he thought that, the monster attacked him. Roar. Jinwoo's eyes opened much wider. Too fast. Jinwoo barely evaded the Cerberus's fangs by sliding underneath the leaping monster. The Cerberus landed back on the ground and spun around, before began biting at him with its 3 heads. Woof. Bark. Roar. The sharp fangs gleamed coldly in between the biting snouts. Tearing. Title: Slaughterer of Wolves. Buff effect has activated. Title: Slaughterer of Wolves, a title given to a hunter skilled in hunting wolves. When facing animal-type monsters, all of your stats will increase by 40%. TL. Again, the hunter is a lowercase here, because it literally means someone who hunts, while the hunters up until now had been written in English and is a specific job title of those who hunt monsters from dungeons. He sensed his body getting lighter. Nice. Jinwoo quickly retreated and wielded his dagger at the Cerberus as it continued to stick close to him. Swish, 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 swish. Clang, cling, clang, clang. The dagger collided with the fangs and issued loud noises. The blade moved at a blinding pace, yet all he could do at the moment was to deflect the Cerberus's attacks and nothing else. Even after I buffed up, it's still this strong? The Cerberus's agility had easily exceeded his imaginations. In order to overturn this situation, Jinwoo activated his intimidation skill. Intimidation has been activated. The effect has been cancelled due to the high resistance of the target. Jinwoo's eyes widened. It didn't work. It was at that moment that the long tail of Cerberus flew in like a whip. Whoosh! Jinwoo reflexively ducked his head lower and evaded the tail, but that caused his legs to stop moving for a second, and the monster didn't miss this opportunity. One of its heads powerfully bit into Jinwoo's left shoulder. Jinwoo summoned all of his strength and stabbed the dagger into the middle of the biting head. Stab. Effect. Paralysis has been activated. The effect has been cancelled due to the high resistance of the target. Effect. Bleeding has been activated. The effect has been cancelled due to the high resistance of the target. Whimper. The Cerberus cried out and let go of him. Thankfully, he was able to minimize the damage done before other heads had the chance to join in on the attack, but his left shoulder was now in tatters. What a scary biting power that was. He tried to move his left arm, but it didn't want to budge. Jinwoo's expression crumpled unsightly. He managed to wound the Cerberus, but when comparing the severity of their injuries, then it was clear that he came off far worse in that exchange. If either of paralysis or bleeding worked, the situation would have been different by now. Jinwoo glared at the Cerberus and clicked his tongue. Then, something else happened. Huh? The eyes of the Cerberus were being dyed in a crimson color all of a sudden. Gruul. Inexplicably, Jinwoo sensed something ominous was about to happen. What could it be? Hell's Gatekeeper Cerberus is using skill, Rage. Its state of rage will persist for the next 3 minutes. All of Cerberus's stats will be increased by 100%. Cerberus will no longer feel pain. Jinwoo cried out. What did you just say? A monster just used a skill. In that instant, the Cerberus leaped off the ground. FCK. Even before he could react, the Cerberus appeared right before his eyes. He hurriedly swung his dagger, but it only managed to graze the side of one of its heads, and all 3 heads bit into Jinwoo simultaneously. Gwajik. Uwak. Jinwoo gritted his teeth. His neck, waist and thigh all got bitten. The Cerberus ran at its top speed and slammed Jinwoo against the castle's gate. Slam. Jinwoo's HP hit the rock bottom in an instant. Kyohawk. HP. 411 thirds. 602. Tearing. Your HP has decreased below 30% and skill, Tenacity has been activated. All damage received will be reduced by 50%. Thanks to the damage reduction and the Tenacity passive, he was able to avoid getting killed in one hit. Jinwoo's eyebrows shot up in anger. Chapter 29. It'd be easy to go mad from pain and wildly thrash about, but he'd lose this great opportunity, which would most likely never happen again. Losing his consciousness now would mean his end. 178, 179, 180. Jinwoo had been bitterly waiting for the end of the 3-minute duration and finally revealed his hidden trump card. The first reward. Give it to me now. He immediately collected the first reward from the daily quest he had saved up until now. Reward 1. Full recovery of the current physical condition has been applied. Sawoosh, a blue light enveloped him and all depleted health reverted back to full. HP. 3. 602 thirds. 602. Even his tattered left arm was healed as good as new in the blink of an eye. This is my chance. Jinwoo's eyes gleamed coldly. In such close proximity, no matter how agile this monster was, it'd not be able to dodge his attacks. Jinwoo rapidly caught one of Cerberus's necks with his left arm, and stabbed the poison fang of Kasaka in the middle of that neck. Stab, stab, stab. The rage state had ended by now, and the Cerberus began to violently thrash about trying to escape from Jinwoo's embrace. Whimper. Whine. However, Jinwoo did not let go and held on with his powerful arms. The harder the Cerberus struggled, the stronger he gripped the neck of the monster. In the meantime, his dagger continued to stab into the creature's neck. Stab, stab, stab. Whimper. The Cerberus bit into Jinwoo as it struggled to the bitter end, but the battle had already been decided by then. Stab, stab, whimper, whine. The poison fang of Kassakan now traveled lower down from the neck and stabbed the Cerberus's chest. Stab, stab, stab. Soon enough, the monster's resistance became noticeably weaker and weaker. Whimper. In the end, the heads of the Cerberus fell to the side, lifeless. Tearing. You have defeated Hell's Gatekeeper, Cerberus. Level up, level up, level up, level up. In one breath, his level rose up by 4. That was how difficult this battle was. Jinwoo only let go of the Cerberus's neck after confirming its body going limp with his own eyes. The heavy body sprawled to the floor without any resistance whatsoever. Plop. Jinwoo rested his hands on his knees. Only now could he breathe a sigh of relief. A monster that could use a skill. If he didn't prepare a hidden trump card, then he'd have been killed for sure. A chill crawled down his spine just from thinking about it. Oh, I almost forgot. Items. Would there be as many rewards befitting his life or death struggle to bring down this monster? After calming himself down, Jinwoo reached out towards the Cerberus. Tearing. You have discovered item. Gatekeeper's necklace. Take it. You have discovered item. Key to the castle's gate. Take it. You have discovered item. Cerberus's molar. X3. Take it. Take them all. A steel necklace originally found around one of the Cerberus's necks, a grey key, and 3 molars of a monster appeared in his hand. Item. Gatekeeper's necklace. Rarity. A. Type. Necklace. Agility +20, Perception +20. Item. Key to the castle's gate. Rarity. A. Type. Key. The key to unlock the gates of the demon's castle can only be acquired after killing the gatekeeper. Item. Cerberus's molar. Rarity. None. Type. Miscellaneous. Oh, Jinwoo's eyes went round. This necklace can boost both my agility and perception by 20 points. A necklace with eye-spinningly good options came out. Its rarity was also ranked A. Out of all the items he'd seen so far, this one featured the highest rarity ranking yet. Well, I had to go through so much to kill it, so, indeed, there was no way that its rarity would be low. However, when it came to actually putting the necklace on, he couldn't help but to hesitate big time. The thing was, it was shaped like a roundish metallic choker with spikes spouting out in regular intervals, so no matter what it said on the cover, it was undoubtedly a dog collar. Jinwoo closed his eyes and deliberated on his choices for a long time, before deciding to try it on at least once, and brought the necklace closer to his neck. Then, a message popped up. Tearing. Will you wear item? Gatekeeper's necklace? Jinwoo fell into yet another bout of dilemma for a second, before helplessly muttering out his answer. Sure thing. It was then. The necklace slowly disappeared from his view. You're now wearing item. Gatekeeper's necklace, huh? Jinwoo hurriedly summoned his status window. Stats. Strength, 60. Stamina, 39. Agility, 80. Intelligence, 37. Perception, 67. Available points to distribute, 0. Reduction in physical damage, 20%. Holy SHT. Both his agility and perception were increased by 20 for real. The option was now in effect. In other words, it seemed like that he didn't have to worry about walking around displaying the items he wore. The fact that he didn't have to be seen with a dog collar on his neck brought him a huge sense of relief. Next up are the molars. Jinwoo summoned the store next. He sold the Japtum Cerberus's molar and got 150,000 gold for each. He sold all 3 off right away. Soon, 450,000 gold entered his hands. Current gold, 562,362. What kind of Japtum is this expensive? It was a rather nice baseline to judge the overall difficulty of this dungeon. In other words, the difficulty of clearing the demon's castle would be incredibly high. However, it wasn't all necessarily bad news. He only hunted a single monster, yet he got to earn over 4 times the amount of gold compared to the whole day spent inside the Hapjeong Station's instant dungeon. If he saved up gold in this fashion, it wouldn't be too far from now when he'd get to purchase all those items that cost millions upon millions in the store. That is, As long as I get to clear this dungeon. Jinwoo stared up at the burning tower. Crackle, pop. The very top of the structure was completely shrouded in some kind of blurry fog. He had to actually enter the tower if he wanted to see what was going on inside. But Jinwoo shook his head. Now's not the time. He only barely managed to hunt down a single sentry standing guard by the door, even with his title buffing him up and resorting to using up the quest reward, too. He couldn't even guess just what kind of danger would be waiting for him beyond that gate. So, now was the time for him to back off. Still, he was certain of one thing, just as the explanation said. This key to the demon's castle was indeed something he wanted. The name Blessed Random Box wasn't wrong. Leveling up quickly, valuable items, and plenty of gold, too. This place had it all. And one day, he'd get to claim them all as his. Only that, today wasn't that day. Although he was slightly unwilling, he stored the grey key inside his inventory. I'll return. Definitely. Very soon. Jinwoo smiled as he turned around to leave. Part 3. Coincidence. A few days went by without any incident. Yu Jinho called Jinwoo almost daily and reported on the progress. From the day after their meeting, he had called Jinwoo precisely 3 times. Hyungnim, it's me, Yu Jinho. Details only. Yes, Hyungnim. It seemed that the job of finding other teammates was going rather smoothly. Yu Jinho repeatedly emphasized that the formation of the raid team would end soon, and that Jinwoo should wait just a little while longer. Looks like he's really scared of me dropping out, huh? However, Jinwoo couldn't just wait and do nothing while waiting for the team to form. So, he accessed the website for hunters today as well. He asked around all the time for the past few days, but no freelancer-run raid teams wanted to work together with any rank hunter. He simply had gotten lucky on that day. Sure, Hwang Dong-sok had been scheming some nefarious things, but in any case, Jinwoo still ended up being a part of a raid team, didn't he? Thanks to that, I made lots of money, my levels went up, and even got me a new skill, too. Should he feel grateful to Hwang Dong-sok? In that case, Jinwoo let off a smirk. Well, as he was now, he wouldn't mind meeting up with other selfish hunters acting like geckos at the moment. No raid teams wanted him, the association wasn't calling him, and keys to instant dungeons didn't want to show up, too. Basically, he was doing nothing but suck on his fingers for the past couple of days. SFX for an empty stomach rumbling. Is it time to eat already? Jinwoo felt hungry as he spent hours roaming the online job postings, so he headed to the kitchen. But, when he opened the fridge's door, it was completely empty inside. This was the inevitable result of not going shopping for the past few days, his excuse being that his mind had been preoccupied with several urgent matters until now. Should I go shopping, then? Jinwoo yawned out slightly and closed the fridge's door. One of the few advantages the apartment he was living in had, was its close proximity to a large supermarket. Wearing simple, easy-to-move clothes, Jinwoo left his home. A 10-minute walk later, he had arrived at his destination already. As soon as he stepped in through the door, the wide-open expanse of the supermarket's interior entered his view. Maybe because there wasn't some sort of promotion going on, it was quieter than usual in the aisles. Jinwoo picked up a basket and slowly walked around. Ever since his mother was confined to the hospital, Jinwoo had been acting as the head of the family, and now, he grew to be more or less familiar with chores of the household, such as shopping for groceries. There isn't anything catching my eyes today, though. While he was deeply staring at the displayed produce, trying to think about what to prepare for dinner. Pardon me, young man. I see that you're feeling much better now. A rather friendly voice came from behind him and Jinwoo turned around to look who it was. Who was he? Because of his high perception stat, he knew that there was a hunter nearby. But, this was a supermarket where lots of people came and went, and hunters also had to go shopping too, so he didn't dwell on the matter for long. However, he didn't expect that hunter to engage him in conversation. Not only that, a hunter he actually knew, too. Mr. Song Agency? Jinwoo's expression brightened in an instant. Mr. Song, Song Kai-yi looked at Sung Jin-woo with an expression half in disbelief and the other half in delight. I did hear the news that you were fine, but I still can't believe it, even after running into you like this. Song Kai-yi formed a deeply moved expression next. Jin-woo felt kinda embarrassed by the emotional eyes of Song Kai-yi and sheepishly scratched the side of his temple. Meanwhile, Song Kai-yi continued on. I should have gone to visit you at the hospital, but for some reason, the folks at the association all tightly shut their mouths and I couldn't hear any concrete information on you until now. Did you know that Miss Juhu is also anxiously waiting for your news? Miss Juhu, really? That's right. She said that she'd give up being a hunter, but still, she stopped by at last week's raid location just to look for you. Last week, after listening to Mr. Song's story, it turned out that, rather coincidentally, there was a raid organized by the association on the very same day he entered Hwang Dong-sok's team. That was why there hadn't been any word from the association until now. It was not that there hadn't been any calls from the association, but more like he missed it when it did come. A small mystery got resolved pretty easily, just like that. Song Kai-il studied Sung Jin-woo's appearance here and there, still mystified by what he was seeing. By the way, was Mr. Sung this tall before? And, with his bad leg and all, too. Song Kai-il's gaze naturally headed lower, and then, his eyes grew extra wide in shock. Your leg. Chapter 30. Jin-woo calmly made his reply. When I came to, my leg had been all healed up. Even I'm not sure what happened to me. Song Kai-il nodded his head. Ever since Gates appeared for the first time 10 years ago, many illogical things continued to transpire to this day. The people called hunters who had awakened their abilities were a prime example of this. A healer ranked S could reputedly heal a person who was ripped to shreds back to normal, as long as the victim was still alive. What if a high-ranking healer healed Jin-woo's injuries while he was unconscious? If that was the case, then his severed leg being reattached didn't even qualify as a miracle. It'd do no good to see a young man such as yourself become disabled like that. What a relief this is. What a relief. Song Kai-il lightly patted his chest as if a big weight of his had been lifted off his shoulders now. It was then Jin-woo's gaze drifted towards Song Kai-il's left arm. The older man's sleeve was empty. Song Kai-il chuckled and massaged his left shoulder. Don't you worry about it. A hunter getting injured during a raid is a normal occurrence. After all, no, I've been lucky for not running into an accident until then. Song Kai-il spoke as if it wasn't much to fret over, but the gazes of other people walking by weren't like that. Oh, my gosh. What a regrettable thing, that. Did a monster do that? Aunties out shopping and students walking by whispered to each other after spotting Song Kai-il's empty sleeve. Hell, there was even this one guy who quite openly stared on as well while looking rather mystified and all. Jin-woo quickly spoke up. Should we go somewhere else? There were far too many people walking by here. Right by the butchery aisle. Song Kai-il had been feeling uncomfortable by all the stares, so he nodded his head quickly. He still had few more things to say to Jin-woo, too. That would be a good idea. The two of them hurriedly walked away in order to find a quiet spot to chat. But, as they walked, Song Kai-il sensed that something was rather odd here. The sounds of Mr. Sung's steps are. Jin-woo's steps were just too soft. The youth was walking right beside Song Kai-il, yet it was hard to detect his presence. Why was that? The older man even felt that, were they to start fighting here, he'd be unable to even touch a hair on Jin-woo's body. Even though he was rank C, and Jin-woo was rank T. Just what am I even thinking about? Song Kai-il shook his head. That wasn't the important thing right now. There was something he badly wanted to say to Mr. Sung. No, he simply had to say it. Song Kai-il came to a stop where it was quiet and isolated. Jin-woo also stopped there. Song Kai-il turned to look at Jin-woo and before the youth could stop him, bowed his head 90 degrees. Mr. Sung, thank you. When a man who is old enough to be his dad lowered his head like that, Jin-woo couldn't help but feel solemn as well. Jin-woo, of course, tried to dissuade Song Kai-il, but the older man didn't listen and instead, carried on with what he wanted to say. If you say 11 people died because of me, then you are responsible for saving 6 lives that day. My share of the blame in that matter is the biggest, so on the behalf of all the hunters who were there, let me say thank you." Song Kai-il meant every word he spoke, and Jinwoo could feel the older man's sincerity as well. The situation had become somewhat awkward, but it didn't feel so bad. How should he go about describing it? He was feeling proud. Of course, that didn't mean he should let an elder remain in that bowing position. "Jesse, thanks. So please stand back up." "Please." Just as Jinwoo tried to persuade Song Kai-il to stand up straight, the latter's phone went off. Song Kai-il asked for Jinwoo's understanding and pulled out the smartphone tucked inside his inner pocket. "Hello?" Song Kai-il's face gradually hardened as he answered the call. "I understand. I'll be there soon." Song Kai-il ended the call and spoke to Jinwoo next. "Looks like I need to get going." He was implying that there was a private matter he had to attend to. However, Jinwoo was able to listen in on the contents of the conversation. His hearing had been improved by a great deal after his perception stat rose up dramatically. That call just now was from the association, asking for a cooperation in clearing a gate nearby. Song Kai-il was actually hiding the truth, because he was worried that Jinwoo would want to tag along, that Jinwoo might want to participate in the raid even though it hadn't been long since his discharge from the hospital. Jinwoo asked the older man. "That was from the association?" "Yes." Song Kai-il hesitated slightly, before making his reply. Did you hear everything?" When an association formed a raid team, it'd summon every hunter affiliated with the organization who lived in the vicinity. If Song Kai-il received the call, that meant Jinwoo's house had been called as well. It was the order to mobilize, the one Jinwoo had been waiting for. Jinwoo cut to the chase. "I'll go with you." "But you, Mr. Sung." A look of uncertainty floated up on Song Kai-il's face as he stared at Jinwoo. The two men arrived at the meeting place. The gate had formed in the middle of the road pretty close to residential areas, so the police officers called in to control the access to the location. However, there were almost no onlookers present here. To begin with, the majority of gates the association took on were those dangerous ones that had been left alone for too long after their initial discovery. Besides, even if one were to stick around a gate, one would still not get to see how hunters fought. Anyway, it was only a couple of curious, naughty kids loitering around who got chased away by the officers every now and then. With a thud, the door to the taxi was closed shut. Jinwoo and Song Kai-il had exited from the taxi and made their way towards the location where the other hunters had been gathered, only for the cops to stop them. "Please show me your IDs." Song Kai-il pulled out his wallet and displayed his license. "I'm Song Kai-il, a rank C hunter. This is my colleague, Sung Jinwoo." The cops compared the photo on the license to Song Kai-il's face before returning it and parted ways. "Sorry for the inconvenience, hunters. Keep up the good work." Song Kai-il performed a slight nod to the policeman and continued on. Jinwoo followed right behind him. The employee from the association was waiting in front of the gate. It was a young woman wearing a round-rimmed pair of glasses. She approached the two men after spotting them from a distance. "Song Kai-il Hunternim. How did you get here?" Sung Jinwoo Hunternim. "You weren't answering your phone until now." Song Kai-il replied instead. "We were in the same location, and came here together after you guys called me." "Ah, is that so? I thought that Sung Jinwoo Hunternim was avoiding answering our calls again." The association employee chuckled and cracked a joke. Well, that indeed had been true in the past. A long time ago, Jinwoo got injured badly during a raid, and he grew fearful of going to dungeons, which led to him switching off his phone for a while. In the end, he had to return to raiding dungeons, since not answering the call 3 times in a row meant he'd be chased out from the association. Recalling his past, Jinwoo could only smile in bitterness. "Oh, right. Other hunters are waiting for you. Why don't you two head over there and greet them?" There were other hunters who had arrived earlier where the association employee was pointing at. Well, there were only 2 other hunters there. However, the number of those willing to come had decreased sharply after that huge incident. Jinwoo heard from Song Kai-il on their way here that, besides those who died, many other hunters decided to quit this life from the shock of that underground temple incident. One of them happens to be Miss Juhu. Jinwoo took a look around, but he couldn't see her. When Jinwoo and Song Kaiyil approached closer, the two hunters awkwardly averted their gazes. Jinwoo narrowed his eyes, but, of course, these two happened to be Kim Sang-sik, who ran off trying to save only himself, and the other male hunter who had discarded the injured Jinwoo. Of course, they would find it rather awkward to face him. Excuse me, Mr. Sung. Kim Sang-sik was thinking of at least greeting the youth, but when he was subjected to Jinwoo's cold glare, he eventually shifted his gaze away. Kim Sang-sik shut his mouth, studied the mood for a bit, before shuffling further away from there. He stopped at a bit of distance away and sneaked a glance at Jinwoo, before he tilted his head in confusion. Is he really the Sung Jinwoo that I know? I mean, his eyes are as fierce as a monster, man, like a real monster. Kim Sang-sik shuddered deeply, as he thought. His arm was covered in goosebumps. Jinwoo withdrew his glare filled with hostilities. Thankfully, quite unlike Yu Jin-ho, Kim Sang-sik was quick on the uptake. After locking eyes once, he didn't even try to come near Jinwoo's vicinity. He sincerely hoped that this arrangement would remain for the rest of the raid. Mr. Song Kaiyil, standing next to Jinwoo, shifted his gaze in a direction and smiled gently. There she is. Jinwoo also turned his head in the direction Song Kaiyil was looking at. But, before he had the chance to completely turn around to look, Mr. Jinwoo, something rather soft suddenly hugged him tightly. Miss Juhu. While Jinwoo was getting flustered, Juhu was too busy making sure he was fine with a tearful face. Are you alright? You are not hurt anywhere, right? Your leg. Mr. Jinwoo, how come your leg is? Juhu's eyes went extra round as she alternated her gaze between his face and his leg. There was a bit of difference in how extreme it was, but nevertheless, her reaction was more or less the same with Song Kaiyil's. Oh, that. Just as Jinwoo was about to reply, how steamy. It's steamy, I say. Both the gazes of Jinwoo and Juhu shifted over in the direction of that voice. From afar, an unknown man was whistling loudly at them. More importantly, though, he was wearing the blue-colored prison overall. Is there a film shoot going on around nearby or something? While Jinwoo was tilting his head in confusion, a man wearing a business suit climbed down from the front seat of a certain minivan. He then threw out a measured warning at the prison overall guy. Shut your mouth. The prison overall guy pretended to not know anything by staring at the distance. However, he quickly threw an oily wink at Juhu when the business suit looked back inside the van. Immediately, Jinwoo's expression crumpled. Two more people climbed out of the van right away. Both of them were men, and particularly worthy of note was the fact that they all wore prison overalls and had been cuffed as well. The business suit led the three prison overalls towards the association's employee, and she welcomed him with a bright expression. You've finally arrived. Please forgive us for our tardiness. There was traffic on the road. The business suit then proceeded to sign on each of the documents the association employee presented to him. In the meantime, the employee called for the hunters to gather around. These folks are the replacement convicts who will participate in the raid alongside you, hunters. And so, the expressions of the hunters hardened considerably. Kim Sang-sik was the first to step forward. What, replacement convicts? Are you telling us to go on a raid along with a bunch of criminals? Hunters who had committed crimes had two choices: either spend their allotted time behind the bars, or cooperate with the association and reduce their sentences. Most chose the latter option, and they were referred to as the replacement convicts. The association employee repeatedly lowered her head. I'm really sorry about this. It's only because the number of hunters active in our district has declined so much that the association has no choice but to do this. However, they will be accompanied by a hunter from the monitoring division, so you don't have to worry too much. Kim Sang-sik asked, still full of suspicion. A hunter from the monitoring division, you say? Chapter 31. Yes, all the convicts are rank Cs, but the hunter from the monitoring division is actually a rank B. so there is nothing for you to worry about. Kim Sang-sik nodded his head. The popular opinion stated that you'd need around 10 C-rank hunters in order to contend against a single hunter ranked B. Well, a B rank was personally coming to monitor the troublemakers, not to mention participating in the raid itself, so there was no reason to say no here. 1 rank B and 3 rank Cs. Jinwoo quietly studied the faces of the monitoring division's agent as well as the 3 replacement convicts, before tilting his head slightly. Something's off here. He could sense a minute trace of murderous intent flowing between those 4. Was this also one of the facets of the enhanced perceptions DAT, or was he simply being overly cautious? In any case, he was overcome with this unexplainable anxiety all of a sudden, so Jinwoo whispered in Juhua's ear, "Miss Juhua, please don't participate in this raid." Juhua looked up at Jinwoo's eyes and asked back, "What about you, Mr. Jinwoo?" Rather than answering her, he too asked back, "If I say I'll be going, well, in that case, I'm going to." She looked like she'd follow him, no matter what. "I'm sure she's only doing this because she's concerned about me." And he learned through prior experience that, whenever Juhua's face was forming that expression, she'd suddenly become a very stubborn young lady and she'd never change her mind, no matter what. There shouldn't be a problem with me around, right? After all, he had experienced dealing with Hwang Dong-sok's gang, which contained 5 rank Cs in their midst. Jinwoo nodded his head. "In that case, okay." The agent from the monitoring division finished signing on all of the documents, and then came to speak to the gathered hunters. "My name is Kang Tae-sik from the monitoring division. I believe you've been informed of the situation. I'll keep a very close eye on those 3, so you can rest easy." Kang Tae-sik then beckoned the 3 convicts to come closer. They all trudged towards him and presented their hands. With a practiced hand of his own, Kang Tae-sik swiftly undid their cuffs. "Wowzers, I thought I was gonna die from the stuffiness just now." "We ain't even slaves, so isn't it against our rights for you to drag us around here and there like this?" The convicts massaged their freed wrists and continued to pile on their complaints. Kang Tae-sik roundly ignored them and returned his gaze back to the hunters, who will be taking the lead today. Song Kai-il, having led raids before, raised his hand about halfway up. Kang Tae-sik nodded his head. "Understood." With Song Kai-il in the lead, hunters entered the gate one by one. "Let's get going as well." Jinwoo and Juhu also entered the gate, albeit at the same time. Perhaps the trauma from the last incident remained with her, because she ever so slightly held on to Jinwoo's sleeve. Goblins were the main enemies for this dungeon. They were the weakest of all man-type monsters out there, so clearing the dungeon itself wasn't hard at all. These strange-looking creatures were weak enough for Jinwoo to fight evenly one-on-one even before he got his power boost. Still, Jinwoo did his utmost best to carefully hunt goblins with his bare hands. When Jinwoo displayed the combat prowess that easily exceeded their imaginations, both Juhu and Song Kai-il's eyes became extra round in surprise. Wow! He was hiding most of his true power, yet the result of each fight was still remarkably different compared to the past. Juhu approached him and carefully asked him, "Have you been working out lately?" "Well, I've been jogging every day." "Jogging?" Juhu tilted her head, but well, he wasn't technically lying here, so. "But besides all that, I'm not earning any experience points here." The enemy's level is too low, and your experience points did not rise." "Kagok, the enemy's level is too low, and your experience points did not rise." Jinwoo formed a disappointed expression. The message of goblins being too weak and him not getting any experience points kept repeating itself. This isn't going to work. On top of this, the magic crystals from the goblins were also the worst grade there could be. Jinwoo took a look around him. The C-ranked convicts must have been really excited by the taste of freedom because they were wildly swinging their weapons and energetically ripped goblins to shreds. From that scene alone, it was difficult to tell apart just who were the monsters and who were the humans there. "I guess there's no reason for me to break a sweat today." Well, he wasn't earning any experience points, nor was he making lots of money today, either. A certain thought popped up in his head next. If it's going to be like this from now on, wouldn't it be better to quit the association? Pretty much the majority of jobs coming to the association's way were clearing the gates ranked D and E. However, if his level wasn't going to increase from entering those types of gates, then there was no need to participate in association's raids anymore. I can easily earn mom's hospital fees by myself now, too. He could quit the association at any time he felt like it. This was why having money was always for the better. As soon as he had some, his selection had widened. While thinking of this and that, the raid team entered deeper into the dungeon. And soon, a forked road with 3 paths appeared before them. Khan Tae-sik made a suggestion to Song Kye-il. Since the difficulty of the dungeon is low, how about splitting up from here onwards? Yes, let's do that. Song Kye-il readily agreed to that idea. Jin-woo closed his eyes and extended his perception to the max. Now, which path leads to the boss? He was hoping that maybe the boss would give him a few experience points, at the very least. Soon enough, he could pick up on the auras of all living creatures inside the dungeon. Jin-woo opened his eyes and spoke to Song Kye-il. Jesse, let's go left. Okay. Jin-woo, Song Kye-il, and Joo-hwa chose the left pathway, Khan Tae-sik and the 3 convicts the right one, and the remaining 2 went down the middle one. Jin-woo's heart began beating a little bit faster. The boss is at the end of this passage. Although it couldn't be described as strong, a unique and different aura from that of a goblin was leaking out from the end of this cavern-like passageway. He wanted to quickly kill the boss. However, groups of goblins kept jumping out at him every couple of steps he took, and this hindered their progress. Kek, 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 kiriak, kiek. And this time, there were around 10 of them or so. One carried a wooden club, one held a wooden sword, one even held a long wooden shaft with a stone shard crudely tied around the tip. They had armed themselves to the best of their abilities, but none of them managed to threaten him. Haven't you guys had enough yet? Jin-woo frowned really deeply. It proved to be such a bother. These beastards that were worth nothing yet moved around in large groups like this. There are 10 of them this time. What should we do? Jesse, should we come back after finding the others? However, Jin-woo's 2 companions were getting rather somber about the current predicament they were in. Still, there are only goblins here, so maybe we should try fighting them first. Okay. Flames formed on the tip of Song Kye-il's fingers, while Joo-hwa got ready to cast her healing magic as well. Meanwhile, Jin-woo was scratching the back of his head. Now that I think about it, I'm not feeling nervous at all even though I'm inside a dungeon. Was it because he had become incomparably stronger than before? Only now did he grow a little bit more conscious of the changes that had taken place inside him. Song Kye-il asked Jin-woo. Mr. Sung, are you ready? Oh, yes, I am. Jin-woo matched the timing with the rest of his teammates and slowly hunted each goblin down. And so, as they steadily cleared the dungeon, out of the blue, screams reverberated throughout the dungeon from somewhere, one after the other. Those weren't from the goblins. No, they definitely belonged to humans. Jin-woo, Song Kye-il, and Yi-ju who exchanged glances. They thought the things had calmed down, only for yet another desperate scream to enter their ears. Song Kye-il's expression hardened. Let's go take a look. The 3 of them quickly ran to where the screams came from. Jin-woo could have run faster than his 2 companions, but for the sake of their safety, matched their speeds. Just how long did they have to run? Joo-hwa cried out in alarm after finding a person. There's a person there, and it just so happened to be the hunter from the monitoring division, Khan Tae-sik. He was kneeling on the ground, covered completely in blood. Khan Tae-sik shouted out at them. Be careful. I don't know where they could be right now. Khan Tae-sik spit those words out with great difficulty before collapsing on the ground in pain. Yuck. Joo-hwa couldn't watch on anymore and hurriedly ran towards Khan Tae-sik. Hold on, I'll heal you right now. Joo-hwa was thinking like this. Regardless of where the enemies were hiding, she was still a healer ranked B. Meaning, the speed of her healing magic was very fast. So, she thought that before enemies attacked them, It'd be more advantageous for her to quickly heal Kang Tae-sik. Please hold on for a little while longer. Juhua stood in front of Kang Tae-sik and reached out with both of her hands. Gentle rays of light gathered near the ends of her hands. It happened then. Kang Tae-sik rapidly raised his upper body up and took aim at the center of Juhua's neck with his hand full of magical energy. Swish! Just before his fingertip could touch Juhua's Adam's apple, someone managed to grab Kang Tae-sik's wrist just in time. Snap! Ah! The stunned Juhua stumbled backwards before falling on her rear. Plop! Kang Tae-sik's expression became one of shocked amazement. He stopped my attack in that short space of time? It was not a hard job for a high-ranked hunter to deal with a handful of lower-ranked hunters. The only thorn in his side today happened to a female hunter ranked B. The same rank as he was. The silver lining about this thorn was that she was not a combat-related hunter. She didn't possess any abilities to protect herself, so as long as he succeeded in sneak attacking her, everything would end quite easily. However, to think, his sneak attack would end up missing. With things like this, there was no reward for all that great acting he had put on. Kang Tae-sik's gaze followed the hand grabbing his wrist and to its owner, and Jin Woo's face was at the end. Jin Woo's eyes were emitting a very strong light of murderous intent. Kang Tae-sik frowned deeply. How dare you? A F-King Association bottom feeder. Swish! Kang Tae-sik's other fist flew towards Jin Woo's face. However, Jin Woo simply tilted his head out of the way and let the fist fly by. What? Kang Tae-sik hurriedly yanked his arm loose from Jin Woo's grasp. Huh? Jin Woo displayed his shock next, as expected from a high-ranked hunter and his power. Now that both of his hands were freed, Kang Tae-sik began pouring out attacks without a rest. However, Jin Woo also moved at the speed that didn't lose out to Kang Tae-sik's and went on the offensive of his own. 2. Pow pow pa ba 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 hot. Fists and arms belonging to men endlessly collided and traded countless blows. None of them showed any signs of backing off. Seizing this opportunity, Song Kai-il quickly dragged Juhu away from the area. Idiocy! Juhu couldn't finish what she wanted to say because of the sheer shock from seeing what was happening right now. However, there was one person here who was even more shocked than Juhua, and that was none other than Song Kai-il. Just how on earth is this possible? This fierce battle unfolding at a scarcely believable speed. He was having a hard time trying to follow with his eyes. Something like that was expected of a high-ranked hunter, so that was fine. But then, the Sung Jin Woo fighting that man couldn't have been the same person from Song Kai-il's memories. The youth was definitely not losing out against a rank B hunter at all. I'm a C rank, and even I can't follow his movements with my eyes. Indeed, his gut feeling proved to be right. The Jin Woo in front of his eyes right now was not the same youth from his memories, an E rank who was weak but possessing a good head on his shoulders. In the blink of an eye, the two traded hundreds of blows and they quickly stepped back while trying to catch their breaths. Jin Woo glared at Kang Tae-sik and frowned. The blood on your clothes. I'm guessing it's not yours. Kang Tae-sik loosened his wrist and answered back. That's right, it belongs to those bastards. Besides all that, I never expected to run into a hunter of your caliber in this SHD place. Honestly speaking, Kang Tae-sik was really impressed. He hadn't heard of any information regarding a high-ranking hunter slumming it out along with those bottom feeders working for the association. This is going to cost me big time. He thought that today would be the best time to act, so he did his deeds, but quite unexpectedly, he ran into a pretty steep hurdle here. Kang Tae-sik couldn't control his curiosity and asked out aloud, "Who the hell are you? What rank are you?" Jin Woo summoned the poison fang of Kasaka, and while grasping it tightly in his hand, replied rather curtly, "Sung Jin Woo, I'm rank E." Chapter 32, Part 4, Rank B. Kang Tae-sik. Kang Tae-sik felt like someone had hit him in the back of his head. A beastard that displayed the movement equal to his own speed, which was unmatched within the rank B, introduced himself as a measly rank E just now. Is he trying to make fun of me? Kang Tae-sik gnashed his teeth. No, hang on. Indeed, there was something odd here. If he's really a high-rank hunter, There is no reason for him to be here, isn't it? The jobs these Bottom Feeder Association hunters did were quite obvious. Their main role was to clear those gates that guilds and freelancers gave up on because of their low monetary values. Their earnings were pathetically small compared to other hunters, and they were not widely acknowledged by other hunters, either. In other words, there was a very good chance that this Beastard really was an E rank, only that his abilities were anything but. Still, a fake registrant wouldn't brazenly work under the association like this, so Kontasek eventually arrived at the only logical conclusion. He's reawakened. When he thought about it, he remembered the upper echelons of the association getting a bit noisier with a rumor of someone going through a reawakening somewhere nearby this location. And that person was supposedly a hunter affiliated with the association. He should have memorized that name back then, as that matter happened only a couple of weeks ago. If this Beastard had been delaying getting a reassignment test for some reason until now, it was very much possible for him to remain as an E rank and assist the association with their work. Who could have guessed that such a guy would show up today? Kontasek had made sure to perform thorough background checks on the hunters participating in today's raid, but he had missed the existence of this one. I really have terrible luck, don't I? That's the only conclusion he could arrive at. I should have asked for more money, if things turned out this way. Kontasek recalled the events of a few days ago while licking his dried lips. A few days ago, a cafe near the headquarters of the association. Kontasek asked the moment he settled down in his seat. "What business do you have with me?" The middle-aged man sitting his opposite side seemed rather haggard for some reason. "He said that he's an owner of some company, didn't he?" Kontasek definitely did not know who this man was. However, he still decided to free up some time after this man continued to call him on the phone, sounding quite desperate and dull. The middle-aged man muttered as if he was speaking to himself. "I've heard that no one knows what happens exactly inside dungeons." The man's voice was so soft that Kontasek had to ask again. "What did you say?" "This is every cent I have in my name." The man suddenly presented his bank account book. Kontasek alternated his gaze between the book and the man's face, before confirming the bank balance printed on the book's pages. There was a substantial amount of 2 billion South Korean won printed there. "And why are you showing me this?" When Kontasek formed a questioning expression, the middle-aged man's head dropped lower. "Among the criminals you're in charge of, there is one who had hurt my little girl. Because of that, she took her own life, and my wife is still in the hospital from the shock." The middle-aged man's voice became tearful. "Yet, such a Beastard will be able to roam the streets again in a few years' time. You think I'll be able to rest easy knowing that?" The man raised his sorrow and rage-filled face. "I'm sure you can already tell what I'm implying here." The man lowered his head again. "I beg of you, Hunter Nim." A deafening silence descended between these two men. Kontasek leaned against the back of his chair and fell into a deep contemplation. Only after a long while passed by did he open his mouth again. "Can you guess why I chose to work for the association's monitoring division?" "Pardon me?" The middle-aged man raised his head. Kontasek explained himself. "As a B-rank hunter, I'm considered as one of the higher-ranked hunters. Large guilds continue to send their scouting offers in my direction all the time. Yet, can you guess why I persist in doing this job while getting a pittance in return?" I don't know." The corners of Kontasek's lips arched up. "You see, I find it more enjoyable to fight against people rather than monsters." In that sense, the monitoring division was like the heaven-sent job for Kontasek. Well, he could beat up other hunters in the name of the law, after all, and he'd end up killing one or two due to unavoidable circumstances. Due to unavoidable circumstances. Kontasek inwardly smiled and spoke. "Stepping on that insect you told me about isn't going to be difficult at all. However, there will be other hunters inside the dungeon besides the insect, as well. I might view the Beastard as an insect, but will other hunters think that way, I wonder?" The middle-aged man formed a disappointed expression after hearing Kontasek's rather pessimistic-sounding words. And here he was, thinking that he'd finally get to avenge the death of his little girl. It felt like the heavens were crashing down on top of him. However, Khan Tae-sik formed a sinister smile as if to mock the other man. This money, plus 1 billion won on top of that, to deal with the other hunters as well. Can you do it? However, if a reawakened hunter was among those other hunters, then the amount of 3 billion won was not quite enough. Well, his own life was on the line. After all, the self-proclaimed Ranky hunter was still emitting a sharp, observant air even now. He looked as if he'd seize any slight opening there was. Khan Tae-sik swallowed his saliva. I can't take him lightly. Khan Tae-sik was confident of winning here. He had never lost a single one-on-one fight even before he underwent the awakening process. However, even though he could win, it would not be an easy victory at all. Right now, he had to revise his plans ever so slightly. With a nice timing, the Ranky hunters asked a question. Those convicts, why did you kill them? The father of a girl who was raped by those bastards came to ask me for the favor. Those bastards were animals worthy of getting killed, and I simply took care of animals that hurt other people. That was all. The Ranky hunter was listening without saying anything. It seemed quite likely that talking might work here. Khan Tae-sik went straight to persuading the other man. Although the matter had come down to this, I don't wish to hurt you. How about ignoring today's matter altogether? As long as we make this deal here, I promise I won't try anything to you and your group. Of course, he couldn't let a potential source of trouble fester. That was why Khan Tae-sik was thinking. There was a chance that a head-on fight would result in him getting badly injured, so he'd get out of here first, wait for an opportune moment, and dispose of all the witnesses one at the time. However, the Ranky hunter snorted derisively. You should have said those things before you tried your little tricks. You want us to ignore everything just because you failed your sneak attack? That man didn't say anything wrong there. Khan Tae-sik smirked in dumbfoundedness. In the end, you want to have a go, is that it? Well, in that case, he'd have to go all out. Then, the light shimmering in Khan Tae-sik's eyes became colder. His sharp glare quickly swept across the Ranky hunter top to bottom, and his forehead creased up for a second. Where did he get his dagger from? Since before he had noticed it, the E-rank hunter was holding a dagger. Well, it shouldn't be too important, is it? It didn't matter where that weapon came from. Indeed, what's important here, though, was the type of the weapon. Khan Tae-sik quickly concluded his assessment. The class that used daggers and utilized quick movements. His opponent was a super close type damage dealer. Most likely, his speciality was assassination. What a coincidence that their specialities happen to be the same. However, this guy only underwent his reawakening not too long ago. The difference in experience should be absolutely massive. He might not even be able to properly utilize the skills at his disposal. Let me teach you a thing or two as your senior. Khan Tae-sik extracted a knife from his hips and smirked derisively at the Ranky hunter. Can you do something like this? And then, Khan Tae-sik activated his stealth skill, thereby disappearing from the spot. That caused the Ranky hunter to get flustered and he hurriedly looked around his vicinity. Khan Tae-sik could see his naked panic and confusion quite clearly. But, that's so obvious. The stealth skill didn't only make one's body go transparent. The body, the sound, and even the smell. The skill that cloaked everything about the person activating it. That was the stealth skill in a nutshell. There were only a handful of assassin-type hunters who could use this skill in the entire world. Utterly unrelated to one's ranks, you just had to be a lucky few who unlocked this skill when going through the awakening process. Let's end this in one hit. Khan Tae-sik swiftly moved to the rear of the E-rank hunter. His back was wide open, unguarded. This is the end. He was expecting to engage in a bitter battle, but it turned out to be a rather simple fight in the end. If the opponent was getting ready to counter the stealth skill, then it'd not be this easy at all. As expected, the difference in experience decided the victor today. Die. Khan Tae-sik's knife aimed at the spot just below the E-rank hunter's ribs and powerfully stabbed forward. However, clang. Two daggers collided in the air and sparks flew off. With his stealth skill deactivated, one could now see Khan Tae-sik's wide-open eyes. What? But how? The E-rank hunter's dagger had accurately blocked off his own dagger. Unable to hide his shock, Khan Tae-sik raised his eyes and looked up at the E-rank hunter's face, and that hunter opened his mouth with a totally unimpressed face. Oh, So now you decide to pop up. What did you say? Unable to understand the words of this ranky hunter, Khan Tae-sik suddenly felt this inexplicable fear in his heart. Tearing. Emergency quest. Kill all the enemies. There are life forms holding murderous intentions towards the player. Kill them all in order to secure your own safety. If you do not follow this instruction, a corresponding penalty will be given. The number of enemies left to kill, 1. The number of killed enemies, 0. Jinwoo confirmed the emergency quest message and breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't a waste of time. He was kinda worried that if Khan Tae-sik didn't take the initiative, Jinwoo wouldn't receive the emergency quest notification. It was quite unlike how it was with Hwang Dong-sok and his gang back then. That was why he tested the system out, and it was as he expected. The moment Khan Tae-sik revealed his murderous intent, the message popped up. He wasn't just mindlessly chatting with the guy, or revealing his panic, or showing off openings for nothing until now. I really didn't know he could use stealth, though. Actually, when Khan Tae-sik did disappear in front of his eyes, Jinwoo was slightly taken aback. Well, stealth was a pretty rare skill, after all. But, when he concentrated a bit harder, he easily and accurately sensed Khan Tae-sik's every movement, so much so that he could close his eyes and still find his target with no problem. This was the effect of his enhanced perception stat. He continued to invest on this stat just so he could tell whether he should fight or flight. But today, he learned of a new use for it. I got lucky. Thanks to that, Khan Tae-sik was getting shocked out of his mind as if he had seen the ghosts of his ancestors. But, how? And now, when Jinwoo takes care of this murdering bastard, he'd be able to enjoy the quest's delicious rewards. If I'm going to fight anyway, then I might as well get everything I'm supposed to. No, it was his turn now. From now on, he'd start attacking for real. The two daggers locked in a deadly embrace continued to push against each other. It seemed that their strength was about the same. It was here when Jinwoo's eyes gleamed dangerously. In that case, should I find an opening somewhere else? Jinwoo's leg moved in an instant, and he stomped on Khan Tae-sik's foot. Stomp. Yuak. Chapter 33. Khan Tae-sik had been paying attention only to the daggers, so he got really stunned by the pain shooting up from his foot, causing him to hurriedly step back. Jinwoo didn't miss this opportunity. Dash. Skill. Dash has been activated. Your movement speed has increased by 30%. 1 mana will be spent every minute during its activation. Jinwoo rapidly got closer to his target. Khan Tae-sik's eyes grew wider still. He got faster. Jinwoo had been displaying an already high level of agile movements, but now that he had gotten even faster, Khan Tae-sik found it quite disorientating. Jinwoo closed the distance in the blink of an eye and sank his poison fang of Kasaka down on Khan Tae-sik's thigh. Kwak. He aimed there precisely because Khan Tae-sik was focused on defending his upper body only. Effect. Paralysis has been activated. The effect has been cancelled due to the high resistance of the target. Effect. Bleeding has been activated. The target's stamina will decrease by 1% per second. Nice. The added effects of the Kasaka dagger kicked in as well. It was a bit regretful that the paralysis didn't work, but still, this fight had become just a tad easier now. However, Khan Tae-sik was a high-ranked hunter himself, so his resistance was nothing to scoff about. His dagger aimed at Jinwoo's vitals and continued to fly in. Swish. Swish. Jinwoo evaded the blade with only a hair's breadth and also attacked Khan Tae-sik's vital spots. Even though his thigh was badly damaged, Khan Tae-sik calmly defended against Jinwoo's attacks, as befitting an experienced hunter. Clang, cling. Cold sweat drops formed on the foreheads of both men. Our speeds are about the same. We're moving at the same speed. Two men were inwardly admiring each other's agile movements and continued to clash in a dazzling display of super close proximity knife fighting. Several powerful attacks, each one capable of ending this fight if hit, were exchanged without rest. Swish, swish, swayish, swish. Swish, swish. It was a truly scary and gripping battle that caused the onlookers' blood to go cold. I gotta break this stalemate somehow. Jinwoo gathered strength in his eyes. Skill. Intimidation has been activated. The moment his eyes met Jinwoo's, Kang Tae-sik flinched slightly for some reason. What was that? Effect. Fear has been activated. The target's all stats will decrease by 50% for 1 minute. It worked. Jinwoo knew that he had won now. On the other hand, a small earthquake erupted in Kang Tae-sik's eyes. How come my body is? After he had met Jinwoo's gaze, his body felt as heavy as if he was floundering in deep water or some such. His trusty speed began decreasing as well. Swish, swayish. Wounds on Kang Tae-sik's body increased quickly one by one. This isn't possible. Kang Tae-sik's thoughts became confused and messy. This was, without a doubt, a debuffing effect. But he had never, ever heard of a case where an assassin class was able to use a debuff magic. Assassination was not his speciality. Then, if that was the case, then what was up with his crazy speed? However, Kang Tae-sik had stopped his train of thoughts there. His confusion had rapidly morphed into panic, instead, because he had spotted Jinwoo abruptly rushing in closer. Kang Tae-sik hurriedly took aim at Jinwoo's eyes. Swish! Jinwoo quickly tilted his head out of the way, but the dagger still managed to graze his cheek. Of course, he knew he'd get hurt, at least by this much, or even worse. In order to get that decisive strike in, he decided to take the risk. Kang Tae-sik's expression crumpled. FCK. Jinwoo succeeded in getting close to Kang Tae-sik's chest and stabbed down on the latter with the poison fang of Kasaka. Stab. Kyohawk. Kang Tae-sik's eyes shot open wider. Both men knew right away at that moment the victor had been truly decided with that one move. Crimson red blood pooled in Kang Tae-sik's mouth. It was gushing up from his chest. As blood leaked out from the side of his lips, Kang Tae-sik formed a smirk. To actually run into a reawakened hunter inside a lowly rank D dungeon. Me and my seriously rotten. The dagger in Kang Tae-sik's hand fell to the floor. He continued to pant heavily as he leaned his head closer and whispered something in Jinwoo's ear. Jinwoo silently listened to those last words, before pulling the dagger out from Kang Tae-sik's chest. Just like a dress slipping off a clothes hanger, Kang Tae-sik crumpled to the floor, lifeless. Plop. Tearing. You have completed emergency quest. Kill all the enemies. The expected messages did pop up, but Jinwoo's expression wasn't so good. Just like the last time, the aftertaste of killing someone remained bitter and nothing to feel too happy about. Even though the other guy attacked first and initiated this fight, completion rewards are now available. Would you like to confirm the rewards? Y/N. If there were no rewards, then this would be one hell of a loss-loss situation. That Jinwoo consoled himself with that line of thought and confirmed the rewards. Tearing. The following rewards are available. Reward 1, 5 additional stat points. Huh? Jinwoo formed a confused expression. The reward on offer was far less than when compared to fighting Hwang Dong-sok and his goons. But it was a far harder opponent this time. Though, did this mean the number of enemies was more important than the skills of the opponent? Or was there something else he hadn't figured out yet? Jinwoo tilted his head slightly. It was here that Jinwoo lowered his gaze and ended up spotting something rather odd. There was a spot of flickering light about as big as a coin gleaming on the corpse of Kang Tae-sik. Jinwoo's eyes grew wider and wider. No way. Could it be? Although he could hardly believe it, that light seemed far too similar to the one emitted by the loot found on the dead monsters from the instant dungeons. That light also indicated the position of the magic crystal inside a monster from the gates. But now, the dead Kang Tae-sik was emitting this light. What does this mean? Jinwoo calmed his trembling heart and quietly reached out towards the chest area of Kang Tae-sik where that flickering light was coming from. Tearing. Indeed, he wasn't seeing things just now. You've discovered runestone. Stealth. Take it? A runestone? Are you talking about that runestone? His heart began pounding even harder than before. The skill Kang Tae-sik used had now become a runestone and was waiting to be discovered on his body. Stealth was a rare skill that only a select few hunters could use. If this message was indeed talking about the runestones he knew, then, acquire it. Suddenly, a small rock with mysterious runic letters carved on the surface appeared in his hand. Runestone. Stealth. You can absorb the skill by breaking this runestone. Absorbing skills by breaking the stone. As the description said, This rock was definitely a rune stone. By breaking it, he'd be able to use stealth from now on. He had not heard of a rune stone that taught one to use stealth being put up for sale until now. So, it was impossible to estimate just how much this little rune stone would go for in the marketplace. It was then he heard the voices of two people coming from his rear. "Mr. Sung, are you alright?" Mr. Jinwoo. Jinwoo hid the rune stone inside his pocket and turned around, and he found Song Kai-il and Yi Ju-hua busy gawking at him with eyes filled with disbelief. The rank E hunter Jinwoo, who used to struggle like there's no tomorrow in a rank D dungeon, just defeated a rank B hunter Kang Tae-sik. As a non-combatant class, Yi Ju-hua didn't know this, but the rank C Song Kai-il knew very well how incredibly crazy that notion was. Jinwoo checked out his own appearance. "Well, yeah, I'm okay." From a casual glance, he was totally fine. He wasn't feeling any pain, either. But, when he turned his head a bit, the blood pooling around his chin dribbled down. He reflexively touched his cheek and found that the cut he got earlier was bleeding now. "Oh, let me heal that for you." For a second or two, a blue light danced around Juhua's fingertips, before that little cut disappeared from the view. That was the confirmation. A rank E had successfully defeated a rank B without a single injury. For the two people here that knew Jinwoo, rather than the fact of a rank B hunter trying to kill them, it was the fact of the youth before them defeating said hunter that shocked them the most. "How can you be able to?" Song Kai-il couldn't finish his sentence. Jinwoo, of course, knew what Song Kai-il and Juhua wanted to say here. That was why he opened his mouth first. "I'm really sorry. When the right time comes, I'll tell you both everything, so please, don't ask me anything for the time being." When Jinwoo made a request in a grave voice, Juhua nodded her head first. Eventually, Song Kai-il nodded, as well. "If you're saying that, then you must have your reasons." "I understand, young man." Jinwoo then turned his head in the direction where the boss was. Although the situation had become complicated somewhat, his plan of killing the boss hadn't changed. He wanted to kill the boss by himself if possible. Also, there was another thing he had to, meaning these two couldn't be here. Jinwoo looked back at Song Kai-il. "With what has happened here, I think it's impossible to continue on with this raid anymore. For the time being, you two should leave the dungeon and contact the association. I'll remain here and search for other survivors." Song Kai-il instantly realized what Jinwoo was trying to do. He is going to close the gate all by himself. Even from the older man's perspective, doing that would ensure the least amount of suspicion. That would be a good idea. "Miss Juhua, let's go ahead first." Juhua hesitated after hearing Song Kai-il's recommendation, but then, she quickly ran at Jinwoo. "You haven't forgotten about our dinner date, right?" Jinwoo smiled gently. "I haven't. I still need to ask you for my change, remember? In that case, you honor that promise, okay? I'll be waiting on the outside." Jinwoo nodded his head, and that must have relaxed her a lot since she took a step back without saying anything else. Even as she was escaping from the dungeon, she continued to look behind her several times. Jinwoo only let out a sigh once the shadows of the two people were gone for good. Phew, and he really wanted to hide for as long as possible, but in the end, he got discovered. There were two eyewitnesses, so it was impossible to talk his way out of this one now. "It's not like I can threaten Juhua or Mr. Song Otosi, either." Killing the rank B should be seen as self-defense. He had two eyewitnesses, so no worries there. The real issue would be with how a rank E managed to kill a rank B. "I guess being a reawakened is the most plausible excuse there is, huh?" He decided to go with that one. Then, he'd reveal himself to be a reawakened hunter and get himself a reassignment test. No one would believe him even if he told them about the system or leveling up and all the other stuff. There was also no reason for him to reveal that information voluntarily. Anyway, after he decided to go through with the reassignment test, he kind of felt relieved on one hand, and a bit wistful on the other. And here I was, hoping to do the test only after I got even stronger. But, since when did the world move as one wished? There was nothing he could do about it now. "I wonder, how high will my new rank be?" Since he fought on equal footing with Kang Tae-sik, Was he slightly stronger than a rank B hunter at this moment? He thought that he had gotten really strong now, but as it turned out, those high-ranking hunters, starting from B all the way up to S, were indeed all freakish existences far surpassing his imaginations. Oh well, let's think about the future once I get out of here. For the time being, he had to get rid of the boss first. The dungeon that emitted magical energy waves equaling a rank D only had a bunch of rank E goblins inside. In that case, there was a good chance that the magical energy wave was actually coming solely from the boss. A boss like that should give him enough experience points for a level up. But before I do that, there was something else he had better confirm first. Jinwoo pushed his perception to the limit and carefully combed over all auras present within the dungeon. Found you. Jinwoo began waking to his new destination. On the way, he discovered the cold corpses of Kim Sang-sik and the other hunter. This was the power of a high-ranked hunter. If such a hunter really wanted to, then killing a few lower-ranked hunters could be done in the blink of an eye. Jinwoo's expression hardened as he walked past them. Chapter 34. A short while later. Youth. Jinwoo discovered a lone convict struggling on the ground not too far from him. His arms and legs were all tied up with a rope, and there was a gag placed in his mouth. It was as Kang Tae-sik said, just before his final breath, "I've tied up the rapist not too far from here. I was thinking of disposing of him last, after the victim's father asked me to make him suffer for a bit." Kang Tae-sik stopped breathing after those words. The convict began to struggle even harder after seeing Jinwoo. It was as if he was asking to be freed as soon as possible. Youth. Now that Jinwoo took a closer look, it was none other than the same guy who threw a dirty wink at Juhu earlier on. As soon as Jinwoo pulled the gag off the convict's mouth, he breathed in and out heavily and widened his eyes. Pant. That crazy bastard? Kang Tae-sik killed everyone. He killed everyone. What the FCK happened? Did he leave? There's blood on your clothes. Did you get done in by him, too? Jinwoo didn't reply and simply raised his head to stare straight ahead. Towards where the boss was. The convict's words poured out in great urgency. "Untie me first. Hurry, we gotta escape before Kang Tae-sik shows up." God damn it. There's some sort of magic energy flowing in the ropes and I can't tear them apart. You have some sort of a weapon with you, right? Why aren't you saying anything? Can't you hear me? When a bottom-feeder hunter from the association continued to ignore him, the convict forgot about the position he was in and began frowning in dissatisfaction. Remaining expressionless until then, Jinwoo finally opened his mouth. The boss should be just up ahead. What? A confused, questioning expression floated up on the face of the convict. Feels like it's a bit stronger than a regular rank D dungeon boss, too. I'm getting really curious about its attack patterns. You see, the convict listened to those words and lost his cool, roaring out at the top of his voice. What the FCK are you even talking about? Jinwoo calmly continued on with what he wanted to say. Before all that, though, I gotta ask you about something. You remember the girl you raped before? What? Which one are you talking about? You a family member of the victim? Jinwoo's brows quivered. Just now, this man asked which one, rather than answering with yes or number. Meaning, he had hurt well more than one or two girls. Hunters possessed extraordinary strength, so if they wanted to, they could become a horrifying monster at any time. And this bastard used that strength to violate women until now. With that, Jinwoo's mind was made up. He coldly stared down at the convict and spoke. Now I know, so there's that. What? Youth. Before the convict uttered out more rubbish, Jinwoo swiftly gagged the bastard again. Then, he began slowly dragging the convict by the ankles towards the boss room. Oof. The convict struggled even more desperately as he got dragged along. Both of his wide-open eyes were now completely bloodshot. Not even slightly fazed by the criminal's desperate struggle, Jinwoo successfully dragged him into the boss room. Oof. And inside the boss room, there was a large group of hobgoblins waiting for their arrival. These monsters reputedly enjoyed snacking on human entrails, apparently. Youf. The convict finally realized what Jinwoo was planning to do here. He cried out and shook his head around wildly after seeing the group of hobgoblins. The blue convict's pants began dyeing in a yellow color, as well. Phew. Jinwoo took a deep breath, and he chucked the convict among the waiting hobgoblins. Uaf, kigek, kaihit, kaik. Picking up on the smell of a fresh, living prey, hobgoblins pounced on the convict all at once and began tearing into his stomach. Yoof. As the convict desperately struggled on and thrashed about, the vessels in his eyes burst open one by one, dyeing his eyes utterly crimson red. Even though the convict gradually lost his consciousness, hobgoblins greedily and restlessly tore into him. Just what would it feel like to be devoured alive by the disgusting monsters? Jinwoo frowned deeply as he quickly scanned the interior of the room, searching for the boss. There it is, a huge hobgoblin, definitely the boss of this dungeon, sat arrogantly over yonder on the other side of the boss room. With its subordinates all too preoccupied with the fresh prey, there was not one guard around the boss itself, which meant that this was the perfect opportunity. Jinwoo immediately dashed past the hobgoblins in the blink of an eye and arrived before the boss. Kaik, the surprised hobgoblin boss quickly stood up, but before it could complete the action, its head fell and rolled on the ground. Plop, tumble, tearing. You've killed the owner of this dungeon. Level up. Hang on a second. Only after he had sliced the boss's head off did Jinwoo remember the existence of the rune stone. There was no need to lure them out with a bait, was there? I could have just learned the stealth skill and sneaked closer, couldn't I? Jinwoo shifted his gaze over to what little remained of the convict and clicked his tongue. Of course, he wasn't feeling any sympathy for the beast there. Well, whatever. In any case, his plan was a success. Part 5. Cogwheel. It wasn't difficult to deal with the group of confused and leaderless hobgoblins. Kaik. The hobgoblins ran around trying to escape from Jinwoo, but were all hunted down soon afterwards. Kaik. When he killed the very last one, another feel-good message popped into his view. Level up. It rose up again. His expression brightened up after this rather unexpected reward of the day's labor fell into his lap. Jinwoo cleaned all the blood off the poison fang of Kasaka, and along with all the magic crystals extracted from the hobgoblins, stored them inside his inventory, before summoning his status window. Tearing. Name: Sung Jinwoo. Level: 27. Class: None. Title: Slaughterer of Wolves. HP: 5114. MP: 548. Tiredness: 0. Stats: Strength: 72. Stamina: 43. Agility: 82. Intelligence: 39. Perception: 69. Available points to distribute: 5. Physical damage reduction: 20%. Skills: Passive skills: Unknown, LV. Max: Tenacity LV. 1. Active skills: -LV. 1. Intimidation LV. 1. Equipped items: Gatekeeper's Necklace. Before he knew it, his level was almost near the 30 mark. Jinwoo wasn't expecting much from this dungeon at the time of hunting down the weak goblins by the entrance. But, well, he got a level up by killing the hobgoblin boss, and then another one from hunting down every single one of the hobgoblin underlings, as well. His level rose up by 2 in such a short time. What a lucky day it was for him, every single strong monster being in the boss room and all. No, hang on a bit here. It's a bit too much to call this good luck, huh? 3 diverging pathways, and the difficulty of the boss room. If the low-ranked hunters got too conceited after hunting down weak goblins and arrogantly stepped into the boss room, then they might have met with a serious accident from the appearance of all these hobgoblins. Unlike the goblins, hobgoblins were pretty tough monsters to contend with. There are some instances of hobgoblins appearing in dungeons full of goblins, but, well, it was still very rare to see such a big group of hobgoblins in a single location as it was in the case of this dungeon. Really now, It was utterly impossible to predict what might happen inside a dungeon. Someone's lucky day might turn into someone else's worst nightmare. The only protection one had in this place was the one's own power. That was why Jinwoo wanted to get stronger. Surviving inside a dungeon was one thing, but what if there was a dungeon break near the hospital where his mother was staying? What if he got sneak attacked by a monster while out walking on the street? No. The monsters wouldn't be the only problems to worry about, either. Hunters were also dangerous existences, just as much as the monsters themselves. Even if various organizations were trying to manage them, there would always be a limit. Indeed, he needed to possess the necessary strength to protect himself. There are limits to how powerful a hunter could become. However, there was no such thing for himself. Theoretically, he could grow stronger indefinitely as long as his stats increased and he found the right type of equipment to wear. And today, one more method of getting stronger had been added to his arsenal. It was none other than the rune stones. Jinwoo pulled out the rune stone from his pocket. Just like with other items, the information on the stone floated up like a hologram projection. Rune stone. Stealth. You can absorb the skill by breaking this rune stone. To those who didn't know, this thing would have come across as a small pebble with weird letters carved on the surface, but if you were a hunter, you'd be salivating like crazy regardless of what your rank was. High-ranked hunters would have used it for themselves, while the lower-ranked ones would have sold it to the higher-ranked hunters. And a rune stone containing rare skills, such as this one with the stealth skill, would have especially fetched a large amount of money. When placed in an auction, this particular stone should fetch at least a few billion won, and when sold through the black market, several times more than that. There was only one reason why it would be more expensive in the black market: because there would be no official record of who bought what with how much money. That was why having a hidden skill was the same thing as possessing one more powerful weapon. Just like how Kong Tae-sik had been hiding his stealth skill. If it weren't for his high perception stat, Jinwoo would have been killed for sure. Thinking about that sent chills down his spine. Let's forget about selling this. I can always make money later on. He'd not fall for the monetary temptation right now. His current priority was to become stronger than ever before. After all, there was no need to even mention just how useful this rare stealth skill would prove to be in the future. And to think, this little stone is worth several houses. No, several buildings. Even still, Jinwoo quickly did something he'd never have dreamed of doing in the past. When he squeezed his hand tightly, the rune stone shattered into pieces without much resistance. Crack! A reddish aura seeped out from the cracks of the rune stone and slowly wrapped around his body. It was almost the same as when receiving the effects of the healing magic, only the color was wrong, being red and not blue. In any case, it wasn't a bad sensation. The reddish aura circling around him smoothly entered through his nose and was absorbed into his lungs. Right away, he could sense an unknown power well up inside of him. A familiar mechanical beep went off shortly afterwards. 2. Tearing. You've learned skill, stealth. You can now use skill, stealth. Nice. He managed to successfully absorb the skill. He was feeling rather nervous since this would be his first time using a rune stone to learn a skill, but the whole process turned out to be unexpectedly quick and simple. So, does this mean that I can use stealth now? His heart began pounding harder from the sense of accomplishment after learning a rare skill. Well, the wise elders, they said that seeing was believing. So, Jinwoo activated his new skill right away. Stealth. Just as he finished thinking about activating it, his body vanished from his own view. From the tips of his fingers right down to his toes, every part of him became transparent. What a strange feeling it was, unable to see his own hands right in front of his eyes. What would happen if I do this? Since he thought about it, Jinwoo quickly summoned his dagger from the inventory to confirm. Then, he sensed gripping something in his hand. Rather mystifyingly, though, he could sense it but couldn't see it. As expected, just like the knife that Kong Tae-sik had been carrying around, the stealth skill was also applied to his poison fang of Kasaka. As he thought, it wasn't that Kong Tae-sik's weapon was strange, it was simply the power of this skill. Instead, I wonder, just how far does this skill cover? Chapter 35. Jinwoo picked a pebble up from the ground, and it too disappeared from the sight. Can I do that with this, too? He got even more curious, so he reached out and touched the shoulder of the dead hobgoblin, but nothing happened next. It seemed that there definitely was a limit to this skill. At least, he was now sure of the clothes he wore and the objects held in his hand being affected by the skill. It happened right then. You've exhausted all of your mana and skill. Stealth will be deactivated. Suddenly, stealth came undone. But, it has been only a few seconds, though. Jinwoo had been moving his body this way and that, trying to familiarize himself with the state of being cloaked. But after the skill came undone all by itself, he hurriedly summoned the skill list and confirmed the details with a flustered look on his face. Skills. Passive skills. Unknown, LV. Max. Tenacity LV. 1. Active skills. -LV. 1. Intimidation LV. 1. Stealth LV. 1. What he sought was the information on the stealth skill. The relevant words quickly floated up before his eyes. Tearing skill, stealth LV. 1. Active skill, mana required to activate, 200. Simultaneously cloaks the body and hides all traces of the skill holder. During its activation, 10 mana will be spent every second. He needed 200 mana to activate, and further 10 would be spent every bloody second. No wonder his MP couldn't hold up. MP 7548. His remaining mana of 7 looked rather pitiful to his eyes. It's really all spent up. Currently, the maximum amount of mana he could store was around 550. If he were to activate the stealth skill once, he'd be able to maintain the cloaked state for around 35 seconds. But, if he were to use other skills, then he'd not even get the full 35 seconds, either. Now that I think about it, even Kong Tae-sik cancelled his stealth pretty quickly, didn't he? He didn't do that accidentally, as it turned out. If a high-ranking hunter like Kong Tae-sik couldn't keep the skill going for long, then it meant that lower-ranked hunters wouldn't even be able to use it. My mana is the issue here. Until now, he had invested all his stat points on every stat other than intelligence, and not even once did his MP value rise up from doing that. In other words, he now needed to raise the intelligence stat as well. I guess it's about time I did that. Still, it kind of felt like a waste investing his hard-earned stat points on a non-combat related stat just so he could use a skill for a few seconds longer. Compared to other stats, intelligence just has too low of an efficiency. Strength, stamina, agility, and perception. He had personally felt the effects of those 4 stats increasing. As they increased in value, he became physically stronger and stronger. The only stat that he couldn't sense any tangible change taking place inside him was this intelligence, although it had climbed up a bit now. I mean, it's now almost 4 times the value compared to when I was a level 1. If he were to really dig around and find the difference, then it'd be his increased MP value. That was all, really. So, to invest his points on this stat based only on a single result like that, it's just too wasteful. Those points would become his flesh and blood if he were to invest them elsewhere. The only conclusion he could draw here was to continue on with his leveling up until he no longer had to worry about his MP. Meanwhile, he'd spend his precious stat points on other, better stats. My stat points. He abruptly recalled that he still had 5 extra points he got as the reward from the emergency quest. He pondered for a second or two on whether he should invest that on intelligence, but in the end, he spent 3 points on strength and the other 2 on stamina. Stats: strength, 75, stamina, 45, agility, 82, intelligence, 39, perception, 69. Available points to distribute, 0. Reduction in physical damage, 20%. As I thought, numbers ending in 5s are the best. As a satisfied smile formed on Jinwoo's face. Rumble. The earthquake inside the interior of the dungeon became too severe for him to ignore. Is it the 1-hour mark already? There was no more time to waste here. Jinwoo closed his status window. He had been deliberately wasting time, waiting for the gate to nearly close, but if he stayed here for a second longer, he might get trapped inside, unable to leave forever. Before leaving, Jinwoo turned around and swept his gaze around the boss room one more time. I extracted all the magic crystals, and, well, it looked like he hadn't missed a thing. After confirming this fact, he rapidly disappeared down the exit. Rumble. As if to warn those still inside that the gate was about to close, the dungeon began shaking even harder than before. With excellent timing, agents from the association's investigation department arrived in front of the gate. Their eyes grew real round after spotting Jinwoo leisurely exiting from the gate as it gradually closed behind him. Hunter Nim, are there any other survivors beside you? Number, no one else. You. The expressions of the agents hardened in an instant. 9 people entered it, yet only 3 walked out alive. This undoubtedly qualified as a huge incident. What with several similarly bad incidents occurring within a single district, it was little wonder why these association agents felt like they had stepped on an almighty pile of dog poo at this very moment. They wanted to make sure there were no other survivors, but the gate closed on them, so that was no longer possible. 2. This was precisely the reason why Jinwoo waited around until the time limit was almost up. However, well, I can't let them know that there indeed was a survivor, now can I? With this, the testimonies of the 3 survivors would have to suffice. One of the agents spoke with a complicated tone of voice. Just now, the investigation department has received a telephone call from the chairman of the Jumgang Industries, wishing to hand himself over. It was here that Song Kai-il entered into the conversation. The chairman of the Jumgang Industries, you say? He's the father of the victim, and he allegedly has paid off the hunter Kong Tae-sik from the monitoring division to murder the convicts. Oh, the chairman had confessed to everything after he heard that Kong Tae-sik was indeed successful in killing the rapist. Although, it wasn't Kong Tae-sik but me. Cops headed there, and the association came here, it seemed. Jinwoo listened quietly before asking a question. If that's the case, there is no problem on this side, isn't that right? At Jinwoo's question, the agents formed troubled expressions. Yes, basically, there was a clear evidence of Kong Tae-sik's crimes, and these 3 people fought Kong Tae-sik in order to survive. Just as Jinwoo asked, there was nothing here that could be seen as problematic. Except for one thing. One of the agents asked the part that felt the most suspicious to him. Just who delivered the final killing blow to Mr. Kong Tae-sik, who was a rank B hunter. The agents had only arrived at the scene not too long ago, and they were not briefed on the minute details of the situation yet. Oh, well, the distance from here to the association headquarters is really far, so it can't be helped. It's already quite commendable that they had arrived here before the gate actually closed. They surely had to leave the HQ and drive super fast to get here in time. As soon as receiving the call, hints of fatigue were clearly visible on the faces of the agents. Just before Jinwoo was about to speak the truth, he recalled the face of Yu Jin-ho. What a missed opportunity this is. But looks like I won't be helping that kid out with his raid quota after all. By making an excuse of him being a reawakened hunter, and going ahead with the reassignment test, he'd not be able to humor Yu Jin-ho's plan anymore. What Yu Jin-ho looked for was a low-ranked hunter that possessed incredible skills. As soon as Jinwoo's ranking was reassigned and it dramatically rose up, everything would have been for nothing. However, what was up here? When Jinwoo imagined the dejected, depressed face of Yu Jin-ho, he found that sight rather humorous. Instead of feeling apologetic, sure, Jinwoo was kind of bummed out about the promised building, but, oh well, not I can do here now. Jinwoo thought as such and was about to open his mouth, but then, it was me. His head naturally swiveled towards the source of that voice, and he saw Yi Juhua, her wide-open eyes full of surprise, staring at Song Kai-il. But, before Jinwoo could ask what his intentions were, Song Kai-il took the initiative and walked closer to the agents. I'm the one who killed Kong Tae-sik. The questioning agent still didn't look convinced, however. Song Kai-il, Hunter Nim, are you saying that you brought down Kong Tae-sik? Hunter Nim? His suspicions had merit. Not only was Song Kai-il a rank C hunter, but he also had lost his left arm as well. On the other hand, wasn't Kong Tae-sik often referred to as a high-ranked hunter, someone who was rank B? The power of high-ranked hunters easily exceeded one's imaginations. The accepted norm was that the difference in strength between a rank B and a rank C was far, far wider than that between a rank C and a rank D. It was here that Song Kaiyil began chuckling amiably. "Have you all forgotten just who is behind me? Just as the gazes of everyone focused on her, Yi Juhua's face reddened and she quickly lowered her head. Yi Juhua was a B-ranked hunter. She hadn't been mentioned until now because her class was not combat-related, but when looking only at her rank, then she was a high-ranked hunter, just like Kong Tae-sik had been. Why wouldn't a rank C hunter be able to defeat a rank B hunter? When a rank B healer was lending her aid from the side, the agents finally formed expressions of understanding. Taking the opportunity born from the momentary confusion, Jinwoo stood real close to Song Kaiyil and whispered to the older man, "Why are you lying to them?" "See," Song Kaiyil replied back in a whisper as well. "I thought that there must be a good reason why you were trying to conceal your abilities. Did I overstep my boundaries?" Of course, he didn't. Thanks to him, Jinwoo would get to avoid dealing with many inconvenient matters. This was the reason why one could never discount wisdom formed from years of experience. "No, you didn't. I've received a lot of your help until now, so I'm glad to hear that I was able to help out you now, even if it's just a small thing." Meanwhile, one of the agents walked closer to the two men. "Mr. Song Kaiyil, why don't you come with us? Help us for a minute or two with writing up the report." "Alright, let's get going." Then, Song Kaiyil left for the association along with the agents, and before anyone knew it, only Jinwoo and Yi Juhua remained on the scene. The sun had set a long time ago. Juhua must have found Jinwoo and the somewhat altered aura he emitted a bit foreign, because she hesitated greatly before cautiously approaching him. "Would you like to walk with me for a little while?" Is she talking about that dinner date? He was starving after moving around for a bit today, so he found her suggestion to his liking. Jinwoo agreed with a welcoming expression. "Okay, let's." As if they had made a promise earlier, the two young people began quietly walking side by side under the soft lights of the street lamps. Juhua's eyes remained fixed to her toes, because, if she tried to raise her head, her gaze automatically drifted towards to her side. She tried very hard not to think about it, but it was of no use. In the past, she found him comfortable to talk to, but now, the current Jinwoo was overflowing with this certain sense of power. She found it much harder to talk to him now as a result. Just what happened? He was strong enough to subdue a rank B hunter without too much trouble. He had changed so drastically. Since he requested her to keep it a secret, she wasn't planning to pry, but his amazing transformation kept tugging at the corner of her mind. Chapter 36. I wish he'd at least talk to me. Juhua kind of felt that Jinwoo was being rather cold-hearted here, not saying a single word until now. In the end, Juhua stopped walking first and with some difficulty, broke the ice. "Actually, I think it'll be impossible for me to eat anything today. Let me return this to you in the meantime." Juhua handed over a magic crystal to Jinwoo. It was none other than the same crystal he entrusted to her back in the underground temple. The tips of Juhua's fingers were trembling as she handed over the crystal. That incident had been only a few days ago, and she had to go through another one today. Juhua was the type of person to get scared quite easily. He could easily figure out what she meant by being unable to eat anything. "But, today isn't the only day, you know. There's no need to return this to me now." Juhua shook her head slowly. "I'm going back home next week." He heard that she was quitting the life of a hunter, but now, it seemed that she was leaving the city altogether. Jinwoo formed a rueful expression. "Is it because of that incident back then?" "Well, it's not simply because of that, but perhaps she ended up recalling the events of that day." Juhua's complexion darkened. Jinwoo quickly changed the topic of their conversation. "Where is your family home, exactly?" "It's in Busan. Actually, Mr. Jinwoo." Suddenly, Juhua's expression became quite serious. "Why yes." Sensing that the mood had become somber, Jinwoo quickly wiped the smile off his face and formed a serious expression as well. Juhua slowly, carefully combed over Jinwoo's face. Back then, when everyone else was trembling from despair, Only Jinwoo's eyes burned fiercely with a strong resolve. Juhua was nearest to him, so she got to see those eyes. It was like they were shouting out to the rest of the world so they can hear his will to survive, and the faint traces of hope those eyes captured managed to save not only her, but many others as well, from that place multiple times. No one could imitate what he pulled off back there. Thump, thump. When she recalled the events of that day, her heart began beating faster and faster. No, I can't. She had no regrets over quitting the life of a hunter, since it didn't even suit her personality, to begin with. However, she couldn't help but feel really bad after realizing that it'd be tough to meet Jinwoo ever again. Will he think of me as a weird person if I ask him about meeting each other again? It was rather unfortunate, but there were some things in this world that she couldn't really do anything about. Having any regrets over such matters would only end up tormenting her. In the end, Juhua simply formed a disarming smile and lightly shook her head. Nah, it's nothing, really. If you come down to Busan one day, please give me a call. I'll buy you really good sushi. Sounds good. When Jinwoo formed a smile, Juhua smiled back at him, and so, Juhua didn't get to say the words she truly wanted to say. She simply performed a short goodbye and turned around to leave. The way back home never felt this long to her before. After sending Juhua home, Jinwoo also returned to his place. An old, decrepit apartment building, visible even from a distance. His place was on the 8th floor. TL. 9th floor for all of you North American readers. As he walked past the parked cars to enter the building itself, the voice of an old man stopped him in his tracks. Young man from 902. It was coming from the old security guard Jesse. He'd been around this place for a very long time. Jinwoo was familiar with the older man, so he greeted without hesitation. You haven't gone home yet, Jesse? I'm on the night watch duty today. Aha. Jinwoo lightly nodded his head. The old security guard immediately brought out a parcel from the guard post. Jinwoo, this came for you today. Ah, thank you so much. The sender written on the slip was the association. Oh, so it was today, eh? The day that his replacement phone from the association was supposed to arrive. That was. Jinwoo took out his brand new phone from the box. It glittered softly under the light. He remembered hearing not too long ago that, due to the continued extreme level of interest towards everything related to hunters, the number of non-awakened people trying to get their hands on one of these phones was on the explosive rise. Never mind those who wish to buy one, just what are those idiot hunters thinking, trying to pilfer a few and selling them off? The old saying went that it's not the country that lacked money, but that there were way too many crooks. Instead, whether it was inside the association or in the military, or any place where people gathered in some numbers, corruption would always cause problems. Because of corruption, money would leak out, and the promised financial support would decrease as much as the amount of leaked money, which would make the overall situation even worse. This would eventually mean that those who were supposed to benefit from the system in a rightful manner got screwed royally in the ass. That was why I got worried, but, fortunately enough, there were seemingly no problems with his new phone. While waiting for the elevator to arrive, he had nothing else to do, so he switched the phone on, and well, there was a mountain of unanswered messages and missed calls. Will I even be able to check all these out? Funnily enough, two numbers kept popping up as he took a look at the screen. Both of them seemed unfamiliar to him. One called him a lot, while the other sent a ton of text messages. But, I don't know anybody who might call me this many times, though. Jinwoo tilted his head slightly, before deciding to check the text messages out first. Hello, I'm from that hospital. If you have free time this week. Was I bothering you? I just thought we could chat for a. He belatedly remembered a certain person's face. Indeed, it was the face of that pretty nurse from the hospital, the one asking for his number back then. Was her name Choi Yu-ra? He couldn't say that she was bothering him, but he got this feeling that the moment he replied back to her, his life might get really and unnecessarily complicated in a heartbeat. Okay. So, I'll pass. Next up, the number that called him repeatedly. Jinwoo pressed the call button. A fairly new and catchy pop song noisily greeted him as the ringtone. Hearing that, Jinwoo could more or less guess who this number belonged to. The call was connected pretty quickly. Hello? Yup. Indeed it was him. Jinwoo leaked a wry chuckle after his guess was proven correct. It's me. From today onwards, call me only on this number. Ah, you finally got your phone, Hyungnim. Of course. It was none other than Yoo Jin-ho. Jinwoo did write down the boy's contact number somewhere, but he had never called it before, so it was a little wonder why he failed to recognize it. Yoo Jin-ho spoke with a rather excited tone of voice. I was actually thinking of giving you a call just now, Hyungnim. I've finished recruiting the team members, so I'll be coming around tomorrow morning to fetch you. Just from hearing that voice, Jinwoo could picture Yoo Jin-ho's happy face. Jinwoo also chuckled lightly. Alright, see you tomorrow, then. Click. As Jinwoo ended the call, the elevator arrived on the ground floor and its doors slid open. Ding. Finally, the raid would start for real from tomorrow onwards. His heart beat faster just from thinking about it. Let's level up as quickly as I can. He'd raise his levels, enhance all his stats, and become stronger than everyone out there. Once he became a truly powerful hunter, he'd be able to get his hands on money, fame, and influence. And tomorrow would be his first step towards that goal. The east of the United States. Late at night, Hwang Dong-soo was the main hunter of the guild, Scavenger, one of the top guilds in the entire USA. Not only that, but he was also an S-rank as well. And just before he went to sleep, he received a phone call informing him of a shocking matter. My older brother is dead? I want you to speak slowly, and tell me everything in detail. Got that? The name of his older brother was Hwang Dong-sok. Apparently, he entered a C-ranked gate and lost his life. My older brother and his 8 teammates all died, and only 2 others escaped unhurt, and the 2 who survived were only a rank D and a bloody E. Something smelled fishy here. The older brother Hwang Dong-soo knew would never sacrifice his own life for a far weaker teammate. Also, what if that said teammate happened to be a temp? There was no need to even mention it. However, only the ranks D and D walked away alive, while his older brother and other C-ranked hunters all perished in that dungeon. There's something going here. Hwang Dong-soo's eyes became incredibly sharp. Right now, he was in a far-off foreign nation after being scouted away by one of America's top guilds, but back when he was still in Korea, his brother did everything possible to look after him and be a good brother. He might not have been a good human being, but he was a great, precious brother. I was planning to invite him here once I've secured my foothold, but now, to think, he'd meet an accident before that happened. Hwang Dong-soo bit his lower lip. Fax me all the information on the 2 surviving members. My number is TL. Yup, it said fax in the raw. So, no emails in this world. Then, Hwang Dong-soo ended the phone call and then called his manager next. The call got through pretty quickly. Mr. Hwang, you're calling me quite late. What's going on? Laura, what would happen if I were to kill some people in Korea? Do you really mean that? Yes. There was a bout of silence before the woman's voice continued on. The states have yet to sign an agreement to exchange hunter criminals with South Korea. Mr. Hwang, you are now an American citizen, so you'll get a hearing in a U.S. court instead. If we have a chat with the relevant government officials, then your overall sentence should be pretty light. Good to hear that. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to Korea for a while. Something happened there. Can you clear up my schedule for a bit? However, Mr. Hwang, if you leave so suddenly like this, the operations in the guild will grind to a halt. Can you inform me of the nature of this something? It's a personal matter. Of course. I'm not going to harm the guild in any shape or form. Tell me just how far my schedule's been booked for. You're fully booked out for the next 2 months. 2 months, is it? Fine. After that, I will need some free time, so don't schedule anything. I don't need a long time, either. Just 2 weeks. I'll only need 2 weeks to pop in and out of Korea. Understood. What should I tell the upper management? Tell them I'm going to my brother's funeral. Also, going on a trip to cheer myself up, as well. Okay, will do. By the way, Mr. Huang. If there is anything I can assist you with, click. Huang Dongsu abruptly ended the call. Didn't matter whether it was some cheering up or an advice, he was not in the mood to hear either of those at the moment. It was then. The fax had arrived. Huang Dongsu took a look at the documents arriving one by one. On the white pages, photos of 2 hunters, their names, and their brief bio could be seen. The rank D hunter, Yu Jinho, and a rank E, Sung Jinwoo. Huang Dongsu alternated his gaze on the 2 men's photos and gritted his teeth in determination. I'm sure I'll get some answers from either one if I asked them personally. And, if he found anything even remotely suspicious, then, you will regret coming out of that place alive. I'll make sure of it. The edges of Huang Dongsu's eyes reddened slightly. Part 6. Strange Raids. Next morning, Jinwoo went downstairs after receiving the phone call, only to find a huge van parked outside. Even before he could say, "Who the hell do you think you are to block someone else's exit?" the driver's window rolled down automatically, and the brightly smiling face speaking out from behind belonged to Yu Jinho. "Hyungnim, get in." Yu Jinho stuck his hand out the open window and slapped the side of the van. Since the kid was excitedly declaring his intentions to come and fetch him last night, Jinwoo half expected to see a Benz or something, but no matter how much he looked, it was a normal-looking passenger van. Sure, it was on the biggish side, but still. "Didn't you say you're the second born of a chaebol? I thought it'd be too eye-catching if we used my car. I bought this guy not too long ago to use during our raids." Only now did Jinwoo understand the reason for all this shininess coming from the van itself. It's brand spanking new, that's why. From his sincerity, as seen from the boy arriving at Jinwoo's place the first thing in the morning, to his cautiousness as seen from the kid purchasing a new van just to avoid being too conspicuous, Yu Jinho was doing his best to make sure that everything was going smoothly. It also demonstrated that his hopes and expectations riding on these upcoming raids were absolutely huge. Yu Jinho misunderstood the reason why Jinwoo was taking his time to check out the new van, and worriedly asked, "By any chance, don't you like this type of vehicle, Hyungnim?" "Not at all," Jinwoo declared as so and climbed into the front passenger seat. "Okay, we're setting off now, Hyungnim." Yu Jinho must have been feeling really excited because he kept humming to himself while twirling the steering wheel this way and that. They drove for a while, before coming to a stop in an empty lot. Screech. "Hyungnim, we've arrived." There were 8 people waiting for the duo in this meeting place. Chapter 37. The gate scene behind the waiting group seemed a bit too small for a C rank. After Jinwoo and Yu Jinho exited from the van, the waiting hunters quickly gathered around them. For some reason, there was almost no normal person in this group. Most of them seemed to have some difficulty with their mobility. There was one person who looked to be suffering from an illness, while another was clearly an alcoholic. Not only that, there was an underage girl too. Someone that neither the association nor the guild would admit to their ranks. From a casual glance, she looked to be a high schooler. "Is it okay to bring a child here?" I asked for a professional advice, and apparently, there is no problem according to the law, Hyungnim. Actually, the only reason why people don't hire underage hunters is that there would be hell to pay if something went sideways. Jinwoo nodded his head. "In that case, it should be fine." Really now, only Jinwoo and Yu Jinho were going to enter the gates anyway, so the odds of something going wrong were as good as 0%. Indeed, these people were only here to make up the numbers. In order to get the permit to clear a C-rank gate, one needed at least 10 hunters. After all, that was why 8 extra people had to be recruited, and sure enough, these 8 understood very well why they were here, too. These people all possessed the hunter license, but couldn't act as one due to their circumstances. Most who answered the call to gather were suffering from the hardships of life in various ways. Yu Jinho took a step forward. "My name is Yu Jinho, and I'll be taking the lead in this operation. And this gentleman beside me is Sung Jinwoo Hunter Nim, who will accompany me to the dungeons. Everyone, your role is to wait outside the gates until we return." One of the hunters cautiously raised his hand. "Excuse me, if we really do that, We can get 3,000,000 won. No need to participate in any huntings. No actual need to even enter the dungeon itself. 3,000,000 won per raid for a payment of simply lending one's name so they would be permitted to enter the gates. It sounded just too good to be true. This man named Yu Jinho didn't even look like that Sion Dal character who sold the Dong River, but the terms on offer were so good that the gathered hunters couldn't help but be anxious. TL Kim Seon-dal is a main character of an ancient Korean novel. He is a pro swindler and manages to sell a river to the wealthiest man in Korea. I guarantee you that the terms offered are for real. Yu Jinho stood stiffly, looking rather serious now. Even his expression had become grave. However, you are not to discuss any facet of the events that'll take place here with anyone. Do not forget that the moment you break the vow of secrecy, you'll be forced to pay back 10 times the money you were paid, as per the contract you all signed. Chatter, chatter. Hunters murmured to each other in hushed whispers. Just what were these two young hunters planning to do inside the gate that they offered up such enticing terms? They were curious, but no one came out and asked. That was also the part of the vow of secrecy clause within the contract. Absolutely no questioning what happens inside dungeons. Jinwoo didn't want anyone to know of his special constitution, and Yu Jinho wanted to become the master of a guild, so there was a serious need to make sure that none of their teammates blabbered their mouth to someone else. Apostrophe. Instead of asking questions, the hunters began whispering to each other now. Still, can those two survive a rank C dungeon all by themselves? But they don't look that strong, don't they? If these two are capable enough to clear a rank C dungeon, wouldn't it be better to enter a large guild and get access to higher ranked dungeons? You're so right about that. They all spoke in a suspicious tone of voice, but not one person said they were quitting. That was par for the course, really. The terms were too good to give up from their perspective. Even Jinwoo got hooked by the promise of the 2,000,000 won. After all, the reason for the extra 1,000,000 won, compared to what Hwang Dong-sok had offered, was because of the clause on the participants maintaining their secrecy. While the explanations carried on, the time was being wasted somewhat. Jinwoo confirmed with his watch and spoke to Yu Jinho. We should get started. Understood, Hyungnim. Yu Jinho answered right away and clapped his hands in order to draw the attention to himself. Well, that will be all for the explanations. I won't force you to participate. So, is there anyone among you who'd like to quit now? Of course. No one raised their hands. Just before the duo tried to enter the gate. Hyungnim, hold on for a moment. Recalling something he had completely forgotten about until now, Yu Jinho hurriedly ran back to the van. He then put several things on the entirety of his body and walked back to the gate in an unsteady and difficult fashion. What is that? It's a full set of reinforced armor, crafted by a famous guild of master craftsmen in Italy. Hyungnim, don't you think we need at least this type of equipment if we were to clear a dungeon by ourselves? Jinwoo slowly facepalmed. Simply staring at that hunk of steel covering the kid from the tip of his toes all the way up to the crown of his head, Jinwoo felt like his own breathing was getting all choked up and the like. What's the matter, Hyungnim? Unable to watch on any longer, Jinwoo reached out, yanked loose the longsword attached to Yu Jinho's waist, and dropped it on the ground. Yu Jinho tried to bend down in order to pick up the sword only to lose his balance, and he toppled over ungainly. Plop. Jinwoo did his best to suppress the rising tides of anger and spoke with great difficulty. While I'm still being civil, take them off. Yes. However, after struggling for a bit to stand back up, Yu Jinho called out to Jinwoo. Hyungnim, what now? Please help me. I can't stand up. Jinwoo spat out a long sigh while looking at Yu Jinho reaching out to him. Will this be fine, Hyungnim? Yeah. In the end, they agreed on the kid wearing a helmet, and nothing else. With a satisfied face, Yu Jinho jumped inside the gate. Jinwoo followed in right after without saying anything else. As soon as the two men walked into the dungeon one by one, the remaining hunters all slowly shuffled towards the gate. One of them piped up with a worried voice. Judging from the way they acted, they looked like a couple of amateurs. Another agreed, while staring at the gate's surface. "You're right." The two people's conversation opened the floodgate of words from the remaining hunters. Everyone began speaking their minds now. What will happen if those two get killed inside the dungeon? Well, we all got paid the contract signing fee already, so, yeah, well, that's true, too. Wait, what were the names of those two again? Hold on. So, it was a man whose leg was in a plaster quickly pulled his phone out and searched the two's names online. Yu Jin-ho, Sung Jin-woo. Another hunter helped the man in crutches to stand straight while peeking into the phone as well. Whether he felt the crutches needed help, or was just too impatient to find out the result of the online search, no one could tell. What the hell? The raid leader is only a rank D? Hearing that, everyone else stiffened up from the shock. However, what shocked them even more was the following search result. The dude next to the rank D is only a measly E? Question mark. Isn't it way too dangerous for a rank E to enter a rank C gate? 1D and an E wants to clear a rank C dungeon? How can that even be possible? Also, the raid team leader has no record of leading a team before. What the heck? Why would these two young men? Wasn't this no different than committing suicide? It was not for nothing that the association had set a strict rule of one needing 10 people, with 5 rank C hunters, as the bare minimum if one wanted to enter a rank C gate. TSK, a male hunter sporting a smattering of white hair pulled a cigarette out and lit it up. The arrogance of youth tends to catch many young people unawares. The cigarette smoke slowly rose up. The hunters all fell silent. They couldn't help but feel awkward and bad, thinking that they were now a part of someone else's suicide attempt. Even if they were total strangers, no one liked seeing another person getting killed right in front of their eyes. Or in this case, inside the gate right in front of them. Was that all? What about the rest of the money? They may have received the contract fee up front, but they would have made a lot more by following the two young men around for the next 18 raids. Regrettably, though, the odds of two young people coming back alive were simply too low. Shouldn't we report this to the association, even if it's now? I wonder. Yeah, what if we get blamed for this? Then, this happened. Buzz, Jin-woo and Yu Jin-ho hurriedly emerged from the gate. Pant. Yu Jin-ho was panting laboriously. Steam slowly rose up from the bodies of two young men carrying tired expressions. Oh, they managed to escape unhurt. What a relief. Hunters welcomed the two with happy expressions. They were all thinking that these two only roamed around the entrance of the dungeon like a pair of lost kids, because the time between them entering and leaving was fairly short. However, what was going on here? The expressions of the hunters gradually changed because they all heard someone crying out in alarm. That was why. The gate is closing. What? Everyone hurriedly shifted their gaze over to the gate. Oh my gosh, look, they killed the B-boss. The gate is turning blurry and illusory, just as it would when the boss of the dungeon was killed. While the hunters couldn't hide their shocked disbelief, Jin-woo utterly disregarded their gazes and quietly asked Yu Jin-ho, "Where is the next one?" "It's about an hour's drive from here, Hyung-nam." "Okay, let's go." Jin-woo and Yu Jin-ho headed straight to the van. Meanwhile, the 8 hunters stared at the duo's backs with completely dumbfounded faces. Realizing that they weren't following him, Yu Jin-ho turned his head and called out to them, "Let's hurry up, everyone. We barely have enough time to go to 2 more gates today." The jaws of the hunters all dropped to the floor from that declaration. Drop. The middle-aged hunter with the smattering of white hair, Yun Gui-won, was so stunned that he failed to realize his cigarette slipping out from his lips and falling to the ground. Those two managed to clear a rank C dungeon, and they are going for another raid, too? It wasn't only Yun Gui-won, though. Everyone present was thinking the exact same thing. Just who are these people? The first day, a group of zombies rushed at the duo. Hyung-nam, they are coming. Okay. Jin-woo smoothly glided among the rushing zombies. Whenever he brushed past one, the head of an undead creature fell and rolled on the ground. The number of zombies decreased quite rapidly. Soon, only one remained. Stab. When Jin-woo stabbed his dagger deep into the last monster's chest, a familiar mechanical beep rang inside his head. Tearing, level up, Yu Jinho, who had been standing at the far back, gasped in admiration and clapped his hands enthusiastically. Hyungnim, you're so cool. Magic crystals. Ah, okay. Yu Jinho quickly pulled the bag out and began collecting the magic crystals. It was around at this point. The mechanical beeps didn't end with the level up message and continued on. Tearing, you've acquired skill, high grade dagger technique LV. 1. Tearing, you've acquired skill, vital points targeting LV. 1. Tearing skill, Dash has leveled up. Jinwoo's expression brightened in an instant. I've got new skills. Been a long time too, hasn't it? Feeling rather chuffed with himself, Jinwoo quickly summoned his skill window. Skills. Passive skills. Unknown, LV. Max. Tenacity LV. 1. High grade dagger technique LV. 1. Active skills. Dash LV. 2. Intimidation LV. 1. Stealth LV. 1. Vital points targeting LV. 1. The dash skill had leveled up after he constantly used it. Also, in the passive and the active columns, high-grade dagger technique and vital points targeting had been added as well. Chapter 38. Skill, dash LV. 2. Active skill, mono required to activate. 5. When this skill is activated, your movement speed will increase by 40%. During its activation, 1 mana will be spent every minute. My movement speed has increased. The rate had climbed up from 30 to 40%. The difference in 10% was huge. Well, the leveling up of the skill seemed appropriate, since he used the dash skill quite often. Skill, high-grade dagger technique LV. 1. Passive skill, mono required to activate. None, exclusive to daggers. You used daggers for a long time, and now, you are able to wield daggers more proficiently. 33% additional damage will be applied when using daggers. Additional damage effect when using daggers. A dagger-specific skill had been created as the result of him continuously sticking to daggers, it seemed. I guess wielding other types of weapons will be inefficient for me now, huh? Of course, it also meant that the effect when using only the daggers would be even greater. Besides, he was already well used to using daggers. He also had grown fond of the poison fang of Kasaka and wasn't planning to switch to another weapon anytime soon, so this was a huge boon for him. And finally, Jinwoo's eyes gleamed in great anticipation as he checked out the details of the last new skill that appeared. Skill, vital points targeting LV. 1. Active skill, mono required to activate. 70. Exclusive to daggers. You've learned the most optimum way to attack with your daggers. This skill will search for the enemy's vital points and inflict fatal damage. This skill was also exclusive to daggers. The most optimum way to attack. Now that he thought about it, the attack he used to land the final blow to Kong Tae-sik and on that last zombie felt roughly the similar to him. Should he say he definitely felt it in his bones? The moment the dagger pierced through, he knew instinctively that the battle was over. Ah, so that was me aiming at the vital points, huh? To think, something he did as an accident would become an actual skill, and he'd get to use it whenever he felt like it. His heart was now beating like crazy. To Jinwoo, who had no other method to attack other than to swing his dagger around this way and that, this attack skill vital points targeting was like the sweet, sweet rain falling at the end of a long drought. Very nice. He leveled up and got new skills. It had only been the first day, yet things were going really smoothly already. The second day, level up. With the addition of an attack skill, the speed of hunting had increased rather noticeably. Level up. Yu Jinho's eyes could only grow wider and wider as he watched countless monsters fall one after the other when Jinwoo accurately attacked their weak points. Hyungnim has been hiding such a mad skill until now. Just how far did the set of Hyungnim's mysterious skills extend to? He couldn't help but admire Jinwoo even more. Seeing that he was able to easily defeat several rank C hunters, he's definitely a rank B or higher. He could only spectate from the sidelines, his jaw slack, since he couldn't guarantee his own fate if he unwisely tried to probe Jinwoo for answers. However, there was a distinct disadvantage associated with the increase in the hunting speed. As it turned out, you can't use your skills because of a lack of mana. You can't use your skills because of a lack of mana. Jinwoo frowned quite deeply. Again, in order to fill up his depleted MP, Jinwoo summoned a vial of potion he bought from the store right away. What is that, Hyungnim? Yu Jinho expressed a great interest. Being next to Jinwoo meant that Yu Jinho would get to experience many unbelievable things, of course, and now, he became way too curious about the identity of the blue liquid Jinwoo kept drinking every now and then. What? This? Jinwoo delayed answering and read the information on the potion first. Item: MP potion. Rarity: E. Type: consumable. A liquid medicine that will restore your mana. Once consumed, it will restore 500 points of MP. Can be stored in your inventory, but it can't be handed over to someone else. The explanation said that the potion couldn't be handed over to another person. What will happen if I try to give it to someone else? It was now Jinwoo's turn to become curious, so he handed the vial of the MP potion over to Yu Jinho. But the potion bottle quietly disappeared from the view when placed in Yu Jinho's hand, just like when it appeared the first time. Is this magic, Hyungnim? So, this is why it can't be handed over, huh? He learned something new today. An item that could not be handed over would disappear when touched by someone else. If so, what would happen when no hands were involved? Jinwoo accessed the store and purchased a new potion. However, it was not the same MP potion that he bought all the time, but a vial of HP potion containing reddish liquid. As soon as he completed the transaction, the potion automatically appeared in Jinwoo's hand. Hyungnim, that's amazing. The liquid's color changed to red. Yu Jinho was thinking that the MP potion disappearing and being replaced by an HP potion was some kind of a fancy magic trick. Actually, there was a good reason why Jinwoo changed the type of potion. Let's find out if these potions have an effect on other people. Jinwoo told Yu Jinho to lower his posture. Open your mouth and look up. Like this, Hyungnim. Alright, stay in that position and don't move. Jinwoo tilted the vial of HP potion. The reddish liquid slid down Yu Jinho's mouth. Gulp. Suddenly, Yu Jinho opened his eyes wider. What's going on, Hyungnim? Why do I feel reinvigorated again? After playing the role of the luggage carrier for a long time, Yu Jinho had been looking rather fatigued, but now, his complexion improved in the blink of an eye. Jinwoo smiled in satisfaction. So, giving it away in this manner works. He got to learn something else just as good again. He should be able to heal a nearby injured person, even if there were no healers present. This would certainly help him out a good deal in the future, no doubt. Just tell me if you're feeling tired, okay? I can spare a ton of this drink. You see, of course, Jinwoo wasn't doing this out of charity. If the porter got too tired and his movement speed decreased, then that would mean the overall hunting speed would decrease as well, so basically, he'd be the one losing out in the end. His actions were born out of such a chain of thoughts, but Yu Jinho didn't know that. Hyungnim, let's go. Yu Jinho became very moved after being subjected to Jinwoo caring about him. Not to mention, he was awed by Jinwoo's amazing abilities too. Wiping away his tears, Yu Jinho hurriedly chased after the departing back of Jinwoo. The third day. Oh, right. Take this, Hyungnim. Yu Jinho rummaged through the equipment bag and then presented a bank balance book with a stamp sealed in together. What's this? It's the money from selling the magic crystals we got during the last 2 days, Hyungnim. Jinwoo got slightly irritated by the fact that Yu Jinho had forgotten this and only decided to give it to him inside a dungeon full of dangerous monsters, but that irritation disappeared almost right away. Apostrophe 600 million South Korean won. TL. Around $535,500. When he took a look at the amount written on the book, Jinwoo found quite a substantial amount staring back at him. Are you giving me every cent from the sales of the magic crystals? Yu Jinho nodded his head. Yes, Hyungnim. I'm not doing these raids because I need the money, and besides, you've killed all of the monsters anyways. So, How can I ask you for a share like a shameless fool here? Yu Jinho's eyes were sparkling like a little kid waiting to be praised. Oh, really? Would you look at this kid now? Jinwoo sensed the change in Yu Jinho's attitude after they spent the last couple of days together. Not too long ago, the feeling of the kid forcing himself to come even though he was SHT scared was pretty strong, but now, he was acting more like a little brother who couldn't stop worshipping a cool older brother or something. He's got a pretty adorable side to him, no? Jinwoo smirked. Can I really have it, then? Do I, the one and only Yu Jinho, look like someone who'd go back on his word? Hyungnim? Jinwoo smiled brightly and patted the bank balance book. Okay, thanks, I'm really grateful for this. No, thank you instead. Hyungnim. Yu Jinho bent his back 90 degrees right away. This was one confusing sight where it was pretty difficult to tell just who was giving who money here. At the same time, outside the dungeon, the waiting teammates also had developed a routine of sorts to while away the time. As soon as the raid leader Yu Jinho and his assistant, Sung Jinwoo entered the gate, the remaining hunters gathered around, placed a couple of picnic clothes on the ground, and proceeded to do their own things. The most popular activity, of course, was gambling. 5 people were sitting around in one group, gambling and chatting away. How many raids did we participate in so far? Let's see. The day before, it was 3. Yesterday, it was 2. And this is the second dungeon today, so it's 7 in total so far. Will it be fine for those 2 to keep clearing dungeons at this breakneck pace? I mean, it's normal to take a week off after clearing one dungeon, no? Aigu, don't you worry about those 2. Now, can't you see that they literally haven't even broken a sweat every time they come out of a gate? Besides, we get 3 mil every raid, so it's simply an excellent bit of news for us. Oh, it's your turn, my man. Hurry up and deal. Ah, sure. Indeed. Both Jinwoo and Yu Jinho displayed not one hint of getting fatigued from keeping up with this seemingly exhausting schedule. Of course, these people had no idea, but such a feat was only possible thanks to the miraculous effects of the potions. The duo got to clear over 1/3 of the planned 19 raids in such a short amount of time precisely because of the potions. A short while later, the gate's blackish surface wavered unsteadily and 2 people emerged from there. Oh, the raid leader is out. Okay, let's pack this up. Hunters began getting ready to leave without being ordered to. Hey, there, take care of that luggage over there. Wake that person up. Please make sure we aren't forgetting anything here. Hunters moved in perfect sync. Even the sleeping hunter woke up and quickly finished getting ready to move to the new location. Okay, let's get going. Everyone was getting more or less used to this rather insane manner of clearing dungeons. Inside the offices of the White Tiger Guild, located in the same district, the chief of the 2nd Division, Ansong Minutes, found himself shouting at the top of his voice early in the morning. Mr. Hyan, what are you trying to do here? Tomorrow's the day for the new recruits to start training, yet how could you have failed to book a single gate until now? Answer me, Mr. Vice Chief. The Vice Chief Hyan Kikial lowered his head in embarrassment. My apologies, Chief. The thing is, there is a raid team that quickly bids for every gate ranked C opening up in our jurisdiction. What? Well then, why don't you just get them back with higher bids? Does our guild lack funds or personnel? Just what's the problem here? I tried to do as you said. But, how dare you answer back as if you did something nice? From the thunderous roar of Ansong Minutes, the entirety of the 2nd Division had fallen into silence. It sure had been a long time since Ansong Minutes blew his top to this extent. Just what kind of a place was the White Tiger Guild? It was called one of the top 5 guilds in South Korea. For that reason alone, every single employee working within its halls was, without exception, excellent individuals. The Vice Chief Hyan Kikial too was a talented, sharp individual who performed his role well and admirably, having never committed a single error ever since he was hired by the guild. But to think, he failed to book a single gate when the new recruits were supposed to begin their training soon. This no doubt qualified as a big error. The 2nd Division that Ansong Minutes was in charge of did the roles of recruiting new hunters and training them, while the 1st Division took care of managing the schedules of the guild's main hunters. Please take a look at this first, Chief." The near-tearful Hyan Kikial pushed forward a notebook PC to his superior officer. What the hell? Ansong Minutes was about to explode once more, only for his jaw to drop to the floor after checking out a certain number appearing on the notebook's screen. T250 million won? There is a crazy beastard who spent 250 million won on a single rank C gate? Chapter 39. Ansong Minutes became utterly speechless. The best anyone could hope for, in terms of financial return from a gate ranked C, was only around 200 million won. Paying 250 million won was, simply put, being a hopeless moron who paid way too much. Originally, the bidding price of this gate was only around 70 million. But, when I raised the bid to 100 million, these beastards suddenly upped it all the way to 250 million. Chief, the upper limit for a single C-rank gate set by the White Tiger Guild was 100 million won. One could now clearly see why Hyan Kikial was feeling rather aggrieved at the moment. Who are these beastards? Tap, 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 tap. Ansong Minutes' hands typed on the keyboard quite rapidly, and soon, the search results filled up the computer screen. Just as Hyan Kikial had said, one raid team was snapping up all the rank C gates appearing in this district with nonsensical speed while paying an equally gobsmacking amount of money. What the hell? Who are these crazy beastards? This area was the White Tiger's backyard, their jurisdiction. At first, Ansong Minutes thought of the possibility that other guilds were possibly interfering with their work. No, hang on. That's not possible, is it? There was no large guild stupid enough to start something with White Tiger openly in this fashion. Even if it was one of the 5 top guilds in South Korea, it would have to risk getting destroyed in return by clashing against the White Tiger. So, it's not a guild, then. In that case, who and why? Ansong Minutes swallowed his saliva and accessed the information on this strange raid team and its members. The leader's name was apparently Yu Jin Ho. First time I hear that name. It was Ansong Minutes' job to scout new recruits for the guild. That was why he had remembered the names of freelancer hunters who had at least displayed a modicum of excellence in the past. However, this Yu Jin Ho really was someone he didn't know. Okay, I'll come back to you later. He then proceeded to slowly scroll down the list of the team's members, hoping to spot any familiar names on it. And then, there was one name kind of stood out. Sung Jin-woo? Sung Jin-woo. Where have I heard this name before? Ansong Minutes did his best to dig through his memory, until he finally recalled the incident of the dual dungeon from 2 months ago that had been the topic of a rather lively discussion among those who went there. Indeed, it was none other than the White Tiger Guild that went to assist the association during that event. Hey, Kikiala, do you remember that dual dungeon incident 2 months ago? The one where our hunters had to go and take a look? Yes, Chief, I remember. When we got there, we couldn't find any monsters and there was only one survivor. What was the name of that survivor? You remember it? Hyan Kikial possessed a pretty solid brain. No, it wasn't to the extent of other people praising him as a genius, but as far as his ability to remember things was concerned, he was really rather exceptional. There wasn't even any real need to go through a search process here, because Hyan Kikial replied right away. It's Sung Jin-woo, a ranky hunter. I knew it. He wasn't sure of it, but well, he was proven right once more. Ansong Minutes instinctively realized it. There was something fishy going on here. Not once did his instincts that activated only in these sorts of situation let him down. Never. Ansong Minutes shouted out an order to the rest of the employees in the 2nd Division. Everyone, stop what you're doing, and get me every single data and information on the hunters Yu Jin Ho, rank D, and Sung Jin Woo, rank T. Right now. The responses from these excellent employees, when facing a dangerous situation regarding their own survival, simply exceeded one's imaginations. It wasn't for nothing that they were called the elites of all elites. Reports came in one after the other, fast. As it turned out, Yu Jinho didn't possess any particularly noteworthy background that required an immediate attention. Disregarding the fact that he was the second son of Yujin Construction's owner, he could be described as ordinary, even. However, Sung Jin-woo is quite a different story altogether. Since that dual dungeon incident, he's been involved in 3 more incidents, and he walked away from all of them unscathed. When Ansong Minutes spoke in a questioning tone of voice, Hyan Kikial quickly followed up. Not only that, he's a Ranky hunter too, Chief. The first time Sung Jin-woo and Yu Jin-ho met was when the latter went for his very first trade. Only the 2 of them walked away alive. And now, these 2 had formed a raid team and were going around like a pair of madmen, clearing 2-3 dungeons in a single day. This definitely stinks. What could they possibly be doing in the dungeons, I wonder? Hold on, I remember now. There was a rumor about a really influential owner of a big company busy wooing S-ranked hunters in private doing the rounds, wasn't there? Yes, there was a rumor like that. And that Yu Jin-ho is the son of a really influential owner of a company. Indeed, Yu Myung-hwan, Yu Jin-ho's father, showed some movements of wanting to create a guild of his own. It was one of the most tightly guarded secrets only a few in the world of hunters were privileged enough to know. If that was the case, then what Yu Jin-ho was doing right now wouldn't be completely unrelated to that. Could it be? A single puzzle piece fell to its place inside Ansong Minutes' head. If his guess was right, then it made sense. Seeing that rapid change in his superior officer's expression, Hyan Kikial nervously swallowed his saliva. Ansong Minutes spoke with more than enough confidence in his voice. This guy. He's definitely a reawakened hunter. A reawakened hunter, you say? Hyan Kikial's eyes became round dots resembling a rabbit's eyes. But Ansong Minutes was sure of it. That's right. A Ranky hunter was no different from the regular person. If there was an incident, then such hunters were as good as dead. However, this Sung Jin-woo kept surviving, totally unhurt to boot, from several large-scale incidents that killed most of the participating hunters. Of course, he could be lucky. Sure. However, the third and last incident, the situation with this particular incident caused by the agent of the monitoring division, Kang Tae-sik, was rather different from the rest. The record said that a rank C mage combined strength with a rank B healer to defeat Kang Tae-sik. TL. I've changed sorcerer to mage. Bullshit. Hunters in the monitoring division all specialize in combat. If Kang Tae-sik wasn't a moron, he'd try to dispose of the highest ranked hunter with the low combat potential, the rank B healer first. You telling me that a rank C mage type hunter managed to stop him by himself? The thing was, the mage type hunters were weak against close combat type hunters, even more so against the assassin types. Unless Kang Tae-sik underestimated his opponents and ignored the presence of the rank B healer, it might be possible, but the hunter with 3 years of experience in the monitoring division wouldn't make such a blunder, thought Ansong Minutes. The one who stopped Kang Tae-sik wasn't this rank C Song Kai-il, but someone else accompanying them. There was no physical evidence, but he was getting more and more sure of his guesses being right. Sung Jin-woo now possessed abilities matching that of a high-ranking hunter after going through a reawakening process. Yu Jin-ho coincidentally took part in the raid and saw the abilities of Sung Jin-woo. And now, Yu Jin-ho was testing out this and that in preparation to scout Sung Jin-woo to his father's new guild. When he thought like that, everything seemed to click. This is a huge piece of news. If Sung Jin-woo was indeed a reawakened hunter, then there would only be a few people, including Yu Jin-ho, who knew his true worth. Just who was Yu Myung-hwan? He wouldn't want to accept any wannabes and idiots. Definitely not. Not only that, as one of the founding members of the guild, too, this could be an excellent chance to snatch away a wonderful individual marked by none other than Yu Myung-hwan. If he fought and defeated rank B Kang Tae-sik, then his abilities should be at least B. No, the priority now was to snatch this talent before other guilds. No, Yu Myung-hwan managed to scout him. Well, after the inevitable reassignment test, the competition would become really hectic. After all, besides all that, even if Sung Jin-woo isn't as strong as he suspected, It didn't really matter. There were only a few reawakened hunters in the entire world, so the media's attention would no doubt be directed to this guy, and that would precisely be the kind of public exposure that no amount of money could buy. Whatever the case may be, Ansong Minutes couldn't afford to let this guy slip through his fingers. I wouldn't be able to do anything if he already signed a contract with Yu Myung-hwan, though. However, the odds of that was low. The proof was all those tests taking place in the C-ranked dungeons. There is a good chance that they haven't decided on anything yet, which meant the White Tiger Guild had a real shot here as well. I shouldn't be wasting time here. Ansong Minutes picked up his coat hanging on the back of his chair and quickly put it on. Kikiala, let's go. He also didn't forget to mobilize his right-hand man. Of course, Ansong Minutes was strict with Hyan Kikial all the time simply because the former believed that no one was more suitable to take over from him than his current deputy. Meanwhile, Hyan Kikial's eyes opened wider. Pardon me, where are we going, Chief? What do you mean, where? We're going to scout a new talent. That's what. And you have to personally go to scout this new guy? Why not? Is there a law against doing that? Ansong Minutes retorted and hurriedly left the office, causing Hyan Kikial to tilt his head this way and that, but still, he chased after the senior officer. Now this is so strange. It had been over 2 years since he became the vice chief. Yet it was his first time seeing Ansong Minutes personally go out on a job. Part 7. Premonition of a huge jackpot. The dungeons Yu Jinho's team booked for the day were 2, and the distance between the 2 gates was fairly substantial. In order to confirm their suspicions with their own eyes, Ansong Minutes and Hyan Kikial separated and went to different gates each. They constantly called each other and waited for Yu Jinho's team to show up. It's still pretty chilly out, isn't it? Ansong Minutes bought a cup of instant coffee from a vending machine near the gate's location. It had already been 1 solid hour of waiting for Yu Jinho's team to show up. For some reason, though, he was feeling more expectant than bored right now. Been a long time, but his heart was beating fast in pure anticipation. If my guesses are right, then that man will be a huge scoop that has appeared in a really long time. Not only that, a very special scoop, too. Ansong Minutes became a division chief at a really young age. All thanks to his instincts. Actually, his instincts played a crucial role in the White Tiger becoming the large guild of today, and that instinct was telling him this right now, that there was a real chance that this Sung Jin-woo would lift the White Tiger Guild up even higher than ever before. Other people would say that I've lost my mind. Well, Sung Jin-woo was still officially a rank E, after all. However, things visible to one's eyes didn't tell the whole story. If that was the case, then he wouldn't even be here right now. And so, as he glared at the gate with hawk-like eyes from afar, when, ring, Hyan Kikial gave him a call. Yes, Kikiala, any news? Chief, Yu Jinho and his team have arrived on site. Alright, don't get too excited and keep your eyes on them, and report back to me every single little thing that happens there. Yes, Chief. See Chief. The voice coming out of the phone's receiver sounded rather weird all of a sudden. Did this idiot get discovered or something? Ansong Minutes became urgent too and hurriedly called out. What happened? Speak up, will ya? Chief, you were right. What? Ansong Minutes' heart began beating faster and faster. I can see that only Yu Jinho and Sung Jin-woo are entering the gate, no one else. Of course, Sung Jin-woo is being tested. After all, as he thought, his guesses were correct. Not once did his gut feeling let him down in situations like this. Good. Ansong Minutes clenched his fist real tightly. While you people remain unconvinced and unsure, we will make the move first. The White Tiger Guild will definitely take Sung Jin-woo away from you. Why? Because the White Tiger had Ansong Minutes, chief of the 2nd Division. That's why. As Ansong Minutes bathed in the ecstasy of victory, Hyan Kikial's voice continued to travel through the airwaves and came out from the phone once more. What should I do now? Should I go over to you, Chief? Remain there and observe for a while longer. Pardon? But, isn't Chief's suspicions more or less confirmed with this? I'm kind of curious just how long they will take to clear the dungeon. That's all. How many hours will they need to clear a rank C dungeon? A rank A hunter would need at least 2 hours to solo a rank C dungeon, Chief. So what? You can't wait that long? How can that be, Chief? No, I'm just worried about you being all alone and lonely over there. That's why I'm asking you. What a faster-than-light change in his attitude that was. This was why Ansong Minutes could never dislike Hyan Kikial. Stop worrying about me and make sure to keep your eyes wide open to see when they are coming out, okay? Chapter 40. I'm sure nothing weird will happen here. I'll be right next to my phone, so if something does happen, give me a call right away. Got it, Chief? Ansong Minutes ended the call only after making sure his right-hand man fully heard his request. It was at this point that he felt his starvation kick in. Rumble. I've been paying way too much attention on this matter. The lunch hour had flown by some time ago, but well, he'd been waiting with bated breaths for Sung Jin-woo's arrival and completely forgot to fill up in the meantime. The thing was, he didn't know when Yu Jin-ho's team would show up here and so couldn't leave his position to buy something to eat. Now that he found himself some leeway, Ansong Minutes looked around his vicinity to find a place to eat, before eventually settling on the local convenience store. I'm not trying to skimp on food expenses, though. No one was around here to make fun out of him, yet he couldn't help but think that it was a bit uncool to enter a restaurant or a diner all alone. So, after a lengthy deliberation, he chose the cup ramen from the convenience store. Instead, he poured the boiling water provided from the store in the cup and waited for 3 minutes before getting his wooden chopsticks ready. But then, ring. I'm trying to eat here, so who dares to call me now? When he took a look at the phone screen, a familiar name showed up. Right arm. Hyan Kikial, Udamba S. Ansong Minutes answered the call, full of irritation. Why are you calling me already? Chief, that's not it. What do you mean, that's not it? If you're calling me over nothing, you will be eating nothing but cup ramen as your lunch for the whole of next week. That's not it, Chief. Those two came out of the gate already. Just like a paused frame of a movie, Ansong Minutes' hand froze in the midair, just before it could deliver chopsticks full of noodles to his mouth. What did you say? Just now, Yu Jin-ho and Sung Jin-woo came out from the gate, Chief. And they are getting ready to leave along with the rest of the team. Indeed, he didn't hear that wrong. Ansong Minutes hurriedly checked his watch. But, it hasn't even been 30 minutes yet. Did they give up on the raid midway? No, Chief. The gate is shaking right now. What nonsense was this? Even if the difficulty between different C-ranked dungeons varied somewhat, there was simply no way that someone could solo one of those in less than 30 minutes. Check again. Is the gate closing for real? Yes, Chief. Should I record some footage and send it to you? No, no need. Ansong Minutes ended the call and dazedly stared the empty air. Clearing a C-ranked dungeon in 30 minutes when normally, a rank A hunter would need 2 hours to do so? What a funny notion that was. That man being only a rank B, using only the objective information available to make his educated guess, then at the bare minimum, he's above rank A. Now, this was an unimaginably huge jackpot. Outside the gate, Hyung Nim, is there some other business you need to attend to later? No, not really. Why do you ask? I haven't seen you hurrying up this much with hunting before. Yu Jin-ho was feeling truly astonished today. He already knew very well that Jin-woo was strong, but today, he seemed to be on another dimension altogether. But, that was par for the course, really. Jin-woo inwardly laughed out. Well, monsters in this dungeon were werewolves, after all. Title: Slaughterer of Wolves, a title given to a hunter skilled in hunting wolves. When facing animal-type monsters, all of your stats will increase by 40%. The buff given by the title Slaughterer of Wolves of course came into effect against the werewolves as well. How could the monsters from a rank C dungeon contend with him, when his level was already so high to begin with? Never mind the effect of that buff helping him out, too? Thanks to that, Yu Jin-ho had been kept real busy while trying to extract all those magic crystals from the dead monsters. He even had to drink 5 vials of the HP potion, too. He shook his head several times, complaining that he wouldn't be able to eat lunch now, after the potions filled him up completely. That's that. But Jinwoo slowly raised his head. He had been sensing someone's gaze coming from somewhere. I don't sense any magical energy, so he can't be a hunter. He took a look around, but couldn't spot anyone suspicious. If he got serious about discovering who it was, then he should be able to find the person. But then, as the target didn't emit any killing intent or hostile intentions, it'd take a really long time to track the culprit down. It might be nothing, too. Perhaps inevitably, the gaze disappeared before long. Hyungnim, is everything alright? It's nothing. Let's get going. There was no time to waste here. Jinwoo took one last look around and climbed into the van. He couldn't sense anyone looking at him by the second gate's location. Both the times when he entered, and also when exiting the gate. Was I being overly cautious? What a relief it was, knowing that it wasn't something serious. Meanwhile, Yoo Jin-ho walked over and apologetically lowered his head. Hyungnim, I'm really sorry about this. This is the last gate for the day. Other ones were just too far from here. Don't worry about it. That's not something you should apologize for. Anyway, the sun was still pretty high up in the sky, but thanks to the duo's antics, just about every gate that appeared in the district had been taken care of, so their day had to come to an end here. Thank you all for working hard, everyone. What do you mean, working hard? It's you, the raid leader, who worked hardest. See you tomorrow. Take it easy now. After sending everyone away, the remaining two men climbed aboard the driver's and the passenger's seats of the van. Let me take you home, Hyungnim. Before anyone had noticed it, Yoo Jin-ho had become a trusty chauffeur. Him sitting behind the wheel looked perfectly normal now. Jinwoo looked Yoo Jin-ho with pitying eyes. Just because he wants a shot at the position of the guild master, a scion of a wealthy family now has to work as a chauffeur. Yoo Jin-ho had been smiling brightly while pressing on the accelerator, before realizing that Jinwoo was staring at him and asked with an equally bright voice, is there something on my face? Hyungnim, Nope. Never mind. Jinwoo pretended to know nothing, before suddenly recalling something else rather important, and he pulled out his phone to check the time. Right now, it's 16:46. Indeed, it was still too early to go home. How fortunate that he still had one thing he could do. I'm sure it was around here, right? According to his memories, at least. Jinwoo spoke up quickly. Hey, Jin-ho. Yes, Hyungnim, Yoo Jin-ho replied while professionally turning the steering wheel. The van the two of them were riding on smoothly went around the curve on the road. Head to the Mri department store. Mri department store? Yoo Jin-ho formed a confused expression. Yeah, let's go there. Well, yes, it's just around the corner from here, but I did notice it back during the hunting, so is there really nothing going on? Hyungnim, For some reason, you've been talking a lot more than necessary lately. That prompted Yoo Jin-ho's head to rigidly stare forward and nowhere else. I shall get us there at the speed of light. Hyungnim, please hold on tight. Yoo Jin-ho quickly changed his attitude and drove the van like a stuntman, never once touching his brake pedal. The distance to cover wasn't a lot, so they arrived at the destination pretty quickly. The van came to a screeching halt in front of the building. The overall vibe given off by the Mri department store located smack dab in the city of Seoul's CBD was quite something to behold. When Jinwoo climbed off the van, Yoo Jin-ho followed suit. Hyungnim, our guild's gotta use this kind of a building as our headquarters in the future. What do you think? Yoo Jin-ho stared up at the department store building and threw half a joke. However, there was no reply. Sensing that something was weird here, Yoo Jin-ho hurriedly took a look next to him. Jinwoo was no longer standing there. Hyungnim, no matter how hard he looked around, Jinwoo was gone without a trace. Hyungnim, with the death of the boss, the interior of the dungeon will revert back to its original state. I leveled up again twice in the department store instant dungeon. The steps taking Jinwoo home were light and cheery. It had been a while, but the key to the instant dungeon had finally come out of the random box recently, and that key was supposed to be used at the Mri department store. He was wondering when to go, but decided to visit the place today since he found himself with enough free time. Hyungnim, Jinwoo recalled the dazed face of Yoo Jin-ho as the kid searched for him, and couldn't help but chuckle. His phone suddenly went off, then, before answering it, he checked the number on the phone screen, but he couldn't recognize it. Who could it be? Back when he was still in high school, he was too busy trying to be a mother to his little sister, and after graduation, he started right away as a hunter, so one could say that Jinwoo's circle of acquaintances was fairly small. I shouldn't be getting calls from unknown numbers. He tilted his head only for a second or two. For the time being, he decided to answer it. Hello, is this Mr. Sung Jinwoo speaking? It was an open and friendly sounding voice of a man. Jinwoo hung up the moment he heard that. Click. Well, from my experience, this kinda call is 99% someone trying to sell me stuff, or trying to entice me to get a loan. Anyway, just as he was about to put his phone back in the pocket, it rang again. Buzz, and it was the exact same number. What the? It wasn't someone selling stuff? Normally, these salespeople would call whoever just so they could meet their sales target, which meant that they would almost never call him back this quickly as soon as the connection was dropped. Why? They were quick-witted enough to realize that this would be a waste of time, that's why. Which means, the guy on the other side really has some kind of business with me. So, he answered the call properly this time. Hello, this is Sung Jinwoo. Ah, so it was the right number. I thought I called the wrong one because the call got cut off so quickly. Ahaha. Jinwoo deliberated for the whole of 2 seconds on whether to apologize or not, with an excuse of him thinking that the call was about selling insurance or some such, because the man's voice sounded a bit. But, in the end, he decided not to. It feels like me apologizing now would only make it worse. A short bout of silence later, the salesman, no, the man with the salesman's voice, made his belated introduction. Where are my manners? My bad for the late introduction. My name is An Song Minutes, and I work for the White Tiger Guild. Jinwoo's steps came to an abrupt halt. Why is the White Tiger calling me? He couldn't think of a reason why such a big guild as the White Tiger would call him out of the blue. The only thing he could think of, though, was that this guild assisted him back in that dual dungeon incident. But, I'm sure they aren't calling me to investigate that day's matters after so much time has passed by already. Well, he couldn't stand not knowing, so before An Song Minutes had the chance to continue, Jinwoo asked first, why is the White Tiger Guild giving me a call? The matter is a bit sensitive to discuss over the phone, so may I come to you and have a chat face to face? The man was saying that he'd came to see him, not asking Jinwoo to show up, so there was no real reason to refuse here. Besides, he had nothing much to do the day after tomorrow. Anyway, didn't Yoo Jin-ho say he had some kind of an event back home? Yoo Jin-ho begged for his understanding while saying that there was a big family event happening on that day and everyone simply had to show up, meaning he couldn't go on any raids. A big family event, just from thinking about a Chaeble's family event, Jinwoo could only imagine luxurious, elaborate parties being held in a 5-star hotel's reception hall. Should he blame TV dramas for that now? In any case, it'd be easy to set a date for that day. I have some free time on Thursday. Well, the thing is, will it be fine if we meet right now? Right now, Jinwoo checked the time. The time on the phone screen indicated 8 in the evening. But, it's already 8. Don't worry, I'm waiting for you nearby. I just wish to speak to you for a little while only. Nearby? As in, I'm in a cafe near you. An Song Minutes spoke the name of the cafe. Jinwoo was quite familiar with the place. It was near his home, so he went past it often. And not only that, but he also used it as the meeting place with Yoo Jin-ho as well. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed to a slit. This guy knows where I live. Chapter 41. Even the A.S. Association's website did not reveal a hunter's home address, only their names and rank. An individual hunter may opt to add additional information on their profile, but Jinwoo was not one of those people. So if they knew not just his phone number but where he lived, They must have performed a thorough investigation on him. Now that I think about it, he remembered something from earlier in the day. I felt someone watching me from afar today. Was that you guys? Jinwoo's voice was filled with hostility. Hearing this, the person on the other end explained apologetically. We apologize for intruding on you like that. There was just something we wanted to confirm. If we wanted to cause you any trouble, we wouldn't have contacted you like this. You'll understand when you hear us out. Jinwoo hesitated, then replied. I'll be right there. Hunters, Grim Reaper, Knights, Myungs, and us, go. I'm sure you've heard each of them at least once. 1. An Sangmun had listed the top 5 guilds of South Korea. The number 1 among them was Hunters. However, that was not always the case. Originally, the number 1 guild of Korea was Grim Reaper, but some members of Grim Reaper seceded from the guild and formed their own, BGO, resulting in Hunters taking the number 1 spot. And like the student Serpa.S. Singh the Master, BGO had already Serpa.S. Grim Reaper as a guild. Now, they were gunning for the number 1 spot, and Sangmun was certain the man sitting in front of him, Sung Jinwoo, would be the one to propel BGO into that number 1 spot. He handed Jinwoo his business card. BGO Guild 2nd Management Division 2, Chief, An Sangmun. I'm the man who oversees recruiting and managing new hunters for one of the top 5 guilds, BGO. My name is An Sangmun, Chief of the 2nd Management Division. Other hunters would have bowed their heads in a 90-degree angle before even receiving the business card. Unless you were an S-ranker or stood at the pinnacle of the rankers, the BGO Guild was a target of great desire for most hunters. Truthfully, An Sangmun had hoped for such a reaction from Jinwoo, but he was disappointed. As if he was not impressed, Jinwoo calmly asked the question he had come for. Why is someone working for the BGO Guild doing a background investigation on me? An Sangmun flinched. To think that he would hold up his head high after hearing our name. Just from the introduction, he realized that recruiting Jinwoo would not be an easy task. However, this made him want the hunter even more. A recruit with fighting spirit was not a bad thing. Yes, you need at least this much spirit to be of use anywhere. An Sangmun renewed his determination once more. I'll cut to the chase. Our guild wants to bring Sung Jinwoo into our fold. Whatever Yujin Construction has offered you, we'll double it. The division chief smiled. He believed that Yujin Construction was in the process of testing Sung Jinwoo. What a foolish thing to do. Jinwoo's C-rank dungeon clearing time, the fact that he was a reawakened hunter, and the combat.I.tude he was displaying now. Taking all of that into consideration, there was clearly no need to test the hunter. They're testing him as if they don't understand his true value. There's no way we won't be able to beat their price. Because of this, An Sangmun was confident that BGO could more than double Yujin Construction's offer. Suddenly, Jinwoo's eyes filled with coldness. How did you know? Surprised at an unexpected response, An Sangmun stuttered his words, unbecoming of a chief of a large guild. How did you know to seek me out? If words had physical weight, An Sangmun felt like he would be crushed by Jinwoo's. What is this pressure? It appeared that the man sitting across from him registered him as an enemy. Now that he thought about, he did place a tail on Jinwoo and had asked to meet him out of nowhere. Looking at it from Jinwoo's perspective, it was reasonable that his actions would invite hostility. An Sangmun started explaining in panic. Please don't misunderstand. We did not purposefully single you out for investigation. It's just that someone was taking up all the C-rank gates in our guild's territory, and when we looked into it, your name came up. Jinwoo looked away into the distance. So that's what it was. Contrary to what he had thought, it appeared that the man sitting across from him did not start an investigation after realizing the truth about him. Jinwoo was just naturally noticed after completing a rapid succession of raids. I don't particularly sense any bad intentions from him. Jinwoo relaxed his expression slightly. The nervousness between the two men eased up as well. Phew. An Sangmun sighed in his head. But all he had accomplished was bringing their relationship back to neutral. Now would begin the real trial of earning Jinwoo's faith. There's no better way to earn someone's trust than sharing information. An Sangmun was a recruitment specialist. He erased his panicked expression and put on his smile again. This might be a top secret information, but we're well aware of Chairman Yu Meng'en's plans to make a new guild. Jinwoo neither confirmed nor denied, and Sangman continued. And when we noted Yu Jino, the man's son, and Hunter Sung Jinwoo Nim had made contact, we were able to piece together a conclusion. Hunter Sung Jinwoo Nim is a reawakened hunter, and Yujin Construction wanted you for their guild, as expected, and Sangman thought that he was a reawakened hunter. Well, I'll let him believe that. Jinwoo had no reasons to contradict him, and Sangman quickly added, we had hoped to speak to you before you signed an official contract with Yujin. That's why we contacted you out of the blue like this. We apologize again for our rudeness. It's alright. It would have been different if they had approached him with ill intent, but now that they were apologizing like this, there was no need for Jinwoo to be angry. More importantly, how to handle this now? This was Jinwoo's quandary. Noticing his hesitation, and Sangman spoke up again. Have you by any chance signed the contract with Yujin Construction? Perhaps the man thought he had. Seeing his hesitation, Jinwoo shook his head, and Sangman, who had looked a little defeated, immediately became happy. Perfect. He is a free agent. This was the chance to obtain a Hunterwood could solo clear a C-rank dungeon in just 30 minutes. Although a D-ranker had followed him into the dungeon, to a man who was above B rank, the D-ranker would have been nothing more than a baggage boy. Imagine if Sung Jinwoo retests as an ranker under the BKO Guild. And Sangman kept suppressing his smile and struggled to keep a calm expression. 3. Meanwhile, Jinwoo was scratching his chin. This man, he's counting the chickens before they've hatched. Well, BKO wouldn't be that bad. It was one of the top 5 guilds and was even gunning for the #1 spot. But right now, Jinwoo had no desire to enter a guild. My value only rises as I level up. Additionally, although it may be far down the road, just like how I'm solo clearing a C-rank dungeon right now, what if I can eventually solo clear a B rank, maybe even N rank dungeon? The income from the high-ranking dungeons surpassed imagination. Conquering those dungeons is what allowed the large guilds to grow as powerful as big corporations. When you considered the high-quality magic cores, magic beast corpses, minerals, runestones and artifacts, an astronomical amount of money was involved in the hunter-related businesses. If he could maintain a monopoly of all the income from the dungeon, was there a reason he should join a guild? As long as I keep leveling up, it's not an impossible scenario. As such, it was too early for him to go into a guild. The corners of Jinwoo's mouth rose, mistaking his smile for good news, and Sangman also smiled. Have you made your decision? You said double the price, right? Yes, of course, and if we feel that the price is lacking compared to Hunter Nim's abilities, we may even raise it higher. Then what is the value of the building BKO is using as its headquarters? And Sangman froze for a second. Is he questioning our guild's financial power? Well, there was no need to panic. This was an opportunity to show off the guild. There was no need to hide or hold his tongue, and Sangman was rather glad for the opportunity. The estimated value is about 50 billion. We're not using the entire building, but the deed is under our name, and Sangman spoke with pride. In the past, they had rented their office in the building, but when the guild solidified its position in the country, they outright purchased it. It took them 1 year to achieve this feat. It was a testament to just how much the large guilds earned, and Sangman was ready to go into details about BKO's finances and income but froze when Jinwoo spoke. That building, could you give it to me? What? And Sangman's eyes were wide open. He doubted his hearing and asked, what do you mean by that? Jinwoo happily explained. Yujin promised me a building worth 30 billion on their end. Although it's not quite double, I'd be happy to accept a price of 50 billion from BKO's building. 30 billion? Sung Jinwoo's hunter career was 4 years old, but that was as an E-rank hunter. He had not done anything noticeable until recently, meaning his reawakening must be just as recent. So just what kind of a power did this man display that Yu Meng'en, a man known for his business AC.U.Men, would offer him 30 billion won? And even before he got retested, is he bluffing since we have no way of confirming? And Sangman stared at Jinwoo with a suspicious gaze. As if reading his mind, Jinwoo took out his phone and made a call. Ring ring, click. Yes, Hyungnam. It was dinner time, and the cafe was near empty. Jinwoo purposely put the volume on the highest setting. Jino, let me ask you something. Of course, anything, Hyungnam. Jino, as in you Jino? And Sangmin gulped. Is he planning on ratting me out to you Jino? But his guess was off. Instead, Jinwoo brought up a different topic. That building you promised me, how much was it again? Translator's notes. 1. Hunters, Grim Reaper, Knights, Myungs, Go, Hunters, literal English of hunters, including the plural form, Hun plus Tu plus S's. Not gonna lie, it's going to be headache to distinguish this from the profession of hunter from now on. I shouldn't have capitalized the word hunter. Grim Reaper, this word could be interpreted in few ways. 4G.O.ds, Death God, Envoy. I chose Death God greater than Grim Reaper. Knights, lit, knighthood or knight core. Myungs, just appears to be a proper noun. Name, Go, could be translated as White Tiger, which actually fits really well. I chose to leave it in Korean to give weight to the relationship between the guild name and the guild master. 2. Second Management Division. 2. Number 2 plus Administrative, Management Division, Department. 3/r/premature celebration, Chapter 42. The current estimates put it at 30 billion, but once we establish our guild there, the value is sure to go up greatly. Hyungnam, right. Do you need a copy of our agreement? Should I fax it over to you? Hold on. Jinwoo covered the bottom of the phone so he could not be heard. If you don't believe me, would you like to speak to him directly? And Sangmin shook his head while sweating. No, it's all right. I'm hanging up. Yes, Hyungnam. After Jinwoo ended the call, he noted An Sangmin's expression had completely changed from before. The man's eyes were shaking lightly. Even before they made the guild, Eugene Construction promised him 30 billion as the contract fee, and the respectful way that the chairman's son was addressing him, An Sangmin's head was spinning. So that amount is a bit beyond my authority to decide. If you just gave us some time to talk it over. Jinwoo cut him off. Then our conversation ends here. And Sangmin was at a loss for words. He weakly nodded and realized that he had failed. Ultimately, it was because of the lack of information. He was angry that he had rushed all of this. He was blinded by the prospect of a big windfall and moved too carelessly. If only he had investigated Eugene's offer more thoroughly and worked with the guild to proceed. I have to report this to the guild master. If Jinwoo was a hunter worth 30 billion to Chairman Yu Myungin, he could be worth 50. Maybe even 100 billion. It was not too late. Once I obtain the guild's support, I'll investigate him more thoroughly and approach with more aggression next time. Jinwoo interrupted his thoughts. I wanted to ask one thing, and Sangmin raised his head. The smile had disappeared from Jinwoo's face. Today had a warm spring weather, but suddenly, his surroundings became cold. Gulp. How many people know about me? Right now, it's just me. I had rushed in the attempt to recruit Hunter Nim, and I didn't have the time to report this to the higher-ups. Truthfully, there was one other, his subordinate and right-hand man, Hyun Jae-kyol. But An Sangmin hid the man's existence in case Jinwoo became angry. However, Jinwoo spoke again with a more threatening tone. Why don't we respect each other and avoid telling lies? An Sangmin panicked. What? Did he come here with some information about us? If that was the case, making excuses right now would worsen their relationship. Guess I'll have to come clean. The relationship between a hunter and a guild was like that of a celebrity and their agent. Even if they could not recruit Jinwoo right now, it would be a good idea to maintain a friendly relationship for the future. At the very least, they would have to avoid any friction with a hunter. This was the ironclad rule of the Second Management Division. And Sangmin spoke. Truthfully, one of my subordinates is also aware. But I swear that he is the only other. Jinwoo nodded. As I thought. It was as he had guessed. All of this would be too much for one man to handle. The investigation, the surveillance and the contact. The D.A.M.Ning evidence was the contact. He was called right as he got home. Someone must have been watching me and gave the signal. They were eager to meet with him but could not afford to tip off Eugino. But at the very least, I've confirmed that it's not the entire Bko Guild moving after me." He was able to discern this from Man Sangman's reaction to the 50 billion earlier. The man had panicked when Jinwoo brought up an amount that he did not have the authority to agree to. If the guild's higher-ups were involved, the man would have at least made an effort to contact them then and there, and so, Jinwoo suspected that there was only a small team involved, and as he thought, it was indeed just 2 people. That's good. He did not want to complicate his situation. If it was just 2, it was an amount that he could deal with. If he did nothing, he was sure that it would become a headache down the road. So Jinwoo decided to leave them with a little warning. "If I'm being honest as well, I've also rejected Yujin's offer." At Jinwoo's explosive confession, An Sangman sat straight up. "What?" Suddenly, Jinwoo disappeared before his eyes. "What?" An Sangman stood up in shock. He quickly looked around but did not see the hunter's figure. What was that? Did he move faster than my eyes could follow? While panicking, An Sangman realized too late that someone had placed a hand on his shoulder. Gasp! A cold chill ran down his back. "Don't turn around!" A voice came from his side. Jinwoo, who had disappeared without a trace, was standing right next to him. Stealth? An Sangman's brows were dripping with cold sweat. He's not mad at me, is he? In many ways, hunters were monstrous existences, and the man who worked close to them knew this better than anyone else. That's why he had always put on the most respectful attitude towards them. Is he mad at the surveillance and the tailing? Should I have brought a bodyguard from the guild? No, wait, I don't even know the man's ranking. How could I ask for a bodyguard? His head spun with many thoughts and his heart was beating like it was about to explode. Every time he gulped, he was surprised at how loud it sounded in his head. Jinwoo spoke with a quiet voice. "Why don't you take a seat?" Slowly. "I don't want to give you a fright." An Sangman nodded. "Sir, this situation is already plenty frightening." He complied and slowly sat down on his seat. Jinwoo reappeared and took a seat next to him. "I see." An Sangman understood what Jinwoo had meant. Earlier, when Jinwoo spoke about asking one question, the air itself became cold in response. In this tense situation, if Jinwoo reappeared in front of him and met his eyes directly, he probably would have had a heart attack. Is this his way of giving me room to breathe? Still, the situation was definitely frightening. Regardless, Jinwoo spoke. "The reason why I had refused Yujin's offer was because I don't plan on entering a guild for the time being." The 2 men did not face each other, and instead, continued their conversation while facing forward. Is that so?" And Jinwoo paused for a beat and continued. "I don't want the number of people who know about me to increase." What he wanted was simple. He did not want to enter a guild, and he did not want his information to leak. An Sangman understood what Jinwoo was asking. However, there was one curious thing. Then, why are you raiding with Yujino? "I'm helping Yujino out of personal reasons." He was the only one who knew about my reawakening, and I thought of him as a trustworthy friend. And so, Jinwoo spoke his next words with weight. "If I ever hear about myself from someone else, would it be okay to add assume that it's because of Chief An Sangman and your subordinate?" Jinwoo had removed his hand from An Sangman's shoulder a while ago, but the man continued to feel pressured just from his voice. This is not a bluff. What was this feeling? Despite being backed by one of the top guilds of Korea, An Sangman was certain that Jinwoo was someone who would be able to go through with his threat. "I have never been wrong about a person." Jinwoo had repeatedly come out unharmed through multiple incidents. They say what happens in a dungeon stays in the dungeon. Body knew exactly what this man did in the dungeon in those incidents. On top of that, this man can use stealth. The stealth was a troublesome skill. A person with that skill could freely commit crimes without leaving a trace. It bypassed stall surveillance and monitoring equipment. A streak of sweat trailed down on the side of An Sangman's face. To think that he had such a skill, possessing great abilities and a rare skill. It made perfect sense that Yujin had offered him 30 billion. They are not a company to overpay for something. Badum. Even though he was afraid, An Sangman could not help but feel excited. He opened his mouth with effort. I swear my silence on this matter. I'll make sure to thoroughly silence Jaikyal. No, my subordinate as well. To be honest, An Sangman was the one who wanted to bring up the idea of silence. Jinwoo was a hidden treasure that no one else had discovered. An Sangman did not want to invite unnecessary competition by spreading the news about his existence. If I'm being really honest, it's because I don't want to make an enemy out of him. I'll place my faith in you, Chief. With that, the presence of the man next to An Sangman completely disappeared. An Sangman looked around, but the cafe was deserted as if he was transported to a different world. The man could not speak, only heave a deep sigh. Hyun Jae-kyul ran into the cafe. The subordinate was watching the pair's meeting, but when Jinwoo disappeared into thin air, he decided to hurry to the side of his superior. Chief, An Sangman's expression was not good. Hyun Jae-kyul asked with concern. What happened? Did it not go well with Sung Jinwoo? An Sangman took out a cigarette with a shaking hand and placed it in his mouth. Jae-kyul, we might have come across something bigger than we thought. They had to obtain this treasure. An Sangman's head was filled to the brim with thoughts on how to obtain Sung Jinwoo. Thankfully, there was still a chance. Suddenly, Hyun Jae-kyul gently grabbed An Sangman's wrist. Chief. An Sangman was about to light up his cigarette and raised his head. Hyun Jae-kyul looked around and carefully whispered, "It's no smoking in here." An Sangman crumpled up the cigarette in his hand. King son of. The first thing Jinwoo did after coming home was to open up his status screen. Ring, name, Sung Jinwoo, level, 39, Cla.S.S, none, T.I.L. Wolfslayer, HP, 7229, MP, 683, Fatigue, 0, Stats, Strength, 97, Tuition, 59, Agility, 97, Intelligence, 51, Sense, 81, Available Stat Points, 0, Physical Damage Reduction, 20%, Skills, Pa.S.Civ Skills, Unknown, LV. Max, Unyielding Spirit, LV. 1. Advanced Dagger, Proficiency, LV. 1. Active Skills, Sprint, LV. 2. Bloodl.U.S.T. LV. 1. Stealth, LV. 1. Vital Stab, LV. 1. Equipment, Gatekeeper's Necklace, A. I suppose all this is bound to catch someone's eye. Chapter 43. From 27 to 39, he had gained 12 levels. Other than the time he had entered his first instant dungeon at level 1 and left at level 17, he had not gained levels this fast before. Even more so, he was a much lower level back then and was expected to level up faster. This was not the case for him right now. As such, all this could be attributed to the number of raids he had completed with Eugenio. It's been 4 days since we started raiding together. We've gone through 9 dungeons in those 4 days, and those 9 dungeons were C-rank dungeons, the highest difficulty possible for a solo clear. It was indeed a crazy speed. However, to the other hunters who needed C-rank gates, it was as if a disaster had fallen upon them. Even Eugenio, who had watched Jinwoo's increasing clear times, was impressed. Of course, all of this made sense to Jinwoo. After all, with each level up, clearing the same difficulty became easier. 12 levels from 9 dungeons, it was practically 1 level up per dungeon, and there were 10 raids remaining. If he completed the 19 raids he had promised to Eugenio, he could probably go up another 4 or 5 levels. He recalled defeating a B-rank hunter when his level was in the 20s. He was no longer sure how powerful had become. My heart is beating. Jinwoo placed a hand over his heart. He felt its vigorous beating. Ba-dum ba-dum ba-dum. It was an exciting feeling to experience the growth of his strength day by day. All of this was something he couldn't even dream of in the past. To think that he would actually enjoy entering a gate and raiding a dungeon. It's because I can confirm my strength each time. As he leveled up, as his attributes increased, hunting the magic beasts gave him assurance of his changed strength. Hunting. He truly had felt that he had become a hunter. The idea of hunting was no longer awkward to him. Now, he had a new goal. The Demon Castle. He was level 21 when he had first entered it. Since then, He had gained nearly 20 levels. Jinwoo wondered if this would be enough, but then thought back on the Cerberus and became unsure. If I entered through the castle gates and was met with something that I could not run from, he shuddered. It would be good if he could escape using the stealth skill, but even that was not a guaranteed possibility. You could be successful 10 times in a row, but a single mistake could cost you your life. That was the hunter's life. So he needed a complete A.S. assurance. The A.S. assurance that he could fight something like the Cerberus and win. Cerberus' name was in red. The monster's difficulty was clad.S.sified by the color of its name. Outside of the demon castle, Jinwoo had yet to see another monster with a red name. The other instant dungeons he had entered so far all had low-level monsters, including the Mri Mall today. But something was off. What is it? When he thought about the idea that he had only seen a monster with a red name in the demon castle, something felt off, as if he was forgetting something. Have I seen a red name monster outside of the demon castle? That was impossible. Even at level 21, he had almost died while fighting the Cerberus. If he had met a red name monster before that, he would have surely died. Ah, Jinwoo gasped in disbelief. Yes, indeed there was a time where he ran from a red-named monster until he was about to die. The penalty quest. The centipedes he had encountered in that desert had red names. Poison Fang Giant Sand Centipede. Because of the time that had Pa.S. doubled up with the fact that he had no idea what was happening at the time, the memory of those monsters had faded in Jinwoo's head. If I can take those centipedes down easily, then he would earn the A.S. assurance that he could raid the demon castle. Since there was more than one centipede, he could even test himself against multiple enemies. The problem was how he would go back there. Is skipping out on the daily quest the only way? There was not that much loss involved. He would still earn the same amount of stat points, even if it was the penalty quest. Let's try for the penalty zone tomorrow. To think that he would skip the daily quest so he could get the penalty quest. Jinwoo thought back on the time he ran for his life and chuckled. I wonder if they'll give experience and items. Jinwoo couldn't help but smile. At that time, Jinwoo felt a presence of someone getting out of the elevator at the end of the hallway outside. It was the light footsteps of a girl. Her walk was familiar to him. It's Jinna. It was 11 o'clock at night, about time for his sister to come home. Jinwoo got up and opened the door before she could even get the keys out of her pocket. Ooh, Jinna jokingly praised her brother. The first time he did this, she nearly jumped out of her skin. But she had gotten accustomed to this method of greeting. They say human beings can get used to anything. I'm home. Welcome. Jinna happily greeted her brother, then walked to her room. She was about to close the door, then stopped. Uppa. She stuck her head out of her room. Do you have any free time this week? This week? Why? The teacher asked me to ask you for a parent-guardian meeting. One can't be helped if you're not free, though. As if her teacher had sent her on an important mission, Jinna looked nervous. Parent/guardian meeting. As a senior in high school, Jinna must have been busy with school. He wanted to make an excuse that he did not have the time, but thanks to someone, he did have a day he was completely free. Sigh. Eugino, you're no help at all, Jinwoo replied after giving it some thought. Thursday. Really? Thanks. Uppa. Jinna's expression brightened. Feeling like she was about to run over and give him a hug, Jinwoo held up a hand. Che. Jinna scrunched her face at him and closed the door. Jinwoo sighed at his situation. On top of the non-stop raids, he wanted to visit the penalty zone, and now, he had to go to a parent-guardian meeting on Thursday. It was going to be a busy week. -8. Clad.S. Advancement Quest 2. Jinwoo left his house early in the morning. Today's schedule was packed with work. Eugino had told him that they had reserved 4 gates. As they would be taking a break tomorrow, the young man wanted to take care of 2 days' worth of raids in one day. Well, when I think about the recent clear speeds, he could certainly pull off 4 or 5 raids in a day. The only limiting factor was the number of C-rank gates appearing in a same area. So today was a rather lucky day. He happily walked towards outside of the apartment, but he did not see Eugino's bongo that would always be waiting for him. On top of that, he felt an unfamiliar presence nearby. TSK, if it wasn't for what happened yesterday, he would have given it no thought. But not after that meeting. I even warned them. Jinwoo discovered his watcher hiding around the corner. The man in a business suit was checking the time on his watch and did not notice Jinwoo approaching him. Jinwoo spoke up right in front of the man. "Excuse me." The man jumped in surprise. Hunter Sung Jinwoo Nam. He looked like he had seen a ghost. "Well, that's why I hid my presence." Jinwoo clicked his tongue on the inside. "You're from Go Guild, right?" "Ah, yes, I'm Hyun Jae-kyul of Go Guild's second management division." This appeared to be the subordinate that An Sangman was talking about yesterday. "Pleased to meet you, Hunter Nam." Hyun Jae-kyul cautiously held out a hand. He was asking for a handshake, but Jinwoo was not in the mood. Seeing Jinwoo just stare without reciprocating, Hyun Jae-kyul turned red and retracted his hand. "Didn't I make it clear that I won't be entering a guild for the time being?" Hyun Jae-kyul frantically held out a hand. "Ah, that's not why I'm here." Then, the man held out a tumbler he was holding in the other hand. "What's this?" In the frosted sides of the tumbler, Jinwoo saw a strange colorful liquid. Hyun Jae-kyul held his head up with pride and replied, "It's vegetable juice. I personally made it, and I can guarantee its quality." Hyun Jae-kyul did not lower his hand this time. Jinwoo relented and took the tumbler from him. "So, you're telling me you've been waiting since dawn, just to give me this?" "Yes." Hunter Nam has to think about his health. After all, Jinwoo wanted to ask why Go Guild would be concerned with his health but stopped himself. Hyun Jae-kyul bowed his head then smiled brightly as he walked away. "Then, I'll see you again, Hunter Nam." The man waved to him as he disappeared in the distance. Jinwoo waved the tumbler back at him. What an amusing man. After Hyun Jae-kyul left, Jinwoo stared at the tumbler. He had heard of insurance salesmen who tried to earn brownie points with a potential customer with store-bought yogurt, but that man was probably the first in history to bring handmade vegetable juice to a potential customer. "Well, I shouldn't throw it away. It probably wasn't poisoned." Not that it would work against him. He thought to at least give the taste a try. Gulp. Jinwoo drank the juice and was surprised. "It's delicious." A familiar voice came from behind him. Hyungnam. Turning around, he saw Yoo Jino approaching him. Brightly smiling as always, the young man gestured towards the direction Hyun Jae-kyul had walked away to. "Hyungnam, who was that just now? I saw him standing around for a while." Jinwoo's reply was short. "An insurance salesman." "Ah." As expected, Yoo Jino accepted the explanation without a doubt. Jinwoo looked around and asked, "Where's your car?" If the young man had seen Hyun Jae-kyul waiting for him, that meant he must have been also waiting around nearby, but Jinwoo did not see his ride. "I parked it way over there, Hyungnam." "Why? Haven't there been reports of a serial killer in this area?" "I'm not from around here, so people were looking at me strangely." Jinwoo nodded, understanding. It was an incident making its round in the news. The victims were mostly young women. They said there were already 2 murders just this month. Of course, if people saw a strange bongo parked at the entrance of the apartment, it made sense the neighbors would be suspicious. Jinwoo drank the last drops of the juice and started walking towards where Yoo Jino had parked the car. "Let's go." "Yes, Hyungnam." The magic beasts this time were lizardmen. As their name implied, the lizardmen were humanoids in the shape of lizards. Walking on 2 feet, they used both weapons and occasionally magic. The lizardmen magicians were few in number, but they were an annoying enemy. 2 Fireb.A.L.L.S appeared in the lizardman magician's hands. "Magic?" As Jinwoo tried to approach the caster, the 2 lizardmen that were standing guard at its side raised their spears. Their reptilian reflexes were fast. Jinwoo leaped backwards to dodge their spears, but the Fireb.A.L.L.S launched themselves at him, one after the other. "Whoosh, Hyungnam, watch out!" Yoo Jinwoo screamed from a distance. Bang! The cave shook with the explosion. Translator's notes. 1. Parent, guardian meeting, students parent plus discussion, counseling. As high school students near their graduation and prepare for college in Korea, parent, guardians are often called to the school to sit down and discuss the student's future prospects with their homeroom teacher. 2. CLA.S.S advancement, lit. To change jobs. I've translated job as CLA.S.S in his status screen. Chapter 44. An eye-watering smoke filled the room. Cough, cough. Eugenio covered his face with a hand and coughed, but he was more worried about Jinwoo than himself. The Lizardman magician's attack was dangerous, and his Hyung appeared to have caught the brunt of it. Fortunately, Jinwoo appeared from the smoke, looking unharmed. Eugenio was amazed. Sasuga Hyungnam. They say the Lizardmen were one of the toughest magic beasts to face in a C-rank dungeon, but Jinwoo had skillfully dodged a Lizardman magician's attack without having a hair on him harmed. Somehow, it felt like the man was becoming faster every day. It can't be, right? Jinwoo spat out small bits of rocks from his mouth. Spit. The spit on the ground was black. These B.A.S.T.A.R.ds. A mere lizardman using paltry tricks forced him to breathe in some smoke. Jinwoo was annoyed by this, and it showed on his face. Bloodl.U.S.T. has been activated. His wide-open eyes radiated a powerful, murderous rage. Fear has been inflicted. The targets will lose 50% of all attributes for 1 minute. The Lizardman hit with the Bloodl.U.S.T. Panicked. Suwak. 1. Shiraka. Jinwoo took advantage of the chaos and threw Kasaka's poisoned fang. The dagger flew in a straight line, right into the forehead of one of the lizard spearmen. Stab. In their debuffed state, Jinwoo's dagger was too fast to avoid. Sakwa. Watching his comrade fall, the other lizard spearman roared with anger and thrust his spear, but his weapon struck nothing but air. Jinwoo had already disappeared into thin air. Shirukaneka. The lizardman magician shouted with panic. Shirukaneka. As the magician repeated his words to the spearman, the warrior lizard turned to the magician and let out a beastly roar. Saakwa. The spearman bared his teeth and approached the magician. The magician did not lose in fighting spirit. Swearak. Suddenly, cock. A hole appeared in the spearman's chest. The blood spilled all over the magician, who took a step back in surprise. Suwak. Shuu. As stealth was released, the spear that had pierced the lizard spearman's chest showed its form. The hands wielding it belonged to Jinwoo. He let go of the weapon, and both it and the corpse stuck to it dropped to the ground. Thud. While the body fell, Jinwoo resummoned Kasaka's poisoned fang from the other corpse's forehead back into his hand. Suwak. The lizardman magician's hands collected fire again. Jinwoo had no intentions of letting the thing annoy him again. Sprint. The distance between him and the lizard shrank in an instant. The lizard magician's eyes widened. Its reptilian eyes were rather unpleasant. Flare. Jinwoo easily dodged its flames and appeared behind the magician's back. Before the lizardman realized what happened, Kasaka's poisoned fang was sticking out of its spine. Vital stab. Stab. The magician screamed. Kayak. The second time it was stabbed, the scream was a lot shorter. Stab. Cock. The lizardman magician threw up blood and fell. Thud. In his head, Jinwoo pumped his fists. It was a clean fight. Alrighty. As if congratulating him, the system's electronic tone rang. Ring. You've leveled up. The player has reached a milestone level. 2. A familiar message and an unfamiliar one. A milestone level? At this point, Jinwoo had no idea what this meant. But reading the messages that followed, Jinwoo's heartbeat raced to the point it was almost hurting. He had to spend some mental effort to try and calm himself. Ring. The CLA.S.S advancement quest has arrived. 3. Would you like to accept Y/N CLA.S.S CLA.S.S advancement quest? Up until now, he had focused on his levels and stats and did not give much thought to a certain part of his status screen. Name: Sung Jinwoo. Level: 40. CLA.S.S None. The third line of his status screen, CLA.S.S. If there is such a thing as CLA.S.S advancement quest instead of none, it would finally be the opportunity to place a different word there. He would obtain a CLA.S.S. In most video games, The player character had a lot of choices in choosing their class.s. The system that operated like a video game should be the same. Ba-dum. His heartbeat was roaring. In the face of another opportunity to become stronger, he could not calm himself. Would you like to accept Y/N? The Y/N kept blinking in front of his eyes. Of course it's yes. What kind of an idiot would throw this chance away? Jinwoo prepared to accept the quest, but stopped instinctively. Wait, there was no knowing what kind of a quest he would receive. The instinctive hesitation was followed by a feeling of caution. We're inside a dungeon right now. They were in the most dangerous place in the world right now. Even if he had gotten used to the C-rank dungeons, a dungeon was a dungeon. There was no need to ignorantly invite danger here. On top of that, Yu Jino was also here. It wasn't that he didn't trust the young man, but there was no need to clue him in on the system or show him a strange phenomenon that may appear when he accepted the quest. Things might get complicated if he did. Also, the quest might result in Jino becoming hurt. What if the quest suddenly sp.a.w.ned monsters? Well, just that would be fine. He just had to take them down as fast as possible. But from his experience, a mere monster hunting was not the limit of the quests. For example, the 2 emergency quests he had to complete. This quest might tell me to kill the nearest hunter next to me. It was a faint possibility, probably not a realistic one, but Jinwoo was not about to risk it. While he was lost in thought, Eugenia ran up to him. Hyungnam. It looked like the Lizardman magician's last attack landed near the young man. His face was covered with soot and dust. I just saw you disappear and reappear. You had a skill like that? Despite of his dirtied face, Eugenia's eyes were sparkling with awe. It seemed that the young man was fascinated by seeing the rare skill. I'm more fascinated by your face right now. Instead of replying, Jinwoo took out a handkerchief from his inventory. It was one of the random items received from a daily quest. Hyungnam. Jinwoo roughly wiped Eugenia's face with the handkerchief. OF, MMPH. The clean, white handkerchief quickly turned black. Jinwoo handed the item to Eugenia. The young man looked at the dirty cloth and realized what his face was like. He walked away and quietly cleaned his face. Jino. Yes, Hyungnam. Something came up. Eugenia turned his face towards him with surprising alacrity. Do you have to go? After finishing up here, I understand. I'll cancel the reservation on the remaining gates. Eugenia did not want to show Jinwoo his disappointment, but he deeply regretted the fact that they would have to give up on the remaining 3 gates. I'm starting to run out of funds. To the young man who did not particularly have a source of income, the funds for his plan came from the allowance that he had saved up until now. Because he was acting without his father's knowledge, he could not easily access the family's money in his plan. If he cancelled the reservations, he would not be able to get the fees back. It would be money down the drain. Because of the unusual method in their rating, he had to spend a lot more than he had budgeted for. To think that he would be wasting the reservation fees for today. Eugenia's shoulders sunk. But Jinwoo replied with a calm expression. Why would you cancel it? It's so wasteful. Eugenia tilted his head in confusion. If we reserve a gate and not enter it in 2 days, the rating rights are automatically forfeited. Hyungnam. Of course Jinwoo knew this basic fact of hunting. Leave it to me. Did he have a plan? Eugenia was curious. At the same time, he felt strangely proud of his reliable Hyung. Go Guild headquarters. Chief An. Is your head on straight? A loud berating was heard from the 2nd Management Division office. The owner of the voice was BQ Uno. He was BKO's guild master, and the one who acted as the organization's president. As often is the case, when someone who was basically the head of a company came down to a lower floor, it was not a good thing. What do you mean we still don't have a gate for new recruit training? We've already pushed the training back 4 days. The employees of the 2nd Management Division could not raise their eyes. They all looked away, hoping to avoid the guild master's wrath. In front of BQ Uno, An Sangman was receiving the verbal abuse with his head lowered. Unlike his subordinate Hyun Jae-kyol, An Sangman did not have the ability to skillfully steer the conversation to calm the wrath of the other person. In times like these, His best response was just to endure it with a closed mouth. Ignoring the man's feelings, BQ Uno angrily waved the division's report that had found its way to his desk this morning. What kind of an excuse is this? Some other team was bidding too high, so we couldn't reserve any. Is our guild lacking funds? Is the other team some chaeble's son? And Sangman really wanted to speak up at that last sentence, but the man held his silence with an iron will. He remembered the promise with Jinwoo: if I open my mouth now, the tropic will naturally change to huge. I know. Unsung Jinwoo, not knowing just how much Aunt Sangman's insides were in turmoil, BQ Uno continued his shouting. The S-ranker's roaring voice was enough to almost chase away the entire room. I don't care if it's 100 or 200 million. Reserve a DAMN gate. Do you understand? It was in that moment, and Sangman's phone rang. Sorry I couldn't pick up earlier, I was meeting my friends. Shy tilde. 4. He glanced at the caller and opened his eyes wide in surprise. Guildmaster, I have to pick this up. Timing was the key to the main purpose of the 2nd Management Division. New recruit scouting, and Sangman was the boss of that division. No matter what kind of a mistake the man had made, it would be the height of foolishness to not let him do his job. Well, pick it up. BQ Uno gave a blunt permission, and Sangman apologetically bowed his head to the guildmaster, then answered the phone. H.D.L.Low. This is BGO Guilds and Sangman. BQ Uno watched the man with his arms crossed. Yes, I understand. I'll come right over. Please wait right there. After hanging up, and Sangman immediately spoke up. Guildmaster, I have to leave on an urgent business. The ace of the 2nd Management Division. If that An Sangman spoke of an urgent business, even in this situation where he was being berated, BQ Uno's face relaxed ever so slightly. Is it related to new recruit scouting? Yes, sir. Looking at the man's confident and determined face, BQ Uno realized something, and the division chief himself is going? It meant that the target was not an ordinary hunter. BQ Uno's face that was filled with rage suddenly showed a smile. How could I stop the recruitment specialist from doing his job? Don't worry about here and go. Do your thing. Translator's notes. 1. Random noises made by the lizardman. 2. Milestone level, demanded. Asked plus level in English. Contextually changed it up to a milestone instead. 3. Cla.s.s advancement, I've mentioned this before, but the literal meaning is to change jobs. I've taken a translator's liberty and changed job into Cla.s.s. No real impact on the story. 4. I took the translation directly from a K-pop lyric translation website. For those of you into K-pop, yes, and Sangman is a once. Chapter 45, and Sangman bowed his head once more, then quickly call over to Hyun Jae-kyul. Deputy Hyun, grab the contract and the seals. 1. Yes sir. The man finished his preparations in an instant. As the two men quickly left the office, BQ Uno asked an employee standing nearby, what just happened? Just what kind of a recruit is it, that Chief An moved like that? The man he asked turned to a female coworker for help, but she shook her head. I don't know either. Her eyes told him. Sigh. FL.U.S. Dared. The man scratched the back of his head and spoke with difficulty. I'm not sure. He expected the wrath of the guildmaster to come down upon him next, but the guildmaster did not say anything. He is even hiding it from his subordinates. Is that it? BQ Uno put a hand on his chin. One of the crucial pieces that built BGO to what it was today was Chief An Sangman, and if such a man was this focused on his task, did our Chief An come across something big? BQ Uno's lips widened to a bright smile. What kind of coffee is this bitter? Jinwoo scrunched his face. Compared to a can of coffee from a vending machine, this espresso he had ordered tasted more like a medicine. On top of that, it was so expensive. You know how many canned coffees I could buy with 6,001, as he considered how much sugar he would have to add to get it to the level of a canned coffee? And Sangman and Hyun Jae-kyul entered the cafe. Over here, Jinwoo waved his hand, and Sangman and Hyun Jae-kyul discovered Jinwoo after looking around the shop and smiled. They looked like they were about to win big on some lottery. "We didn't think we'd see you again so soon." And Sangman greeted Jinwoo and sat across from him. His subordinate sat down next to the division chief. Jinwoo greeted them with a light nod of the head. "They say to strike while the iron's hot." And Sangman immediately began to take out the contract as he sat down. "So first, we'll go over the contractual conditions." The man's eagerness was blinding, but Jinwoo firmly cut him off. "I'm not here for a contract today." The hand that was taking out the contract froze. Hyun Jae-kyul's expression equally hardened, as if someone had pressed a pause B.U.T.ton on his life. And Sangman spoke while his hands were still frozen on the half-revealed .U. Ments. "Then what business do you have with the BGO Guild?" As his expectations were large, so was his disappointment. The new recruit that had approached them of his own will rejected the contract as soon as he saw it. It couldn't have been that he changed his mind in that instant. "I'm here to help you both." Huh? Both of the BGO employees reacted in the same way. The pair looked at each other, then back at Jinwoo. Jinwoo continued at the confused pair. "You told me that because our side was taking up all the C-rank gates, you were having some issues with new recruit training, right?" "That's right. Even if we don't have a C-rank gate, we can't exactly take new recruits into a higher level dungeon, and that's why I'm here." And Sangman was confused. "I'm afraid I don't follow." Jinwoo decided he had teased them enough and got to the point. "We currently have 3 C-rank gates reserved. I'd like to sell the rating rights to the BGO Guild." Hyun Jae-kyul opened his mouth in understanding. The two men from BGO finally understood why Jinwoo was here, and Sangman put away the contract and asked, "If you wanted to help us, wouldn't it have been better to just not reserve them in the first place?" Jinwoo shook his head. "We have a need to reserve a lot of C-rank gates for a while." "Then why today?" Jinwoo smiled widely. "Well, I wanted to help you two out." Should they believe him? And Sangman started to run all sorts of possibilities in his head, but Jinwoo continued, "Of course, this offer is only for today. We can't put it off forever after all. If you miss this offer, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to reserve a C-rank gate for a while." It was the way home shopping channel salesmen would speak when a sale was about to expire. And Sangman fell into contemplation. It wasn't as if gates only appeared in the capital area. If they became desperate, they could go to other regions to train their new recruits. However, such a method might invite complaint from that region's guilds or private parties. Not only that, doing so would give off a hint of weakness to the other top guilds. They would basically be announcing that they did not have the power to train their new recruits in their own territory. That would be disgraceful. It was the truth. What kind of a recruit would want to enter a guild that was belittled by the other top guilds? This is why a guild's image was important. Alright, after giving it some thought, and Sangman made a decision. "We'll buy the rating rights. 3 C-rank gates should just be enough for us." "How much for all of them?" BGO Guild certainly had the funds to fight for the gates going forward, but it would neither be worth it to get into a battle of finances against Yujin Construction nor sour their relationship with Jinwoo. So if Jinwoo was offering to turn over the gates, shouldn't they be thankful? They were not thankful for his asking price. "How about 300 million per gate? So 900 million total." "Hyuk." Both of the employees made a same noise. "That's a little." Hyun Jae-kyul started to protest, but An Sangman quickly stopped him. This was just like their first meeting. Back then, Jinwoo ended the discussion after BGO was unable to meet his asking price. They could not miss an opportunity like this. If they did, it would become very difficult to reserve a C-rank gate in the area. Worst case scenario, they would have to go to the other regions to train their new recruits. "I'll at least have to try a counter-offer." It was too early to end the negotiations. Still, 300 million for a single gate was too much. According to their recent investigation, Yujino's team bought the gates for 100 million each. Jinwoo was asking for 3 times that amount, and Sangman was sure Jinwoo knew as much. He probably gave a high number, expecting us to negotiate it down. The division chief remembered his guild master's words as he left the office. "I don't care if it's 100 or 200 million. reserve a DAMN gate. Do you understand? This was as good as receiving permission from the company president. Since the rest of the second management division heard the same thing, the guildmaster would probably not retract his words, and Sankman gulped and gave a counter-offer. 300 is a bit hard for us. How about 200? Works for me. Before An Sankman even finished, Jinwoo held out a hand, and Sankman took the hand. FL.U.S. dared. So we're in agreement? Yes, 200 million per C-rank gate. Please put it into this account. It felt like the negotiation was over too quickly. But An Sankman was still glad. The man shook Jinwoo's hand and bowed his head. Thank you very much. It was nothing. Jinwoo was smiling widely, and Sankman thought that he had scored some small victory here. He had solved the issue of new recruit training and furthered the guild's relationship with Jinwoo. A transaction like this is the first step to building faith. Yes, step by step, he would build a good relationship with Jinwoo. Eventually, he'll come over to their side. People did not spit in the face of someone smiling at them, nor did they ignore a present that was given. In his heart, An Sankman pumped his fists in accomplishment. Jinwoo was the first to rise. Then, I'll see you again someday. Ah, I forgot. Here. Jinwoo held out a shopping bag with a tumbler in it and returned it to its owner. Thank you for that. It was delicious. I'm glad it was to your tastes. Hyun Jae-kyul took the shopping bag, and Jinwoo left the cafe. After walking some distance away from the BGO's employees, Jinwoo called Yoo Jino. The young man answered the call with a surprised voice. Hyungnam, the funds really came in. 600 million? Jinwoo silently laughed. The transaction was a success. He managed to sell the rating rights that would have been thrown away for twice what they paid. It was an incredible deal. Yoo Jino asked with awe in his voice. Hyungnam, just how did you pull this off? Where did you sell the C-rank gates? It's a trade secret. Rest well. I'll see you in 2 days. While Yoo Jino was FL.U.S. dared, Jinwoo hung up. That night, the second management division office, Hyun Jae-kyul frantically looked for An Sankman. Chief, what is it? An Sankman turned away from his computer. Hyun Jae-kyul held out his phone with a panicked expression. Look at this. Just what is it? Looking at the phone screen, An Sankman's eyes narrowed. It was the Hunter A.S. Association's website, available only for hunters. The website revealed the information on gates that had appeared. The phone was specifically in the real-time rating rights reservation section. What the? There are plenty of C-rank gates in our area. I know, and most of them were reserved for less than 10 million. Wait, are you telling me? An Sankman dreaded Hyun Jae-kyul's next words. Yoo Jino's team didn't reserve any gates today. He then recalled Jinwoo's words from the first phone call they had. I'll have some free time on Thursday. Tomorrow was that Thursday. From the start, Yoo Jino's team had no plans to raid tomorrow, and Sankman had forgotten about this and purchased the rating rights for an expensive price. And Sankman groaned. The facts were all there, but he failed to put them together. It was a grave mistake. Well, that mistake managed to calm the wrath of the guildmaster. I think he got us, Chief. As if on cue, An Sankman received a message. Beep beep. It was Sung Jinwoo. Looks like we're even now. I'll forget about the spying business with this. Ha ha ha. The man's not to be underestimated. An Sankman swallowed a laughter. If Jinwoo really meant to overlook the spying, An Sankman did not feel bad at all about being tricked. Their final objective was to recruit Jinwoo. After all, the amount that they spent today was nothing for BGO. Let's just consider it an investment into Sung Jinwoo. If only they could gain something worthy from their investment. An Sankman looked at the message with a smile, then put away his phone. After sending the message, Jinwoo looked around the surrounding. There was no one around. He was in the middle of a forest. To plan for all possibilities, he had chosen a secluded place. The time was 5:44 p.m. There would be no one hiking at this hour. Just in case, he had still picked a place far away from any hiking trails. Shall I get started? Jinwoo opened the system's message box. The Clad.S.S advancement quest has arrived. Would you like to accept? Y/N. As if waiting for him, the message appeared in front of his eyes. Translator's notes. 1. In Korea, businesses, individual use official, personal seals to officialize various stock.u.ments. Chapter 46, Gulp. Even after all of his progress, Jinwoo could not help but be wary of what was to come. Still, his excitement in the antic.I.P. of growth eclipsed his fear. A moment ago, while he was looking for a suitable spot to start the quest, Jinwoo had used his phone to look through various video game wikis on Cla.S.S. New skill, growth benefits, Cla.S.S specific weapons, Cla.S.S only quests, etc. One thing was common across different video games. Cla.S.S advancement had many great benefits and rewards, and it became possible for me at level 40. Of course, not everything he found was positive. There were forum posts here and there complaining, "I'm worried that I picked the wrong Cla.S.S. If I knew, I would have picked a different Cla.S.S. I messed up on my build. I think I'm done with this game. Do I have to delete my character? Well, they were still talking about video games. Jinwoo wasn't that worried about what Cla.S.S he would pick. He had solely used a dagger up until now, and even his skills were all related to an A.S.S.S.Sin Cla.S.S dagger skills and something like stealth. On top of that, his attributes were largely focused on strength and agility. Because of this, Jinwoo couldn't think of obtaining a Cla.S.S other than A.S.S.Sin. Thinking about the idea, Jinwoo summoned Kasaka's poisoned fang from his inventory. Shoo! The dagger's grip felt perfect in his hand. He nodded to himself. Yep, this is what I'm used to. With the dagger in hand, Jinwoo moved his gaze towards the quest screen. Well then, he began planning for as many possibilities as possible. After taking a moment to prepare his heart, Jinwoo replied to the message. The Cla.S.S advancement quest has arrived. Would you like to accept? Y/N. Accept. The moment he spoke the word in his mind, a message followed. Ring. You've accepted the Cla.S.S advancement quest. A dungeon will be created for the quest. A dungeon will be created? Before he could fully grasp the meaning of the message, a change occurred in the S.P. dots in front of him. Woo! A tiny black hole appeared before his eyes, but that was just the start. Woo! The hole that was as small as a bin grew to a size of a coin, then a volleyball, then finally became large enough for a man to enter. This is. Jinwoo's eyes were wide open. After accepting the quest, he had expected another information screen with the quest's information would follow, but not this. A gate had formed before his eyes. To think that it would even make a gate. The phenomenon in front of him was exactly the same as the gates that appeared in the world. Only difference was that it was a bit smaller than the one he had seen. The system's message continued, beckoning him in. Please enter the dungeon through the gate. Let's be calm. Jinwoo calmed his heart. Yes, if he thought about it, whether he entered using a key or through a gate, a dungeon would be waiting on the other side. He was just surprised at the creation of an artificial gate in front of his eyes. While he had entered many gates before, he had never seen one being created. When he reached that line of thought, an idea appeared in his head. Wait, could other hunters enter this gate? Well, there was no time to experiment. There weren't any other hunters in the vicinity, nor did he know of any hunters that would come running if he called. Jinwoo erased Eugeno's face from his mind and shook his head. What would I do if something went wrong? The system's message blinked as if reminding him. Ring. Please enter the dungeon through the gate. Jinwoo was snapped back to reality by the electronic tone. He slapped his cheeks to focus. Now's not the time to get distracted. Success here would mean obtaining a Cla.S.S and other rewards. He dreaded what failure would entail. He had to be focused. Phew. After a deep breath, Jinwoo held Kasaka's poisoned fang in a reverse grip and entered the gate. You've entered the dungeon. Huh? To be honest, he had entered the gate with a great antic.I.P. Ashen. Contrary to his expectations, there was not much to be surprised at inside. It was just a simple cave dungeon. It's the same as always. He had heard that high-level dungeons would connect to different types of interiors and expected something similar but was disappointed. A special message did appear, however. Ring. In this place, usage of potions and the shop is restricted, and leveling up will not restore your status. Jinwoo put away the dagger after confirming that there were no magic beasts around. Looks like this won't be easy. Since this was a special dungeon for Clad.S.S advancement, it seemed that there were a few conditions. The fact that he could not heal himself through potions or level ups was particularly troubling. That means even small damage will accumulate over time. An injury would spell the end here. Without means of recovery, he would have to be cautious of every move he made. I really have to be focused. Jinwoo closed the message box. As he always did, he checked the exit of the dungeon. Until your Clad.S.S advancement is complete, you cannot leave. The moment he placed his hand on the gate, that message appeared. He put his back into it, but the exit did not budge. He retracted his hand, so the path to retreat is blocked. He had yet to figure out the difficulty of the dungeon. Additionally, he could not recover his health here. Finally, there was no leaving until he was finished. The risk this time was very high. Even the bravest of hunters would hesitate before entering with such conditions. But a high risk doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad. High risk equaled high rewards. He had learned as much from his experiences. If all these conditions made the quest harder, perhaps an equally great reward waited at the end. Well, there was only one way to find out. Time to go. Jinwoo began to walk deeper into the cave. He could not see the end of the tunnel and at the same time did not see or sense any magic beasts. Wait, since this is the system's territory, should it be monsters and not magic beasts? In the end, they were both dangerous beings. There was one difference in this place compared to the normal cave dungeons. The cave's walls were decorated with torches, placed evenly across the path, torches instead of glowing rocks. The torches were not an effective source of light. Even if there were many of them, it was not enough to completely illuminate the dark tunnel. As such, the flickering light produced many shadows here and there. The combination of the shadows and the silence produced a very dreary atmosphere compared to a normal dungeon. Well, I don't have any problem seeing. What bothered him was the impact it had on his mood. Jinwoo went over and removed the closest torch from the wall. The way forward became slightly brighter. This is better. Jinwoo smiled in satisfaction. He took a brief look behind him, then started forward again, torch in hand. How long did he walk in this straight path? After some time, he finally came across a turn. Around the corner, he felt several presences. Finally, he carefully dropped the torch on the ground. Shoo! In the place of the torch, his right hand now held a dagger. He briefly considered using stealth to gain a preemptive advantage but decided to conserve his mana. Potions could not be used after all. If he carelessly spent his mana, he might not be able to use a skill in a pivotal moment. They're coming this way. Jinwoo hugged the wall with his back, then waited for the enemies to come around the corner. Clang, clang, a metallic sound rang while they were walking towards him. The sound came closer and closer. Clang, clang. At the rambunctious sound, Jinwoo wondered, are they holding some sort of a chain weapon? He was curious but did not worry. He would find out in a moment. 5, 4, 3. He held his dagger in a reverse grip and held his breath. He did not want the sound of his breathing to be heard. 2, 1. Clang, clang. Finally, their shadows appeared around the corner. 0. As Jinwoo finished counting down, the thing showed itself. Jinwoo immediately went for its neck. Clang. The sound of metal striking metal rang loudly. His dagger did not pierce the target. Armor? Jinwoo was surprised. Confirming the ident.I of his enemy, he quickly backed away. Human, it was a knight equipped with a full set of armor. Even its face was covered by a helmet. Just in case, Jinwoo called toward it. Oi! The knight reacted by charging toward Jinwoo. Clang, clang, clang. The knight vigorously used his shoulders to try and tackle Jinwoo, but the hunter easily twisted his body to dodge the attack. The knight could not stop its momentum and ran forward for a bit before stopping. Not human. After expanding his sense a bit more, Jinwoo was sure the knight did not have a heartbeat. It was a magic beast, or rather, A monster that he had never seen before. To think that there'd be a monster covered from head to toe in armor. So, it was almost as if he was fighting another human. Sheeing. The knight turned around and unsheathed the sword at its side. As Jinwoo thought, it had no intention of letting him leave alive. Confirming each other's hostility, Jinwoo's eyes became a level sharper. Sprint. Your movement speed is increased by 40%. The first to strike would be the victor. Before the knight could reach him, Jinwoo entered its range first. Slash. The hunter dodged its panicked swing and stabbed its armor here and there. Clang, clang. But he could not do any damage. The armor's too thick. Not only that, it could almost be described as slippery. His dagger helplessly slid off and was deflected every time he struck the armor. The knight swung its sword in a horizontal line. Slash. Jinwoo lowered his head to dodge. The blade of the sword stood just inches above his head. As its attack was powerful, the opening created after missing was equally huge. Jinwoo did not miss the opportunity. Still in melee range, Jinwoo focused all of his power into his dagger. Vital stab. Crack. The dagger pierced through the armor. Did it work? However, as if it didn't do any damage, the knight ignored the dagger sticking out of its side and brought down the sword in a vertical line. Slash. Jinwoo threw his body backwards. Clang. Sparks flew from the ground the sword struck. Jinwoo straightened himself after taking few steps back. Kasaka's poisoned fang was still stuck to the knight's side. Che. Jinwoo clicked his tongue. He's not exactly strong. It was true. Because of its armor, the knight was slow. Not only that, its attack pattern was rather simple. The primary obstacle was its tough resistance to bladed weapons. Jinwoo rolled up his sleeves. If it's a tough armor a blade can't get through, I've already got some experience. He's maintained his composure. He recalled the scales of a boss that effortlessly broke a magic power-infused steel sword. He remembered how he took down that giant snake. Compared to Kasaka, this bastard's nothing. Thinking of the first boss he ever won against, Jinwoo smiled in nostalgia. Clang, clang, clang. The knight, confident in its armor, charged at Jinwoo once more. As expected, it's not that smart. Jinwoo easily dodged the knight's shoulder tackle and maneuvered behind its back and put it in a headlock. Crack. Of course, its neck was also armored. It probably would not be choked just by this. Pranak. Jinwoo's arms flexed and showed their veins. He was not trying to choke the knight. He clenched his teeth, and his eyes flared open. Crack. With a sickening sound, the helmet was removed. This was the power of the strength stat that had reached above 100. Having lost its head, the knight knelt to the ground. Clang. You've defeated the knight. The welcoming sight of a message signaled the end of the fight. While there was a light indicating a drop coming from the knight's corpse, Jinwoo was focused on something else. What the? It's empty. There was no head in the helmet he was holding. He also looked inside the kneeling armor but found it just as empty. Then was I fighting with a moving armor? As he reached that conclusion, two more knights appeared around the corner. It appeared that they had finally realized that there was a fight going on. Clang, clang. Having discovered Jinwoo, the two knights took out their swords in unison. Sheeing. Jinwoo threw aside the helmet and stretched his neck and shoulders. He knew the method of defeating them now. Shall we begin? Clang, 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 clang. Jinwoo smiled at the approaching knights. The quest was going smoothly so far. Chapter 47. Was it because of the restrictions? The drop rate was good. He had only taken down 3 knights, but 2 of them dropped an item. It was a drop rate of 66.6%. He had not seen a rate like this anywhere else before. On top of that, most of the items dropped in instant dungeons were trash that were sold to the shop. This was not the case here. You've found a high-level knight's breastplate. 1. Would you like to acquire it? Of course I would. The breastplate of the first knight Jinwoo took out slowly disappeared then reappeared in front of his feet. Thud. The equipment's information popped up. High-level knight's breastplate. Rarity. B. Type. Armor. Physical damage reduction plus 7%. If your strength is below 80, your movements will be slowed. 7% physical damage reduction. Combined with his natural buff, he could increase his damage reduction to a total of 27%. If I reach a 100%, Do I just become immune to physical damage? He dismissed the thought after realizing that a B rank equipment only gave 7%. If the pattern stuck, N rank equipment would probably not give 30% or 40% reduction, so reaching 100% would be impossible. Still, every little bit counts. Gathering the boosts bit by bit would have a great impact down the line. He remembered the effectiveness of good equipment the first time he saw Eugenio. So I just do this, right? He held up the breastplate. As expected, the system asked him with a message. Would you like to equip the high-level knight's breastplate? Just looking at the armor, it was not something he wanted to be seen walking around in. If it wasn't for his experiences with Gatekeeper's necklace, he would have been a lot more hesitant. Yes, ring. The high-level knight's breastplate has been equipped. The breastplate was invisible to the eye. Jinwoo opened up his status screen to confirm the benefits. Physical damage reduction, 27%. The reduction increased. He felt his chest. He did not feel anything there. He twisted and stretched his body but did not feel the armor hinder him. It was almost as if it wasn't there. It was the same as the time he equipped the Gatekeeper's necklace. Good. Jinwoo turned his gaze to the other knight, crumpled up in a corner. Its crushed form sparked with the light of a drop. You've found a leather pouch. Would you like to acquire it? Although it was his handiwork, he felt a little bad at its mangled body. It seemed that he could not control his strength when using his bare hands in a fight. With a solemn expression, he stretched a hand to the light. Acquire. You've opened the leather pouch. There was 30,000 gold inside. You've acquired 30,000 gold. Huh? Without even appearing in his hands, the leather pouch was just opened. It appeared that this was a little different than the other items. He opened his inventory and confirmed that he had received the 30,000 gold. Current gold, 863,400, 30,000 in one go. Was it because knights normally carried that much? He remembered that in video games, humanoid monsters often dropped more items than others. Well, it made sense that humans carried more things than beasts or bugs. Not that it was certain the system was copying all of that. Still, this was good news. There were still many things he wanted to buy with gold, and it would be good if gold kept dropping this way. Anything else I could take? They say there was no end to man's greed. Jinwoo looked around with greedy eyes. The knight's armors were all crushed by his hands and did not look usable. His gaze fell upon their swords. That looks usable. A clean long sword that looked new. Since it was not a dagger, he didn't plan on using it, but he could probably sell in the shop or to other hunters. Jinwoo picked up the sword. However, the moment he raised the weapon, it rapidly rusted then turned to dust in his hands. It happened in a blink of an eye. It won't let me obtain anything if it's not a drop. Regrettable, but there was nothing he could do. He clapped his hands and picked up the torch he had dropped earlier. Turning around the corner to where the knights had come from, he saw yet another deep, dark tunnel. It seemed that there was still a long way to go. It was funny, but it almost seemed like he had to study the encounters like a test. After 2 hours of wandering the dungeon, he had come across 4 types of monsters: knights, mages, A.S.S.S.Sins and archers. Is it stealth this time? The A.S.S.S.Sin had disappeared before his eyes. Without panicking, Jinwoo immediately focused his senses and detected the enemy approaching from his back. Clang! Jinwoo parried the A.S.S.S.Sin's dagger with Kasaka's poisoned fang, then quickly counterattacked after it fell off his balance. His dagger found its way straight into the enemy's chest. Stab! You've defeated the A.S.S.S.Sin. You've leveled up. After receiving a fatal blow, the A.S.S.S.Sin turned into black smoke without so much as a scream. Thud. All that was left in its place was the leather armor it was wearing. I wonder why they're all humanoid. Jinwoo thought this every time he defeated one of them. Thankfully, he did not get to see their faces when they fought. The knights had their helmets, the A.S.S.S.Sins and archers their leather hoods, and the mages covered their heads with the hood of their robes. Jinwoo turned to continue on his path. Suddenly, A flash blinded his vision. A mage that hid its presence had completed casting its light element spell. Bang! It was an explosion that pierced the ears, but Jinwoo had already moved behind the mage. The mage detected a presence behind it and quickly began to cast a spell. But Jinwoo had already brought down his dagger down upon it. The mage disappeared with a black smoke. Thud. Jinwoo stared at the robe that lost its owner and put away his dagger. I was H.I.T. by an attack like that before, you see. In fact, he was already preparing to move when he felt the collection of mana from a distance. JoJo's light element magic. Jinwoo was not as naive as to be struck by an attack he was H.I.T. with before. This was the meaning of studying the encounters. Not only that, each of the monsters needed a specific stat to deal with. Knights with strength, A.S.S.Sins with sense, archers with agility and mages with const.I.Tuition. If the appropriate stat was not above a certain level, dealing with the corresponding enemy would have been very difficult. With a low strength, he wouldn't have been able to damage the armor of the knight. With a low sense, he wouldn't have been able to detect the A.S.S.Sin. Looks like distributing my stats evenly was helpful for situations like this. Well, his intelligence was a bit low, but that could be dealt with by managing his mana carefully. You've opened the leather pouch. There was 20,000 gold and a canteen with warm water inside. You've acquired 20,000 gold and a canteen with warm water. Jinwoo opened his inventory and took out the canteen and drank from it. Phew. Fatigue was piling up. How much longer do I have to go? No. Was there even an end? Jinwoo dropped the empty canteen and stood with his hands on his hip. It's been 3 hours since he had started the quest. Both his body and mind were becoming tired. Should I rest for a bit? He sat down with his back against the cave wall. Status screen. Ring. Fatigue. 66. His fatigue had almost reached a dangerous point. Above 70, it would have a noticeable debuff on his body and mind. Even for a moment, he had to rest his eyes and recover his stamina. Jinwoo rested his head against the wall and quickly began to doze off. Even in this environment, he was so tired that he would fall asleep in a moment. Unfortunately, thwip, a sharp sound flew across the air. With his agility stat slowing down the world, Jinwoo was able to grab the arrow that was flying towards him. Grab. The hunter's eyes shot open. At a distance, the archer was preparing its next shot. Won't let me even sleep, huh? Jinwoo summoned Kasaka's poisoned fang as he got up. Crack. The breastplate caved in at Jinwoo's punch, and the knight struck the wall. Its body slid down the wall, sprawled out on the ground and stopped moving. Ring. You've defeated the knight. You've leveled up. It was unfortunate that it was not accompanied by a status recovery, but Jinwoo was still steadily leveling up through the battles. It was a small consolation amidst the piling up fatigue. The man stared at his slightly scratched knuckles and clicked his tongue. It would be nice if he could just rest for a little bit, but the monsters did not give him any room to breathe. Thankfully, they did drop a lot of items. Equipment. 2. Gatekeeper's necklace. A. High-level knight's breastplate. B. Mid-level A.S.S.Sin shoes. B. Low-level archer's gloves. C. High-level mage's ring. B. Other than what he had equipped, there were several items that he put away in his inventory as well. Wish they dropped a usable weapon. Unfortunately, the daggers dropped by the A.S.S.Sins, while having a similar attack power as Kasaka's poisoned fang, did not have any special effects, so could not be considered an upgrade. Alright, what have you got? Jinwoo stretched a hand toward the light from the fallen knight. Ring. High-level knight's gauntlet. Rarity. B. Type. Armor. Physical damage reduction plus 3%. Additional effect. Protects the hands from injury. If your strength is below 80, your movement will be slowed. Ooh. Jinwoo obtained the gauntlets with a happy expression and equipped them. Just like the other equipment, the gauntlets did not show their form and did not impede his fingers. Good. After moving his fingers around, Jinwoo raised his head. Ahead of the tunnel, The torches that lined the wall finally ended. At their end was a giant door. Jinwoo remembered the entrance of the underground temple from back then. His party was not prepared and met a tragic fate through the doors. It would be different this time. Jinwoo looked back on the path that he had walked so far. It's been 6 hours since I came in here. His level had reached 45. And he had picked up a lot of new equipment. He was prepared. He wanted to rest for a bit and recover his stamina. But he knew that it would just summon more monsters that would interrupt his sleep. He could not afford to increase his fatigue anymore through such encounters. HP 4511, 8330, MP 660, 790, fatigue 43. I have to win with just this. After performing a final check on his status, Jinwoo grabbed the handles of the door. As if moved by some unknown mechanism, the doors opened apart easily. Translator's notes. 1. High-level knight's breastplate, advanced, high-level plus knight plus breastplate. 2. All pretty literal and straightforward. The equipment are divided into 3 tiers, high-level, mid-level and low-level, dot. Chapter 48. The doors of the boss room opened. Inside of the room was dark. Even with his raised sense stat, it was hard for Jinwoo to see inside. All that he could see was the front of his feet. The floor was neatly lined with stone slabs. The gray stones gave off a cold feeling compared to the heat of his body. The moment he took a step onto those slabs, flare, the numerous torches that lined the interior of the room all lit up, illuminating the area. As I thought. It's the same as the underground temple. Jinwoo could not lower his guard. He cautiously walked while observing his surroundings. The sides of the room contained giant pillars, and at the deep end of the room was a large throne. This reminds me of, it was reminiscent of a king's throne room that he saw in a movie. Well, the scale was quite different. After he had taken few steps into the room, the door behind him closed with a loud sound. Slam. He took a glance back but did not panic. He had already predicted as much. He continued forward. I sense a strong presence. He felt that to finish the Clad.S advancement quest, he would have to reach the throne ahead. That kind of thinking had mostly worked out so far, but he was wrong this time. As he neared the throne, an armored form hidden behind a pillar revealed itself and slowly walked in front of him, blocking his path. Step. Stop. The thing stopped and turned to face Jinwoo. Gulp. He knew this was the boss. Its name in red letters, floating above its head, told him as much. Knight Captain, Blood Red Grit. 1. It was a knight wearing a red armor. The armor part was same as the knights he had faced before, but compared to those lumbering enemies, this one looked a lot more agile. What stood out to Jinwoo was its helmet. The top of the helmet was adorned with a plumage. It was a streak of red hair that started from the top of the helmet and fell backwards, looking like a horse's tail. While looking over the helmet, Jinwoo noticed something else. He has eyes, or rather, in the spot where a person's eyes should be, the opening of the helmet glowed with 2 silver lights. Its eyes were reminiscent of light coming from a machine and gave off a sense of coldness. Those eyes were looking at Jinwoo. It raised the hair on the back of his neck. So this was the owner of the powerful presence. Perhaps defeating it was the goal of the Clad.S advancement quest. If that was the case, Jinwoo had to be careful. He kept an eye on Grit's movements and raised his fists. Dagger won't work anyways. What was needed to defeat a knight was destructive power. He would need his strength. Grit was watching Jinwoo, then suddenly removed its red cape. Thud. The cape fell onto the ground. Its strange behavior did not stop there. The knight took out the long sword and the 2 daggers at its sides and threw them onto the floor, one at a time. It was a slow, deliberate act, sending a message to Jinwoo. Clang, clang, clang. The silence of the boss room was broken by the loud sounds of the metal falling onto the stone slabs. Having discarded his weapons, Grit raised his fists and took a fighting stance, imitating the hunter. Jinwoo's eyes widened. Is this Bastard? Was he going to fight him in a hand-to-hand combat because Jinwoo did not take out a weapon? The hunter bit his lips. Looking down on me? The monster had succeeded in taunting Jinwoo without using a skill. However, Jinwoo maintained his focus. The angrier he got, the more he cooled himself. Compared to the increasing speed of his heartbeat, Jinwoo's eyes shone with sharpness. Come, as if reading his mind, Grit charged at him in a straight line. Step, 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 step. It was an unthinkable speed for an armored being. My armor said strength below 80 resulted in a movement penalty. That meant the opponent's strength was at least 80. On top of that, the knight's movements revealed that his agility was not at all below a high-ranking hunter. Grit came before Jinwoo and leaped. Step. The knight aimed a knee at Jinwoo. He's fast. But Jinwoo was not about to lose in speed. He bent his body backwards in a near 90-degree angle and dodged Grit's attack. He quickly raised his body and turned to face the boss. Unlike the knights that lost to their momentum and continued after missing their charge, Grit immediately turned around after landing. Cool. There was no time to be impressed by his clean movements. Jinwoo quickly ran to Grit before he fully turned around and aimed a kick at his face. However, even while turning around, the knight accurately moved his arm. Bang! Jinwoo's right leg was easily stopped by Grit's left hand. Impossible. Jinwoo was surprised. While Jinwoo's leg was still off the ground, Grit's fist flew straight toward him. Whoosh! The hunter reflexively put up both arms to guard but could not completely block the impact. Bang! The punch broke through his guard, and Jinwoo felt his body tossed into the air. What? Jinwoo exclaimed in shock, but the sound from his mouth quickly turned to a groan. Grit was already right before his eyes. Before he could react, Jinwoo's face was greeted by the knight's left fist. Smash! The hunter bounced on the ground and rolled across the room, dying. When he finally stopped and got up, Jinwoo's ears were ringing. He shook his head few times and the ringing eased up a bit. However, there was a bigger problem approaching. Through his blurred vision, Jinwoo saw Grit walking towards him. Step, step. Jinwoo opened his eyes wide and focused strength into his legs. Grit stopped at an arm's reach before him. A slugfest began between the pair. Grit did not make any attempts to dodge Jinwoo's attacks. He took the man's fist and counterattacked with his own. Bam! The knight's head turned slightly. Even before Jinwoo's hand retracted after punching, the knight struck with a blinding speed. Pow! Jinwoo's body swayed. Smash! This time, Grit took a step backwards. Bash! The knight's fists struck Jinwoo's stomach, and the hunter bent over. Cough! Blood came out of the man's mouth. So much for physical damage reduction. Jinwoo's physical damage reduction was at a whopping 30% with his equipment. But each of Grit's punches hurt like a hammer slamming into him. On the other hand, his own attacks did not seem to do much damage to the knight. The pair's exchange did not last long. Smash! Shaking, Jinwoo finally took a knee. Thud! He tried to rise again but could not find the strength. Thud! Grrrl! Grit stood before Jinwoo and stopped his attacks. The knight stared down at the man. The crimson figure ignored the eyes looking at him with confusion and stretched a hand towards the sword in the distance. The knight's sword flew across the air into his hand. Jinwoo realized what Grit was going to do. You want to execute me? Is that it? It truly deserved its title of Knight Captain. When Jinwoo did not particularly make any movements to resist, Grit raised his sword to behead the hunter. The sword fell in a straight line towards the man's neck. However, Jinwoo had no intention of going that easily. Slash! Jinwoo's left hand shot up and blocked the falling blade. Clang! It made an unexpected sound of metal striking metal. The gauntlet that he had earned before coming here had protected his hand! Exclamation mark. He felt Grit's shock. Not missing the opportunity, Jinwoo threw his right fist at the knight. As expected, Grit did not show any indication that he would dodge. You're just going to counterattack again, right? The monster's calculation was to exchange blow for blow. However, there was something that was not included in his calculation. Kasaka's poisoned fang. Shoo! In an infinitesimal moment, the fist that was flying towards Grit's face was holding the summoned dagger. Jinwoo dug his dagger into the knight's eyes. Stab! Kwaa! An inhuman scream spilled forth from the helmet. At the same time, The eyes struck by Jinwoo's dagger shone with a powerful light. Jinwoo stood up. Now what? The battle was not over just because he took one eye. He needed something more powerful. A memory flashed across Jinwoo's mind. That attack that nearly killed him in the past. Let's use that against Grit. His body moved before his mind could give the order. Jinwoo lowered his body and hugged Grit's waist. He started running. Quack. While thrashing about in pain, Grit repeatedly struck Jinwoo's back. The man clenched his teeth and did not let go of the knight. Instead, he raised his speed. Sprint. Your movement speed is increased by 40%. The hunter's legs moved faster. He reached a speed where his entire body was shaking. Yes, like this. He would slam him into the wall with this speed. Jinwoo did not ease up on the strength that was holding the knight's waist and ran with all of his might towards the wall. Of course, he knew that the damage to his own body would not be minimal at this speed, but Jinwoo had a Pa.S.Civ skill as a trump card. He was almost there. The wall was just ahead. Kuang, slam. With a scream, Grit was slammed into the wall. At the same time, a system message appeared. Ring tilde. Your health has fallen below 30%. Unyielding spirit has been activated. All damage received is reduced by 50%. The shock of the attack was powerful enough to shake the entire room. Kauk. Jinwoo took a step back. Even stuck to the wall, Grit was still alive. Jinwoo felt the blazing life force emanating from the knight. I have to end it. He removed Kasaka's poisoned fang from where it was stuck. Grit's body flinched as he took the dagger. Jinwoo grabbed the dagger like an ice pick and brought it down at the knight's neck. Vital stab. Clang. The attack did not pierce. One more time. Vital stab. Clang. Sparks flew from the dagger's tip. A small scratch appeared in the armor. Again. Vital stab. Clang. Again. Clang. Again. Clang. And finally. Vital stab. Crack. Kasaka's poisoned fang dug itself deep into the knight's neck. You've defeated the knight, Captain. Blood Red Grit. You've leveled up. You've leveled up. Jinwoo raised his arms high into the air. While walking backwards, he lost the strength in his legs and fell to the ground. Pant. Pant. He panted like he was about to throw up. This was a barely obtained victory. It was an incredibly close fight. So, is that it? Am I done with the quest? After trying to collect his breath for some time, Jinwoo finally got up with difficulty. He had expected the Clad.S.S advancement quest to finish after defeating Grit, but no messages appeared. Looking around, nothing had really changed. Well, there was one thing. There were several streaks of light coming from Grit's body. It was the calling card of items. Let's grab those first. He wasn't sure what was about to happen next. He judged that he should grab what he could for now. Jinwoo stretched a hand towards the light. You've found the Red Knight's helmet. Would you like to acquire it? You've found a runestone. Ruler's hands. 2. Would you like to acquire it? You've found a leather pouch. Would you like to acquire it? You've found an instant return stone. Would you like to acquire it? Why were there so many? Jinwoo was suspicious but could not hide his happiness. Acquire all. The leather pouch was the first to be obtained. You've opened the leather pouch. There was 1,500,000 gold inside. You've acquired 1,500,000 gold. Jinwoo was taken back. The reward is in a different Clad.S.S. As expected, the difficulty in taking down the boss resulted in a great reward. Even the leather pouch, which he did not have much expectations on, gave him an insane amount of gold. This would be quite useful for the shop. However, Jinwoo was more interested in the other items. If just the leather pouch gave him this much, just what about the helmet and the runestone? He opened the information screen on the helmet with an excited heart. Ring. Red Knight's helmet. Rarity. S. Type. Armor. Physical damage reduction plus 15%. Strength plus 20. Tuition plus 20. S rank. Jinwoo let out a scream of joy. Translator's notes. 1. Knight Captain. Blood Red Grit, Knights. Knight Corp Leader. Captain plus color of blood plus proper name. This might be weird, but the Korean spelling of its name is exactly the same as Grit from Game of Thrones. Yi plus Ju plus Ri plus 2. Not sure if it's an homage. The knight is male, however. 2. Ruler's hands, ruler plus touch, hands. Chapter 49. This was the first S-rank equipment he had found, on top of the incredible benefit of reducing physical damage taken by 15%. It also had a powerful effect of giving strength and constitution a 20-point boost. Jinwoo's chest pounded in excitement at the item. It's incomparable to the rank equipment. He had obtained 2 rank items so far. The first was Kasaka's venom gland from taking down Kasaka. The second was the Gatekeeper's necklace from Cerberus. Even those 2 were plenty powerful. While the venom gland did technically have a penalty on strength, it still was a powerful item that gave him a permanent 20% physical damage reduction. And the Gatekeeper's necklace? It was an amazing item that gave 20 points to both agility and sense. The benefit of those 2 stats only became more apparent as time passed, and the Red Knight's helmet that he obtained had effects that nearly combined those 2 rank items, and without any penalties. It's really the best. Jinwoo could not help but smile despite the difficult fight. There was one more minor thing. He actually liked the design of the helmet. Shame that I won't be able to show it off. The helmet shone with the color of blood, along with the long plumage. It was almost like a work of art. For a brief moment, Jinwoo would have liked to obtain and wear the full set of the Crimson armor. Unfortunately, regrettable, the other pieces of Grit's armor did not appear as drops. Only the helmet had been obtained. Jinwoo put aside the small regret and carefully put on the helmet. Shoo! As always, the item disappeared the moment he equipped it. Although he could not show off its form, the helmet greatly increased his attributes. Stats: Strength, 128, plus 20. Constitution, 87, plus 20. Agility, 107, Intelligence, 66, Sense, 89. Available stat points, 0. Physical damage reduction, 46%, plus 15%. The boost of the helmet was temporarily shown in parenthesis. Strength, constitution and even physical damage reduction had been greatly increased. Jinwoo was immensely satisfied. Confirming the effects with his eyes made his heart race. Wait. Jinwoo shook his head. The quest is not over. I need to calm myself. There was one more item he had to check. Still excited, Jinwoo looked over the 2 remaining items. Runestone, Ruler's Hands, Instant Return Stone. 2 stones. Jinwoo first looked at the Instant Return Stone. It was a piece of rock slightly bigger than a walnut. I know what a runestone is, but what was an Instant Return Stone? His curiosity was quickly answered. The stone's information came up in front of him. Ring, Instant Return Stone. Rarity, Type, Consumable. Clad.S. Advancement Quest Item. Break to immediately return to the outside of the dungeon. This item will disappear once the quest is complete. You may not keep this item in your inventory. The way to use it was the same as a runestone. Instead of a skill, breaking it would take him to the outside. Wait, so the Clad.S. Advancement Quest isn't over? According to the item's description, if the quest was over, it should have been destroyed. That meant, a chill ran down Jinwoo's spine. It was a strange feeling. He received a way to exit the dungeon in case of an emergency. So why did he feel so uneasy? If this was something that could be used in a real dungeon, the stone's value would be incalculable. The little rock was equivalent to a life-saving device. Who would be stingy with their money on something like that? Of course, Jinwoo felt the same way. This should have decreased the danger in the quest greatly. If I wanted to, I can leave any time I want. Despite all this, he could not shake the dread that he was feeling. As if it was waiting, the system warned him with its tone. Ring. The player has obtained the Instant Return Stone. The Clad.S. Advancement Quest will now begin. Ah, so this was the item that started the quest. Jinwoo was shocked. He felt like he had stepped on a mine that could have been avoided. If I knew this, I would have rested before picking it up. It was too late to regret it now. No matter how much he combined his experience and intelligence, it was impossible to predict the future with a 100% certainty. Cold sweat gathered on his brows. He checked his status. HP, 4161, 10,270. MP, 390, 850. Fatigue, 61. The fatigue is a bit high, but it's still manageable. thanks to the increase in constitution from the helmet. Both his current and maximum health went up proportionately, thank goodness for that. Jinwoo tried to cheer himself up a little. This is still doable, for now. Ultimately, his life wouldn't be in danger. He was holding the instant return stone in his hand. But no matter how he thought about it, the stone represented giving up on the quest. If not, it would not have been given to him as the starting signal. And if I give up on the quest, it'd be no different than giving up on obtaining a Cloud.S.S. The sweat that gathered now fell in streaks down his face. Gulp. The system's next message appeared. Ring. In 10 seconds, dimensional gates will start opening at random. Dimensional gates? 1. Before he could figure out what those words meant, the system produced a huge screen with numbers high in the air. 0 hours and 10 seconds. Well, that was easy enough to understand. It was probably the countdown it spoke of earlier. The messages continued. The player has a choice. Use the instant return stone to escape the dungeon. Point 8, 7, 6. The countdown continued. Or endure as long as possible and obtain the advancement points required for Cloud.S.S advancement. Endure? Endure what? Jinwoo uttered loudly in frustration. His hand was already holding Kasaka's poisoned fang, summoned from the inventory. The runestone was placed in the inventory, and the instant return stone that he could not store was placed in his back pocket. While his heart felt like it was about to explode, he had finished his combat preparations. This was Sung Jinwoo. The Cloud.S.S advancement quest will begin soon. Point 4, 3, 2. Jinwoo stared at the numbers counting down, then surveilled his surroundings. His gaze quickly fell here and there. Something was about to start. The air in the room started to twist and become distorted. 0 hours and 1 second. I wish you luck. What? It was the first time the system displayed a semblance of emotion, but there was no time to be surprised. The moment the timer hit 0, gates 2 started appearing in various places around the room. Woong, woong. It wasn't just 1 or 2, there were 6 close to him. Behind them were many more appearing. At the same time, the timer started to count forward. 0 hours and 2 seconds. The countdown had started again. This time, it would time his trial here. The advancement points would depend on his record. The system wasn't fully clear, but Jinwoo understood as much. I'll become stronger the more I endure. More accurately, he would obtain a more powerful Cloud.S.S. He could not waste an opportunity like this. There was breathing room in his HP and MP. Let's endure as much as I can. 0 hours and 3 seconds. The exact moment the timer reached 3 seconds, the nearest gates started. sp.a.w.ning.amult.i.2 of knights without weapons. Clack 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 clack. The ground shook as the armored knights got into formation. They looked like a silver tidal wave frozen in time, waiting to crash down upon him. Even in face of the oppressive force, a smile appeared on Jinwoo's face. If it's just this much, I can take them on. In a way, he was thankful that it was just this level of enemies. If something like grit came out of those gates, he couldn't imagine lasting more than seconds. Stealth. Jinwoo used what little mana he had left to go into stealth. It's a lot, but I'll use it to first check out the situation. Shoo! The hunter's form disappeared from sight. As expected, the knights that were running toward him all slowed down and stopped. Unfortunately, something happened that Jinwoo did not expect. A mage has used Eye of Detection. 3. The system beeped with warning. Jinwoo turned his head towards the sound. What? A mage that had appeared from one of the gates was casting a spell. Jinwoo saw an eye-shaped mark above its head. The mark sparkled, and Jinwoo's stealth was released. Shit. His plans went kaput from the start. Turn. The knights that stood motionless after he disappeared turned their heads in unison towards Jinwoo. It was a scene straight out of a horror movie. The silver tidal wave fell upon the man. He clenched his teeth and prepared himself. Bang! His punch blew off a knight's head. His victim fell on the spot. You've defeated the knight. A light gathered in Jinwoo's eyes. Bloodl.U.S.T. Bloodl.U.S.T. has been activated. Fear has been inflicted. The targets will lose 50% of all attributes for 1 minute. He was able to slow many of the monsters with the fear's effects, but his mana had fallen all the way to 90. The bloodl.u.s.t mana cost was 100. He would not be able to use it again, but I bought myself a minute with this. In the single minute that the monster's attributes were lowered, Jinwoo merciless destroyed as many enemies as he could. Bang, crack, boom, kaboom. In face of the hunter's terrifying might, the knights crumpled left and right. Bang, boom, crack. However, the speed at which new Knights SP.A.W.net outpaced Jinwoo's ability to destroy them. Clack 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 clack. In the middle of frantic melee, Jinwoo checked the time, 0:03 and 19 seconds. 3 minutes and 19 seconds. Jinwoo wondered how many points that translated to. What would he receive if he left now? The situation was becoming more and more unbearable by the second. The onslaught of the knights continued from the gates. He had destroyed many of them, but their numbers remained uncountable. Eventually, Jinwoo was buried in the Ma.S.S of the knights. Unyielding spirit has been activated. Unyielding spirit has been activated. He began to feel his health plummet. HP 1036, 10,270, and the time 0:05 and 8 seconds. 5 minutes and 8 seconds. He had endured as long as he could. Let's leave. At the bottom of the suffocating dog pile of the knights, Jinwoo reached into his back pocket with effort, but, drop, the instant return stone slipped from his hands. Roll roll roll. The round stone was kicked by a knight's heel and rolled far away. No. Jinwoo futilely stretched his hand towards his lifeline but could not get through the knights. More knights piled on top of him. It was becoming hard to breathe. Unyielding spirit has been activated. Unyielding spirit has been activated. He felt his consciousness fade. Clang. Clang clang. In the chaos of the knights clashing on top of him, Jinwoo heard a laughter coming from somewhere. Didn't you bring all this down on yourself? Why go down such a dangerous path over a safe one? If an E-rank hunter became a B rank, or even a C rank, wouldn't it have been an incredible stroke of luck? I guess this is all you're worth. Shut up. You are the reason you will die here. Shut up. Boom. The knights that had piled up on Jinwoo were all blasted back. Even on the edge of death, the hunter's eyes were still alive. They were filled with the spirit of determination. I'm not going to let it end like this. Just how do you think he obtained this opportunity? It would not end here. He knew what it was like to be at the absolute bottom of the world, and that's why he desired to stand at the absolute peak. More than anyone else, he knew the weak one's pain. He had done cowardly things to survive and was met with ridicule in doing so. How much of a help could an E-ranker be? Even if it's the A.S. Association, couldn't they have sent someone more helpful? This guy's is that punk just surviving by hiding behind his teammates? The ladder to the peak that he had only dreamt about had finally appeared before him. Did they expect him to just stare and do nothing? There was no way. I remember that voice in his head. It was their voice. The voices that whispered behind his back. Sure. Go ahead, laugh. I will struggle until the end. It doesn't matter if my health is 10 or 1. I will fight to the bitter end, until my bones are dust and my muscles are torn. Jinwoo threw his body at the knights. Smash. His fist flew forward. A knight's breastplate caved in and its wearer was sent flying, like a bowling ball. The flying body knocked down other knights in its path. Unrelenting, the knights charged at him once more. Jinwoo struggled even harder. Bang, smash, boom, fists, elbows, knees, feet. Jinwoo threw every part of his body at his enemies. Each time he attacked, a knight crumpled like a paper doll. Your fatigue is over 70. Your movements will be restricted. As the warning said, his body began to slow down. But the light in Jinwoo's eyes did not fade. Eventually, the knights continued even after 1 or 2 hits. Still, if they won't go down in 1 hit, he would just strike them twice. If they won't go down in 2 hits, he would strike them 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. Crack. 8, 7, 6, 5. Meanwhile, Some sort of a countdown was happening. Jinwoo was focused on the battle at hand and had not noticed it before. What, is the quest ending? His brief moment of hope was quickly dashed. 0:06 and 27 seconds. The quest timer was still climbing. Whatever was happening in front of him was unrelated to the timer. 4, 3, 2. Are you counting down to my death? Jinwoo thought to the system. He remembered the first time it spoke to him, how it threatened to stop his heart in 0.02 seconds if he did not accept becoming a player. Good. Jinwoo's eyes opened wide. I'll use you until the very last second. Bang. Kaboom. 2 more knights were crushed. However, compared to his fighting spirit, Jinwoo's body was unrecognizable. The strength behind his shoulders were gone. The slowed fists could no longer block the knight's attacks. One from the front, one from the back. Bam! Crushed between the 2 charging knights, Jinwoo let out a painful groan. Cuck! Not missing the opening, the knights closed in on Jinwoo once more. Imprisoned by the multi-I-tude, he could not lift a finger. Clack 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 clack. Even still, more and more knights piled towards the hunter. The silver tide turned into a silver mountain. Jinwoo breathed what he imagined to be his last breaths. Ha, ha. So this was the end. Somehow, Jinwoo found a small opening and stretched his hand to the sky. It was a meaningless gesture in the moment. HP, 93, 10,270. The situation was hopeless, but Jinwoo did not give up. No, not yet. Just a little more. The hand that was held to the sky clenched into a fist. In that moment, the unknown countdown finished. 1, 0. You've failed to complete the daily quest. You will now be moved to the penalty zone. Translator's notes. 1. Dimensional gates, dimension plus door. Gate. Not the same word as the gates that have dungeons. 2. Gates. I'm not sure if it means anything, but this time, Jinwoo uses the English word for gates, the same as the gates that have dungeons. 3. Eye of detection, detect /spy /search plus eyes, sight, chapter 50. Jinwoo could not believe what he was hearing. Penalty zone? Ah, he remembered. He did not do the daily quest today. He had purposely skipped it to enter the penalty zone, in order to test out his progress against the centipedes and see if he could continue the Demon Castle raid. To think that it would work out like this. Shanik. Like back in the hospital, the area started shaking vigorously. PSHHHH. Shana. One by one, even the knights that he was fighting turned into sand. The world changed around him. Ha. Ha ha, he silently laughed. The system's words before the quest started kept appearing in his head. I wish you luck. Was it because it was that difficult of a quest, or did it want him to be lucky in obtaining more advancement points? Luck, coincidence, call it what you want. It was just another chance for him. The important thing was how he would use this chance. Shake. The tremors became stronger. Instead of fighting to keep his balance like in the past, Jinwoo gave himself up to the earthquake and closed his eyes. Be calm. And just like that, he felt a sense of weightlessness, and all sounds disappeared. When he opened his eyes, it was in the middle of a familiar desert. Jinwoo collapsed onto the sand. Gasp gasp pant. He grabbed the sand with his hands and let loose a torrent of panting. His lungs filled with a refreshing breath of air, spreading the feeling to his entire body. Finally, I feel alive. With the sense of safety surrounding his mind, Jinwoo stayed lying on the ground. He looked up at the empty, black sky. The vision of an endless pitch-black ceiling filled his view. It was the penalty zone that he remembered. Oh wait, now's not the time to be lying down. Because he had just escaped from an incredibly dangerous place, he forgot that this place was not exactly a safe one. Still, he didn't want to get up, so he called up the status screen while lying down. HP, 104, 10,270. MP, 202, 850. Fatigue, 91. He wondered why it was so hard to move. Now he knew why. His fatigue had risen over 90. This is the first time that happened, I think. He didn't feel like moving a finger right now. His health was one thing, but at the moment, it was important to recover his stamina. Shop. Ring. The words buy and sell appeared in the air. No matter how he looked at it, The system had clearly created the so-called shop with the bare minimum of effort, but today, it was an incredibly welcoming sight. Jinwoo purchased the most expensive healing potion the moment he confirmed the transaction. Shoo! A Glad.S.S bottle with a red liquid appeared in his sprawled arm. Pop! In his state, it took effort even to uncork the bottle. He poured the potion down his mouth. Gulp gulp. The red liquid Pa.S. through his throat. Your stamina is recovered. Your stamina is recovered. Your stamina is recovered. Since it was the highest level healing potion, just one bottle was enough to completely undo his fatigue. Strangely, his health did not recover. HP 106, 10,270. MP 204, 850. Fatigue 0. Even when the bottle was emptied, his health stayed the same. It was drastically different than the fatigue that was now 0. Why? The moment the last drop of potion fell into his mouth, he was able to find out why. Ring. Your health is below 10%. You cannot recover your health with a potion. The reason was simple. It was because his health was too low. Now that I think about it, even healing magic had their limits. This was not an unfamiliar phenomenon. Just as healers could not heal someone past a certain point depending on their skill, it appeared that potions had similar limits, and you're telling me that the limit is 10% remaining health. This was good to know. Had he placed faith in the potion at a wrong time, he could have made a grave mistake. This is why experience was important. Wasn't there a saying, "What doesn't kill you makes you stronger"? That was all due to the power of experience. Even right now, he thankfully had the experience of encountering the penalty zone. It's about time, and indeed it was. He felt a life form rising beneath the sand. Jinwoo raised his legs and shot up from the ground. His body felt as light as a feather. Thanks to the potion, his strength had completely returned. Jinwoo landed few steps away and turned around. Shia! As expected, the spot he was lying on was sinking to the ground. Hey! I remember thinking that I'd slip and fall into that in the past. Now, he could stare at the sinkhole with a carefree attitude. The bottom of the depression boiled like in the past, and a column of sand exploded from the ground, revealing the form of the giant centipede. Screech! It was all just as he remembered. Man, they looked a lot scarier back then. Now, they appeared to be moving in slow motion in Jinwoo's eyes. He raised his gaze and confirmed the red letters above the centipede's head. Poison Fang Giant Sand Centipede. A red name, just like the Cerberus from the Demon Castle. The quest message appeared. Ring tilde. Penalty quest. Survive. Goal. Survive for the required time. Required time, 4 hours. Remaining time, 4 hours 0 minutes 0 sec. After reading the message, Jinwoo clenched his fists. I can buy some time with this. As he did not use the instant return stone out of the dungeon, he probably still had a chance. I'll probably be moved back after the penalty quest. And if the 4 hours he spent here was added to the endurance timer, the advancement points he would gain would be Ma.S.Civ. Well, he still did not know just how the math worked. Still, when he thought about how the system worked up until now, this might become an incredible windfall. 4F.U.C. hours. He couldn't last 10 minutes back there and was about to use the instant return stone. Now, thanks to the penalty zone, he would be able to add 4 hours to that timer. There was one problem left. He had to survive this world with barely a 100 health remaining. Since he could not recover using a potion, he had to level up through the centipedes without receiving any damage. In a way, this was an additional condition of the penalty quest. Let's do this. Jinwoo summoned Kasaka's poisoned fang. Remaining time, 3 hours 59 minutes 59 sec. The moment the penalty quest started, Jinwoo began to move. Because of his experience, he knew to move before the centipedes did. He closed the distance in a flash and jumped. Land. He reached a halfway point on the insect's body, then started working his way to the head while slashing at its body. Stab. Stab stab. Slash. Wherever the dagger attacked, the exoskeleton of the centipede cracked and seeped a liquid. Screech. Every time Jinwoo made a new wound on its body, the centipede thrashed in pain. Sprint. Jinwoo's legs sped up. Step, step, step. Step. He quickly reached the top of the monster's head and grabbed the dagger with both hands. Vital stab. He used the skill and brought down the dagger onto the centipede's head. The dagger dug deep into the head. Crack. Vital stab has leveled up. Alright. It had been a while. The leveled up skill appeared to have done quite a damage. The centipede shook its head in pain. Screech. Scree. Jinwoo did not stop there. He moved from its head towards the centipede's back. The monster's back was completely exposed. Stab. After stabbing a point behind the centipede's head, Jinwoo held the dagger in place and jumped down. Combined with the strength over 120 and a leap from a height of a 5-story building, the dagger slid completely across the centipede's back, cutting it wide open. Crack. Land. Jinwoo landed safely. Screech. Scree. The centipede spewed a liquid all over the place, then finally fell. Boom. Its body raised up a cloud of sand. Ring. You've defeated the poison fang giant sand centipede. Jinwoo patted the sand off his body and checked the time. Remaining time: 3 hours 59 minutes 42 sec. That took 17 seconds. It took him less than 20 seconds to take down the centipede. It was completely different than the time he took down the Cerberus. His strength had reached a different dimension. Well, if I think about all the leveling I did and the items I've obtained, it made sense. At this rate, Jinwoo was confident he could continue hunting without losing life. Now the problem is if there are enough monsters here for a level up, only then would he have a chance of surviving when he went back to the Clad.S.S advancement quest. If he went back without recovering his health, he was sure to be crushed like an insect. As he was deep in worry, multiple sand columns appeared around him. Shaw. The centipedes had arrived after smelling their kin's blood. Screech. Jinwoo's face brightened. Just how many are there? Looking at the heads of the centipedes popping up from the ground, Jinwoo could not hide the smile on his face. You've leveled up, you've leveled up, you've leveled up, you've leveled up. After nearly 4 hours, Jinwoo had gained 4 levels after taking down countless centipedes. He had reached level 51. The penalty quest was almost over. Penalty quest: survive. Goal: survive for the required time. Required time: 4 hours. Remaining time: 0 hours 3 minutes 19 sec. It was about time he'd return. Jinwoo looked around at the corpses of the centipedes that littered the area. Thanks to their sacrifice, he was able to recover his health. It's a shame they didn't drop any items or gold. Well, it wouldn't have made sense for a place of punishment to reward him that much. Now, it was time to prepare for his return. Shop. Current gold: 3,115,629. On top of the various money bags from the humanoid monsters, he had earned a whopping 1,500,000 gold from Grit. He had plenty of funds now. With that in mind, he looked through the shop for a new weapon. A suitable upgrade caught his eye. Night Killer. Rarity: B. Type: Dagger. Attack power plus 75. Night Killing: plus 25% damage against heavy armored opponents. It's a street.u.hard.d and sharp dagger designed to cut a knight's armor. Because of its serrated blades, it will not slip easily against armor. It was a weapon meant to be used for killing heavily armored targets. The cost was 2,800,000 gold. He would have to spend most of his gold, but this was not the time to be stingy. Can't take my gold with me to the afterlife. Without hesitating, Jinwoo bought the weapon. Additionally, he also purchased some wrappings. You've purchased Night Killer. You've purchased wrappings. As its description noted, it was a scary-looking dagger with a serrated blade. He took the weapon with his right hand and used the wrappings to tightly bind it in his hand. Slash. He swung the blade around. It felt natural in his hand, as if it was a part of his body. At the very least, I won't be dropping it like this. He briefly considered wrapping Kasaka's poisoned fang to his left hand but decided against it. It would be too inconvenient to lose both of his hands. He would keep the usage of his left hand just in case. He placed the leftover wrappings into the inventory, then noticed the runestone he had gotten from Grit. Alright, there was this runestone. Ruler's hands. Break the runestone to absorb the skill. He needed every little bit right now. Whether it was an item or a skill, Jinwoo smashed the runestone without a regret. You've learned Ruler's Hands, LV. 1. Ruler's Hands, LV. 1. Active skill, mana cost, 0. Exert your will over an object without physically touching it. Reading the explanation, he remembered a scene from earlier. It was when Grit stretched a hand to his sword and brought it to his hands from a distance, so he used this skill to move the longsword. A skill to move an object from a distance just with his mind. On top of that, it didn't have a mana cost. If I can really move anything, it's an incredible skill. Jinwoo quickly tried it out on the corpse of the centipede next to him. Your proficiency is insufficient to move the object. Your proficiency is insufficient to move the object. It seemed that moving something heavy required more practice. What about this one? Jinwoo dropped Kasaka's poisoned fang onto the ground, then stretched a hand toward it. The dagger easily moved into his hand. Grab. Jinwoo stared at the dagger with amazement. Alright. This is helpful enough. And with that, he had completed all preparations. Jinwoo raised his head and saw that the time was almost over. Remaining time, 0 hours 0 minutes 4 sec. As the 4 seconds decreased to 3, the system messaged him. Ring. The penalty quest will end soon. And another one followed. Ring. Because you've hunted in the penalty zone, the next penalty quest's difficulty will be adjusted. An adjustment of difficulty. It would make it harder to hunt so that the penalty will feel like a penalty. Well, would there even be a next time? Jinwoo gulped. Now, the Clad.S.S advancement quest will resume. Hundreds of monsters would probably be waiting for him back in the boss room. Perhaps even more. Although he thought of it as returning to the room, it was more like he was being thrown back there. Health, mana, fatigue, equipment and skill. In addition to those, even his mind had improved in the past 4 hours. Still, he was feeling nervous. Ba-dum ba-dum ba-dum. The beating of his heart was almost painful. Jinwoo closed his eyes to calm himself. Then, the electronic tone rang. Ring. The penalty quest will end now. This is my last chance. When Jinwoo opened his eyes, he saw the Ma.S.S of Silver Knights starting to turn towards him. They were not his target. Jinwoo's eyes shifted side to side, looking for his target. First, the mages,